That all depends on where they're at. You know what I'm saying? In the voodoo community, I would say there is no morality in the voodoo community. Haitian, I would say in the Haitian voodoo community. See, I would say this. Comparing what's going on in America and what's going on in Haiti is totally different. In America, you have rules and regulations, you have standards, and you have people trying to make it seem as though there is some type of structure in order. In Haiti, it doesn't work like that. You know, there is no, oh, well, yeah, you know this person got how many bodies to his name, but you're still gonna fuck with them. Yeah, overseas, that's how it is. See, in America, you have people like, you know what, I'm gonna disassociate myself from those kind of people because I got Americans that are aiding me, they're funding me, and I don't want that stigma associated with me. So a lot of voodoo in America is very commercial. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but some people, they have foreign clientele, and some of these people have sponsors, and they don't want to lose that sponsor being associated with the extracurricular activities.
So to be honest, what it comes really down to is when you get into voodoo, it's dealing with kind of a spirits that like kind of can get dark and there's aspects that could be light, but really it's their darker spirits, but it really is about justice. But you have other people that can exploit that for their own personal gain.
Yes.
Now let's get into, man, this is crazy. I didn't expect what you were saying here. What in the world? So a lot of children have become missing the last hurricane that happened. Is it okay to practice child sacrifice in Haiti?
I would say for myself, that is crazy. That is insane. But again, Haiti is a dog eat dog world. I mean, listen, you know, for them, people are going to do whatever they want to do. You know, I can't stop what they're doing, but I'm not going to deny the existence of such ordeals that occur. That's there. But am I to say, you know, this is good or bad? I wouldn't personally do it. But there's people out there that will do it in a heartbeat and not care. I mean, if you look at my shorts, you can pretty much see about the baby. That tongue was cut out, the throat was slit, the fingers were chopped off, and the toes were chopped, and the feet was chopped off. I did a short about that, and I talked about that. I did a review about a case that happened in Haiti. Basically, it was a young girl who, let's just say, I guess they didn't like her. The family didn't like her. So, you know, she went to Dominican Republic with her boyfriend, and when she came back, she found her baby's eyes bulged out, tongue cut out, both thumbs chopped off, and both toes chopped off. Now the police came. The lady claims. I mean, you know, but then again, I don't want to get too much into that. But stuff like that happens. Just to talk on what we're speaking on, that happened.
So what about like the whole thing? They're killing the dogs, they're killing the cat, eat the cat, eat the cats. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know all about that part. You know, as far as a Haitian doing that, I can't say that we are like that. You know, like you know, I don't know, but you never know. You have some people that are, you know, that I don't know if that's true or not.
Are cats and dogs a part of any ritual in Haiti? Like, are there any rituals in Haiti where dogs and cats are like sacred to do that, to make a certain?
I would say this: everything goes in Haiti. Everything goes. There's no restriction. Everything goes, and it all depends on who you're dealing with. Because there's some people. Not everybody's malicious and evil. There's certain people that are good. They have good hearts, and they don't want to participate in such actions. But then again, there's other people that don't care. Everything goes.
Let's talk about the spirits of Haiti. You know, I've heard stories of like, you know, can't go outside, or you see a person and they're like, oh, I saw this person, and then it turned out that person wasn't there. But everybody knows that if you go outside a certain time, you're going to see a certain spirit. What is that?
See, if you have the gift of clairvoyance, maybe you'll see it, right? You may, but you know, maybe you will see it. But the thing is, when you see things is usually within spirit. You have to be gifted to see that. There's certain things that I can't explain myself because I don't know everything. But I will definitely say there are certain things over there that is yeah, not to be fucked with.
Wow. So is it true that a person can become a zombie and be actually made into a slave to work someone's
And that
property? And
it goes back to what I said. It's a form of kidnapping, right? It's a form of kidnapping. And most of the people that come out of that state, they're not there mentally. You know, they're moving as though a person who is high on heroin. So whatever manipulation that has to happen there happens there. You know, but you know, usually it's for the person's own agenda. They can have you there as a slave to, you know, do whatever they want with you. Someone make you work the field, someone basically use you for whatever purpose they want to.
so when it really comes down to it, like, okay, we were talking about herbs, right? So you have the ayahuasca plant that's meant for, you know, healing yourself mentally. What it seems like in Haiti is that people understand how to use these herbs in a baneful way. They very like much like mastered the land there and to understand what herbs to use to do certain things. Now, I wanted you to get into the herbs. I know you can't probably much go too deep into it, you know, but what's the difference between like herbal medicine when it comes to healing versus the herbal medicine when it comes to harm?
Well, I'm gonna say this. When you're studying medicine fée, which is medicine of leaves, right? That's exactly what it means. There are plants that can be used for good, and there are plants that can be used for bad, right? The good can be for healing, it can be for skin abrasions, it can be for vomiting, it can even be for poisoning, you know, to stop poisoning from happening. You know, it's all about what you know of or how to utilize that for that purpose. Some plants that can be used for medicinal means can be used in for lethal activity. You know, so as far as the herbal stuff goes, yeah, a lot of people drink tea for healing. A lot of people drink teas or do teas and stuff like that for various purposes. But a lot of it, again, you know, most of the time it's for healing, for betterment of one's, you know, santé or health.
So when it comes down to being able to say be shot and not pierce, is that a herbal thing or is that like a spiritual thing?
That right there is, I would say this, that is a very mystical thing. Because yes, there is knowledge of plants, there is a knowledge of mysteries too. That is something that is beyond human comprehension. Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
recently, okay, one of what isn't Mami Wata one of the things within Haiti that people like? Is that
Well,
something?
Mami Wata, that is not a spirit in voodoo, right? But the symbol I would say is that would be la sirene, or in Spanish, la sirena, right? That is the mermaid spirit.
So recently, we've been seeing like a bunch of like reports about UFOs coming about the water.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that this is really tied to that spirit? Like, really, is it really a spirit, or is it really like a ancient civilization that was here before time, and it's really like, how much of this stuff do we really like know is really spiritual, and how much is it really like a real thing that exists, like based on like uh ancient alien technology?
One thing I will say is this: I'm not outruling the existence of creatures that are from other galaxies, because according to astronomy, there's hundreds and thousands of other universes that we may not even know of. But I would say this: when we're talking about spirit, we're talking about spirit. Now, anything that comes out of the water, that's in the domain of the sirens, or you know, the spirits of the ocean or the sea, the spirits of water. You know, but again, when you're talking about Loa, You're talking about an energetic being that is immaterial. It is not material. Because I know some people try to link extraterrestrials with spirits. Spirits are spirits, and extraterrestrials are physical. If they exist. I've never seen one. But when people speak of extraterrestrials, they're talking about something terrestrial. There's celestial and there's terrestrial. Terrestrial is like physical, right? In voodoo, or just in general in spirituality, there's spirit and then there is matter. That's a totally different ball game.
Okay, so do you feel that? So you don't feel that this actual I don't know what to call it.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that that's a deity. If there is a being that came from the water, okay, cool. That's a being that came from the water. But everything in the universe is governed by different forces. So regardless if it is an extraterrestrial, it is always going to be under dominion of forces beyond them. Anything on this earth, whether it's plants, whether it's rocks, whether it's human beings, whether it's animals, everything has a rulership.
So okay, you say you are a Bokor and you deal with the darker spirits. How do you stop those spirits from attacking you?
I would definitely say, stay protected via prayer, whether you're burning or serving your ancestors or the Loa. Continue, because that is your best defense. That is your best defense. And, sometimes the best protection is abstinence, staying away from what can be a potential problem. For me, I don't go to voodoo ceremonies, not at all. For me, I'm not going to put myself in a position where I'm going to allow something like that to happen. Who knows what you're going to put in my food? Who knows what you may put in my drink? So why put myself in that situation for something like that to happen to me? And not only that, you don't want to be messing with people. A lot of the times when people end up in these situations is the fact that they're bothering people. Most of the time, people end up in the situation they're in because they're messing with people. If they would leave people alone, they wouldn't find themselves in situations that they're in. So, marche souplesse pour pas piler 14. Walk on 13 so you don't step on 14.
Ashe. So NN says, does it disappoint you not being able to have a community to keep yourself safe? Do you feel lonely?
I've been living this way for a long time, so I'm accustomed and used to it. Yeah, I'm accustomed and used to it. Yeah.
How do you what I would say is, how do you know if someone have put some baneful magic on you? What are the signs and symptoms?
Well, listen, the signs and symptoms. Now, here goes. What is this? I'm a doer of the word, right? I'm going to leave it like that. I'm a doer of the word and not a hearer of the word. So I can only speak as the person. Well, I'm not going to go too much into that. But as I said, I'm a doer of the word and not a hearer of the word. So I'm going to speak as a doer of the word and not as a person who is a hearer of the word. Okay? So listen, when we're talking about what a person experiences, what I've seen with my two eyes, listen, you may see headaches, migraine headaches. Of course, there is medical reasons for that. But when you have an artificial headache, it can be just as a regular headache, but it has a spiritual source, right? Migraine headaches, that's one. Weight loss is another. Like I said earlier on, I gave an example. Sometimes people can look healthy, and as time goes on, a year goes by, 2 years go by, you start seeing that person begins to lose a lot of weight. It's like the movie Thinner, the Stephen King movie Thinner. that happens. Someone can place a zombie on you or muerto on you, and it sits on you. And as time goes on, you start to look different. I know one person recently that was talking about, oh, they think somebody at their job has a spell on them or a curse because, I mean, listen, they went from a normal looking person to their whole face swelling up. I remember this guy on the internet. I think his name was E.A. Coetic, white guy and everything. He was a very popular YouTuber. You know what I'm saying? I mean, listen, this guy got up online and apologized to the Haitian voodoo community. I don't know why he apologized though, but he got up on the online. It's like he was making fun of somebody online. I'm just gonna give you a story. This guy was making fun of some Haitian person. I don't know who that person is like that, but he was making fun of some Haitian person, and that Haitian person warned him, right? That Haitian person was telling him, like, chill out, be easy. And then what you start seeing, like 2 or 3 months down the line, the white man's face starts swelling up, right? And what happened after a while, his face started looking oily. This person started looking out of character. And then, totally different. This guy was slurring his speech and the whole nine. Then one day he gets up online and says, oh, he made a video talking about why I look like shit, right? And then out of nowhere, this guy gets up online and apologizes to the Haitian community. And he says he's never practicing Haitian voodoo again. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that happens. But yeah, I mean, that's the sign. You can look at that as a sign of what can happen. Then you have another instance where basically some people get into accidents, right? It can be accidents, you're driving your car, whatever, accidents like that happens. Sometimes you can get hurt at the job. That's one thing. Health illnesses. Sometimes your body, certain organs start having problems. Your heart. You can have heart problems. You can have like intestinal problems. You never know how this thing is going to hit you. So there's a lot of ways that this thing of black magic can hit you. I even heard of a case where a female got crazy one time. I guess she had black magic on her, and she took a gun and shot the guy in the head. The guy lived though. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, it's just crazy stuff like that. They say that she had black magic on her, some type of breakup spell.
So Jaguar Wright, she said she was a voodoo priest, right? Now, there's a lady named the Governess who said that she put she made a cow tongue and put something, I don't know, said some things into the cow tongue and buried it or whatever. And that made her spiral into insanity.
I mean, listen, things like that from my experience and what I've known, things like that is possible. I mean, I would say if we're speaking from a magical standpoint, some people are going to say, where's the evidence? I'm just saying, I mean, you can believe it doesn't exist and, everybody's entitled to what they want to believe. But I mean, from my experience and my culture, many people would say that stuff is possible.
So not to be saying that like a cow tongue, like I would say, would you say that that's a normal thing, like a cow's tongue, or is that like some other practice?
I would definitely say everybody's, if you're from Latin America, you definitely know that that's a heavy thing that's done in Latin American countries. You know what I'm saying? So hey, I can't outrule that. That's practice all around Latin America.
It's called la lingua, right? The lingua.
Right. You can do that.
Interesting. So, someone says, why do you think some people are able to use voodoo to get ahead in life while others also practice voodoo and they seem to always be struggling or not benefit in the same way from it?
Okay, I'll say this. There's people that practice not to become greater in life. Some people just practice because they want to practice, right? And then there are some people that don't know what they're doing. Or they can be people that have gotten a fake initiation, whatever, and basically, if not a fake initiation, the person who initiated them brought them into the tradition and they didn't know what they're doing. Now that person's life starts falling apart, right? Your initiation can be bad and that can affect your life and your well-being, right? Again, and there are some people that know what they're doing and they make a living off of what they know, So then there's some people that just use it to better their chances in life. They have the right type of formation. You're formé bien. They've been formed correctly. So now they have that connaissance, the knowledge of how to make things work for themselves. And that's why when they go into business, they're successful at it, because now they're doing their rituals, they're serving correctly, and now their money coming in, their business is thriving. Where
But
per
one
se,
thing
you
I
have
can
again,
see even from you is that you don't look like I've heard stories about, people that practice like, darker things and they start to look like deteriorated, look jacked up. What is the difference between a person that ends up looking all messed up because of what the work that they're doing versus how you're doing the work, but it might be not affecting you?
I'm gonna say this. We have a saying in Haitian Creole, faut respecter principe, right? You have to respect the principles, right? See, a lot of people, they're just doing stuff, but they don't know what they're doing, right? It's like this, man. A lot of people get into this thinking that I'm going to put this together, I'm going to put that together. It's a lot of things that's involved in that. You say you can't just get up in there, go to Botanica and purchase this oil here, that incense there, that candle there, and think you're going to do something. More than likely, that thing is going to backfire on you. So you got people that don't know what they're doing, and they're doing this stuff, and they're only bringing condemnation on themselves, right? Now, on the same token, you got to be wise, because like my grandfather said, that I was told from my elders, was that my grandfather said that certain things you do can take years from your life, right? And yeah, so with that said, there's some people that know how to manipulate that to their advantage. Let's just say, I'll say this. Some people may get someone that they don't care about. Go do this, knowing damn well that they're going to destroy themselves in the process of doing that. So in English, that would be considered a crash dummy. Sometimes you have people that are sent on crash dummy missions. Yeah, you're going to do what I need you to do, but in the same token, you're going to crash out. And you take that. And my life is thriving. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's just how it is. When I tell you, I know this maybe it sounds dirty to you, but that's just how the world is in the world of Haitian culture and Haitian voodoo. You have people out here that will send somebody else on a crash dummy mission, go drop this here, knowing that that shit can affect the person who's doing it. They don't care as long as they get paid. You know what I'm saying? That's how it is. Mm-hmm. So you find someone doing evil, but they're not affected by it because their hands are not getting dirty, depending on what's being done.
So there's been this main character in the thing, Sam Chan. He said, if this held any power, the world would be in chaos from all spells. What's your opinion on that?
I will just say this. As far as that's concerned, there's things that happened, and I'll leave it like that. There's things that has happened, right? Now, I'll leave it as that. Mm-hmm. There's definitely things that have happened. And I would definitely say it's not good. In the hands of the right, let me say right person. In the hands of the wrong person, things can get worse than it is. And you'll be surprised at how many people behind the scenes are doing this shit.
Wow. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So are both chorus chosen from birth?
I mean, listen, if some people believe in predestination, then I can look at it like that. I mean, I came from it. According to my tradition, they'll say that you're chosen from birth. If you come from a voodoo family, that's what's going to follow you. I mean, for me, they try to keep it from me. I mean, but then here it goes. I found out what it was. And then I started getting in contact with people. And then when they saw that I was really good at what I was doing, that's when they opened up a little bit more to me, family wise. But again, everything was chosen before I was even born. I just would say that maybe it was my calling to do what I do, because when I was a kid, my grandfather called me Chef Banzi, which means chief of bandits, chief of thugs, chief of gangsters, etc. And he saw that in me as a child. I had to be about 5 years old or so. That's what his name was for me, Chef Banzi.
So lately, the whole world of like this esoteric world, when it comes down to things, has become more popular. You see more people getting the E5. You see more people practicing witchcraft. You see more people practicing all these older traditions. What is your take on that?
My take on that is, get into it for the right reason, right? 1 second. And get into it for the right reason. Get into it for the right reason. You don't want to be a brucito, right? A brucito to me is this. Okay, a brucito is, let's just say you get yourself into difficulty. Now you want to run to a religion for protection, right? You're out here, you're claiming to be a big bad sorcerer, and now when shit gets on you, that's when you want to throw ilikis on. You want to say that you're into this, you're into that. Get into the religion for the right reason, right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you want to get into religions for the right reason. You want to get into it because that's your calling. One thing I see it today with the trend of these religious practices is that a lot of people are getting into it for ego's sake, right? And I would definitely say that I see that a lot in. I rather not say that about speak on other traditions, but in some traditions, I see that a lot of people get into them so they can say, I'm this priest or I'm this priestess, right? And they do all types of things, and I would say that's for the wrong reason. See, in my world, where I come from, if you're just talking air, someone's going to show you. You know what I'm saying? Someone's going to show you what this stuff is really about. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, what about sex magic? Does that exist?
I mean, sex magic, that's a very taboo topic. I mean, listen.
It's taboo? All this stuff you talk about Haitian stuff, that's going to be the thing that's taboo?
A taboo topic because we're in America here, and I would keep it limited whatsoever. I would definitely say it's there, and it's always for, I would just say this, the end justifies the means to some people. You do for me, I do for you.
Do you think that you utilizing, fluids, is a bad thing?
I look at, like, from what I can say is this: it's never for the reasons that you think. I would say it's for whatever purpose the individuals, have, or the objective. But it's always, in my world, is for a purpose. It's like we say boucante, right? It's like an exchange. You know what I'm saying? You want this to happen, and that right there. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hello?
Scam Chan, I'm sorry. Welcome to the chat, Scam Chan. He's been very active in in the chat room. So I wanted to allow him and whoever else, to come up and ask you questions. We're at we're into the first hour Marcus interview. After that, we allow the audience to join. So if anyone else wants to join, I put the link into your chat on Facebook, also on YouTube. So anyone that's on Facebook and YouTube, on on Bokor Elmira's thing has the opportunity to join as well. So go ahead, Scam Chan. Did you?
But ask him a question now. Hello, hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
So the things you're talking about, are they just limited to Haiti, or all the things you're talking about can happen anywhere?
I would say the accessibility definitely can have an impact on some of the things I'm speaking about, because some of the things that are done are not necessarily magic. Some of those things are just knowing the knowledge of things that are lethal to the human health or human body. And if you're in a foreign country, you may have access to those things, where per se in America, you may not have access to those things.
Well, it's not
Such
about
as
me.
certain herbs and things like that. So okay, let me just give you an example, Scam Chan. In Colombia, they have a specific herb called burundanga, right? So you might think that sounds crazy. You can't make a person into a zombie. But in Colombia, there's an actual tree that grows up it's called the devil's breath, right? It is called burundanga. And if you give it to a person and you blow it in their face, they'll do anything that you say, including walk into a tomb. And this particular herb was used for the kings in the Aztecs, that when a king died, they would blow it into the face of all his wives and they would just walk into the tomb and die with the king. So this is not just all just hocus pocus. Some of this stuff is just real, actual, like practical things that just people knew how to do. You understand what I'm saying? So everything is not hocus pocus.
And it's like this. In slavery, when the slave masters, we have a guy named Macandal, Francois Macandal, right? He was burnt alive because of the rebellion he started in Haiti, right? Most people don't talk about Francois Macandal. But what did he do? He poisoned the water that the French were drinking. And he would lay certain things down in the bed of the slave masters' wives. And, basically they would start scratching their body until they ripped their flesh off. There's certain things, there are properties of certain plants, there's certain animals that can cause certain things. And the knowledge of this stuff can actually be dangerous in the hands of the wrong people. So this isn't necessarily magie. This is something we can look at as, let's just say, biological. Are you with me?
I don't have much to say about that. I'm just listening. I mean, I can't prove it or disprove it. I just think it's just odd to hear it being spoken about when I'm looking around. I don't see any of that happening, but you say it's happening.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Is arsenic poison?
Yep.
There you go.
Yeah. Bottom line is that okay. So the bottom line is that and so sometimes you could be so atheistic that it goes beyond just common sense, because to think that everything is just so explainable, some things, if you don't know the science behind it, then you won't be able to explain it. But if these people know the science behind these herbs,
I mean, even
they're
water,
going to be able to make
water
things
can poison
happen
you.
that you can listen. They'll be able to make things happen that you, as a logical person, can explain, right? And that happens all the time, all over the place. You know what I'm saying? So
it's like they say with the Native Americans, right? They say that the Europeans gave the natives of where they, well, the natives, I think either that was in North America, but I definitely know that, well, they say that they gave them blankets with smallpox. Now, atheists, do you believe that?
Blankets with smallpox? I've heard about that.
Right. Now, is smallpox, let's just say, contagious?
Yeah.
Right. So now, let's just say this. You have some cattle, you have their skin that has smallpox. Now, if someone places on the bed that you're sleeping in or places it on your clothes, do you think the chances of you getting, would you say that you can get smallpox like that?
Chances are good.
Right. So there we go.
I think that people, like, when they think about voodoo, they just only go into the aspect of it. It is way more deeper than that. It's a combination of things.
There's a level that's spiritual, and there's a level that's scientific.
Well, I'm all about the spiritual part. I don't see the spiritual stuff people are talking about.
Well,
you're talking about diseases. You're talking about diseases and like they have a cure for smallpox. There's a cure for smallpox.
Because the thing about it is, you think of what you've been told about voodoo. You have a Hollywood perception of voodoo. Again, let's just say, yes, you have a Hollywood perception of voodoo, right? And it's not exactly that way. It's not. See, voodoo, again, we have to distinguish between religion and what we call malfecte, the business of malfecte. What does malfecte mean? It means the business of evil doing. Now, the business of evil doing, that's some people have associated that with the religion of voodoo. That's why the title of this video is Haitian Voodoo and the Haitian Voodoo religion or sorcery, right? A lot of people they put into the category of sorcery are into the business of evil doing, right? And the business of evil doing isn't necessarily always magic in Haiti. And I specifically say that in Haiti because nobody in America is doing half of the stuff that's going on in Haiti. If you were, you would be arrested and buried under the jail.
And I would also say, like I said, when people think about, even in Africa, right? They'll see a person dancing dancing and stuff like that, and be like, "Oh, well, that's, But when you see it's so there's the overtone of the magic of how did this person do that, but then there's the undertone of the mystery of they know how they did it, but you don't know how they did it. So
see, the thing about
Okay.
Go ahead, I'm listening to you.
I was saying, and welcome Napa. So, Napa is actually the reason why you're here, sir. So I wanted to give her shouts out because if it wasn't for her, I had no idea who you were. And shouts out to Napa. This has been the most awesome interview I've done, because in a long time. Because I'm like, man, I did not know as much as I'm finding out here. Go ahead, Napa.
Yeah, peace to you, Genesis, and peace to your guests. Yes, I actually am a longtime subscriber and watcher of. I don't know how to address you. Is it
this is Elmira or Leonard?
Elmira? Okay, yeah. And I'm glad that you got to sit down with her. She works fast. I just showed her your channel 2 hours ago.
Yes.
So I said to her, I don't know how it had to be spiritual that I didn't even think to tell her. She's been interviewing so many different interesting people, and she is a practitioner of Ifa, and I don't know a lot about it, but I do find a lot of your information really intriguing. And I just came up to because she asked me to, and I want to support her. And also, I don't know about the other gentleman. I don't want to leave him out of the conversation. I'm sorry if you don't mind introducing yourself to me. sir in the hat with the glasses?
Well, you talking about me, Scam Chan? I'm just a regular person trying
Yeah,
to
it's Scam Chan. He's an
Oh.
atheist, and he's just questioning some of the things that we've talked about tonight. Because as an atheist, he's like, "Oh, I don't believe in magic. I don't believe in like a lot of this stuff." So we're trying to explain, like, all magic is not all hocus pocus. Some of this stuff is just like science, and you know what I'm saying? It seems magical, but it's really like just a herb that is able to do a certain thing. You know what I'm saying? And the people just have the practical knowledge on how to use that herb to do that, and not necessarily kill the person. They know how to give it just enough to, like, okay, we'll put you in a certain boom and whatever. You know what I'm saying? But then there's also herbs that will do something else. And that's all this really is. It's like, it's energy, herbs, all this stuff is. And my thing is, I don't understand how, even as an atheist, you don't. Well, maybe because string theory has not been proven yet all the way, but there is a such thing as string theory, and about vibration, and about like sound and vibration. So when a person is saying a certain thing and it goes into your mind and you begin to believe that thing, then that thing could come to fruition. Sometimes they could be putting that energy out there and you don't even know it. But the fact that they put that out there, that vibration of that energy can like affect you as well. So that's what we're talking about, is that everything is not always about like just what could be seen, and a lot of times, we get so deep into, well, it's either like fact or not. And it's like, well, there's a lot of things on this earth that are unseen. So it's not realistic to think that there's things that are unseen that can happen. And that's all he's been talking about here, is like the unseen hand of like, things that are going on in this world,
Okay. So with that all said, I want to, if I can just ask you a question, please, Elmira. It's Elmira?
Yes, Elmira.
Elmira, thank you. Okay. So I was going to ask you about how much of magic, or whatever you want to call it, how much of it is just the confidence and the faith that is actually I guess you could say, a vibration that you send out? How much of that is, like, what percentage of that is plays into the success of whatever work or intention that you're trying to do? How much of that is faith? And then I want to ask you another question. So if you could answer that, like, because I know one thing about you that I notice: you are always confident in every single thing that brings you to success in your work.
Well, I would say confidence is a small portion, because it's like this. Confidence is only because you've seen this happen over and over. It's redundant. So if someone says, "I'm going to fuck you up," it's because they know what's going to happen to the person. When you do a lot of, let's just say, you participate in extracurricular activities long enough, you know what the outcome's going to be. So yes, you first do it, you don't have any confidence. You're like, okay, well, whatever, this thing doesn't work, whatever. And all of a sudden you see this happens. Oh shit. Then you do it again. So you fuck around more, and now you find out more, because now you're like, oh my God. So now the addiction happens. Now you're addicted to the witchcraft. So you're doing it more and more and more and more, and you're seeing the same response. That's where the confidence comes in, because I know you're just playing, you're just talking, but I know what we're going to do to you. You're not going to be ready for that. So confidence is a small portion. That's like 5%. Now what you mix up in your gumbo pot, that's where the power lies. Now, if you want to add a little salt with your petitions and prayers, that's up to you. But I'd say 5%.
Oh, wow.
The rest is the work.
Okay, and that signature laugh, it is amazing. I love that laugh, because there was another, he was an actor though, a while ago. He was a Haitian actor, and he used to do that laugh that you do. And
I would definitely say it's a Haitian thing, because it's a Haitian thing. You'll find a lot of practitioners. I mean, listen, I don't mean to say this. I don't mean to take us in a dark place, but a lot of us laugh at the suffering of our enemies. And it is something that's ingrained in us. I mean, listen, you know, if you've been doing us wrong for so long, and now we get our justice that the courts can't give us, of course we're going to laugh. You know, I'm just saying, it's just part of our culture. And I always say this, when we got out of slavery, we had enough time to practice the nonsense on each other to know how effective things are. And again, it's just in the culture. You'll find a lot of people that are into what I'm into. They may have a similar laugh. It's just part of our culture. We'll watch you burning in hell and laugh at you and not feel any remorse for it whatsoever.
Well, let me say this. I have on my dad's side, they're Haitian and Dominican. And I think I can relate to that, because it's when it's not a laugh that it sounds dark, and well, dark is good in a lot of instances, but it sounds sinister, but there's still this indignation, like this justice that has just been served in there. So thank you for that. But I just want to ask you one more question, and I don't want to take the interview over. This is great. I do want to ask you, getting back to what Genesis was saying a little bit. I've been studying time and entropy and all this great stuff about quantum physics. And so what if everything, all the spirits that we name, gods and orishas and netters and everything else, what if that is actually the existence of us, you know, in different realms, like different times? Talk to us about that.
I would say this: there is no limit to what you can learn. You know, no limits to these mysteries. I mean, listen, I prefer to remain grounded. I choose not to excel or go any higher, because it's a scary concept. When you start drifting into these higher realities, you may lose your mind. I mean, at least that's for me. Some people can go into higher levels of consciousness or higher levels of understanding, and they're fine. But the concept of oneness from earlier on is a scary concept to me. You know, listen, earlier on they had a shaman on. Earlier on they were speaking about the oneness. I don't want to experience true oneness, because true oneness is a scary concept to me. No one else exists but you. I mean, listen, maybe for some people that's fine. But again, to get back to your question, there's no limit to how much you can learn. But with how much you can learn, you got to be willing to take it, because some people can't take the truth. The truth will ultimately break some people.
Wow.
So for me, I prefer to live on earth and enjoy my life and not get too high.
Okay. One last thing, and then I'm just going to fall back.
Listen, I like these questions you're asking. You ain't gonna fall back.
Okay, I don't want to. You know, this is my friend up here. I don't want to take it over.
I've been asking questions for an hour now. Like, listen.
Oh wow, he's probably tired of it. Okay, but let me ask you. I'd like to.
No, listen, he said that he was down for the smoke, so we here to ask the question. So come on.
Okay, awesome. So the crucifix, because some people get confused. I don't. I get it. I know a little bit about what my friend Genesis is a practitioner of. She's priestess of Santeria. And then, of course, there's voodoo, and it's all in the same island of Hispaniola, right? So tell me, what does a crucifix mean to you when you're wearing it, not really being a traditional Christian?
The reason why I have D-U-M-E tattooed on my fingers. What does that mean? If you're into hoodoo, if you're into, workings and you're working candles, then you know what D-U-M means. It means destruction unto my enemies. So Bawon, yes, in our cultural tradition, the cross for Bawon Samedi, or the god of the dead, is the cross, right? So usually people who serve Bawon, you know what they're about. So for me, that's just a symbol. If you know, you know. If you don't, you know. You don't, you don't. You know. But what it represents is my profession, what I stand for, what I'm into. They say, see, you know what? I'll just leave it as that. Yes.
Now listen, I was gonna say this is that Nepal, I was talking about how people are able to use the Bible and be able to cast spells through the Psalms and the Proverbs. Is there a thing that's connected even to voodoo with the Bible and casting those spells? Because I've seen people in Louisiana that are voodoo practitioners go into the Bible and then take out what's the damn the Psalms and Proverbs, because those are like, they say it's a book of spells. So what would you say about that?
Well, I know, that's a little far-fetched with the book of spells, but some people, in a voodoo sense, people can use scriptures from the Bible for just moral lessons, right? That's one aspect, right? Now, there are some people that may use certain books of the Bible for chants to bring down the destruction of their enemies, because they're like prayers for some people. Just like you have some of these books in the botanicas, that have different prayers, recitations and stuff like that, saying oración, whatever, they're used for different purposes. So some people could take certain passages from the Bible and basically say those things to help or to bring condemnation to someone, that they may love or hate.
Do you ever study grimoire, like that type of, like, what about spell books, real spell books, what is your take on that? Do you have anything specifically that you look into, or that you say, go read this or study?
No, because we have a saying in Haitian Vodou, pas gen livre non Vodou, which means there are no books in Vodou. Basically, yeah, you can write your own notebook, but the thing about it is everything comes from your experience. Now, someone can give you a little game here and there and say, well, this can do this can do that. But ultimately, Vodou is, let me say this. Let me say, in the business of magic, it's about experience. And we can say that even in the religion aspect of Vodou, it's all about experience, but that's what they say, but a lot of people fall into the whole ritualistic aspect where it's redundant. But the thing about it is, there's no books in Vodou. That's the saying that we say.
I knew you were going to say that. I'm just throwing these questions out for people to get what you teach. I want you to also, I don't know if you touched on this, you are a bit of a relationship advisor. I see you doing a lot of information on, not the typical like love counseling, but you give a lot of advice that is very unconventional. If you don't mind, I don't know if I'm putting you on the spot, but you had this short that I saw, and I'm trying to remember what it's about. It is titled "Give Her," what is it? Give her fake jewelry or something like that.
Sometimes, listen. Okay, yeah, listen.
Yeah, let me hear from you.
I be clowning around.
No. First off, listen. I love the shorts, and that's your personality. You're hilarious, but you're also very intimidating, but you are approachable. It's like a paradox. So don't think that I'm putting you on the spot in a bad way. I want people to see that other side of you.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Listen. Shorts. YouTube shorts. I would say that's where I just put a lot of nonsense. Sometimes I do nonsense. Stuff that I really don't mean, just to piss people off, because, hey, it helps the algorithm. It boosts up the fucking views. Now, if you want to believe that what I'm saying to you, then go ahead. But, everyone knows me for the past couple of years. That's all nonsense and jokes. I may say, hey, well, don't buy her nothing for her birthday. Don't buy her nothing from her birthday. Basically, I mean, listen, some of the filth that I would put out back in the day, it's like, listen, I had to tone down, because it's like, you get into a relationship. So now, you gotta be careful with the things you say because you're with someone and you don't want that stuff to reflect on that person. But I would definitely say there's some shorts that I would make just to basically shock value, But when it comes down to relationships, on a serious note, it's really in regards to the magie, the love magic, because it's gearing a person to how you're supposed to react when you're doing this type of work, right? You don't want to be, like I usually say, if you're going to do a love spell on someone, you don't want to be arguing back and forth, showing up to where they live unexpectedly. You don't want to be calling them back and forth. So, when it comes to me being serious about love magic, we're talking about relationships, it's really geared towards the magie aspect, Yes.
Yeah, you're so I did kind of blend the question with the seriousness of your love magic advice. We
were kind of getting into sex magic. He said it was taboo, but I'm like, okay.
Well, the love spells, I don't know. I want to get that explained to me because I think that's way before
love magic and sex magic. Is there
Okay, well, I wanted to ask, could someone accidentally or inadvertently put a love spell on someone, or is it really that easy to put a love spell on someone? You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna say this. It's never accidental.
Okay.
When someone goes to someone to do stuff like that, that's intentional. Nobody just accidentally put a person's picture in this type of substance here. Nobody. No, they take, whoever makes it, they have to take their time out to mix this stuff up. They may have, who knows how much concoctions of different substances and items, right? So that's clearly not a mistake. So now that's something that some people do, and that's not accidental. That's intentional.
Wow. So so people can actually, if they wanted to learn this information, what would you warn people? Well, I know you already did a little bit right now. You made you said some things about don't become a stalker, but I do notice you do have some information where I don't know if it's like warning, but you tell people know what you're getting into, right? Can you explain what you mean by that when it comes to love spells?
Oh, know what you're getting into because there's certain rules and regulations, right? Now, for people that believe in the spirit or spiritual stuff, right? Now, there's certain beings that you may make a contract with. And that being's contract is you cannot step outside of the relationship or else you're going to get fucked up. Now, I tell people I've never done witchcraft a day in my life. But now listen, there's a story. Here it goes. I remember this. I know I got so many stories, so excuse me. I'm just trying to go in my mental library and pick out one. But I'll give you an example. Something rated PG for the internet, right? I remember this lady. She had what they call a binding spell. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And she was told you cannot entertain any other man except the person you're working on. So let's just say, okay, whatever. She went out to go meet the individual, and as soon as she opened her car door, a vehicle came out of nowhere and ripped the car door off the hinge. Now, she could have been hit. Now, there's another guy who has cattle, right? And let's just say he's in the same contract. Now, don't ask me how I know this, but he's in a contract similar to that. He was told not to mess around with any other women. And he did. Next morning he wakes up, one of his cows end up dead. Right? So that's a little rated PG for you. And then on top of that, I'll get a little rated R for you. I remember this lady was trying. Now, again, don't ask me how I know these stories, but I'll just tell you, there was this lady. I'll give you two stories. There was this lady. Should I give you this one? I got two right now. I remember this lady. She paid someone to break two people up, right? Well, I'll give you three. I'll give you three for the price of one. She paid someone to separate these people. One of the people that were in that separation, well, let's just say the couple, it was a man and a woman. One day, the woman got mad. She picked up her gun and shot the guy in the head. Ooh. He lived. The woman went to jail or prison. Now, there was another story. There was a lady in Atlanta, right? Let's just say someone paid to do a breakup spell on her and this guy. Let's just say some apparent reason the lady got agitated. She picked up a metal rod and hit the guy in the teeth or in the mouth and knocked all his teeth out, right? Then there was another lady. I remember she was she was dealing with this white man, and the white man was dealing with this black woman, right? And she wanted to separate them. The lady, in a year's time period, she caught cancer and she died. So this is what I say, when you start messing around with this stuff, you want to know what you're getting into, because the consequences can be great. You know what I'm saying? This is not no, dancing around chakra healing stuff. No. Mm-hmm. This shit can really be fucked up. Excuse my language. So you want to know before you do things, what are the outcomes? What are you doing? What are you getting yourself involved in? Because there's rules and regulations in this, and you got to respect the principles. Like we say, faut respecter principes.
You know what? I appreciate that about you, because there are other people on the internet, just teaching people how to do these things, and they don't tell them the severity or the seriousness of it and the consequence. It was a pleasure to finally get to sit and have a bit of, one-on-one, not really one-on-one, but conversate with you. I hope to talk to you again in the future. I'm actually on a panel co-hosting, but I saw Genesis is in here, and I was like, wow, like I said, I just told her about you this afternoon, and she worked very fast. I'm glad she did. I'm going to go back to the other panel, but thank you for answering my questions. And Genesis, thank you for letting me come in and ask these questions. It's a real pleasure once again, Elmira, and to the brother Scam Chan, you said your name is? Peace to you. All right, everybody, have a good build. I'm going to be
so listen, I have a, well, you know what, Scam Chan, do you have any more questions? Thank you so much, the
All right, bye.
All right, peace. All right. Do you have any more questions? Do you have a question, Scam Chan?
Well, the only question I had, I wasn't really bothered by the plants and chemical aspect of it. I'm all about the spiritual part that I don't see evidence for.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Is there a question though?
Well, yeah. I mean,
that's a direct question.
You're talking about energy this and spirit that and spiritual realm this and that, and all this is all connected. And okay,
let me tell you something. See, you are the perfect candidate for someone that's into that lifestyle. See, the thing about you is, listen, to not believe, who the fuck wants you to believe, man? You know what I'm saying? That is, listen, my thing is, you're the perfect candidate. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, listen, by you not believing, that's a good thing. You know what I'm saying? See, the thing is, I'm not here to convince anyone, because why would I want to convince someone that this stuff is real? Excuse me, not me. People that's into that type of working. Because everybody knows I'm a Christian. I've never done witchcraft a day in my life. But for people that are into that type of activity, you would be the perfect candidate. You'd be the perfect candidate. You know what I'm saying? Listen, it's great that you don't believe, because this shit is fake. Listen, trust me. Listen, I'm keeping it real with you. Scam. This stuff is fake. It's not real. It's not. You know what I'm saying? It's not real. You know what I'm saying? It's not real. Listen, it's not real. See, I would just say, in my world, listen, you're better off not believing. It's fake, brother. It's fake. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Man, so I want to show you something really quick, and I want you to give your opinion about this. So hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So what do you think about this? Right.
Now, okay. Now, that right there, they claim that it's Diddy, the tattoo that he has on his back. That would be, some people said Ezeli Dontor, some people said Ezeli Mapiyang. I mean, listen, it tells you everything right there. So what Diddy has been accused of, I mean, come on, that's like, hello, if you know what Ezeli Dontor is all about, and people who serve Ezeli Dontor, then I mean, you know, what he's been accused of is not a no-brainer, right? I mean, listen, if you're talking about his sexual practices and sexual desires, I mean, hey, you know, I mean, listen, most men that are into voodoo that serve Ezeli Dontor exclusively are either gay or bisexual.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought that Ezeli Dontor was Oshun, and
no.
What is the difference between Ezeli Dontor and Oshun?
Ezeli Dontor is one of those spirits that fall into the Pitbull kingdom, right? That is a very powerful spirit that can be a good motherly spirit. She can be all the above. She can be your girlfriend. She can be your wife. She can be your mother. But just don't get on her bad side. She'll protect your children. She'll protect you. But don't cross her. Because all that protection that she gives you, she can take it back from you. Let's just say it's like checking in with certain gangs, right? The thing is, if you don't pay your dues, I mean, listen, they're going to say to you, well, we're not responsible for what happens to you, right? So you should be able to read between the lines there. That's how Ezeli Dontor functions. If you make an agreement with her, and let's just say you don't fulfill your side of the bargain, I mean, whatever you get is whatever you get. It's like she's not responsible for what happens to you. And you can read between the lines of what I'm saying to you. I'll give you an example. Years ago, there was this lady who got a connection to Dontor, right? So she had a contract with Ezeli Dontor, right? She had to do this for X amount of days, and she chose not to. So let's just say she went a couple of weeks, she was serving, and she got relaxed. Well, both her and her friend were in a very dangerous car accident. I think her friend broke her leg. Her head went through the windshield, and she was bleeding crazy. So, yeah, she just stopped her service. And, you know, again, Ezeli Dontor is not responsible for what happens to you, right? Mm-hmm.
So when you get into, okay, so now let's get into some weird stuff. So when you have a person like, because what it sounds like to me, they were mixing a bit of voodoo, because I think that Puffy is Haitian. Is he Haitian?
I have no idea.
I know there's like he was dealing with Haitian Jack, and I don't know why he would have.
Yes. That's what has been said.
There would be no reason why he would have a big old tattoo of that on his back unless he knew what he was doing. There's no way that you would do that, right? So he has to have some connection to the voodoo practice. But there's also a practice when it comes down to Aleister Crowley. And then that's why I was talking about sex magic, right? Now, Aleister Crowley and his people understood this thing about sex magic. And
well, let me say something about sex magic. I would say this. What you think of as sex magic is not what I think of when it comes to sex magic. Because when people are doing sex magic, well, what you call sex magic in my culture is never for anything of, oh, I'm having sex with you and I'm concentrating on this or reaching my highest level of spirituality. Fuck no. It's bitch, you're gonna suck my dick, and I'm gonna do what the fuck you asked me to do.
That's what sex magic is in your culture. Like that's what it is.
I'm just saying. When you
ain't that what he been doing though? And isn't that what Aleister Crowley was doing?
If you're in the game of, let's just say, evil doing, I'm just saying you're gonna have some people that's like that operate like that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you're gonna give me this. If you ain't got this type of money for me, then just like a typical drug dealer. You know what I'm saying? Then it's like that, and shit get done. I'm just saying, if you want me to keep it real, Port-au-Prince real with you, that's how it is. So when you speak of sex magic, I can only think of it in that terms of how we, in my culture, how we know it as.
But it's never okay. So if you're thinking about that, what he was doing, right? What he's doing is throwing these parties, and he's bringing in kids and bringing in like prostitutes.
Now that aspect. That's probably, I don't know how deep that goes with him, but I know within my culture, when we talk about stuff, it's usually in exchange. It's never for any type of I'm doing this for a spirit or anything like that. Not to say that it's not possible, but usually, that's usually how people indulge into such practice.
So almost like they were like being swingers and just being freaky.
Ooh,
but okay, so what about a situation with Aleister Crowley where they would intentionally, like, are you aware of Aleister Crowley? They would be able to mix certain things together, like, yeah. So do you know what they were doing?
That's like that's European occultism. Again, we've seen what happened to E.A. Koetting. I mean, he's no longer here now. I mean, he's not around anymore, but I'm just saying, if his stuff was effective, I mean, he was at the top of the world. Yeah, he could. I mean, I'm just saying this. So I say that to say, if it was that effective, I mean, hey, I don't know. Europeans from different parts of Europe, before Haiti went to what it was in, you'd find Europeans from all over Europe going down to Haiti to get certain things done or to make certain contracts. So I don't know too much, like Aleister Crowley. I mean, I've heard of the things that he used to do, but again, that's not where I'm from. I can't really even speak on his stuff, but again, maybe it worked for him, but I don't know.
So what it was, so I'm gonna let you know what it was. So what they did was they would have certain practices they would do. They would mix certain fluids together, and then from those fluids mixing, it would create a demon. So imagine if you mix boo-boo along with some little bit of pee, a little bit of like, come and like a little bit of this, and then sometimes it might be some pain, blood, everything that would create what they would call a demon that would come out, and they could ask the demon for things. Are you aware about that?
Now, I'm not aware of the mixing the stuff together, but I'm quite familiar with some of his rituals in regards to summoning demons. And, when you're in the know, I would definitely say it's not the way people actually put it. When you're talking about Aleister Crowley, you're going into Goetia. You're talking about summoning demons of the Goetia, right? What they call it, 72 demons or something like that. I mean, there's a book called The Lesser Key of Solomon that has all the seals of the demons, right? Now, right. But if you're talking about him creating one, I wouldn't put it past him. I mean, people find spirits all the time. And I wouldn't say it's necessarily creating, because you're dealing with energies that have been here for eons of time. I mean, listen, does time even exist? I mean, you're talking about spirits that are eternal. So whether you're utilizing urine or whether you're utilizing whatever, you're only bringing something into existence which has already been there. Kind of like Christopher Columbus, they're saying that he's discovered Norfolk. He's discovered America, the Americas.
Right. So you know what? All right. So you know what? We're getting into the second hour, about to end pretty soon. So one last thing I wanted to ask is about the Hadron Collider. What do you think about that?
Huh? Can you repeat that, please?
The Hadron Collider, because they're saying that they're trying to find dark matter.
That's a little bit, that's a little bit beyond my scope of
I'm going to say this. So there is a machine in Switzerland that's made into a circle, and that circle is banging particles together. It's called a particle accelerator, right? And what they're doing is that it creates like mini black holes. And then they're saying that there are creatures and kind of like entities that are coming up out of this thing. And then it is creating like some kind of effect, whatever, like they say the Mandela effect. So do you believe that because okay, we practice magic, right? So this is the scientific application of this magic, right? That we practice, right? Okay, we're saying that, oh, okay, well, we can like say things could happen. What they're doing is they're actually practicing it in a real way and trying to create a black hole on Earth.
Let me just
and trying to create the God particle, which is dark matter that created everything, and then trying to be able. I don't know what the hell they're doing, but it's crazy as hell. Whatever they're doing is wild.
Oh, okay. You want me to comment on that?
Yeah, because bottom line, this is like the physical, because we have a person right here, Scam Chan, right? Who is about practicality, right? About what's real. So you're talking about the esoteric, about how things can come into play. But I'm trying to show a practical thing where people are trying to do something using atoms, combining, smashing them together, and it's creating black holes, and the black hole will happen, and it'll go back down, and all kind of wild stuff going on. So
I'm gonna tell you one thing.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say this: if blanc, right? You know, I'm not gonna say it in English. I'll just use the word blanc, right? You know what blanco means in Spanish, right? You know what blanco means in Spanish?
What? Black, white.
It means right. So there it goes. Blanc. So whenever we talk about specific people, right? We call them blanc, right? So blanc to us, he doesn't know nothing about spirituality, and he never will, right? You know what? Let me fix that. Let me take that back. I apologize, but I'll say this: in certain parts in Haiti, we're told you do not teach them. Now, for me, I would definitely say this. I don't get involved in that because I know there can be consequences for me opening up my mouth about certain things. And I don't need that type of energy, right? I don't need that type of heat. But I will definitely say there's a reason for that, because most of those people think that he doesn't know what he's doing. See, the thing about Blanc is that he's always trying to understand things logically and rationally, because some things are just, I mean, you know, for him, if it's not on the books, if it's not concrete, then it's nonsense. So for us, I would say let him keep searching. That's all I would basically say about that. So whatever he's doing, maybe it's great works of science. Blanc has created a lot of great things on this earth. I can't take it away from him. But there's just certain things that he'll never understand. And the thing is, we're not here to encourage or say, stop doing what you're doing. Hey, create a greater, better world. Do what you got to do. But when it comes to this, we always say, shh.
Do you see it though? What does it look like to you?
What does it look like to me? I mean, it's an image of a bunch of things. I mean, what I'm not too sure.
Like a womb to me, like a womb, like a womb. Nevertheless, but that's what it is. That's the Hadron Collider. That's what they're doing to create dark matter. And if you know what dark matter is, you understand that is how creation starts. Creation starts with darkness. So what they're trying to do is figure out how things come into being and how things are created, right? On this earth, right?
I mean, you know, you gotta give it to Blanc. You gotta give it to him because, you know, he's a very inquisitive. Well, they are very inquisitive. You know, they definitely made a mark with doing a lot of things on this earth. You know, I gotta give it to him. You know, give him his credit where it's due. But again, you know, keep searching, my brother.
So I'm gonna let Scam. So we're gonna do what we're gonna do is at 2 hours now. All right. So Scam Chan, I want you to either ask the last question, say the last thing, and then I want Haitian Bapur to give his wrap up. This is part one because I think we need a part two on this. Do you think so too?
I mean, I'm down.
Okay. So Scam Chan, what do you have to say?
Well, what I was talking about before was, I mean, all the talking points lead to the reality we all observe, be it by the plants and the chemicals, or you talking about the spiritual that's supposed to manifest things into reality. If I tell somebody there's a blue car outside, we can go all out there and look and see that blue car outside. So if you're telling me that you can do spells, magic, voodoo, whatever, that can change what we see in reality, then it should be easy to say, hey, I got proof that it works, instead of laughing it off when it was just an honest question. It's just an honest question.
Right. I told you, this shit is fake. It's not real. So at the end of the day, I would say this, as far as this being concerned, listen, I only speak to people that believe in fairy tales. You know what I'm saying? So if you believe in fairy tales, my message is for you. But then again, if you don't believe in fairy tales, then keep on believing that, this stuff is what it is. Fairy tales. You know what I'm saying? So again, the thing about here, one thing about us in voodoo, why the fuck do we want to convert you into our belief system? It's pointless. It's pointless. The thing is, we believe in fairy tales. We believe in nonsense. So there's no purpose for trying to convince someone to believe in this stuff. I mean, listen, that's it. I have no rebuttal. If someone says this stuff is fake, it's fake. And I will help you believe that it's fake. And again, don't take it offensively.
The only person that said it was fake is you. I never said anything about fake. I said.
But again, you're asking me to prove it. You're insinuating.
You're talking about it. So how hard is it to prove it?
Listen, you're asking to prove.
What about testimony? What about the people that have said that it worked for them?
Can I say something? You're asking me to prove something that is fake. Voodoo, witchcraft does not exist, my brother. Fake. What are you doing? You're telling me to prove something that doesn't even exist. Voodoo, witchcraft, whatever you want to call it, does not exist. It's fake. How can you prove something that doesn't exist, man?
I'm like, okay.
It doesn't exist. So the thing is, see, I only speak to people, let's just say this. In my business, not my business, because everybody knows I work at Burger King's. You know what I'm saying? I've never done witchcraft a day in my life. You know what I'm saying? I'm a Christian. I go to church on Sunday, right? But I was speaking to those people who believe, it's like this. It's for those people that are into that stuff. I just share information. But now, again, I would just say to someone who's in the lifestyle, you would be the perfect candidate. Let me explain this because we're into the closing. The person that doesn't believe will think that everything is happening to them. Excuse me. We have a saying. Let me bring the saying up, right? In Creole, we say, "Couteau qui passe en bas de l'eau, pas jamais fait mal." What does that mean? Knives that pass underwater never make any marks. I think there was a saying on Google, right? There's a saying on Google. They say, we will cast a shadow over you that they say this is from a Haitian proverb, right? We will cast a shadow over you that you will not be able to distinguish from fate. So the goal and objective of someone that's doing evil, they don't want you to believe, brother. At the end of the day, because if I'm fucking your life up, you're going to think that it's natural occurrences of life. That person takes their $10,000 and go about their business. I mean, hey, customer satisfied. You think, oh, I'm going to the doctor. Oh my God, I got to go do this. Oh my God, I go outside. That happens here. At the end of the day, Why the fuck would anyone want to make you believe anything? No, we need you dumb. We need you stupid. Because now you're going to think that everything that's happened to you is fucking natural. So there's no reason for me to prove anything to you, my brother. Keep believing it's fake.
I never said it was fake. You did.
I mean,
okay,
brother,
but listen.
Well, let's just say there's no proof. There's no proof.
Right, I share. So thank you, Scam Chan, because we're wrapping things up. Thank you so much for coming up here. I appreciate
Thank you, man. Thank you for coming in.
Right. So listen, I think this was a great live. I don't know.
Yes, I do too. I thank you for inviting me.
Listen, it was so great. My glasses were like this. I was like, dude, I didn't even push them up. This was a great live, you guys. I have gotten so much information from this, and I really thank you for just taking time out for like that. Listen, I'll do it now. And man, so much information that I never knew before. So, and I need like to get that. I'm gonna like learn how to. I'm gonna take that laugh. I'm gonna start doing that.
Okay.
But let me tell you something. I really appreciate the time that you spent with us. I really want to go deeper. We're going to bring you back. And I just want what are your last things you want to say, other than if you don't believe
I would just basically say I'm grateful for being here tonight, and I'm grateful for sharing what information that I have. I definitely appreciate this. This is more than what I ever could have, imagined that I would basically be here tonight. I'm very grateful for this opportunity.
And listen, so am I. So am I. This was awesome. So I just want to thank everybody for joining the chat. Thank your chat that's been joining too, talking, giving their feedback. I wish I could say everybody's name. It's like 80 people that was talking. I would be up here all day, but thank everybody for being here, joining the panel. Please subscribe to Alchemizing Energy. Jackie, please put in the Alchemizing Energy. Please, you guys, because I'm doing like a labor of love. I'm not getting no money. Google is not paying. YouTube is not paying me for this. I get like $100, for this. I don't get no money, but I do it because I know that people need to hear the information. People need to hear different standpoints of things. They need to hear different interpretations of things. So this is not about money for me. You know what I'm saying? It's really about, eventually it's going to be about money. One day, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to hit you up. Maybe you need to make a jar or something like that and to make my YouTube channel.
Remember, I never been.
Oh no, I'm sorry. You're a Christian.
Right.
I need to bring my channel back up. But yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate everybody, and shouts out. Love you guys, and peace.
Alchemize your energy. Darling, let your spirit be free. Don't give up. Keep on pushing through. Now is the time. It's all up to you. Alchemize your energy. My friend, let your spirit be free. Don't give up, keep on pushing through. Now is the time, it's all up to you. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, we will always take flight. Keep on pushing through the darkness of night. There's no limit, let's reach for the sky. Shine so bright, from darkness to light.
Okay. Hey guys. So Priscilla she had to book something. She got some really good news, and I can't wait for when she tells y'all. But it's some really, really, really. Who this woman? Who this woman? Okay, I'm Genesis. I've been the one that's kind of been behind bringing her with Charleston White, helping her get on Sonnetter, people like that. So this is like a new thing for me. But I wanted to do a recap with her, and we're also going to be talking to Napa Shada, who is also going to be. Oh, here's how I invite. I see. Guys, sorry guys, I got like a lot of kids over here, but Napa is also going to be joining us. Napa Shada, who is going to be doing an up and coming debate with Princella on the Sonnetter channel. So I wanted to we're going to be discussing how Princella felt about the event with Sonnetter and things like that. Oh, Napa Shada. Nobody knows. That's them. Yeah, that's them kids in the back making all that daggone noise. You hear them kids? I said she just lost her second tooth, so she over here. She lost her second little tooth. So she
This one got this one got lost.
Okay, all right, y'all.
Lost. Bye.
Get out of the camera. No children's.
Ow.
No children's. Go ahead, children.
Hi. Hi.
Okay. Hey, children's. Okay. We all right. That's enough. That's enough for the children.
Is this the green screen?
No, this is like black. Gray. It's gray. It's a blurry screen.
Come on. I'm just going to talk to it.
Get out of here.
I got it.
You.
That's
go,
the
go.
chair.
Go. See? Trying to be in the spotlight. Trying to be in the spotlight. Right, you see her. She in the back, like just slowly backing away, like. Yeah, you know what? I gotta figure out how to do a mix that's not gonna get like copyright claimed by YouTube. That's the weirdest thing. Like, I don't know if YouTube is like copyright claiming it or if people are copyright claiming it. You know, I don't know who's doing it, but somebody's copyright claiming it. You know. But you know what? Okay, let me do. I'm still new to this, y'all. Okay, let me just say hello to everybody. Okay. Ain't that what you're supposed to do? Say hello? I'm still new, y'all. I'm still new to this, okay? Please bear with me on wait, how do I'm still learning how to do this, so I don't know. But okay. Let's see. Oh, okay, so your team has been trying to contact you. Do you know my IG? Osiris? My IG is at DJ. It's the same as DJ Genesis Detroit. It's the same IG, my Instagram. So, yes, we definitely want to get we definitely want to get Princella's message out there, Diara. Hey, yes, power players are definitely in the building. Power players are here. Oh, yeah, Be Gold. How's it going? Thank you for showing up today. RW, hey, how are you? All righty. Feisty Goddess. Let's name who else is up in here. KM is in the building. Orendel's mother. Brenda's. Orendale mother? Okay. Mel Smith. Right now, she's trying to book something real quick. She said she's gonna be a couple minutes late, so she should be here pretty soon. Motivation. Oh, sorry, motivation and traffic. Okay. Tamika Draper. Sugar Hayes. It's gonna be intriguing, informative, and interesting. Well, if y'all got to see Netter, that really was something else. I mean, how many people put a one in the chat if you guys got to see the Netter interview? Okay. All right, Osiris. It's just the same thing as my name. DJ Genesis Detroit. That's my IG. How many people got to see it? All right, I see. Okay, I see a lot of ones in the building. Okay. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna allow people to come up and ask questions as well. So I'm not sure how to put up the how to pin the StreamYard to the top. So I'm still learning about stuff. Princella was flawless in her victory. That's Oyambi Gold says. Princella was flawless in her victory. Yes, she was. Now it's crazy because on Instagram there's been like a lot of mixed reviews as far as a commentary on that. And so that's some of the things I want to talk to Princella about, how she feels about some of the comments that were brought up and everything like that. Because like people were really like coming at her in the comments, you know. So I want to talk about that. And also, like I said, there's going to be an up and coming what you call? What's it called? Up and coming debate with Napa. Now Napa she is actually another female who actually is regularly on Sonetter TV. And she's been the only woman that's been going against, you know, and so she has some things that she agrees with Princella and some things that she does not agree. So that's going to be an interesting back and forth, right? Because Napa is very well known on the Sonetter platform, and if you guys already know Napa, she hold on. Okay. Should link to my channel. Okay. Also, if you guys, I'm gonna put this in the chat. If you guys get a chance, go check out https://Napashada to learn more about her. So if you guys get a chance, check her out at that's supposed to be a colon, not a semicolon. All right, so it looks like Princella is here. So here we go. I'm gonna bring her in. Hi, Princella. How are you doing?
I'm fantastic. How you doing?
Wonderful, wonderful. So how I was wanted to like kick this off. I wanted to thank you for the show with Sonetter. I wanted to get an idea and like get an idea of how you felt it went. The ups and downs, good side, bad side, and you know, ask you some questions about some of the comments that were made, things like that, and some of the backlash that has come with it.
Oh, well, you know, everything was cool. It was copacetic. So I was happy to be there and I was in my element, right? I'm all good when it comes to intellectual challenges. And what I understand is that these guys cannot hold a candle to me because they can't match me intellectually. So the only thing that they know how to do is name, call, and throw temper tantrums, because most of them are 3-year-olds in the mind. So, you know, when it comes to dealing with those kind of people, I already expect it, right? So it's good for me.
The pod. I gotta figure out. I gotta figure out how to get this link to the pop so that she can come up. But I was going to ask what you toward the end. I think that's when like things started to kind of heat up as far as the content was like as far as like how like you were received, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, how do you feel like about the transition from initially interviewing with Saner and then how the crowd when they began to kind of come up? Do you feel like that was kind of an ambush, or do you feel like
no, no, it ain't no ambush because first of all of these guys are on repeat. They are broken records. They've been saying the same thing for the last 27 years, right? They ain't changed their tune. So to have a bunch of guys come up there and literally parrot the same thing that we've been hearing on repeat, that's no match for me. That's no match for me. And so I felt like Bruce Lee up there with nunchucks. like get him off of me, right? Listen, that's just how it is, because they gonna say the same thing over and over. All of them gonna say the same thing. They don't have anything else to say, right? So all they did was bring a bunch of guys that I have never met to allow me to prove using them that they all the same, even though they don't think they are. They're all the same, even though they don't believe they are. I'm not trying to convince men of nothing. I'm opening women's eyes so that women can see who these guys are. And all they keep doing is proving me right. And they don't know how to stop proving me right. They can't. One, males don't listen to females. So I could tell them everything I'm going to do and they still ain't going to hear it, because they're just that elementary, right? And so it's like this. Keep on bringing them to me so that they can prove my teachings to women correct. I can't hear you.
I wanted to play one of the first people that you kind of got into it with. He was like the first one that kind of came out blazing, right? And I thought it was interesting how he kind of came out like already like I wanted you to like I want to know how you like kind of felt when like I mean like I wanted to get your thing about that. Okay.
This bullshit patriarchal religions. Fuck y'all God. I'm just telling you.
Oh God. See, this is what I'm talking about. The difference in having a man in a home to help that female child, that daughter, to become that flower.
Pause that.
Most High intended for her.
All right. How you gonna help somebody become a flower, right? Women are born with the value, right? They are the flower. You don't teach a person how to be a flower. The male is not God. They think that they have a power that they do not have, right? But what he's really saying is he needs a father to groom the daughter and manipulate the daughter to see some shit that ain't really there, so that these pedophiles, right, can have an easier time with less resistance. We need the father to brainwash the daughter so she don't see through the game that all of these dudes trying to run on her. Let me tell you, a flower or a rose supposed to have thorns, right? Thorns, so it can protect itself. You need to be poked. You need to be able to pick up, and you need to be, your hands need to bleed. That would need to happen.
Right, right.
Could be that she's not spoiled. See, I don't know what man hurt you.
Stop.
Some man did.
Stop. Listen. They on repeat. I don't know what man hurt you. Maybe the pedophile, right? Could it be the pedophile who wants a father to groom the daughter, right? So that your ass can pick her up and defile her? Could it be that? I don't know what man hurt you. Well, maybe y'all wouldn't have to keep saying a man hurt a woman to come to these conclusions, so that if they weren't actually hurting women, right? It's so many women with the same goddamn accusation coming from y'all. Maybe you wouldn't have to keep telling all the women that you hear talk this shit that some man hurt them, right? That's probably why we're talking the way we're talking, because some man hurt us, right? So am I supposed to do the same thing over and over and over again and expect a different result? Are all of these women supposed to continue to do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result if some man hurt them? I don't know what man. Baby, some girl might be saying you was one of the men that hurt her. Come on, because the way you talking, the show sound like that.
Exactly. And then I think that so that when once he got to say what he had to say, the next guy that came on, he tried to be more softer in his approach. I want to show that one. Let's show this one.
Mm-hmm.
I love her. She going in. And the sisters need to hear this, and some of you brothers need to hear this, because she is absolutely right. Y'all niggas be disrespecting these women, dogging these women, got these children being raised by their damn self, and then you get mad and say, look at how the babies are. Why is these babies all messed up? Because the goddamn father is not in the damn house. You niggas are impregnating these women and leaving the whole responsibility on the women to raise. And now you mad because she bringing that shit out? I'm not mad, nigga, because
the woman is the first teacher to the child, and Elijah Muhammad. Do you maintain that as well?
Yes. Okay, stop right there. Because
okay,
it's
well,
all
I
true.
agree with you there as well.
It's true. Okay. All right, stop that. Okay, so his thing was this. He wanted to come and try to butter me up, right? That was his thing, to come in softer, to come in nice, like he was setting me up, right? Getting me to do, this is a sales technique, right? One of the things that they do is a form of hypnotic sales techniques, right? You get a person into saying yes, right, to get them soft, and then you hit them with something else. Now, in hypnotic sales, once you get a person saying yes, when you get ready to finally ask them to invest $1,000 for some magazines, they're more apprehensive to say no, because they have gotten in the habit of saying yes and nodding. That's a sales game. That's technique, right? So what he doing is he wants to appear to be different than everybody else. Oh, I love her. I love her. Okay, I'm taking notes. I agree with you, right? Trying to seem less threatening. So this is a snakish type of thing that he doing. So he want to start asking me, well, you agree with this? You agree with this? You agree with this? And then boom, he gonna come left field where if you agree with all of that, then Malcolm X, then you say, so that means Malcolm X is one of these can't love, irresponsible, blah. Well, first of all, Malcolm X started off as a degenerate, right? Why are you not looking at the beginning of Malcolm X? Because Malcolm X was a Pookie and Ray Ray before he became Malcolm X. All right. So, but that's neither here nor there. If he took all of the notes that he claimed that he took, why did he not take the notes of the normal distribution curve or the population curve that I had showed? Because they don't pay no attention. They not listening to understand. They are listening to try to counter. So he wanted to come from the position that he was actually paying attention when he really wasn't, right? To think he was going to trip me up on my shit, right? And so, boom, like I've been working on this shit for so long, y'all gonna have to come better than that, right? But that wasn't nothing but another piece of game that he failed at.
Okay, I'm gonna play the rest of it so they can see how you try to come with the nonsense. Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree. 100%. So we're on the same page, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Now the Bible, train up the child in the way that he should grow, so when he gets old, he should not depart from it. You
Correct.
maintain that as well?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so now let's get down to like the basic issues, because you said some stuff. One of the main things you said is that men are incapable of love.
Yes.
Or of being able to love, yes?
Yes.
So, like I said, I'm a Bible believer and I believe in God. So the first thing I do when somebody says something like that is I run to the Bible. You have to forgive me.
All right, stop.
Okay. I was like, what?
I'm based in science. So as soon as you say something, you run to a fictional book, right? You run to a fictional book when I'm basing my shit on science and math. That's the first indicator of a loss. But continue.
Does the Bible say about this? All right. And what I came up with is John 15:13. All right. I'm gonna just read it for you quickly if it's okay. All right. They say, greater love has no man than this. He may lay down his life for his friend. All right. And it's a simple verse. And the reason I said that is because of the three men, well, not the three, but the two men that I asked you about. I could say three because Elijah Muhammad would be one. About the quotes, all right? So now, would you say, my basic question is this, would you say that Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad, Martin Luther King would be, how should I put it? Okay, emotionally retarded, with no emotional vocabulary, that throw temper tantrums, uncontrolled humans with no structure, oh man, incapable of love.
Let me ask you this question. Did you write?
What does it sound like to you? Like, what do you think he was basically doing there?
Well, what he was trying to do is prove that men are capable of love by pulling out anomalies like Malcolm X. How many Malcolm X are in the Black community? Huh? How many of these Pookies and Ray Rays turned out to be Malcolm X number 2? You want to pull a random motherfucker and then you want to use that anomaly that's in 3 standard deviations to the right to paint him as if he represents all men. These dudes are so beat down in their psychology that they have to find a image or a person to use as a shield so that they can say he represents us all, because they don't have the collective does not reflect a Malcolm X. Malcolm X does not reflect or speak for the whole, but that's what he was trying to do. And that's why I hit him with the standard deviation curve, talking about the normal distribution, and 3 standard deviations to the right is where a Malcolm X would fall into. So what we talking about? Because I account for all of these anomalies simply by going back to the normal distribution curve. So what else we talking about? See, these dudes are too elementary and they are too mentally retarded to box with me intellectually. They can't. So the only thing that they can do is throw a temper tantrum. When they get cornered, the only thing that they can do is name call and throw a temper tantrum. So while you got that up, what I want you to do, I want you to pull up something and I want you to put it on the screen. Okay. Okay. I want you to pull up Graham's hierarchy of disagreement. I want you to pull up Graham's hierarchy of disagreement and put it on the screen so that everybody can see it. Right. Yep. Mm-hmm. Graham's hierarchy of disagreement. You can somehow make that bigger so everybody can see it. What I want to point out in this hierarchy here, can you make that bigger? Can you magnify it? Okay. All right. They should probably be able to see that good enough. Okay. So at the very bottom is where the majority of people will exist on any pyramid. On any pyramid. You made it small again. Put it back up where you had it. Okay. That is the easiest place to exist, on the bottom of the damn pyramid. Okay. It's harder to be at the top of the pyramid, right? Climbing Mount Everest. Ain't but a few people gonna make it up to the top of Mount Everest. Most people gonna be stuck at the bottom. Okay. When you're in a quote unquote argument or a debate or whatever you call it, the people who are the least skilled, who are the most childish, who lack the ability to have an intellectual discussion, they will be at the bottom of the pyramid, and their tactic in discussion is name calling. And it sounds like, based on the hierarchy, it says, sounds something like you're an asshat. So the male, there you go, thank you. And so the male, when they get into a disagreement with me, when they talk, they are children. They exist on the name calling at the very bottom of the pyramid. You single, you a lesbian, you hurt, which is what old boy, which is what the preacher came out. I don't know who hurt you. Name calling, right? They can't, the male is childish. He can't stop being a 2-year-old, right? Then the next level, the next step up is ad hominem attacks. Attack the characteristics. Oh, you look like a man, right? Oh, you a lesbian. Attacks the characteristics or authority of the writer without addressing the substance of the argument. This is where these dudes reside. They are retarded. So when they talk to me, they don't even realize that all they're doing is proving what I teach women that they are. Because when a dude get into a discussion with me, he got one or two goddamn choices. And I'm going to win every time. Why? Because the only options they have is you will submit to the truth, or you are going to come out of character and start acting like a toddler. Those are the only two options.
Ain't this also called like logical fallacy?
No, that's something totally different. Right?
Oh, okay. This is not the same thing as logical fallacy. Okay.
No. So, boom, because these dudes are ego driven. They ego driven, and they don't know how to intellectually box, because none of them study, right? They don't do no study. All they do is hear somebody say something that appeals to their feelings, and then they start repeating the shit like a broken record. So they don't have the ability to go against me. Then, number 3, responding to tone. They criticize the tone of the writer without addressing the substance of the argument. You sound hurt. I don't know who hurt you. You sound real masculine. You aggressive. This is the retardation. This is where they arguments reside. Name calling ad hominem and responding to tone. That's where the male exists when he calls himself talking to me. They can't do it. And what you'll find out when you start playing it again, all we gonna have to do is point to each one of these areas that these dudes are talking, that they're talking in. Then the next level up, the higher you go up, the more skilled you become. Now, this is when you start talking to me. See, when you're talking to them, they are the first three. But then you start talking to me and you go up and up and up. Contradiction states the opposing case with little or no supporting evidence. Them, that's what they do. They state the opposing case with little to no evidence. I don't do that. They do that. Well, they'll come up with a so-called fact out of their ass to try to address me, right? But they don't have no evidence. See, when I talk, I always have evidence, and I can source all of my sites or cite all my sources. Then you get to me right here at counter argument, right? Contradicts and then backs it up with reasoning and supporting evidence. That's me right there. I contradict what they say, and then I back it up with supporting evidence and reasoning. This is a higher level of thinking. Down here at the bottom is total emotionalism. When you get up here, right, you start to rely on facts. They can't do that. Then you get up to refutation. Finds the mistake and explains it why it's mistaken using quotes. That's my skill level. I always use quotes. I not only use quotes to prove my point, that truth stands the test of time, by quoting people like Galileo, quoting people like Mark Twain, quoting people like Napoleon Hill and George Orwell and all these other people. I use quotes because this is higher level intellectual challenging, right? The black male is for sure the black male. He's so damn retarded. He can't communicate on this level. He can only communicate in the emotional zone, which is at the very base of the pyramid, and he can't stop it. Then you get to the very top of the pyramid where the least amount of people exist, refuting the central point. The male can never refute the central point. And I always refute the central points of an argument. I don't care what they talk about, right? Willie, I did. I just said y'all asses are retarded, right? And until you can have a discussion that exists at the upper echelon of the pyramid, then you will be retarded. Okay, I surely will call you that because that's exactly how y'all act every time I talk to you.
Really, yeah. So, anyways, that's one of the reasons why I was so attracted to your content was because I didn't see that many women that was actually coming. That was actually coming like from a fact base, as far as what women were concerned, that were bringing up facts, bringing up data, bringing them, because like I thought that a lot of times when women got into arguments, it was an emotional argument versus another emotional argument, but then they would come at the woman saying, well, where's the facts at? Get your facts, get your stats, get your this. And you're coming with the facts and the stats, and people still saying that you ain't doing this and you ain't doing that.
You know why they can't? Because the male's ego is at risk. The male needs to live in a land of delusion. The raw dog truth does not support male existence. The male cannot allow women to see the truth because it threatens his survival. Men depend on women living in la la land. Men depend on women selling themselves lies about males' existence. They depend on women seeing potential in them and making decisions off of potential. And the potential that the women supposedly see don't even exist in that male, and he know that. So when women start saying the truth, men start getting scared. And this is when because they operate in fear and they so scared of not surviving, they are more emotional. So they come out in every argument. They will be like 2-year-olds because their egos are so threatened. This is why I tell women to stop listening to them and stop talking to them, because they irrelevant. And see, every time I say a male is irrelevant, that piss him off and make him even more mad, and he get to throwing temper tantrums. He can't stop it, and he can't stop.
One of the comments that somebody said to me that was I guess made on like a TikTok. It was saying that if you're saying that all the men are worthless, right? If it takes the male seed to create the men, but men also, the male seed also creates the woman, then wouldn't the man and the woman not be worth anything or trash or whatever? You know?
No. First of all, males don't carry seeds. They don't carry seeds. They're fertilizer. Okay. The seeds, where do you typically get seeds from?
The plant, the female, the actual flower, or the fruit or whatever.
Fruit. Right. Fruits are not male. Those are plant ovaries. Those are tree ovaries. Males don't have no damn ovaries. Seeds do not come in the male. The seed of life is feminine. So just by that, they so silly, they don't have no knowledge on science. They have no knowledge on science. They just parrot what sound good to make them feel relevant. Seeds do not come from males. They come from females in all of nature. The Y chromosome is a degenerate X missing a whole bunch of genes. Masculine energy comes from the feminine, right? It comes from the feminine. So males come from women. That's a fact. They don't like that because they want to feel needed. The Y chromosome's job here is to copy himself. They want to copy Y chromosomes because guess what? The X is eternal. The X is eternal. It's stagnant. It's not going nowhere. When a woman is pregnant with a girl child, she's carrying 3 generations of female in her womb. I mean, just within, that's 3 generations of female within just one woman. The X is perpetual. The male cannot exist without the feminine. Now, how did so many men get copied? Most men want little boys. They don't want girls. They want boys because it's a biological wire in them that tells them to keep copying the Y chromosome so they can stay on planet Earth. This is why they need women. So patriarchal religions stripped women of the right and subjugated them and made them baby making machines or Xerox machines to copy male Y chromosomes. They are like the Y chromosome acts like a virus. It wants to keep replicating itself, right? It wants to keep replicating itself. So they need the host, which is the female body, to do it. If the woman refuses, the male starts to get scared about his existence. The woman always gonna exist. The male, not so much. So go ahead.
Here's a question. So here the Y chromosome is disappearing. What will happen to men? She's saying, well, if we don't produce with males, where will children come from?
Well, here's the thing. Parthenogenesis has always been a thing. Females came first. The oldest bones on the planet were of a woman. All of the oldest bones are of women. That's a fact. The male didn't show up to hundreds of thousands of years later. So the woman has a parthenogenesis gene in her that's currently turned off. The infinite intelligence of planet Earth, which is a living, breathing organism, is the one that's in control. At any point that the infinite intelligence wants to reactivate those genes, she can. But no amount of fucking you gonna do is gonna make you stay here if the divine feminine, the all creator, say, I'm gonna send an asteroid and tear this bitch up. Now what? Now what? Right? So if these guys, this shows you the lack of spirituality of the male. Because if you are a spiritual being, which clearly they're not, they are in their lowest nature. If you were so spiritual, why the fuck you trying to stay on planet Earth when you know that you're an eternal being that is just having a human experience? What the fuck you trying to stay here for? Why you so scared of death if you truly are as spiritual and as highly enlightened as you claim to be? You don't believe that because you are an animal and you are a fucking parasite who is trying to fuck up the planet, right? Right?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. So
they have no idea what they're talking about, right? And I know some of these cats love to think because y'all Charleston White. I saw somebody mention Charleston White. See, Charleston White knew good and well what he could say to get people to side with him after he was destroyed on that whole platform. See, what these dudes don't know, if Charleston checked me so much, if he checked me so much, why is he so mad right now? Why is he so upset right now?
Yeah, I did speak to him, and he was saying that, you know, he felt like his grandma and them were like, well, you did, that was he loves all his grandma, his wife, and his side chick and all that people, and it's not right that he feels like he was made to be represented the wrong way. Like he looked like whatever.
So Charleston White feels like he was represented the wrong way when he was doing the most of the talking? How? Right? So Charleston White supposedly checked me so much, but Charleston White is mad right now and in his feelings because he feels like he was portrayed the wrong way, even though Charleston was the one sitting up here saying all of the things that he was saying, right? So it was Charleston who said, these dudes ain't gonna rape no white bitch, but they'll fuck on a little girl. They might fuck on a little girl, but they ain't gonna rape no white bitch. This came out of Charleston's mouth on camera, right? Right. That came out of his mouth. He was the one throwing temper tantrums. He was the one that knocked over a glass of wine because he was jumping up and down. He told me up where. He checked me where, right? Oh, I don't have a man, right? When I made it clear that I don't even date men. You're right. I don't have a fucking parasite who agrees, listen, who agrees that raping and killing is the nature of a man. That came out of Charleston White's mouth too. Y'all didn't hear that? Yeah, raping and killing is the nature of a man. And then he co-signs and says, she ain't lying. These are the words. But see, when he was losing that, when he kept losing, when he figured out that he was done with, he then says, don't listen to somebody with no man, because that was his only tool, because he already knows that's a popular talking point that'll get people on his side after he got obliterated for the whole hour and 46 minutes. So I'm gonna say this. So it don't matter to me what no male thinks, because the value is in women. And as long as women are listening to me, I don't care what men think. So a man can say you ain't got no man. I don't give a fuck, because women listen to me. I don't care. A man can say I'm bad built. I don't care. Women are listening to me. The male can say whatever he wants to say because women are listening to me. And all the male is going to do is expose the truth about what I'm saying by them continuing to do what they're doing. And I can tell them what I'm doing because I know they can't stop it. The male cannot stop being a male, so he is inevitably going to show his hand. And as long as women keep listening to me, they will begin to see men's behavior in the right light, and they will stop dealing with them.
Period. And you know what? I was going to show them some of the meltdown. Some people probably didn't get to see the meltdown from Charleston. Well, how that whole thing went down. So I wanted to show a little bit of that as well, because a little snippet of that. So since we're talking about it, for those who didn't get to see it, so.
Hey, go to 4646. Hit 40. Go to 4640. 4642.
46.
There you go, right there.
Okay.
Over there. So I'm telling you, these men, that's what they want.
Nah, they ain't gonna rape no white bitch. They may
They
fuck
won't.
on a little girl. They ain't, nigga, one thing I know about these niggas in America, they ain't finna do nothing to no white person.
So go back, rewind it again. 4640. Man, baby, when they got their testosterone up, baby, they went and raped kids, dogs, men, women, and it was so bad over there. So I'm telling you, these men, that's what they want.
Nah, they ain't gonna rape no white bitch. They may fuck on a little girl. They ain't, nigga, one thing I know about these niggas in America, they ain't finna do nothing to no white person, especially not no white bitch. These niggas is too scared of white folk. No, they'll do everything in the black community. And I'm saying, okay, nigga, if y'all want to do this, let's go across the railroad tracks and do it. Let's make some songs
now pause.
about raping a white bitch.
So he say, I know these niggas ain't gonna do nothing to a white bitch. And they do all this in the community. They may fuck on a little girl, but they ain't gonna rape no white bitch. So who, since they ain't raping white women, who is these little girls, these niggas, did he say that these niggas will fuck on, right? Who are they? Keep playing it.
Yeah, so I'm playing some more. So
y'all got songs talking about putting a molly in the girl drink. So let's make us some songs talking about killing white babies. Boy, y'all got songs talking about killing our babies smoking on Tuka. Let's smoke on some white babies. Let's smoke on some white, yeah. Let's say fuck, yeah. So I'm with that shit because I understand we are a nation of people, not a race of people. I don't give a fuck about the race. I care about my kind that's within the nation. I know there was a faction of the Black Panther Party. Them niggas went out and became.
So he's basically saying it's okay to say this about raping white women and raping, but then he just said that he don't care about the race, but he only cares about the nation. So it sounds like he was just rambling and didn't really. I guess it was more about because I think one thing Charleston say is he's there to entertain, right?
That's what he claimed, but here at this point, he in full ego mode. He in full ego mode because he caught himself. When at 46, he say they may fuck on a little girl, and he caught himself. And this is where all of the antics started happening at. Right when he said that, he was never able to bounce back from admitting that grown ass dudes fuck little girls in the black community, because he say, I know one thing they ain't gonna do is they ain't gonna rape no white bitch, but they doing it to their own. He literally just said that. Then he turns around right after this, keep playing it, and I say, yeah, He gonna say raping and killing is in the nature of a man. And I say, yeah, that's what I kept telling y'all. And he said, yep, she showed right. See, they're sitting up here clipping him saying, oh, you ain't got no man, while they are missing the reason why he came undone to say that, to shift the whole damn thing into his favor after he was obliterated. Because once he said that, it all went downhill from there. Because prior to that, prior to the rape question, Charleston White was in full agreement with me. 100% agreement with everything I said until oh, wait a minute. Y'all was really up here promoting this nigga just what, a minute ago. Now when you hear him say, no, he don't represent all of it. No, keep dick riding like you was, nigga. Keep dick riding like you was. Right? That's right. You niggas support this motherfucker. Y'all support him. Y'all like that shit. And so Charleston agreed that this was the nature of a man. Guess what? Keep playing it. Let it get there. Go ahead and play it.
Serial rapists. Raping and fucking and killing is just part of the man's nature.
Oh, pause. Say it again.
Yeah.
Raping, fucking, and killing. Look, rewind it just a little bit. Raping, fucking, and killing is just part of the man's nature. Yeah, that just came out of his damn mouth.
Okay, nigga, if y'all want to do this, let's go across the railroad tracks and do it. Let's make some songs talking about raping a white bitch. Y'all got songs talking about putting the money in the girl drink. So let's make us some songs talking about killing white babies. Y'all got songs talking about killing our babies smoking on Tuka. Let's smoke on some white babies. Let's smoke on some white, yeah. Let's say fuck, yeah. So I'm with that shit because I understand we are a nation of people, not a race of people. I don't give a fuck about the race. I care about my kind that's within the nation. I know there was a faction of the Black Panther Party. Them niggas went out and became serial rapists. Raping and fucking and killing is just part of the man's nature.
Pause. Raping, fucking, and killing is just part of the man's nature. Now, they was all on this shit. Oh, Priscilla got destroyed by Charleston. Oh, yeah? After he just said, yeah, they'll fuck on a little girl. Then he say raping, fucking, and killing is just part of the man's nature. Press play. What else he say?
Yeah. Raping and killing is just part of the man's nature.
I told you. It's part of their nature. So why, when you think they come in your house, you got them around your kids? See, these men keep telling you we visual.
Niggas ain't turned on by kids.
No. Pause. Stop. Oh, he got me though. This nigga just backtracked within 60 seconds. Within 60 seconds of saying they may fuck on a little girl and raping, fucking, and killing is part of a man's nature. Within 60 seconds, his ass backtracking. Oh no, they ain't gonna fuck on no little girl or no little kids. See, yeah. This y'all king, this who males support, this who they agree with. And all of these dudes said, yup, Charleston is 100% right. So after Charleston, this is where the whole interview went in the direction that it went. Because prior to that, if you go back to the beginning, Charleston like, oh yeah, she got us down pat. Oh, she an expert. It all went left as he tried to clean up. Raping, fucking, and killing is part of a man's nature, and they may fuck on a little girl, but they ain't gonna rape no white bitch. So, Genesis, go back to the beginning of the damn interview so we can see his goddamn tone at the beginning.
Well, I learned how she had to fight against everything. So she like a I'm sitting here listening to her. She's like a gay gay male who were raised around all his aunties and aunts and things and know everything about a woman. So he can go out and be this. So she didn't try to become a man. Yeah, she looked kind of tough, but she didn't become a man. She just soaked up all this knowledge and data. She can really teach. So I understand now, because I had no knowledge of who she was. What I just seen her on Fresh and Fit, and I said, yeah, that's my partner. Way she had a sucker ass nigga.
Oh, whoa, damn. So he was in full agreement and putting his stamp on me before we got to the rape shit. Before we got to the rape shit, he was in full agreement with me. He was in full agreement, Philip. And I'm gonna ask you, Genesis, to stop putting this nigga comments on the screen, because I don't give a fuck what this nigga saying. He could dick ride somewhere else. But for the last he say I kept going back to my book. First of all, I didn't go to my book until Charleston kept saying it wasn't all, it's only one man. It's all these different men. But my book is 41 Shades of Men. So he starts saying shit about men where it's some men that like to fuck dudes. Guess what? I went to my book that I wrote, nigga. I wrote the motherfucker. And I'm telling women to go read my book about men. He starts calling out different types of men that's in my book. You goddamn right I went to it, nigga. Y'all dudes are weak as fuck and they need a daddy. These dudes need a daddy. They need somebody to come get the big bad Princella. Charleston, somebody, I wish Kevin Samuels was here. If Kevin Samuels was here, he would have got her. Charleston got her now. Charleston pissed off right now. Charleston pissed off right now because he feels like the way he's being portrayed is off, even though he's the one who say this shit. I didn't say that. He said it. He said it. I'm just opening women's eyes and opening their damn ears. And y'all mad because you want women to accept your degenerate nature and make excuses for you. I'm not letting women make excuses for your degenerate behavior. I'm letting women see who you are by allowing y'all motherfuckers to talk. I'm allowing you low grade niggas to talk and show your real self. And you're doing it while you're sitting up here communicating now, right? Trying to protect your ego, looking for a daddy to save you, looking for a daddy to represent you, looking for a daddy to speak for you. That's what y'all do.
So yeah, I was trying to see if Nepal was in the building. Nepal, are you here? If you can, I sent the StreamYard link to your email if you're here. We definitely wanted to get back to talking about the Sonnetter interview, but I know this thing got heated up because this Charleston content is continuous. It's still hot out here, you know. So some people are just now finding it. Some people are still getting the information about it. So yeah, I'm gonna play a little bit more of what he said, so you guys can get an idea of how heated it got.
You know, right now they can't see it because I'm still alive. But if you walk into my
put it on the screen so we can see
the children, the mothers, the teachers, the prisoners, the judges, go say he's a loving man. I don't get y'all see. That's how I can get on here and say the things that I say. But my love ain't for everybody, because that'll deplete you as a man. You pick and choose who you give your love to. The world is ugly, so I don't love the world. Humans have become nasty and mean and uncaring, so I don't love those kind of people. I look for my kind. And how do I recognize
pause
my
that.
kind? By action.
Pause that. That in and of itself proves that he's incapable of love, because love, the concept of love, don't even function like that. The concept of love is a flowing energy, and it ain't got nothing to do with what you expect other people to do for you. It ain't got nothing to do with that. Any person sitting up here saying, I pick and choose who I get, that person ain't capable of no damn love. Right? Right? But this is why I teach what love truly is. in my Love, Men, and Manipulation Decoded workshop, in my 5 components of love. The male is not capable of love. And it's this manipulative bullshit right there that I pick and choose who I give my love to, that got women jumping through hoops to get something that don't even exist in the male, because she thinks it makes her a special type of person. But a person who love, right, who loves but willing to rape, beat, kill. Charleston even said in that same interview, I kick your ass and I still love you while I'm beating your ass. Ladies, do that sound like love to you? That sound like love to you? The same person who sat up here and said that they'll fuck on a little girl, that men will fuck on little girls, but they won't rape and beat white women, raping, killing, and raping, killing, and molesting, and all that shit is part of the man's nature. I'll beat your ass and love you while I'm beating your ass. This came out of his mouth. He also said, love ain't what you can give, it's what you can take. Right? And women take a lot. How much a woman can take, how much abuse a woman can take is the act of love. This all came out of Charleston's mouth. Oh, a man pick and choose who he give his love to because it depletes you as a man, but it don't deplete a woman for taking that much goddamn abuse. Right? And y'all sit up here and listen to this clown fuckery and say and associate all of this negative shit with the concept of love. And you'll argue with me as opposed to listening to the fuckery that's coming out of the male's mouth. Ladies, all I need to know is that the kind of love you want? Is that what love look like to you? If that's what they think love is, hey, let them think that. But you don't have to participate, ladies. You don't have to participate in the fuckery.
Shay, I wanted to welcome Napa Shada to the panel. Hi, Napa.
Yes, peace to Prince Bella, the Queen Maker. Peace to you, Genesis, and peace to the audience.
Yeah, so I wanted to get your feedback on how you think the Sun Netter interview went, and I want you to discuss I know that you had some points that you guys are going to be debating. I'm not sure when the debate is going to be coming up on the Sun Netter channel. And I wanted to get just give a precursor to some of the things and just have you guys talk.
Right. Thank you. And I'm looking forward to not just the debate, as I said before. I look forward to having many different discussions with you, Princella. You are highly intelligent, and you, as I said to you before, you are a revolutionary. And so first and foremost, I want to say that I absolutely respect your movement and your research and the platform that you are on, meaning your stance. So that's something that is important. We need something polarizing because of what has been going on within, not just, I don't want to just say Black love, but just as far as gender wars, which really have been going on since the beginning of civilization. So I don't want to go too far back, but about the Sun Netter interview, I thought it was fantastic. She was, I love the way she handled everyone who approached her in her information. And I liked the way she did assert her dominance, because I am a women's advocate. I teach that women are that the woman is the first God in this realm. So, but I do have other teachings as well. I teach that there is an order of submission. I know that is in stark opposition to patriarchy. I know that's in stark opposition to your teachings, Princella, That's why I said I want to do more than just a debate. I want to sit with you and discuss that. But there is 100% an imbalance, and there is too much misogyny. There's too much, we're so used to women taking, the kick in the face, or when I tell people women should be submissive, they think that means doormat. Society thinks that means you're supposed to be a toilet, and that's exactly what I say. You're not a toilet, you're not a doormat. You are the power. And my philosophy is you give the power over, you distribute power to those who are worthy. And that's when I say the males are who are worthy. So then we get into our discussion, or what we would say our debate. It's going to be 100% respectful, because like I said, Princella, I have a lot of respect for you. I do believe, and from my research, it's not just to believe, that there is within males and females a lot of behavioral issues that have been programmed, and I see it as a sociological issue. However, yes, the biology, and then I'm going to hand it over to you when I talk about the biology, Queen. The biology is there, and I'd say that males and females are predisposed to a lot biologically before we even get to programming in sociology. However, then there's so many intricate details that we have to look at, that within the biology, some of the biology is developed because of environment. You get what I'm saying? I know you get what I'm saying, but I'm saying everybody. So in the womb, we might have a child or a mother. So it all goes back to the mother. So I'm 100% for putting the woman first. I will stand here and say that. Some people might say that contradicts what I teach. It doesn't. The woman is first. She is first, and she deserves the recognition. She deserves the praise. She deserves to be seen as the powerhouse and as the nucleus of everything. However, in the womb, when there's something environmental that affects the mother, then we have the biology of the child also being affected. So there's so much to take apart. What I want to ask you about that, Princella, but about the interview with Sonetter, she was a star as usual. But about the men can't love, that's what our debate is going to be about. I look at that like it's like a tangled web. We've got the behavior, we've got the sociology, we've got the biology that is also affected by the social environment. How do you address that, Princella?
Oh, it's real simple. It's real simple. Sociology does not come before the biology. Wait a minute, Amaya. Wait. Sociology does not come before the biology, first and foremost. And if you understand sociology, it means environments can change and they're manipulated by human beings, right? So sociology is not a science. When you go to college, sociology is not taught in the science department. It's taught in the liberal arts department, okay? That means it is an art or a development of an art form. So these environments that have been intentionally created come after the biology, because you can't start nothing without the base of all life, which is biology first. So you have to strip sociology away, because it don't start there. You have to go back to the base before there was ever even a social structure to understand what the nature of a person is. The nature of a person does not begin with the artificial creation of different environments, which is sociology. Psychology is the middle ground, which is the second step, because sociology is the third step. Psychology is the second step, which is directly above or secondary to biology, right? It is how the mind is impacted. Right? It is how the mind is conditioned. It is how the mind responds to stimuli. Now you go back to the base of all of this. First and foremost, you can't say that men are capable of love or even have an issue with it if you can't define love. If you can't define love, then we ain't got no business talking about love, right? 2, it's several places on the body of the male that you can visually see with your eyes that you can say that the male is absolutely incapable of. You ain't gonna argue with me if I say men are incapable of producing breast milk. You're not gonna argue with me there. You're not gonna argue with me that men are incapable of pushing a child out of their body. You're not gonna argue with me there. But because love is a concept which is abstract that you can't see with your physical eyes, y'all are lost in this, and you must assume that the male is capable. But the male has a bunch of impediments biologically with his brain that prevents him from even communicating appropriately. They don't even have the access to the same level of words, vocabulary that a woman has. That's why they say a man of few words, because males have biological impediments that makes them incapable of doing a lot of stuff that women do. This is verifiable. So then when you look at the chromosomal level, which I don't care what environment you create, you ain't finna change the chromosomes, the sex chromosomes, X and Y. The Y chromosome is missing hundreds of genes that the female ain't missing. So how can you absolutely say that a male is capable when you can look on a biological level and see that he incapable of a whole bunch of shit, right? So before you deal with the internal environment, how did the in vivo environment get jacked up? First and foremost, you have to go to the basis of life, which you find in biology, because the 5 characteristics of life, which will help you understand all life if you understand these 5 characteristics of life, which is it must maintain homeostasis. It must change and grow. It must process energy, must be multicellular, and it must respond to environmental stimuli. These are the 5 characteristics of life. Your body is a microcosm of the solar or the galactic macrocosm. We are the universe in condensed form. So we are a reflection of the Most High. Inside of our body is a whole universe. It is an entire environment. And guess what? We are living organisms. Sperm is a stimulus. Sperm is a stimulus. So when it enters the internal environment, that internal environment is going to respond to the new stimulus that was injected into it. What is in the male's sperm? What is in the male's seminal fluid? And what is it doing to the internal environment? It starts there, right? So if we're not breaking down this, because the fact of the matter is, I'm going to go back to your word submit. The etymology of submit, which is the late 14th century, to place oneself under the control of another. So we're going to place the male who is missing a whole bunch of genes, who operates mainly from one side of the brain, who don't integrate the feminine or the right side of the brain into his behavior. We're going to put ourselves under the control of a person who is biologically inferior to the original? Make it make sense. Because the feminine, these cellular devices, the computer that we doing this on, the computer contains the motherboard, not the fatherboard. The motherboard. The divine feminine is the true God. What does the true God look like placing herself under the control of her creation? It makes no sense. And nobody is going to say anything to make me think otherwise when all of the evidence proves that we are out of divine order and men are out of pocket and they out of place. Motherboard, right? Mother Earth, Mother Nature, the cosmic mother, apple cider vinegar with the mother. Where is the father? He ain't in the house. He ain't in the apple cider vinegar. He ain't in the goddamn computer. Where is the father? He ain't in the seeds because the seeds are in the damn fruits. Where is the father? But we're going to go against all of nature, and then we're going to place ourselves under the control of the male who ain't nowhere to be found in any of these places. Make it make sense is all I got to say.
Yes. Can you hear me? Thank you. Yes, I agree. Where is the father? That is a really wonderful question. Where is the father in everything? Because right now people might try to say we're in a gynocracy and blame women, but this is a patriarchal society. And throughout time, since men have been ruling, there's been death and destruction and chaos. I absolutely agree with that. However, I want to ask, I got to find out, let me clarify myself as far as submission. Yes, if we look at etymology of words and go to a word and define the word and try to apply it, that would not exactly be what the construct what I'm envisioning. When I was raised, my father was the patriarch of the house, but everything was my mother as the nucleus. My father had the last say so, but my mother was the one who made that possible for him to have the last say so. So that's the thing about, we need to redefine words. We need to redefine submission. We need to redefine a lot.
Hold on. No. See, this is where we all get screwed, because we want to feel like, first of all, this word has been in existence since the 14th century. Now we want to take words that have been in existence, that have programmed. Let me tell you something about DNA. Everything on this planet and in this entire universe is coded by language. Language is the master code for everything, right? So your ATGC, right? Cytosine, right? All that stuff, that these amino acids that have to be chained a certain way to code your DNA, that is a language that stores information, that creates the holographic image that's standing up here. You don't get to change that. It is what it is. The word submission has always meant what it meant, and it still means that. Just because we feel words should mean something else so we can change it to fit our personal feelings, no, it don't work like that. I base my assessments on fact, not feeling. And the fact and the meaning of that word means to place oneself under the control of another. That's the reason why it's synonymous to obey, to love, honor, and obey. Submit. It has never meant nothing powerful, ever. And we not changing words to fit our narrative because we don't like the reality of the world. No, we can't do that.
Okay. Well, we don't have to use the word submission. This isn't about the word submission. This isn't even, I agree with you then. It's a very triggering word. And there's a lot of pain. Women have been abused behind it. People, not just women, our people, Black people have been abused behind it. Religious people have beat it into the ground. So we don't even have to use that word. What we can do, though, is focus on balance. And that's where I want to get to, back to what I'm excited to debate with you. I like what you said about what is love. We would have to really analyze what we define as love. And I like the things that you say, break down. I'm sorry, I have not yet gotten your book, but obviously I want to read it for very many reasons, especially just to get more information on your philosophy and find out totally where you come from as far as your research on how you define love. Now, again, I'm talking when I speak about male-female relationships. So let me reset, because that word submission is very painful for a lot of people. However, I do want to talk about male-female relationships and the place of the male in society, because males are a part of our world. I love what you say. I love a lot of what you teach. However, we're going to talk about where I'm starkly opposed. I don't want it to get to where, from my perspective, it's a type of eugenics or a type of, annihilation of the male part of our species.
Okay, let me ask you this question before you go there. Are you familiar with the one-child policy?
Of course, yeah, and especially in China.
They didn't give a fuck about killing baby girls under these.
I know. And it was catastrophic.
Right, and it has caused planetary problems all over the globe. Right, so this idea about when men have implemented under patriarchy the death and destruction, because let me tell you, here's the thing.
I agree with you.
That's the nature of the male. We just sat up here and heard killing, raping, and beating. Killing, fucking, raping is the nature of the male. That is not the nature of the female, right?
Okay.
So this eugenics idea that we're trying to attach to women, if you take women out the picture, men are going to destroy themselves. They will kill each other. They will fight each other. They will rape each other. So putting this on the woman as if raising consciousness in the women is going to somehow be the crucial thing that destroys men when the men are the destroyers, I need to understand that.
Okay, let me just get a full thought out. I never said anything about women destroying men as far as women being villains. I'm talking about the philosophy that you're pushing. So let me get a whole thought out without being, if you could let me just get this all out. We're going to go back to the foundation where you said biology. There is a lot of evidence that there are, you may call them anomalies, but they're not. When we talk about biology, we're talking about, we're starting with human beings. We're not starting with looking at gender. That's where I said it gets dangerous as far as an examination of, like you even admit, the catastrophic one-child policy in many nations. And of course, women, because there's worldwide misogyny and hatred for women. The female was just discarded, the female baby. So I wanted to say we cannot make the same mistakes that ignorant, misogynistic, brute patriarchs who moved at a lower vibration like animals. We don't want to make those same mistakes, because we are women and we are superior. I will repeat that. We are superior in intellect. We are superior in as far as analyzing people's emotion and behavior. We're very instinctive. We can read energy like no man can do, and that's science. However, we do need to, as responsible, as the creators of male and female, we are the gods. We cannot move like males and say, okay, you destroy, we destroy. We're better than that.
Where did
I just want to get this all thought out.
thing? I know, but
I
where did
just want to get
destroy thing?
well, no, we don't have to use the word destroy. We cannot go to a point where we start to move like they do, because then we'll be based like them. Instead, my position is we will rule well. We will designate and divvy power out to males who, you even are going with your teachings, who have followed command and program. I'm sorry to the brothers who don't like to hear that. She's on to something. Who are logical minded, who have the wiring of their brain is more about spatial and puzzles and following that way. They can't read people like we can as women. Definitely organize well. Hold on, please. I'm lying. Right. Okay, so what we're going to do, working with your teachings and working with my teachings, we're going to make sure that we don't have, oh my gosh, somebody's calling me. We have women, when they have men in vitro, male babies in vitro, we don't have them affected by abuse, which is usually stems from misogyny in society, sociologically. We're going to make sure that we get it back in balance. So I agree with you about, biology coming first, but you see the vicious cycle. It's like, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Was the mother who had the male baby in her womb getting beaten by a male? Did the male baby get affected that way? And then, you know what I'm saying? Because that is science, and we could get into that in the debate. So I'm excited. I love your talking points, but I never want sisters to think that I say, just obey every bit of the patriarchy and the imbalance. Be a doormat, be a toilet. Let men have everything. Men already have everything. We're taking it back, and that's why I said I want to be a part of your paradigm shift. However, with me, I want to work with you where we stay balanced and we don't turn out to be the brutes and the people that men are, because at the end of the day, we all have the instinct. When we hear Charleston say, oh, that's the nature of men, that's the nature of people. But the man is stronger biologically, physically. He's stronger, so he commits the rape easier on the children and the women. No. Let me just land my plane. Let me land my plane. History proves that slavery was never male. It was only women and children. That is because the man is stronger and he could put women and children in slave. I'm talking about the body. I don't agree with it, but we must face the facts that everyone has a basic instinct to take, to kill, but men have never been, let's say they haven't had to check it like women have, because they've always been the stronger ones, taking what they want. We don't want that, and we need you for that, to change that. But we also have to keep in mind that it's not just because they're male that they're this way. It's because they have human instinct. We look at animals in nature. There are animals, baboons, orangutans, they rape their mate, okay? Because the male is stronger. So it's not just human males. It is hinged on human instinct wants to take, but then the male has been at advantage where women and children are at disadvantage, and the advantage is strength. I don't agree with it, but we have to face those facts that it's not just because they're males, it's because they're stronger as well, and they can exert that dominance.
Ma'am, I got to cut you off.
No, I'll hand it over to you, sister. You don't have to cut me off.
Okay, because if I don't, we're going to be going on, and I do have a lot of stuff to do today. First and foremost, what you just said is totally false. When you look at the statistic, first of all, when you look at the nature of testosterone, First of all, testosterone is flooded in the male body 15 times more than the female body. Testosterone is responsible for all that. And the nature of the male, his biological goal is to get his genes into another body, which pushes him to rape. Putting that off on women, I can't let you do that, because testosterone is responsible for that. It is the chemical that drives that behavior. And to sit up here and say,
but women don't rape. Women don't rape. No, Princella, I just asked you. Women don't rape. Women don't rape. Wait, you never seen a woman rape?
Ma'am.
Okay, I'm a mute out.
Ma'am, thank you. I appreciate it. First and foremost, I always speak in terms of standard deviation curve. You're acting like I say zero occurrence, but I can tell you, go on the FBI website. 99% of all forcible rapes are done by men. 99%. So I don't care what we're talking about, this 0.5% of women that may do something because their testosterone levels are higher than the average. Because testosterone is what is responsible for this behavior. And the primary goal of the male is to pass his genes along. That is the primary responsible mechanism for males raping. All of the violent crimes, the only crime that a woman leads in is theft. And that's slightly leading in it. You know why women lead in theft? Because women by nature are resource dependent. And so when you restrict resources, women will commit more thefts. Males are violent by nature. It is a result of being male. That is a biological fact. So to try to even this out, to spare the male's identity, I can't let you do that. So what I'm going to do to cite my source and back it up, I'm going to read it directly from the government's website. Okay. Right from the government's website. Here we go. Testosterone and aggressive behavior in man. Atavistic residues of aggressive behavior prevailing in animal life determined by testosterone, which women do not have a high concentration of. Determined by testosterone, remain attenuated in man and suppressed through familial and social inhibitions. Men need to be controlled. They don't need to lead. However, it still manifests itself in various intensities and forms, from thoughts, anger, verbal aggressiveness, competition, dominance behavior to physical violence. Testosterone plays a significant role in the arousal of these behavioral manifestations in the brain centers involved in aggression and on the development of the muscular system that enables their realization. There's evidence that testosterone levels are higher in individuals with aggressive behavior, such as prisoners who have committed violent crimes. This is a male problem.
Okay, let me address some of the things you said, sister. First off, women are, I'm not saying, when I said women don't rape, I agreed with you that males commit more so-called rapes in society. Remember, I'm not saying that men are innocent. I'm saying that men need to be taught better, and so do women. But let me address everything you said, okay, bit by bit. Women are not going to use sex as a power play. Men do that. That's their natural way. You're right. That's their testosterone and their natural way in society to assert their dominance sexually. in our society right now. So I agree that men are committing more sexual crimes. We're talking about balance, though. There are women doing sexual crimes in controlled environments like all female prisons. They know that it's not about sex. They know it's about a power play. They learned that from society. They've learned that from men dominating physically, doing great physically. Rape, I say grape. So for the channel. So they see men, because men are using sex as dominance and power in society. I never said they don't. And they do it physically. That is why there's more rape committed by men. I never said they don't. However, when women are in controlled environments, such as all-female prisons, they will also use grape, but they don't use it because of the testosterone. You and I are aligned on that. They do it as a power play in an environment mimicking male behavior. What's my point?
Why?
Wait, I didn't interrupt you because I gotta address a lot of stuff that you said. I don't want to forget what you said. So yes, men are the dysfunctional men, the incorrigible men are using grape or just taking sex from people animalistically because they're vibrating or they're moving, functioning on their animal instincts. Like you say, I agree with you. They weren't trained well, and they are in some men, not all, just like some women, not all. A lot of people are incapable of being trained. They've been not securely attached. They've been damaged somehow, and they really need to be, I call them vessels fitted for destruction. I don't put gender on that. There are women who are also, unfortunately, very aggressive in nature. Hold on. I'm not saying they are male aggressive. When I say nature, I'm talking about they've been trained to do it. I don't mean biologically nature. I mean they've been trained. See the intricate details that we need to unpack. It's not cut and dry. When you say, so I'm not pushing that men don't rape. I'm not pushing that men aren't the ones doing rape. Because they are stronger, they do rape. But we can't let women, especially now what's going on with the manipulation of food, more estrogen in the food, more testosterone levels. We have different, and they're not anomalies. We have different people with different cases. Let me give you an example of they're called huevo doces. Huevo doces are a phenomenal case of children in the Dominican Republic, where my family, part of my family's from the DR, I'm Dominican. So they are girls who are born as girls, and at age 12 they start growing penises and testicles. So we can't just say, oh, it's a male-female thing, because now we've got a situation where they've been girls up to age 12, and now they're males. So we have to analyze it from different angles. I'm not saying that your angle, I love your angle, but there are parts of your angle that are flawed, that we cannot just say, oh, all of this is because of men, and if we say they don't love and we get rid of the men, then we'll be fine. We have to really be.
I ain't saying nothing about getting rid of nobody. The male is
excuse me, I'm sorry.
You can't put words in my mouth.
I'm sorry, excuse me. Then if you aren't saying get rid of them, you are saying that they don't need to be anywhere in society besides reproduction, right? Or I was asking.
Men who have a disposition, first of all, we are overpopulated. That is a fact, right? Mm-hmm. The males' resources are being restricted. Jobs are being taken by AI. And they've already estimated that the Black family household or net income or wealth is going to be zero by 2055. Okay. The women are a resource to men. When you restrict resources, men get more violent. No, they don't belong in the house with little girls, little boys, and women, because this is the nature of the male. All this sociological stuff that you're speaking about, like putting people in unnatural environments like prison after they have been conditioned to assimilate to male psychology through patriarchal economic philosophies like capitalism, right? Which comes directly out of the male's nature. Women have not been operating in a feminine environment ever since patriarchy has taken place. So the female is conditioned to behave like males. They're already doing it. So then when you take these women who have already been conditioned under capitalistic philosophies, right, for competition and dominance, then you throw them in a fucked up environment like prison and animals. Guess what? They are living organisms, and they will respond to that environment that they have already been psychologically conditioned to behave like males, right? So what I'm doing is I'm bringing women back to the psychology of what it means to be a woman. And what I ain't doing is trying to talk to people who are brick walls. It ain't my job to help the male. The male can't be helped. And guess what? If he don't get access to pussy, it ain't my job to bring him to the place to have access to it, because a nation can rise no higher than this woman. So let me ask you something. First and foremost, the egg in a woman's body is so much bigger than the sperm. Put it on a scale. Is that an equal? Is the egg equal to the, or balanced? Because you say balance. If you put them on a scale, is that going to be a balanced scale, or is it going to be lopsided? Egg over here, sperm here, huh?
Right. Okay, well, if I were to do that, then I'd say men are bigger than women, so
Wrong.
I can't use that.
I didn't say physical. I said the sperm, because the sperm and the egg, it all starts there. Is the sperm, if you put the sperm, one sperm, because it only takes one sperm to fertilize an egg, is that sperm balanced with that egg? Is the egg, does the egg, right? So you steady talking about.
Okay, well, that was rhetorical, right?
No, it's not, because you know that the egg is bigger.
So do you want me to answer it or no?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, like I said, we're still talking. You're talking about size and spatial.
No. You're saying balance, because here's the thing. What you're trying to say, that I'm trying to tell you, there is no balance between the male and female. And asking me to preach balance, I'm telling you, I'm not gonna do it, because ain't no such thing as balance when it comes to male and female. You have to treat the male differently and condition the male differently. The male follows commands. He is not a leader. Leadership is an art, and all art forms belong to the feminine. The male is incapable of getting into that feminine space without access to a woman. That's why men need muses. That's why men need muses to get into a creative space, because creativity belongs to the feminine. And all art forms, culinary arts, public speaking is an art, leadership is an art. All of that belongs to the feminine. The woman is the natural leader who makes the male follow commands. He is not a leader. Is he out front to do all the heavy lifting and to go do? Yes. Does that mean he's a leader? No. So let me tell you, you take this phone and you put it on a scale with a charger, and guess what? There is no balance between masculine and feminine. Ain't no such thing as equality. And I'm not here to save the male's image. I'm here to tell the truth.
Okay.
Period.
Well, thank you. Well, let me just respond to that for a minute. And thank you, Princella. I just want to say this. I really enjoy sitting here and talking about these things and getting out on the table, especially as two women. I don't think a male would be able to have respect for this sister. I do respect you. I'm a woman too. I come from where you come from. I'm definitely not a pick Misha. So I just want to put this out here though, and then we can, I'm looking forward to the debate so we can go do this again or wait till the debate, but let me just say this. I agree with you on a lot that you say. However, we have to, as the powerful ones, as the leaders, as the gods, as the women, we cannot just cut and dry it. We gotta, even if I talk to you about, back to what you like to talk about, biology, there's what we call discussions of what we call the male and the female brain. But in that discussion, neurologists know that in the study, there is no just cut and dry male brain, female brain. We've all got different types of brains. What I'm saying is some of us have more male, and we could be women. We have more of a male brain and more of a female brain. Some of us have, different compositions of what we would call male brain and female brain. So it's not just where we can say, oh, males follow commands. You are right at the base of it. If we're talking about just basic, males, when we talk about males are more left-brained, that's where you're talking about the art. Women are more right-brained. However, neurology and the study goes deeper and says, wait a minute, here's a female who somehow, when they do MRI, magnetic resonance, and they look at the images and they say, wow, this woman has more of a male brain. She's functioning more on her left brain than her right brain. So that's the thing that I just want to be like, I want to come in as someone who comes in and say, but wait a minute, can we look deeper at this? Because I think that you can appreciate that as well, though, Princella, as a queen maker, you do want the best for society. I do agree with you about the imbalance and the poor patriarchy that has been destructive. However, we cannot just say males only follow commands. Well, that's all they should do. They need to be trained. Dogs, in Pavlov's study, dogs can follow commands, whether they're female or male. Anyone can. But we need to look deeper at the biology. We need to have more discussions about how the biology has been affected by our environment, because I'm going to just reference our dear Dr. Joy Degree, who has done extensive study on epigenetic encoding on DNA because of slavery, just slavery in itself, where both male and female were both subjugated and under submission and oppressed and in bondage. I just want to say this. And in that slavery, we both were on a level playing ground. The male couldn't, he asserted his dominance in some ways, and the woman, she tried to be feminine and hold things together in that way. But it was such a severe trauma that has been encoded into our DNA, according to Joy Degree, that we can't just say, oh, this is why our male is this way. We have to analyze every little bit. If we're going to talk about biology, we're going to have to analyze how society, my dear sister, and I mean this with all respect and humility, we must not just disconnect society and sociology from biology, because the biology has actually been affected by the sociology, by the society. We have seen that. Trauma is encoded into our DNA. So we have to analyze the male even more. What is going on?
You do realize epigenetics is not a permanent thing, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. All right. So
exactly. That's the hope I have.
Okay. Well, here's what I'm telling you is, listen, if you want to work with men, you go do that. That ain't my objective.
I want to work with my sisters and I want to work with everybody.
But what you're talking about is in direct opposition of what I'm doing, because my thing is to put women back in their natural state, not to sit up here and cape for males. Well, we can't say this about males. Here's the thing. The male's biological nature, sexual conflict, is in direct opposition of women. Men know how to train men. That's the reason why the military train them like they do. Break them down, program them, because men don't listen. right? Train a child in the way that he should go. And when he grows old, he will never depart. You have to indoctrinate the male, right? And so in a patriarchal system, you create multiple hierarchical environments that have a different effect on each person's behavior, but that does not change the behavior associated with chemicals like testosterone. You're not going to get away from that. So no matter how you condition the male to behave sociologically, his biological nature, which is driven by testosterone, is only being suppressed. It's not being changed. It's being suppressed. So in a environment where men have no controls on their behavior, which is what's happening in a patriarchal system where black males have nobody governing their behavior while they standing on the neck of a woman getting all of their needs met, and men at the top not forcing them to be controlled. This is what creates the out of control black male. He's standing in his own way because the male does not self-reflect, right? He has no self-reflection. This is a global issue, not just within black males. This is a global issue. And I'm just going to let you and everybody know, I'm not on no pro-black nothing. I am talking about a global issue of male or sexual conflict. All of this boils down to sexual conflict, because no matter how much sociological structure, you take people's resources away and they become savages. Fuck all of this. Well, we got education and money. Take that away, turn the lights off, and people gonna become savages and controlled by their nature. And what's the nature of a man? Raping, fucking, and beating. Right? That's the nature of the man. That is the nature of testosterone. You start there. Now, if you want to work with these dudes, you do that. And you said something earlier. Well, men ain't going to respect you. I'm going to say this is respectful. I don't do what I do to get no validation from no male.
I said men won't respect you. I never said that.
You said it earlier. People, they're not going to respect your power or whatever. You said it because people was responding to it. You said it.
Oh, because I'm not saying that. Who cares? I don't give a damn about. No, I need to clarify myself real quickly. I'm not trying to cape for any man, because most men out here don't give a goddamn about me. I'm the one on the internet being called whores and sluts and witches because I show them what the Bible really is about, that there's rape in the Bible, that that King James hated women. So I'm not caping for any men to get any points. I don't give a damn about, I don't want to start cursing. I don't care what men think at all. What I want is for us as women to do well and show that we can do better than men have done. So
but here's the thing. I'm not talking to, listen, do you see me out here talking like Charleston White? Rape white?
No,
rape white?
not at all.
Okay, all right. So you don't hear me doing that. My whole thing, so my whole thing is to educate women on the truth, right? So that they can, we ain't having the same conversation because men ain't doing that. Men are not elevating and trying to be better people. They're not self-reflecting. I teach women to self-reflect. Look how the beliefs that you have held have fucked up your life. See, that's what I do for women. If men, I don't give a fuck what men do.
And that's what I love about you, Princella. Listen, I'm talking on a different, I'm talking about the love part. Men can't love. We address that.
Ma'am, they can't.
But I know, but listen, let me get to what you're teaching women. I'm 110% behind you on that. And we discussed that. Women should not think, we're in a society where it's okay for men to say certain things about women and children, and everybody just says, get over it. And I'm talking about, she's just a hoe, or look at that, she's a slut, or she was, so what if she was 14? I know a lot of these girls are fast. I am with you on that.
Yeah, but your argument was, but here's the thing. Your argument is to me to say we can't be like men. I'm not teaching women to be like men, but you're saying, you're saying that what I'm saying is somehow synonymous to the male's behavior, and it's nowhere near the same.
Let me say this to you right now. You're not like men. Okay. I'm saying we don't want to go into that. You're not like men, Princella. You're not. You are doing the work that needs to be done, because we have had all of these men and I have some brothers in the manosphere. However, they are wrong. The way they put every woman in the same category, the way they laugh when the woman was hitting in the restaurant and her son had to kill that guy, they blamed the woman. I am against all of that. So you are important in the paradigm moving against what has now been the Black woman. I know you said you don't want to talk about race, but I got to talk about the Black woman. The Black woman is blamed for absolutely every single thing. It doesn't matter what happens. They find anything to blame the Black woman. That is, you are bringing us back up out of that lie. And I appreciate that. In the conversation, I want to bring my side of it, where as you bring us out of that, I also, because look, I get it. You don't want to help men, and I love you for that. But there are still women out here who do not want to, just because I have sons, and you talk about that in your teachings. I have a father that I love, and brothers, and there are males in society who do listen to you, Princella. They do perk their ears up and say, "Is she right about us?" So I haven't really looked to in your defense. I haven't, and you know that, looked at completely at all your teachings. However, I don't want to come out and say, I won't come out and say, because of biology, because of research, that males are incapable of
You can't
loving.
say, you can't, you have done zero research on love. Everything that people think love
How
is.
do you know that? How do you know that? I'm actually a behavioral counselor.
Because you already said you ain't read my book yet. So
No, I haven't. You're right.
So here's the thing. 99% of the people on planet Earth don't even know what love is. People define love through their deficiencies. Males define love through their fucking penis, right? People do not know what this word mean. So here's, wait a minute. Whoa. Because I teach a 6-hour course on this, and I sell books based on this. So if you want to know and really have something to argue with me on, because I came to the conclusion 2 years after I wrote my book. See, I didn't write my book based on men. My book don't even fucking talk about men. My book talks about the 5 pieces, the 5 components, the 5 elements that make up the word love. And 2 years after I came up with this concept and wrote the book is when I discovered and came to the conclusion that men are incapable of love. So until you know the foundation of where I come from with this, you cannot say what men are and are not capable of if you can't even define the word. My course, my workshop is 6 hours long. So in order for me to do a 6-hour long workshop on this, I must be going into massive detail about this concept. And I go into this concept in correlation with male nature and showing you based on words and admissions that come out of the male's mouth himself, right? What they are and are not capable of doing. So I know men. Here's the thing. I know men. I don't follow men. I'm not in none of their religions. I don't suck their dick. I don't kiss their ass. I don't follow men. So I don't have no emotional attachment that will skew my objectivity. I got nephews. I got a daddy. But what the fuck that got to do with anything? Because guess what? Every man that's doing some fucked up shit on this planet, they somebody's son. They somebody husband. They somebody brother. So what does it mean if a person got a son or a father? And it's somebody's son or father. It's sons that murdered their own damn mamas, who at first thought they would never do it, but now they 6 feet under because their son took their damn life. So I don't give a damn what connection somebody got with, like, as if that's gonna skew reality. The male is the male, period. I don't care what, if you're fucking them or if you push them out your punani. It don't matter. They're male. And if depending on how you condition the male, and what women don't know, here's real simple. Postpartum depression. You just by you going through postpartum depression, you can fuck your son up for the rest of his life. Just by you going through postpartum depression. The male is that fragile. Just by you being in nature, the male is that fragile. The world, planet Earth, is working on the male. And you got what? Women with their emotional selves so desperate to keep males here when males don't even want to be here. Males don't even want to be here. They're born into hell. Men and women, or the male and female, are not the same, period. They not. There's a complete difference in how the world is perceived and how their bodies and their brains function, right? So here's the thing. I teach women why they're being abused and why their relationships have been fucked up. And based on male nature and based on what I know about how this shit works, the male is not capable of love. When you read my book and if you go to my workshop, then you will have something to stand on to address me on. But you can't really address me on nothing because you don't even know where I'm coming from.
Okay, well, thank you. I do want to say this. I asked you what your definition is of love. I can tell you what my definition is of love easily in my profession and in my research. So love is love. Now, sidebar, just like you define consciousness, you can go to the dictionary and find out what the definition of consciousness and love is, but it's a discussion and it's an ongoing discussion. So love is, from my perspective, from my research, from my experience, from my professional and personal experience, love is protection. First and foremost, love is the protection of something and the making sure if you love it, you protect it and you want it to thrive. You want to do absolutely everything for whatever that's love. Protecting something, making sure that it thrives. That's why we talk about motherly love. A mother instinctively has love. The woman instinctively has the love that men will not have. See, so I just want to make it clear that we're not so much different in a lot of things that we teach. Women, which I teach as a midwife and a doula, women already instinctively have love inside, encoded in them. That is the protection of the child in the womb. However, we also have one of the highest abortion rates. You said you don't want to talk about Black, but I do like to address my people, and then I like to fan out. We have the highest abortion rate in amongst all different people. Why is that? I cannot blame. There's some kind of feedback in the background. If you could just, I don't know.
That's not
thank
me.
you.
That's Genesis.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm saying this. Love is protection. Love is nurturing. Love is doing absolutely everything from self to make sure that something you focus that love on thrives.
Okay, let me ask you this question.
The problem, no, sister, I just want to, you said a lot. So and then I promise you, I want you to address, just hold on to that, please. Thank you. Respectfully. Okay. So that is love. Now there are other details to it that I could get into, but there's, this is the show. I don't want to go long and long, but first and foremost, I want to leave everybody with that.
No, I'm gonna let you finish it. I'm gonna let you finish it because I got to get ready to go.
Yeah, no, you can close out. So we can talk about this more. I was going to go into the biology and all that, Priscilla. Absolutely. Could you? Are you talking, Genesis? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was saying that's what the debate is for. I wanted to at least give a precursor to the debate so that they could hear your side, hear.
Yeah, thank you.
Here there's going to be two different opposing opinions on the Sonetta show. I think that by the time that debate happens, you will have read her book. You'll have a more understanding of her side, and then possibly Nepal, look into look into Nepal and her side of things. I think at the end of the day, this is a very good conversation to have. It's great that she's going to be talking to another woman, because so far she's been only primarily talking to men. So I think that's what the main thing is that we really need to have these discussions is really important, and that's why I wanted to really promote this debate and let people know. Do you know when the debate is going to be, Nepal? That's what the people keep saying.
Yeah, and this is we're gonna sit down together with the Queen Maker and you and Sonetter, and we'll decide on time, date, and then I'm looking forward to it. And I want to leave it with this. At the end of the day, I support you. I do. I support you as a woman. You already talked to me. I know that some of the things that I stand on, you are very much opposed to it. But I stand with you as far as a woman waking up our sisters. And we must take our power back. It's just we're looking at it in different. You said I don't have anything to do with men. You're telling me you could do it, and I respect you for that. But I'm going to support you. I may not agree with everything you teach, but I definitely support you because you love women, and I'm a woman, and you want things to change because there's definitely a lot of hatred, a lot of murder, a lot of misogyny. We're in a toxic environment. So I just want to leave you with that because Princella, I have a lot of respect for you, and I look forward to the debate. So I will get back with you, Janice and Princella, about what's going on with Sonetter and give you dates, and you can start promoting, and we just keep building together. That's all I want to do. So thank you for having me. Thank you, Princella, for talking to me, sister.
I know Princella has a lot of things to do. Princella, you want to close out, and then what I will say is, stay tuned. Anybody, the StreamYard link is there. Anybody that want to make any comments or come up and say anything, there's a link right there. I'll keep this going for another maybe a few minutes or whatever, as long as people join. If not, I'll just go ahead and end it. But yeah, Princella, final word.
All right, no, I'm good. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys for everybody.
Yeah, peace. Good night. Good night, Jennifer.
Yes, please, everybody, get the likes up. Please, thank you if you love the content. Anybody that wants to join, thank you, Nepal. I really appreciate you. You've been very instrumental in even helping with the Sonetter, bringing that whole thing to fruition with bringing this, and then also bringing the debate. I appreciate you, and I appreciate Princella. Thank you guys, everybody, for. So, does anybody want to come up and join the stream?
Thank you, Genesis. Genesis, do you mind? Did you see my text message about the link and what I told you about my channel?
Yeah, I did show that. Okay, let me put her. So the pod is at YouTube.
Thank you. I appreciate it. If anyone's interested in, I haven't been putting a lot of content on there lately because I have a few more clients, and haven't been doing that. But definitely, I'd like to just link communities, whatever. I'm learning. We're all learning. So I just wanted to let anybody know, if you want to come over and subscribe to my channel, Genesis, thank you. I want to give you praise. Thank you for what you're doing, all the work you do, and I'm looking forward to building with you more, sister. So so peace to everybody, and we will see you at the debate. That'll be great. So that's all. Have a good evening, okay?
Now, Joanna, why
you? Or what is it? Afternoon? What?
Joanna, why you gonna downvote a conversation? That's disingenuous.
What'd she say?
This person said they're gonna downvote the video. Okay, whatever. We're having a conversation that needs to be had. So, is there anybody else that wants to come up?
Why is she downvoting this conversation? Yeah, don't do that, sis. Okay, let me go. I don't want to look in the chat, in the comments. So it's all love to women, and for men as well, but we're out of order. So I hope that everybody understood where I'm coming from. All right, peace to you, Genesis. I'll talk to you soon. I'm gonna go ahead and see myself out.
All right, thank you guys. Is there anybody that wants to come up to the stream? Okay, y'all wants to come. Hey, y'all, how are you doing?
Hey there, DJ at Genesis. How are you?
Wonderful, wonderful. I got a lot of background. You know, the kids, you can't control.
That is fine. I'm a mama, and I tend to be one of those people who are a little bit like, deal with it. I'm a woman. I have children with me. Children are not meant at that age to be sitting somewhere still and quiet. They're supposed to be running, making noise, bothering you, doing what children do. That is healthy and in divine order. So I tend to be able to, as another mother, tune that out and focus on what's actually happening. Genesis. Okay, so I just want to say that I'm proud of you. Can I say that? You don't know me and I don't know you, but I come from that space in YouTube where, the Nature Boy sector, Fundi Feet, World News, you get where I'm coming from? And the Jaguar Right stuff. And I just want to say I'm proud of you. Like, to me, this is how you pivot on a motherfucker. This is how you because something tells me this is what you always wanted to do. You wanted to be a part of important conversations. You wanted to build communities. You wanted to be able to bridge certain gaps in conversation and just create, what you're doing. And I'm just proud of you. From the outside looking in, I'm just super duper fucking proud of you, okay?
Thank you so much. Thank you. It took a lot of hard work, a lot of getting blasted online for other things. But
I can imagine. But look where you're at, and look who you've attracted into your zone of influence. And I'm a proud power player. You know what I'm saying? Like I discovered P, and my life has been better for it as a woman. Healed for it as a woman, and I'm gonna continue to be in that community and be on that journey because it's been I'm not even gonna say one of the most, it's been the most fortifying experience of my woman life this lifetime. It's been the thing, like, if we're looking for that, if we all in the ocean drowning and we need a a life vest or the little round thing, I can't remember the name right now, Princella is providing that. And that is not no, as they say, dick or clit riding. That is not no like, oh, she's just making me feel good in my woman parts. No, it's scholarship. If we coming out of the conscious community, like someone like me, if we say we come out of that community, then you know about Brother Panic. Then I used to talk to Bobby Hemmett on the phone. That was one of my OGs, as they say. And what these men would tell you is it matters about the scholarship. Fuck my tone. Fuck what you think I'm saying. Fuck what you feel like I'm saying. Follow the motherfucking scholarship. And if you can't do that, just admit you're a dumbass and get out the conversation. And that is what you get what I'm saying. So I am just proud of you.
And you got my name of my mother on your thing. Oh yeah, my kid Orisha. So
you get. See, I don't even deal in the Orisha game like that, but that's the name that represents my energy. I use it because Oya in Spanish means change. And I'm a very transformative being. I've had a lot of change, and I got a whole lot more change coming to me in this lifetime. So, again, I just want to give you your flowers and say I'm proud of you, and this is how you pivot. And I cannot wait, and I hope to see you in a top tier membership with Princella and us to see how we gonna analyze all this stuff later on. That's my famous plug. Buy the book, take the workshop, ladies. It is a game changer. It is not about hating men or saying kill men. It is about saying, who am I as a woman and what is actually required for my mental, physical, spiritual, all spectrum health and well-being. That is it. And on that note, I'm a pipe down and get back in the chat.
Thank you so much, Oya. Thank you.
You're very welcome. I'll be in contact with you.
Okay, for sure. And like I said, my IG is DJ Genesis Detroit.
If you have a community section, will you post your email or somewhere? Because I'll email you. I'm an emailer person.
Okay, I'll go ahead and post that. And also, like I said, we are also, Princella's going to be live. We're going to do a live broadcast with Princella, Anton Daniels, and the other people have not been. Yes, that's going to be okay. It's more to come. This is just the beginning. So
very excited. Again, super proud for you, DJ Genesis. You do the damn thing, sis. Keep going.
Thank you. Hello, Terrence.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm wonderful.
I'm just sitting here just looking at this. I follow all this stuff, man, and yeah, I'm gonna say what she said. Good job. This stuff has to be talked about or whatever, whatnot. But this, I mean, like, I heard people talking in the comments talking about black. Oh, here we go with the white man, this and that. See, look, we can't let Charleston White for one dictate where every black man feel or whatever, whatnot. Y'all got to quit ignoring us. You understand what I'm saying? The government already got our back against the wall. They separated the man and the woman for a reason. So she promoting this shit. Excuse my language. She promoting this or whatever, whatnot. The young lady that just got off of here, which is, I don't think she's young, but she just got off here and she's saluting her, but she's going for the woman's criteria, which is I think is dope. If Priscilla was pushing this in the right narrative, I'll be all for it. I'll get my team, my crew, the people I love to death to get. I mean, we'll sign up for it. But you can't. I mean, we tired of being bashed, and they talking about we're emotional. Look who y'all raising, man. You know what I mean? My mother been in prison for 15 years. She made a mistake. She's right outside right now. My wife is in prison right now, and I'm still loving on her. And she talking about we don't love. What the hell is that? What is that?
Well,
I'm just saying. What is that? We don't. And then somebody in the chat talking about, oh, y'all incapable of loving. I mean, you're emotional. Which is it? If we are emotional, we have emotions. You understand what I'm saying? Man, look, being in the United States, period, been horrible. A horrible experience for anybody at the lower parts of this shit. So quit. Please, anybody that's watching this, do your research yourself. You know what I mean? I'm all for women becoming strong and getting back in the seat of being in the queen seat and not the slut seat, not the whole seat. I mean, think about it, man. Like back in the days, we didn't have that. We didn't have none of that going on. The woman knew what to do. She trying to tell y'all something totally different.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so here's the thing. This is the answer. See, here's the thing. They had this whole red pill. They had this guy named Alpha Male Strategies. This guy out here saying that he makes a woman lick his behind if she doesn't do
them are not us, though.
But the thing is that, do you understand he has 500,000 followers that follow him? Do you understand?
No, I understand that you're doing a great job by putting this on, putting people, allowing people like me to say what I got to say. You know what I'm saying? I understand that part. I don't understand that other bullshit where he lit, because the world is moving at a different pace and doing different things. Nobody believes. They took the Bible out. Praising God out of school. Look what done happened in schools now. And then, like I said, look at you know what I mean, in the chat. Look at what happened to our schools. The mothers stopped being mothers. I'm living it every day. I'm living this shit every day. My sister, my mama, all these queens around me, I love them to death. But look what the government did. They separated us, and they making us look like we fucking inhuman. You know what I'm saying? Period, point blank. And that ain't even what's popping. That ain't what's going on.
What about the inhumane discussion that are having? You know what I'm saying?
Nah, it's motherfuckers like Charleston White. Like Charleston White, for example, right? This clown ass dude, he tell motherfuckers, I want motherfuckers to fuck white women or fuck with white women. Ain't nobody against ain't nobody with none of that shit. None of it. We ain't doing that. You know what I mean? We've been misled by our own people. Our own people came up with codes. The government shit is all against us. I'm talking about real black men. You know what I'm saying? I done been shot, stabbed, and all kinds of shit. So I know the struggle. I know all that shit. But I mean, throughout this journey and all this other shit, yeah, we are fucked up human beings. Black men, we are fucked up human beings because we was put into a condition of this shit. And y'all ain't gonna realize until the truth really surface. You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying bow down to your king. I'm not saying fuck women. I love women. But y'all promoting y'all little boys to be gay. What is wrong with y'all people, man? What the hell is going on? Like, I mean,
how are women promoting their men, their boys to be gay?
Because I'm talking about they accepting that shit instead of teaching them how to. You know what I mean? If the men was being removed a long time ago, you know what I mean? From a real perspective of everything, why in the hell would the woman sign up for go against the man? Fuck a nigga, this and that, all that club shit, dancing and shit, instead of staying there at home doing the right motherfucking thing. You know what I mean?
So the thing is that like, okay, so women should stay at home and be a servant?
No. Don't put me in that category. Like saying like y'all ain't dope as hell. Y'all can surpass a man. I mean, the way I grew up, the woman grew up before us anyway. You know what I'm saying? Y'all mature than we are anyway. You know what I mean? So I mean that I'm not saying that at all. I praise women. I love women.
That is exactly what Princella is saying, that the men are.
No, she's saying the man is incapable, and that's my argument. She can't say genetically. She can't say genetically. I'm incapable of love. Like I said, I'm fucking loving the hell out of my mama and all this shit. And here's a funny part of this shit. Look at that tooth. I had beautiful fucking teeth once upon a time. My mama pushed me on the floor, fucked me up when I was little. You understand? Women cause destruction too. If you can do that to your child, you can do that to the world. We put you in power. You more emotional than we are. You know what I'm saying? So you know what? You'll press the button on this bitch to blow some shit up before we will. That's a guarantee.
Say that, but look at Hiroshima. You saying that
Man.
Push the button, but we blew up a whole Japanese area. What are you talking about? Y'all have control of the button.
No, they did that. But who was it though? Who nature was it? It was a white man's nature. Let's get that shit clear. It was a white man's nature. It wasn't our nature to do none of this shit.
But that's the thing. She's not only talking about black men. She's talking about white men, Chinese.
Yeah, but she included us in that shit. Instead of coming up with a fucking solution, she instead of coming up with a solution to help women strengthen themselves and be like, yo, I'm not gonna take this government housing. I'm not gonna do this shit. I'm not gonna be on food stamps. I'm not gonna do none of this shit they putting out here because, okay, I'm gonna find me a great guy that's willing to work. No, you promote the bullshit. Oh, the niggas.
The men are leaving their kids in droves. Like, I mean, that's why they had to.
You know why? You know why? I'm saying for the most part, you know why most men. I mean, when you constantly got a blabbering ass mouth woman in your face and she thinks she the shit because she in a government home in a government funded housing and she, you know what I mean, and he out here struggling in the streets. I'm not in the government home. You can see my home. My home is quite nice. You know what I'm saying? But the point being is, you know what I mean, when you get these little chicken heads and all this, how you think all this popularity and shit going on with the rap music and this and that? It ain't no positive shit going on. Now the women are starting to.
On both sides. Like the manosphere existed way before Princella ever existed. And the manosphere.
No. The women existed first though, right?
No,
that's what I'm talking about from what she said earlier. She said women, the oldest bones on this planet is fucking women, right? A woman, Lucy, right?
Okay.
She didn't say a specific name, but I ain't dumb worth a fuck. You know what I mean? She was saying that the oldest bones are found are women. So who fucked up first? Tell me who fucked up first. Because when men came into play, you know what I mean? Like when men came into play.
Empowered the women, changed the structure of things, and now we are here where we're at. That's exactly what
Exactly. Okay. So a woman had a man. That was the only way she could multiply, right?
No, it's parthenogenesis. At first it was women, and then they were then the Y
Oh,
chromosome.
that's what Genesis says to y'all.
Nobody necessarily believes in Genesis. That's not what she's saying about Genesis. You know what I'm saying? She's saying,
okay. So what do I'm just saying, what do y'all believe in there? What I'm trying to understand. What do y'all believe in there? Y'all believe the woman was created, the man was sitting here to destroy the earth or whatever, whatnot. That's what y'all believe?
What I'm saying is that at first women were able to create on their own, and then the Y chromosome came, which was a mutation, and then when that Y chromosome began to be more upon the earth, then they began to overpower the feminine. It used to be a matriarchy, but then the males created the patriarchy, and then they overpowered the women, and now we're here where we are.
Okay, so we was a part of evolution. Men was a part of evolution, right?
Basically, it was an evolution.
Yeah, we evolved because of the man, right? Because before, I'm going off of what y'all studies are, and what you're telling me.
I also say about FY. I want to actually welcome him to the panel. Is that a she or
okay.
How you doing? Thank you for having me on. I've been checking you out for like the last, I would say, couple of weeks. I just came across your channel, man. I enjoy these conversations because as much as people dislike Princella, it's just like what the other guest you had on. I don't want to mispronounce her name. The manosphere content has been dominant on YouTube for a while, and Princella does bring balance because she brings that opposing side. So that's the good side of it. If you're just talking about the content that she's bringing, I don't necessarily agree with her talking points, and that's why I say that you were talking about another content creator, another male content creator, and you said he has all these followers. And the one thing I want people to understand is just because people watch, it doesn't mean they always agree or subscribe to the things that you say. Like I watch Princella all the time. I don't agree with a lot of what she says. So if you do have a content creator like the Charleston Whites or some of these other guys that you're talking about, and they're pushing this message, and you see all these men watching, I don't think it necessarily means that all these guys are in accordance and in agreement. A lot of times it's for entertainment. It's for just hearing the conversation. It gets you through a work shift, whatnot. And that's how I look at it. And that's how I kind of found myself here and listening to this conversation. I just think that I think Princella is kind of unfair in the sense that in judging men, because I think if you research enough, you can find something to support any logic or any argument that you want to push if you dig. I mean, because for everything that she puts out there with regards to science, there's another theory that supports the opposite. So you can really find any type of research to support any narrative that you want to push. And, a lot of people just are basically saying, we want to deal in reality. Like what is the current situation now? And if there's a massive problem, how do we fix it? If she feels men are the problem, what's the solution? And I think when you see this in the chat a lot, what's the solution? What can men do? What do we need to do? And then I feel like she's been extremely dismissive to the people that are saying, okay, we hear you saying this is all the problems, problem here, men problem here. Okay, now how do we get to a solution? And the other lady kept saying, the only way you get to the solution is with balance. And I think that word balance is what love is, because love for everybody is completely different. There's no dictionary that you can open up and you can say, okay, this is universally what love is. Every relationship is built on love in their own way. And it's basically them finding the balance with regards to their lifestyle, society views, religion, and all that. And then they move forward in that. It's different in every household. So I think to try to generalize it with everybody and just act as if love is just this general topic that you can speak on and it's the same across the board, I think that's unfair as well. And then when you talk with men and she say that men are savages, and I'll wrap this up here. you say that men are savages, and so I can break this down to just Chicago or just street gangs and street violence. The craziest thing about it is that when you look at some of the codes in some of these street gangs, you can literally get violated and put out the game if it's found out that you're not taking care of your kid. And so even amongst men who she says that are most savage, I've seen men say, if you're not taking care of your kid and we find out, we're going to deal with you. So I've seen men hold other men accountable in that, right? So I don't know if men are as savage as she's trying to put them out to be. Men can be savages. She talks about men raping, but I think, again, with the balance side of that, there's another side of that. I've seen a number of cases where women have raped kids and done things like that. So I think, again, it's about balance, finding a harmony. And I just think, man, it's just crazy to see everybody just going at each other's necks like this. And you know, it's just like people are just trying to one up each other with the next best piece of evidence that they can find in some book that somebody else wrote. And that's all it seems like these conversations really end up being.
Okay, what's JC? You had something to say?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I let me just say I thumbs up the conversation. I think it's an interesting conversation, and I just want to kind of piggyback on some of the things that's been said regarding the manosphere, red pill space, blue pill space. I'm kind of all weaving in between these spaces and listening to a lot of things, and I would agree with someone who said that while I don't agree with all of the things in these particular spaces, because a lot of it I think is shock jocking, more Howard Sternish, that kind of thing, just saying things that is going to get a response and attention. I think we got to be very careful, as brother was talking about. We got to be very, very careful who you allow to input information into your brain. You know, sometimes, a lot of times you can hear something and it resonates with you, and then you want to run with it. But I would caution you to pump your brakes and let's take a look at the whole other side of the argument, the whole other side of the conversation.
Sound like you said stuff.
I'm sorry?
It sound like you said some good stuff.
I couldn't hear you, brother.
Your phone's breaking up, sir.
Yeah, your phone broke up. I was saying that it sounded like you finna say something good.
How about now?
Go ahead. No, his phone. I'm sorry, Terrence's phone was breaking up.
All right, so all I'm saying is when the young lady, because I saw her on another podcast, a big podcast, I won't name it, then I saw her with Charleston White. You know, all of these people, it makes interesting content, interesting entertainment, interesting all of that. Never get down to real solutions, as someone said earlier. But when you say or make a statement to a man, and she was very definitive. She said that men are incapable of love. Well, right there, you're just going to wipe out half the audience of any man that might have been interested in whatever you had to say. You're just going to kind of wipe that out. Now, to her credit, she said she didn't give a damn. She was not here to support men or cape for men or any of that. She was just all about the woman's perspective. But it is my opinion that the sister is a bit delusional in that aspect. Somebody's phone is ringing. But anyway, that's what I wanted to say. I'll be tuning in for upcoming conversations. But listening to Princella G, she did reveal a couple of things in that interview with Charleston White. Number one, she said she was a commissioned officer in the military. She also said that she was married before. And I think she also said that she was involved with a woman or with women and all of that. So we have to look at the totality of where this person is coming from. I'm not going to discount her based just on that, but this whole thing about incapable of love and all of this here shit that she was talking about men. And then when we push back, right, you know, a man just has to take his lumps. You know, he just has to deal with it. You know, we can have conversations. Men have conversations with each other all the time about hard truths about each other. But it seemed like a lot of time in my experiences and experiences in these spaces, if you push back as it relates to a female, then you know, it doesn't seem like there's accountability going on. obfuscating accountability and so on. So I just wanted to add that little 2 cents. I appreciate the show. I appreciate you bringing me up.
I wanted to say, I'm sorry. One thing about the testosterone thing.
That was in there, but it's still there. I just dropped the link. You can come up. We're gonna. If someone doesn't come up after this, then I guess we'll. It's been past like I'm not sure how many hours it's been, but we've been here and it's been a great conversation. I appreciate everybody's input. Sorry, the kids are in the background.
You're fine. I wanted to say something about the testosterone thing because I know she mentions the testosterone a lot with men, and I think it was just like what the other lady mentioned. Women have testosterone too. It's just the levels of testosterone are lower, and one of the main attributes of testosterone is not other than what it does to the brain is it affects your physicality. Women with higher levels of testosterone are much stronger. They're stronger women, at least as far as the physical component. So I think she did have a point when she talked about the physical side of things, as far as being able to impose your will physically. That's what generally gives you the power over someone else. Kids have much less testosterone than grown men. So again, I think she was right there as well. So I think a lot of the things, I'm not saying that, a lot of people in the chat saying that Prince Ella speaks facts. Yeah, she does speak facts. But again, when you do these debates and when you're trying to push a narrative, you can skew facts and then you can not mention other facts that also might go against your talking point. So I think that's why their balance it's always going to come back to what the other lady said, balance. Because even your logic has to be balanced. If you're going to mention testosterone in men, you have to mention it in women. And then you also have to talk about how it impacts what she mentioned, which was the physicality and how it can be imposed. I've not seen a society in the world, most societies in the world throughout human history, unless you can show me something different, they've been built on wars and physicality and men who are able to impose their dominance over another society. And that's just kind of how it is. You can't really talk your way out of everything, and I wish things were different. I wish it could be more peace and love, and it's just not like that. And that's why I said we got to deal in reality a little bit. And some of the things I think she says aren't truly based out of reality. But it does sound good. It does sound good. It's a call. It's a cry. It's a marketing strategy, I feel. But again, I don't know if there's a real solution there. I just haven't heard that.
We have another guest, Gynocracy Talk.
Takeover. Can you hear me? I'm sorry, my equipment is fine.
You're kind of a little bit muffled, but
hold on.
We could try.
Oh, can you hear me now?
It's still a little muffled, but go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to say that I understand that a lot of people here is just confused because, there is females who, do stuff to kids, but at the same time, I think that men have to take accountability because they kind of glorify those experiences that they have with female predators when they're younger and stuff like that. So I think that there's a disconnect because of these patriarchal ideas that glorifies, the man going through trauma as like it's supposed to be so like a rite of passage for the man, and it's not. It's trauma. Men don't accept that that's trauma when an older woman touches on them as a child, and there's a lot of female predators walking around in a society that we don't even know about because men like to glorify that situation. That's the patriarchal mindset's fault, and that's men who adhere to that patriarchal mindset's fault as well. So a lot of people be like, oh yeah, well, females do it too. I agree, but because y'all won't let this go as like a rite of passage, that's what it is. Thank you. That's all I want to say.
Yes, and like I said before, I think that before all this happened, it was like an uprising of men. You had the Kevin Samuels, you had the whole Fresh and Fit, things like this that like pretty much were utilizing women to push their agendas. And now that we have Cynthia G's of the world, we have Latasha TKO, we have the Tanya TKO. We have different women that are stepping up and saying, okay, listen, we got something to say too, right? And now the men are like scrambling, like, oh man, wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute. y'all wrong, y'all wrong. It's like, that's not fair. Like, so y'all have y'all thing on y'all side. Okay, well, this is the opposite now. Now that the opposite's coming speaking up, everybody's getting like running for the hills.
Well, I think everything needs to be rooted in logic. You know, I mean, anybody can say anything or you know, whatever, or spew anything out of their mouth. But I think that in order to have a good, solid discussion, everything's got to be rooted in some basis of logic, rationale, reasoning. You know, it's not, well, this side is doing this, so we're going to rise up and do this. Hey, look, do your thing. But I'm just saying, when you have conversations in the public sphere, let's root all of these things in some semblance or basis of logic. Not I feel. It's okay to feel. I think. It's okay to think.
Prince Ella, she does her stuff based on logic, facts. She also brings the evidence. So that's the one thing I actually appreciated about Prince Ella.
Well, what fact did she show? And maybe I didn't see it. What study did she show that men are incapable of love? Where I want to see that study. Who did that one?
Well, that actually was in her. She actually did a whole study, and that's in her book.
Did she cite a source?
Yeah, in her book, she cites a source. It's the 5 basic elements of love, and if you don't possess all 5, then because each element of love like actually feeds off another. So therefore, if you don't possess all 5, then it's like there's an incapability there. And then when she talks about is woman being love, that we are the epitome of love because of our innate nature. Then and then also showing that the actual world has been like turned upside down to think that men are the protectors, when in actuality women are like the protectors. Like that actually the patriarchy has changed the roles around, and then men are not acting in their true nature. You probably should like just go research it, because I think that what people are doing, they're hearing just these snippets of like small interviews now. But I think you should actually look at what she's saying, and she does give facts. She breaks down divorces. She breaks down like the violence of men against women. She breaks down even like the whole welfare. I think the guy before, Terrence, brought up welfare and things like that, and how women were living on Section 8 and this, that, the other, and the men had to leave the home, and this, that, the other, and was still being affected by that to this day. But she also was able to show that the men were leaving the home even they were not making the same amount of money that women were at the time, and this, that, the other, and you know, it was a whole lot. So she has a whole like catalog of information. So it's
let
not.
Me say this: I haven't read her book. In all fairness, so I haven't done that. I am going to assume here that the information contained in her book, as it relates to men are incapable of love, she is going. When I open that book and look at these specific chapters, I am going to see a source that she's going to cite from some scientific study to support that construct. Is that what I'm hearing? She has a scientific source to back that up.
She actually breaks it down also on her panels and everything.
Yeah, no, not what she breaks down, not what she extrapolates out of her mind. I'm just speaking about
she breaks things down. She does not like break it down only like by using words. She breaks it down using actual books, citations. She even talks about like some profound authors, like what's the name, General Patton and Copernicus, and all these different like some people that were supposed to be like the thought leaders of that time, right? That had books and this, that, the other, that actually would say certain things about men and this, that, the other. But you have to like do more research into her, and you'll see that she actually does a lot of this.
Right. Well, let me say this here. A lot of times when I debate, I don't debate facts. You know, fact is a fact. You know what I mean? It's hot. It's 101 degrees where I'm at. It's hot. That's just a fact. But what I like to jump on and deal with is the conclusions that are drawn from said facts. So that being said, again, I have to browse this book and take a look at it and so on and so forth. But people can extrapolate conclusions from facts that are still jaded. But again, I'm talking from a standpoint, I read the book, so got to do the homework on that. But just understand that when, you know, it's just like no different than the gentleman we was mentioning earlier, Mr. White, you know, making shock jock statements just to get attention and not really necessarily providing any tangible solutions. But again, I'll check out the book and see.
Don't just check out her book. Actually go on her page and watch how she breaks things down. She's not like a person that's just speaking out of emotionality a lot of like you'll see a lot of female broadcasters like speak only from emotionality, whatever. She actually is breaking down peer reviewed articles, different like subject matter. She'll show it, even when she broke down argument, she'll show an actual image of like what she's talking about. The breakdown. She's a very intelligent individual, so I think that let's not not think that she's just only just speaking out of emotion. That's far from.
But can we honestly say what she's saying is not being derived from some form of emotion? Because you have to remember, we have to remember that this lane that she's starting to come down, this is all coming after she was divorced. And then even after she was divorced, she admittedly said she had dated a millionaire man. So these thoughts all came after her bad experiences with men in her life. So we can't just say these are just based out of pure facts, because like I said before, if you research, you can research anything and find evidence to support it or theories to support it, especially with a topic like love, which is extremely subjective. So again, it's hard for me to say that everything she's saying is not based out of emotion, because she's divorced, she's a single mother, and then she dated a millionaire man like she described afterwards, which also ended up in another breakup. And we don't know the logistics of these relationships. We weren't in those rooms. We didn't hear how she communicated with them or how they communicated with her. And so we don't know how they ended. We don't know if there was physical abuse or mental abuse. I don't know that. But all of these things, like we all know, play a role into who we are today, right now, and what we think moving forward. My experiences when I was younger and religion in our household have formulated who I am now and what I think going forward. So it's hard to just discredit all that and just say everything that's coming out of her mouth is just pure fact, because it's driven by something. And I believe it's driven by some of the relationships that she's had, that she's admittedly had, and then they, ultimately failed. And now she's turned to women.
Okay. I just wanted to tap in and say one thing. I was listening to this. I'm sorry.
How are you doing? Hey.
How you doing? Sorry about that. Yeah, I just wanted to tap in and say one thing. I've been watching this lady for a while. I've been watching her interviews. And the thing is, like, she's saying that men are incapable of love. I'm about to take my sons to football practice. I'm with them every day. I'm with my woman every day. I go to work every day to take care of them, to provide for them, show them love in their life, protecting them. And I don't feel like that's a fair thing to say, because that's not all men. If I might be a small, minute group man that does this, but it is men that's out here that's capable of love.
Okay, so she talks about the standard deviation curve. She talks about there's different levels of like men. So it's not just saying it all, you know what I'm saying? But we cannot base ourselves out of like, if you have like the general population, and then you have those that are like, that are doing things out of love and this, that, the other, that's a small group compared to the whole. So that's what she's based. That will be her answer probably. I'm not going to speak for her, but that's what I've heard her say.
Yeah, I understand. It just sounds like to me that she's just saying like men are incapable like they just can't do it. They can't love at all. They can't show no love. They can't show compassion. They animals. They monsters. This is everything that I keep hearing her say. I keep hearing her say it over and over. And she just said it more than on one occasion. So I'm like, this lady, she just like spreading hate for real. Like she's like hate men. Now I'm feeling like she is coming from an emotional place. Like something happened to her, and maybe she done dealt with, some guys that wasn't too good of men. So she might not have had, quality men in her life or something like that. I don't know what the case is with that, but I just wanted to tab in and let people know it is black men and men out here, other white men that I know, different men that take care of their family, love their women, love their wives. I'm getting married in September. You know what I mean? So it's not like, men can't never show love and that's all they think about is fucking and raping and all this crazy stuff that she's saying. She's saying some crazy stuff. That stuff don't come across my mind. When I get up in the morning to get on my work clothes, I'm thinking about, okay, yeah, my son, they need these cleats. I need to make sure that this light bill paid, this gas bill paid, just regular things that go through regular life. I don't think that way, and none of the men that I hang around think that way.
Well, let me say this here. Somebody said if it don't apply, you know, we're not the only ones that consume media in this space. There's a lot of younger men or still developing men and women who consume media in this space. So you have to keep that in perspective when statements are made or things are said. I don't use the all, not all. So I don't get into that trope. I mean, you know, she made a statement. You talked about the curve that she discusses in her book. But she definitely said that men are incapable of love. Now, maybe she has a quantifier in there in this book. But I did want to ask the moderator a question. During the discussion with Nepal and Priscilla, I heard Nepal made a statement about taking the power back or our power back. Well, my question is, if you can answer it, what power is being talked about and who are they taking it back from? I was a little confused with that.
You know, what's I gonna say, Drea, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
I want. Can you answer that question, or do you have something else that you want to talk about?
Well, I wanted to say something else, and then I'll try to answer that really quickly. First and foremost, I wanted to address the men that come on here and say something about Priscilla's been hurt or she's had bad experiences with men. Understand something. A lot of research and a lot of revolts come from a situation of uncomfortability, just like the way Black people feel about white people, for example. Uncomfortability in those situations had to happen in order for people to start doing their own research, peer reviews, such and so forth, to come up with a synopsis on European and white supremacist nature in order to have a Black revolt. Okay, so please stop talking about how someone has been hurt, so they're just quote unquote acting out. That's childish, and it really has nothing to do with the centerpiece of the argument. That's number one. When they're talking about taking power back, what they're actually talking about is taking power back from the patriarchy. That's what she's talking about. So, especially Black folks, we derived in a matrilineal system before patriarchy existed. So, if we were in a matrilineal system, women were the consulate to men. Men were in other words, the law. They carried out the law, the women made the law. So when women are talking about taking back that power, they're talking about taking back the power from the patriarchy, putting us back into a matrilineal system where things are more balanced. Because right now in a patriarchal system, things are not balanced worldwide. And I don't think men can deny that. Another problem that I have with men is when they start talking about themselves individually. Well, I'm doing this and I love my kids and I love my wife. It's not about that. It's those are peer review studies that are based on a broad spectrum of numbers. It has nothing to do with you specifically and your friends. Because she's talking about sex trafficking on a global level. She's talking about women being sexually abused, women being violated, women dying every 1 to 4 women every hour, something like that. That's what she's talking about, not you and your specific friends. And the fact that men can't take a moment, one moment, to examine those numbers before they automatically jump to the defense of men says a lot about the men that are listening.
Okay, let me say this. When you talked about the patriarchal system, matrilineal system, and all of these systems here. So let me ask you this here.
It's only 2 systems.
Whatever the case is, let me ask you this. So since we are here in America, we being African Black people, and I appreciate what you said. I don't do anomalies. I don't personalize me, and then all of a sudden now I'm going to build a doctrine. I respect that's my whole thing. It's not, we talking about a collective, right? So my question is this: at some point, when we go back into the 50s or the 60s, and we see 2-parent households, black father, Black mother, children, even though we had to fight uphill battles and continue to do so, we saw more stability in those situations, right? At some point, when those situations cease, and we can get into the government came into the home and do all of these things here, what we have now, would you not say that a single mom who's raising her children is in that patriarchy type of a situation right now? Would you agree with that or disagree with that?
Well, I mean, we're all under a patriarchal system. It's not identified as just a single mom. We all are suffering, including men, under this patriarchal system. When you're rewinding time and you say that we were more in a stable state when we, let's say, came out of physical slavery, for example, we were still under a patriarchal system, and women had to still subdue themselves to the men because they didn't have certain rights, like being able to have a credit card or being able to have a bank account. So even in the systems that you're talking about or that you see as being stable was still unbalanced because the woman still had to subdue herself under the synopsis of a man because she didn't have certain rights. So now what you are observing is certain resources being handed back to the woman, and women are getting in their bag and saying, I'm free and I don't have to put up with this or that, so I'm not going to deal with a man type of situation. That's what you're seeing.
And that's going to work out. That's going to work out great.
No, I didn't say that was going to work out great at all. What I am saying, though, is that now that men are in a position where they have to become better people, they can't just rely on their income anymore. They can't just say, well, I'm successful, so therefore I deserve a woman. You can't do that anymore. That was in the 50s when women couldn't get bank accounts. Now you actually have to be better people. You can't be a cheater. You can't be a liar. You can't be a gaslighter. You can't be a rapist. You can't be you can't sexually molest women in your household. You can't do these things anymore. You actually have to evolve to a better man. I am not for saying take men off the planet. What I am saying is men need to evolve themselves as better people.
Well, I heard you. I heard you clearly. My question is, have men done anything that would be of note to you?
Okay, so this is the argument. Hold up. I need to answer that. This is the argument that I love. This is the argument that I love.
Let me tell you why I asked you that, because you laid out several things as it relates to men. Men raping and molesting their children in the household. Men cannot no longer rely on their resources. They have to become better men and all of that. Hey, I didn't push back. I'm asking you, have men done anything?
I heard your question.
Okay, great. So
I heard your question. I love this part of the conversation because what it does is it dials down what I am saying. And what I mean by that is when I talk about global issues or us as an entire community and the problems that we face as a community of women, then the response to that is, well, have men done anything good? Which tries to balance out the situation. What I am saying to you is, do I know great men? Of course. I was raised by my father. I have 18 brothers. Within there are some exceptional men. I'm not saying that exceptional men don't exist, but what I am saying is overall, women are being dealt a very shitty hand of the stick. And men, if you are leaders, if you are true leaders, you need to observe the majority of what is happening in our communities and not focus on you and one or two of your friends that are doing well.
No, I understand
that. Is not
that.
the point.
Again,
okay, hold on. The pause here. I want to hear from her.
I don't know the name of the sister who's just speaking. What is your name, Queen?
Drea.
Okay, she said it perfectly, and I just want to actually just come in and expound on what she's saying. That's my point, but she really articulated it well. She articulated it very well. My point exactly is, we as women have been, when I say our power, look at it as Mother Earth. I want to give examples so people can get a visual. Mother Earth is, we can't live without it. We really are dependent on Mother Earth, and we should know who Mother Earth is. We are nothing without Mother Earth. We can't be like, well, I don't worship the earth. Well, then just die then, because you can't live without Mother Earth, right? And with Mother Earth, we have seen that the earth is being destroyed. Nobody cares about the earth. People take advantage of the earth. Well, look at that with men and women, how men treat women. We are the mothers. We give, when the sister said, how do I define love? Protection. I put that one out there. Protect. We protect, we nurture, we make sure everything is thriving. And throughout time, it has become, it's getting exponentially worse in these last days, but throughout time, we have not been, there's no reciprocity of what we've actually given to keep everyone alive. So, yes, I co-sign and stamp of approval of everything she said. That's what I mean about power. You don't want to, and not you, brother, but men need to stop saying, when you hear something as heinous as child sex trafficking, you can't say, but I did something good. You need to say, oh my gosh, let's look at that. You're right. Who's running those sex trafficking rings? Who's putting women in? See, women are very powerful. Who's recruiting the children and the women for these men who run these rings? Women are. They're the brains behind it. Men are manipulating women to do it. So at the core of it, we need to ask men to look at it and say, why are we doing this as men? So you get what I'm saying? I just came in to say thank you to the sister how she broke it down. But yes, we have given and given and given our power, and it hasn't been, there hasn't been an acknowledgement of who we are and how we are the nucleus, how we have relinquished power to so many men throughout time just to be able to be walked upon, used as toilet. And I love how she said gaslighting. The gaslighting is off the charts. When I teach things like women should be in order, we should let men, good men lead, what I'm disappointed in men who run with that and say, I can abuse women and then hide behind some, say you're not a woman in order, you're a loudmouth. Oh, the woman is in Dubai, she's locked up. We don't know exactly what happened. That is a country, don't forget that is a country that oppresses women and treats women like trash. Okay, I don't care how fancy Dubai is. We're talking about Sharia law. We're talking about countries that say that babies can marry grown men. I'm going to say it again. You want to talk about facts and sources. Babies can marry men. But when we hear about one of our women, an American woman who is being held there because she was being treated badly and she raised her voice, she's in prison, our men cheer. They say, yes, the Black woman is locked up in the... That's the problem. That's the problem. If you want power, and I want you to have leadership, I don't want to be sitting back like some toilet or some doormat, because I want you to, every time you have the power as a man, I want you to say, that's because a woman let me have this power. Yes. I'm sorry if I lose my brothers. I want you to know, every time you have power, I want you to say, because a woman let me have this power, so I must use this power wisely. I must never forget that a woman gave me this power. I must never forget that I'm on this earth because of a woman. I must never forget that I must do things right, or women will leave me in the dust. And as our sister Priscilla says, let me become extinct. I don't want that. So that's what I meant by power, my brother.
So thank you for articulating that. If we were having a discussion, I guess in essence we are, about human sex trafficking, the abuse of women and all of those things, I'm team with that. I'm on that side. I don't believe that women exist for the sole purpose or pleasure of a man. Not at all. They're individuals. They have their own thought, their own perspective and ideology. I was just trying to get some perspective here, and maybe not so much from you, but Nepal, but from Priscilla.
And I want to say, brother, I'm not attacking you. I just want to make that
listen, it's alligator skin here, sweet. I and I've seen you a lot on size channels and all of that. So yeah, no. I don't. That ain't my get down. Let's speak.
Yeah,
to the
you're brave enough to get up here, so I appreciate your voice. So go ahead.
Let's speak to the argument and the conversation. I want to ask you, Nepal, when you said you made a point to say women, if I heard you right, women giving power to the man or giving him the power or something like that. Did you say that in your conversation?
Well, in the conversation, when we're using the word power, which is really a strong word, obviously, but just to really see and make no mistake that my position is never that women are inferior. My position actually is, it aligns with Princella. Women are superior if we're talking about nature. If we're talking about nature, but that doesn't mean that women should lord over men or hate men because of what men have done. Because there are men who, now I said nature, now men in society, like that brother who came on, who said he's a father, he thinks of his children all the time. He's superior to very many women sociologically, because there are women out there who don't care about their children, and there are men who don't care about their children. You see what I'm saying? I can't just blame men.
Both genders have strengths and weaknesses that the other one don't have. I certainly, I mean, that's science. We could certainly see that. I guess we're in totality would the conversation be landing? I mean, it's like, well, what's the solution? So here's a problem. From Priscilla, and the reason I'm talking about her, because that's what the whole discussion was about, her and Nepal having a discussion about said things. So what was the I think I heard her say that women need to get away from men. Is that the solution? Or just men being better men and recognizing these issues in which that they have?
I would love to speak.
I'm sorry?
I said I would love to speak to that. Let's look at this as a situation from Europeans to Black folks. Let's look at it in that dynamic to see if this is more easily understood, okay? When Black folks suffered an immense amount of uncomfortability due to white hands when they came out of slavery, what did Black people do? They attempted to separate themselves from Europeans. They created Tulsa. They created the Louisiana trades. They created a lot of things to separate themselves from Europeans, so that way they could get on their own feet and strengthen themselves from within. Priscilla's idea, in my opinion, is that same thing. Men are destroying women. That is a fact. The numbers are speaking for themselves. And when we have these conversations with men, men do not want to acknowledge that. But the bottom line is, statistically, women are dying at an exponential rate. Women are getting sexually abused at an exponential rate, sex trafficking, so forth and so on. So what Priscilla is talking about when she says separate herself from men, it gives women the opportunity to strengthen themselves instead of centering men. That's what that's about. So if you give women the opportunity to indulge in self-love, separate themselves from men, and deal with themselves, it will put them in a better position to be able to identify the unevolved, and the evolved man when they come back to interact with you. But you can't tell a woman to choose better, but not tell her what that better is. That's the problem. Men will say, choose better, choose better. It's your fault, the reason you're getting dogged. It's your fault, the reason you're getting raped, or the reason you're getting hurt and murdered. But then when a woman comes along and says, okay, separate yourself from men, take time to learn and self-love, so that way when you interact with them, you can choose better, men still have a problem with that. And that's the problem.
So is that what she's saying? Separate yourself from men for a period of time to get oneself together?
I'm not her. I'm not her. So I'm not her, so I'm not going to speak for her.
Well, you just did. You just said, I think what Priscilla is saying is X, Y, Z, 1, 2, 3.
I said what I perceive her to be saying. Yeah, so my interpretation, I'm not going to say this is what Priscilla said direct. This is how I interpret it. So yes, women should separate themselves from men, gain some knowledge and self-love so they can better understand how to choose who is evolved and who is not. So they do not
would that not start in the home? Let's just take it back there.
What do you
mean?
Would that
not? So a man and a woman have a child, and there's a hell of amount of teaching that has to go on to bring this human being to adult to full fruition, so where that they could operate in this space called the world, right? So wouldn't that start? Would you say that there's a big portion of this is the breakdown of the home? What they're being taught at home. In other words, if I'm understanding you right, separate from men, learn self, get all of that together, rejoin, so that one can know themselves better to make better choices, right?
Yes, for the women who want to deal with men. You might have women that don't want to deal with men at all, and that should be fine too. That's fine too. It's not. Women are not. This is what men need to understand, and I'm not saying this in degradation of men at all. But men need to understand that women are not obligated to you. You don't own women. You don't own the existence of women.
Who
So
presented
women
that
are not.
argument, ma'am?
Okay,
Nobody
so
presented that
what I'm
argument.
saying to you is, if there are women that choose to go on their purpose, centering themselves, and they decide to go to Indonesia and help homeless children for the rest of their lives and not be dedicated to a man, that's her prerogative. If a woman decides that she wants to date other women and never deal with men, that's her prerogative. Women have their own choices. They're not obligated to you. Now, if a woman decides that she still wants to interact with you, then she still needs to be educated on how to pick a better version of you. Because as we stand right now, men are not great because the numbers of you are not great. And that's what Priscilla's talking about the deviation curve, how 80-something% of y'all is not good using the deviation curve, and how
wait, hold on. Wait. 80%, hang on, ma'am. 80% of men are not good. That's interesting. So let me ask you this here. 80% of men, in what metric?
Get ready to tell you. Did you listen to her when she spoke about the deviation curve?
On this panel?
Yeah, on this panel. She spoke about it.
I didn't join until about an hour in. So
No, I did hear about the deviation curve.
Well, let me finish. Let me finish my question, and then let's dialogue. I appreciate that.
Not a problem.
When you say men are not 80, she said that 80% of men are not good. My only question was going to be in what metrics. I don't care about the anomalies and all of it. What 80% is a big number. That's a big number, right? So,
yeah, you're asking the question. I'm getting ready to answer.
Right. So what metrics?
Okay. She talks about the deviation curve. And basically, if you follow the deviation curve, it doesn't matter what you're talking about in a society. You could be talking about the amount of it doesn't matter what case study you're talking about. The middle of the deviation curve is going to be the average person, right? That's going to consist of the majority of a society when it comes to whatever topic. Gotcha. And that stems at 60-something% of any society of any subject matter. So if you're talking about the deviation curve going backwards, and you're talking about average and below, then that's going to succumb to about 80-something% of that society, of whatever conversation we're having or what have you. Okay, that is what she's talking about. So when you're talking about the standard deviation curve in dealing with men in this society, then you're talking about average and below. Okay. So we're not talking about the anomalies, which would be the Malcolm X's, and even at one time he was a bum. So we're not talking about that. We're talking about the average and below. So when you talk about the average and below man, you're talking about 80 to 90% of men.
Okay. Now, did you hear my question?
How was it measured? He's saying, where did you get these statistics from?
You have to look up the deviation curve.
Is it work? Is it work? Is it marriage? Is it what metrics are 80% of men?
The deviation curve exists upon any like subject matter. You have
thank you. That's what I said. Thank you.
There be like a certain like study done. It's like, dude, on average, these are what average people are doing. This is what above average doing. This is what below average.
So on average, 80% of men, let me just throw one out here. 80% of men are horrible in marriage. 80% of men are horrible fathers. 80% of men are lazy. Is that fair to say?
So, is that 80% of men are average and below. That's what the deviation curve states. So if we're speaking
average and below, but I want to jump in and ask a question. But where are these? Where are these statistics, the specific studies that you're basing this off of?
That's what I asked earlier.
Okay, I don't think you guys really need to look up what the deviation curve is. The deviation curve.
I understand what deviation curve means. No, hold on. We have to. We still have to look at the studies that you're discussing that presents that we come to the conclusion about the deviation curve. Now, are you saying everything across the board, as the brother's asking? Where are these studies that you're talking about? Are you talking about education? Are you talking about education?
The host just explained that the deviation curve is based on all studies across the board. It is the way that society is looked at.
Priscilla based it on education.
Yes,
because I watched her talk about it on two different streams. and she primarily focused on education, because she even alluded to she connotated it with these are C+ students. She even alluded it to education to a certain degree. So what I'm saying is, yes, there is a standard deviation curve for men, but there's also a standard deviation curve for women. And if you're going to use that same deviation curve, that simply also means that 84% of men are average or below. That means that same percentage of women are average or below. And what it does is it puts you in the same category. So again, most people date within that deviation. Most people date within their own deviation. You get with people that are in your community, like-minded, societal values, things like that. It's very rare that you have somebody at that bottom of that deviation dating up to somebody at the very top of that deviation, right? And so again, I don't know what that necessarily has to do with any other conversation, because you're mixing worlds. Normally worlds don't collide to that degree. You don't see a person walking out of the middle of the hood and then dating Kim Kardashian or something like that. Worlds don't necessarily collide. Like, it's extremely rare. So again, the standard deviation, I felt like that was just a statistic you threw out there to kind of wow people, but it wasn't fair.
No, not at all. Not at all. If you put it in context to what she's talking about with male nature, it makes perfect sense. Because yes, 80% of the people is that's talking about the average and the below. Yes, women fall in that category as well, but that has nothing to do with when she talks about the nature of man. So yes, for example, you're gonna date somebody in the same educational class as you, the same financial class as you. Yes, it is. But when we talk about statistics on a grand scale, as far as sex trafficking and murder and all of those things, those come from a biological nature. That's what she's saying. That's the difference.
84% of men are raping and murdering.
That should be her stick.
No,
we keep coming back to the
deviation curve. Okay, look what he just said. 84% are raping and dating. Okay. So in that deviation curve, you get your rapist, that'll be at the bottom half. Then you have the average man. Then you have the above average man. Like, right? So the average, she's okay. So rapists, murderers, killers, whatever, they would be at that bottom of the deviation curve.
Yes.
Kids. Sometimes you have a lot of this at the top. Something you have at the top.
Sir, because you're
necessarily true.
Because you're equating it to financial success, and that's not necessarily.
That's what she equated her deviation curve to. Let's not act like I listened. I gave her a fair chance. I know exactly what her deviation curve was for.
So initially, he was at the bottom of the deviation curve. Climbed up that deviation curve. He went to prison and everything like that, and he got better. But then finally, he was at the top of the deviation curve. He became Malcolm X. The bottom line is that he started off down here. He went and moved up to the top. That does not mean he probably wasn't the most richest person in the world. So just because. And even though he had money, so just because the person has money does not mean the actual type of man, the actual excellence of a person, of the thought pattern, etc.
Exactly.
So what made you believe that Malcolm X got to the top of the curve? Well, we didn't know him personally. We only knew what the world showed.
Was not he's not the most educated guy.
Okay, so what put him at the top of this curve?
I'd like to offer a clarifying statement that's on point what everyone's arguing about. So when Princella is talking about these pyramids and she's talking about the top, we have to keep in perspective and in clarity and in focus what is happening in our actual society. There is a top of the pyramid. You're right, where all the money and all that good shit is at. But because we're in a society that is patriarchal, the top of the pyramid is still run by men. And that means their moral structure is being put down. And that is why the bottom looks like that, because we have the top in a sick position. We don't have the top of our self-actualization pyramid that's being shared with our general public. It's not healthy. Patriarchy has been run in this system now for 6,000 years. Okay, so women have, especially if you're going with the whole black woman narrative thing, and then I'm gonna drop that after saying this. Before you deal with white supremacy, you have to deal with male supremacy. The first person to put his foot on my neck looked like my brother, my father, or my husband. We have to deal with the actual history and the actual facts. It's not about it's not to say get out of your feelings. It's to say, okay, these are the feelings. It's shameful. It's upsetting. It's disgusting. It's all these other things you may feel if you feel that way. But then get into the scholarship, get into the actual research. Maybe shut up about something you actually do not know anything about. Willful ignorance is not becoming. And that's all I have to say.
I just
Can you
wanted
guys give me an example of a society that mirrors what you want? Give me one example of a society in human history that mirrors this society that you guys would love to see. Just one, so we have something to go off of. Just so we have something to go off of. Give me one example of this utopia that you seek, and then we can start mirroring that as men.
Great question.
Am I to be clear? Well, first I want to plug in the deviation curve real quick because I wasn't able to do this. The deviation curve can be plugged into any segment of society. So the deviation curve can be used toward knowledge or morality or financial, that type of thing. So I just wanted to say that it's not all encompassed in one. If a person is rich, they're at the top of the curve. It's not what that means. But as far as your question was, what does a perfect society look like to women?
No, that's not what I said. I said the society that mirrors a lot of the talking points that you guys would like to see, as far as like what society can we look back on in human history that more so closely mirrors what you guys are talking about that we can use as an example to kind of go with. Because it seems like me and the other guy here consistently, men ask, okay, how can we be a part of the solution? And if we want to be a part of the solution, we have to kind of know what the end outcome is going to be looking like. What utopia in human history in the past can we look to that kind of mirrors what you guys are talking about?
Kemet would be a good example of that. Pre-colonization. That was a matrilineal society.
Okay. Kemet is, I don't know if that's what she's looking for, but I was going to suggest something that you actually can research. I don't think this is a utopia, but there's a Chinese society called the Musuo, MUSUO, and I spoke to Princella about this and Genesis. That society, that's not something that I'm pushing, but I'm saying this might be somewhat an idea. You can look at what on the lines of what she's pushing. I shouldn't say pushing because she's not pushing. She's teaching, okay? And because I don't want to discredit her or make her look like she's doing something sinister. I think she's doing something. I think she's really dedicating her life to making life better for women. So I digress. So the Mizuho, they have men. It's a matriarchy, and they have men in their society who are basically there for reproduction. In a nutshell, that's what men are there for, and they rule everything. They practice polyandry. So that's the kind, from my perspective. Again, I'm going to be reading her book and listening more. But for me, I see that as what the society would kind of look like. So do some research on the Mizuho if you want. And then also in ancient Greece, there was the Lesbos, the island of Lesbos, where it was mostly women. They actually separated themselves in a sense from a lot of misogyny and patriarchy in Greece. There was a lot of misogyny going on in those ancient times with the Greek women. They were abused, they were mistreated, and so they went into a society of the women of Lesbos. So those are two societies. So there are civilizations, and I don't know, Genesis, if you could look up the Masuo as well and show them, because just a little bit about how it's not just Africans, it's their Chinese civilizations that are doing this. So
okay, but I know that I knew before asking the question that there were civilizations like that. What I'm saying is, if we're talking about reality as far as the women here in the U.S., because you're not going to get any woman here in the U.S. with the luxuries of these first worlds to go to a third world country and go live in that type of utopia. So if we're talking about the reality of women here in the U.S., what does that look like here? And is there a first world example? A first world example, not a third world example of that, and what does it look like? And it's going to, in some way, shape, or form, involve men somehow.
Hold on. Let me just show the Masoa, okay? Hold on, real quick. Show that one.
And before you do the Genesis, yes, men are involved in the Masuo,
And the solution,
but the women are
give the men,
the women are ruling
examples. See, you're showing us what women are doing. The men need to say, how can we participate in uplifting you to the degree that you guys are talking? Or is it something you're just doing completely uniquely on your own and you don't need, men aren't even participants of it?
Well, the question was, can you show a thriving female civilization without the men?
That's not a thriving female civilization. That's a third world country. And we're talking about first world country.
Okay, China's not a third world country.
What I'm saying is, would you go live where you just saw? Would you leave?
Okay, hold
give
on.
up
Let
everything
me
you got right now?
brother. Let me say this. Okay, I'm
realistic.
The
just
Moso
talking
people
facts.
have been living along the Lugu Lake in China province for centuries. According to the local government, their current population is about 50,000. And in their society, things are done a little differently.
墨索人的话，以前是从那个西藏、蒙古那一带，就是沿袭一路沿袭到泸沽湖这边，在这边定居。然后墨索人的母系文化的话，就是墨索人是属于一个大家庭，然后所有的姊姊妹妹啊，然后你的上一辈、下一辈、3代、4代，他都是生活在一个地方，居住在一个地方了嘛。然后我们家里面的话，就是由我们的就是老祖母来当家，就是这种。所以女人为大了嘛，墨索人家里面。
They're known as the Kingdom of Daughters. In the Moso culture, women are mostly responsible for supporting the family's needs as well as raising the kids.
没有，我们这代是没几个。走后嘛，他们下来了嘛，来我们家住一两天，不下来了，他们自己家住了嘛，就住了嘛。我们墨索家嘛，墨索妈妈家住嘛，妈妈来呀，舅舅，比如是爷爷奶奶，我们大伙过出来了嘛，有钱了就吃钱了，我们过了嘛，就是啊，就是就是可以是这种。男人嘛，出去他们在喊这些朋友，他们交钱去啊，就给了。
我们墨索家庭。
So I mean, I'll let you guys go ahead and look that up. But bottom line is showing that, because I think he was asking the question of show a matrilineal society that's thriving, that's doing it, and I'm like, okay, well here we go. It's two. There was two right now.
The question was, how can we take examples from that and then implement it, give men something to help with the solution, and then women, obviously, you seclude and do what you do. So if men want to be a part of the solution, or men just can't be a part of the solution, just women just seclude, and just like what the woman said in that video, men just go out and make money. I don't care what they do.
She was being facetious. In that society, though, I'm just letting you know, I think we need balance. Like, I go back to balance. I think we need to live male and female together. But I love those societies because look why they know what's going on in the world. That it's realistic. We know that most of our societies, women are treated poorly. The reason I forgot the name of the other group, what they call the Samburu, or the woman, the African group, she did that because of female genital mutilation, because her husband let men beat her and told her she was wrong to speak up against her women being raped by British soldiers. Then the men, instead of the men inside of her village standing with her when she spoke up against rape, they beat her. You see what the catalyst is? It's the male abuse so to speak. That's what pushes women to these radical state of minds. And then they move and they show, don't forget that we're women. Don't forget who we are. Let us remind you. So that's the issue, my brothers. I'm telling you, that's the issue. Men have not sufficiently come forth. Good men like you brothers on the panel. You haven't shown women, okay, fine, I'm coming forth. I'm not going to argue with you about how you are reacting to misogyny and abuse of women. I'm not going to argue with you about how you decide to move against it. I'm going to sit and find a solution on the male side and stand with you against sex trafficking, female mutilation, men raping women, saying it's because it's just a part of war. That's what women are saying. What women like me and women like, I'd say all of us, we all have our different ways. Priscilla, she has her way of doing it. I have my way of doing it. The sister who was speaking earlier, who had a lot of great points, she said she has 18 brothers. We have our way of saying, look, women are not treated right. Let's just be honest. Men aren't treating women well, and women are the end all be all of everything. Listen, brother, let me ask you, do you believe that women are the end all be all of everything and that you cannot live without women? Do you believe that?
I agree. I agree with all of that.
Perfect. See, then we need brothers like you to say that.
We're on the
And
same page. We're definitely in accordance. We're in accordance with you. And that's what I'm saying. I agree with everything you just said there. You said it beautifully. Again, now, it's like I said, it's unfortunate that some of these things that are going on in third world countries, again, because they're in third world countries, I don't know third world solutions. I'm more so focused here in the US. This is our worldview. My worldview is just different. Society, the way I see society is just based off my experiences here. And it's just, we're talking about the problems that exist as of today here in the United States where we're living.
I wouldn't put down the third world country though.
I'm not putting it down. I'm just saying I can't be the savior for the, I can't provide a solution. I'd be faking it if I acted like I had a solution for what they're going through over there.
One thing that is said is that
it will take a level of violence to fix what's going on.
In a natural environment here in the United States, right? So the bottom line is that like they have the opportunity to do that in their environment because they're not run by a patriarchal system. They're able to separate themselves and create these communities. However, like in a place like America, that would be a little bit harder to do. You could like create go get like a piece of land and put all women on it and see if they thrive. That's not abnormal. I think that what happened is that it would eventually become like a thing where you'd end up having law enforcement involved. I don't know, but what I'm saying
so
is,
places like Spelman University, women's colleges, and things like that, would you consider those like the places where that could potentially begin?
Yeah, like Spelman. Yeah, that's actually like
because there are like obviously there's no utopias where women can just go and live, but there are places where they can kind of seclude themselves away from men, focus on themselves, educate themselves, get a better worldview, and then come out better. So some of those places do exist. It's about, are you getting women to go to these places? I mean, if we got a lot more Black women to commit to some of these universities, make those universities much more stronger.
I don't mean to interrupt. I'm about to go. I don't think that's
it is either, but I'm saying there's places like that.
Yes, and I do want to say this before. Go ahead.
Nature, because the bottom line is that the whole thing is that we have gotten away from nature. This whole society is based on against nature. Like that's why we have pollution and everything like that going on in this world. That's why you can't barely drink the water. People are putting poison in the water, burning down the trees. It's all kind of like you can't, So therefore, the bottom line is this whole thing is anti-natural. That's one thing that Princella would say, right? This world, this system that we are in right now, you're trying to see how we could convert that over here. I believe that the people over there, they live a more natural and more better and sustainable long-term lifestyle than a person that would be in this environment. So therefore, I don't look down on the third world. I'm glad that they're in the third world doing it. They're an example of what we should be doing here.
Right. I love all the talking points. Yes, you're right. I agree with you about the nature. I think they're more. I'm not going to talk about underdeveloped countries. I want to close out and say this. Thank you for letting me be on the panel. Genesis coming back, and thank you to the brothers and the sister that spoke with me. I want to say this though. Princella is doing things the way she is doing them, and she is effective. But I am doing the things the way I do them, and I would like to also be respected in what I do. I know that males are crucial. We cannot survive without men. I didn't say that other part. I asked the brother, you think you can survive without women? Women cannot survive without men. We can pretend we can talk about parthenogenesis all we like. What we need to, we don't want to devolve. We want to evolve, and we want to go to our best selves. We want to be able to live together, male and female together, and reach that part of harmony and in a utopia that we all envision if we are philosophical. So I'm going to leave you with this. Men aren't some kind of project that we're working on. We got to fix these guys. We cannot deny, if we're gods and we call ourselves women, we're in power. We have to acknowledge that women are failing a lot. We're failing families. And for whatever reason, we could turn around and point back to the man, but we also have to, as women, say, look, if we're such goddesses and we're such gods and we're so powerful, then we're going to have to also take responsibility for what we do in our homes and how we raise these men. Again, going with the sister Princella's teaching, she said men are good at commands. Well, you are the mothers. You must look into sisters that are angry and hurt. I'm hurt too. Don't think that I'm not hurt, but I know that secure attachment is very real. The development of the human brain from age 0, which is in the womb, to age 5 is a crucial part of how that person will be later on in their life. And it's solidified. There's no rewinding or redoing or rewiring when you're talking about neurological systems and you're talking about how neurotransmitters fire. We're talking about how women, we are the power. We are the power, right? You have those men in your wombs. You have those men in your homes raising them. Do not put your children in foster care. Not foster care, in Head Start and go work. I know it's hard. We're in a patriarchal system. See what I said about the vicious cycle? So you got to find a way. If we're going to be real, we're going to face, everybody's going to stand and face the facts that we all have to fix up. So I'm going to land my plane, and then I'm going to go ahead and say thank you and close out. We'll talk more later. We will not fully blame men and say it's because they're animals and they're this and that and they love to grape. That's not true. It's not true. We are human beings, and we can go to the biology like my sister said, and I can show you in the biology that it has nothing to do with male or female. It has to do with programming. I love you all, and I thank you all, and I respect you all, and we will talk again further. I'm going to keep listening. Genesis, you're a genius. This is awesome. And that's all. Peace to the darkest minds of the light. Peace, everybody.
Let me say this if I can. Thanks, Nepal. I just want to say something with regard to some of the comments in the chat. It's kind of funny. But Nepal Shadar doesn't know me from a can of paint, but I've seen her in debates in various settings and debates with different information and so on and so forth. So once she gets up to speed as it relates to Princella G's book, somebody in the chat said that Princella G is going to do X, Y, Z. You better go find out who Nepal Shadar is, first of all. Second of all, another lady said something. This is why Princella doesn't waste her time talking to these men. Let me say something, young lady. In order to understand a man or a woman's position, you must first hear them out, listen, ascertain the information, and then you can better formulate an opinion or a response to that, okay? So you can't just walk in somebody's platform, shove shit down their throat, and tell them they're supposed to eat it or like it. That's why you have a conversation. And then you challenge these beliefs and these opinions in the light of facts and see where we go with it. That's what this is. This is no hate, no who hurt you, oh, you feel all this nonsense. That's why we do that. You don't, that's why I said early when I first spoke, you have to be careful as to what goes in here from anybody, any platform. I don't care who it is. We need to be team each other, in my opinion. And so at the end of the day, I'm still trying to figure out. Maybe I got to get this again, get her information and see where she's coming from. But still trying to figure out what exactly. If we're talking about simply women being abused and raped and all of these things as at the hands of men, then I don't know of any brother that's going to sit here and debate that, not be team that, and figure out, well, what role can I play in stopping that? But that's really not the whole gist of the conversation. That sister said, what she said. And so that's, when you get pushback on your argument, if you are going to assert a position, then just expect challenges on that position. That's all. And there's no hate. Nobody's offended. Nobody's any emotions and all of that. Having conversations at the highest level is where we should be. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks for letting me up on the panel.
I agree. Same. I got to get out of here myself. DJ Genesis, I appreciate the platform, and salute to everybody that came up and just talking. And like the man just said, man, we gotta have dialogue, and because we gotta find some type of common ground in this. Otherwise, if we don't, it's gonna look like women look to the manospheres as if they're just money grabbing and just playing on men's emotions, and people are just gonna look to everything that Prince Ella says and say, "Oh, she's just money grabbing, trying to sell her books to women." And it's just best to find a common ground so we can start working towards the solution. Otherwise, you're just gonna have two opposing sides fighting each other. We ain't gonna get nowhere. So appreciate you. I gotta get out of here.
Melon, okay, thank you so much, JC. Oh, wait, was that FYF Sports Debate? Thank you for joining our panel. We appreciate your input. This was a great panel. I want to also hear from Melanie Jones. I know you've been waiting to speak, so sorry about that.
Hello, how are you doing? Actually, you came in my timeline and you were doing a podcast with Princella, which I found her through another podcaster's live that she was doing, where Priscilla was being interviewed by two women of the manosphere. So I found out about her probably November of last year. Around that time, it was, when it was cold, November, December, somewhere in there. And I asked the podcaster, I came on her live, and I asked the podcaster, I said, who is she? Where can I find her? I was really impressed with her. And I really came on, that's how I know of Princella. So I found your live. You were actually came up in my timeline, and maybe because I'm on Princella's channel, maybe that's why you came up in my timeline, but you actually came up in my timeline, and it did show that you were doing a talk with Princella. But this is what I came up to say. I just said that so people know how I came to know her. A lot of times when women, see, we live in a patriarchal society. And ever since I've joined Priscilla's channel and listened to her, I've listened to Cynthia G too. I like both of them. I think Priscilla takes it a lot farther than Cynthia G. And I think, this is my opinion, y'all, so I'm not asking no one to like what I say. It's my opinion. I think what Priscilla is saying, and I agree with her 100%, women have been conditioned over centuries. This is centuries of conditioning. This just didn't happen last year, 50 years ago, or 100 years ago. This is before we even came to the plantation, because I heard the brother say, the first male on your podcast say, and I'm going to be honest with y'all, I am at work, so I had to step off and then come back, but I had to come back whenever I could, be outside the job so I could talk, and that's what I'm doing now. I heard him say, well, women was the first, so y'all created all this, so y'all started this. And right away, the blame thing, the blaming and shaming, that's all I heard him do. And a lot of times, Priscilla say, y'all need to stop listening to males. I agree with her on that. Because what happens is they will start trying to figure out what she's doing. And a lot of women are not understanding that the woman has been conditioned to be patriarchal. When I hear Nafar speak, all I hear is patriarch. Everything she says is patriarchal. So I do have a lot of discrepancies with what she say. Even she was talking about Priscilla, she was putting words in Priscilla's mouth. She said a lot of things that Priscilla was not saying. I do not believe that it is the woman's responsibility to correct the male. I do not believe that. It is not going to work. There's no common ground there. I think women first, we need to learn how to be women. When we learn how to be women, then we'll know how to raise the male child. Right now, women don't even know how to raise male children. They are discarding their daughters and they're focusing on males. I see this a lot in society. I just see a lot. That's why I resonated with Priscilla's channel because a lot of stuff I see online with between males and females, even when mothers with daughters and boys, oh my gosh, it's so heartbreaking. So I just came up to say that when we listen to males, I heard that some of what the males were saying on your channel. I don't agree with those males. There's no common ground that we need. We need to get back to being women, and only women can be women. I don't like when males come on a woman's channel and tell women, give women solutions. No, we've been doing that for centuries and centuries, is listening to males. Oh, well, we need to do this. Oh, well, we need to do that. Oh, well, it's always, we always listening to males. What about we stop and just listen to each other and other women and come to a common ground among women on how we need to move forward as women. And that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you so much, Drea. Drea, you there? I'm sorry. You're on mute. I'm sorry. My bad. I was playing that thing. Was you trying to talk the whole time it was on mute? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. And I wasn't trying. Yeah, it's okay.
This is my first ever stream with multiple people, and I hope that you guys appreciate this. This is my first time doing this.
Yes, this is dope. This is dope.
No, I appreciate it, but I'm gonna get off, okay?
Well, stay for a minute because I agree with Sis. You know what I'm saying? Because this whole conversation, I was getting annoyed because the conversation was veering toward women going off so they can quote unquote get themselves together. What was like? I didn't even understand what. No, men need to evolve. Women, yes, we need to deal with each other and we need to become communal again. I agree with that. We need to become communal. Women need to start loving women because we don't even love each other because we're so busy competing with each other over men in the manosphere. But that whole conversation about women need to go off to quote unquote get themselves together with the undertone of coming back to men and being better, that's a negative. Men need to evolve. And when men evolve, then women will do just like any other woman species in nature will do. We will pick the best gene for procreation, but you shouldn't be allowed to reprocreate yourself being the lowest denominator of man.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Those men, I'm talking to you, sis, now, and those men, if you notice, a lot of those men was refuting the manosphere and men talking point, but they listened to them. You see what I mean? They listened to these men. So everything they were saying to me was a bunch of BS. It was bullshit.
Right. And you could tell where they are because when you're talking to them about very disheartening things in the community, like sex trafficking and women getting killed, when you're talking to them about these things, they automatically go to them and their friends. Well, I'm not like that because I do this and I do that. And it has nothing to do with you. On a grander scale, women are crying out. So for the fact that you're not hearing that, but when a Kevin Samuels or somebody comes up, oh, you're hearing and you're clapping for him when men are the one out here killing women, that makes no sense.
Exactly.
That makes no
sense. It's been happening.
Yes.
It's been happening. I know if you go back and listen to the Salem witch trials, think about it. Those women was killed because of the knowledge they had. I don't know why they call them witches. I just think that was
Yeah, you know what? Let me say something to you like this too. I had a friend of mine and I was talking to her. I turned her on to Priscilla debating on HOK, House of Sonetta's channel. And we was watching the debate and she came to realize that Priscilla is lesbian. Now, I'm not lesbian, I'm heterosexual, but that really doesn't matter in the context of the information.
exactly.
What bothered me about it is you have a lot of women that are calling Priscilla a man and saying that she's lesbian and she trying to turn you lesbian. That dims the information. Listen to her information and stop only looking at the fact that she dates women because that has nothing to do with the facts behind her information. And why would you supersede the fact that she's lesbian over the fact that men are killing you?
But I'm gonna be honest with you. I know a lot of people say Priscilla is lesbian. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't consider her as lesbian. I'm gonna tell you why. Because
Mm.
she have dated men up until her research showed her what the male species actually was. Like she'll say, nobody knows where this Y chromosome came from and how it
Agree,
got
yeah.
in women. Nobody knows that.
Mhm.
That's
Mhm.
research that'll probably take probably decades just to even do. I mean, well, maybe I don't know how long it would
Yeah, I
take.
get your
But
point.
my
I get
point
your
is
point.
that um, she's still a woman. In my book, she's still a woman. Society says lesbian. Okay, you can say lesbian. I don't really, I just don't see it in that way. But I guess I'm trying to make a point is even listening to Nafar, she sounds so male identified.
I think because
No
I
woman,
yeah.
no woman is going to, you know, look, what Nafar's talking about doing, do you realize women have been doing that for centuries?
Right. That the
Trying to
whole
get the
idea,
male together?
yeah, the
I
whole
mean,
idea behind women absolutely needing a man to be there, that's a farce.
no.
Communal.
It is a part. It is a
Communal.
part.
If that's the case, then
But
women just
that's
need
what men say. Men say that. I noticed she was
right.
trying to protect the male ego. Men are saying men and women need each other, but yet and still, those same men were Kevin Samuels supporters. Even though they say they weren't, I don't believe them. Every time, every male that opened their mouth, I just saw lies come. I just heard lies coming out. You know, I couldn't identify
If
with nothing they said.
right, men and women separated. Let's be honest. If men and women separated, I've heard men on different blogs and podcasts simply say that if that was to ever happen, men would just resort to taking it. And that's just the
Exactly. That's who
and
they
that's just the
are.
fact. And that's
Well,
just the
that's what
fact.
Charleston White said it, and Priscilla keeps saying it. And I don't think women are hearing.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
saying who they are. You
But
really,
I just wanted to address the women because it's not even about Priscilla being lesbian or non-lesbian. You know, that wasn't the point
right?
that I was trying to drive home because I don't care about that. I was just
Yeah,
trying to
me either.
address to women that they need to stop. Oh, she dressed like a tomboy. And you're using the same rhetoric that men use toward her. You
That's
know,
this. That's what I'm saying. The female has the male mentality
exactly. You're
against
using the
women.
same rhetoric. You're using the same rhetoric instead of listening to her information. Listen to her information and then look around you at the world and analyze it for yourself and take off the male centered glasses and look with a clear vision. It has nothing to do with her sexuality or how she dressed and all this other crap that you're saying. It has everything to do with her
Exactly.
information. And every time you approach a man with the information, they literally every time will prove some aspect of her argument right. I promise you. Every debate that I've looked at, every
Hmm.
post that I've read, they will come out and prove whatever point that she's trying to make
Can I
every time.
say something at this point to the sister, to you? I don't know your name. I know DJ is up here, but
Oh,
I'm
Drea,
saying this to
Drea,
you.
sorry. Hmm.
So I work normally in the evening time, like I'm working now, and I normally turn on YouTube and see what's going on. So I happened to happen on a site that I was familiar with that was in my timeline. It was Q Butter doing a how they doing a response. Well, they were doing the response from the interview with Sonetta and Priscilla, that panel. And oh my gosh, you could hear the black men. Y'all, I'm gonna keep it
I
real.
didn't
Black
see
men.
that. I didn't see that. What is
Oh,
that?
you got it. Now he takes. It went on for hours because whenever I first got wind of, I started at 6:30 p.m. And I thought, for somebody that's starting a school called Ziax, I feel sorry for the girls in Ziax. I really do. Because those black girls, because the women that helped run that, they were very male identified. And he's pro, like I've heard him say stuff like, when his wife talks, he can't stand to hear her to keep talking and talking and talking. I've heard him, but he takes down the video. So I hope it's still up. That's my point. He'll take down that video. And he's been on a site of a male and a wife and husband. They still do their videos. And now her husband is going, he called himself being pro woman. Think about this. He's called himself being pro, woman. Now all of a sudden he's turning manosphere. This is why a lot of times Priscilla say, stop listening to them. They are liars. Now all of a sudden he's pro manosphere. Think about this. He doesn't say it, but this is how he talks.
Right.
And but I got off work at 11 o'clock last night. Do you know this Q Butter? He still was running her podcast.
Oh my God.
And he was coming from the patriarchy mindset because he considered himself pro black, 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 which I got a lot to say about that because that's a bunch of crap. What really bothered me, there was women coming up and they were denouncing stuff that they don't know anything about. A lot of the biology that we're getting, we're just now finding this out, and we have to understand that. So when I hear women on a male panel down in a woman and they haven't looked at anything and they're fine. I mean, I wish you could have heard the men. The men were completely idiots. They literally were. They sound. I mean,
And you know
the
what, sis?
misogyny.
You know what the sad thing about that is the women who are male centered that are standing by their side and that are excusing all these things that are going on in the world and not forcing them to level up and all these other things we're talking about, they're going to be in a very dangerous position when the women that decide to step aside start doing mass drugs.
Exactly. I
They're going to be
agree.
in a very dangerous position because if they think they're safe, no, that's a very dangerous position to be in.
And something I want women to understand, whenever in history, just think about history, black history, have you ever seen a black man protect a black woman? Even during the 13th century with the Moors, who were the woman of choice? It was a white woman, and they had those black women bathing those white women. 13th century. That's why I say this is centuries of conditioning. Those black women were not considered and set up on a pedestal. No, those black men wanted the white woman, that European. That's how they lost the war.
Yeah, yeah.
A
And
general in love with a white woman.
yeah. And here's a simple psychosis. When we talk to men, when you have conversations with men and you talk to them about women getting killed, sex trafficking, all these things, why is it that the first thought that comes up is you're man bashing and you hate men? So now speaking facts means that I hate them. There's there's a certain gaslighting psychosis behind that is not, I feel like, being brought to the front of the table.
Well, women can't tell the truth. They can't tell truth in male worshipers because they get mad at you talking. They say, well, they either say my man can't do this or all men don't do this. No, we're talking about 99% of them.
Mm-hmm.
And even the ones that want to say, well, my son this or my husband this and that, it's lies. It's lies.
Mm.
There's a YouTuber, she swears about her daddy, but her daddy, let me tell you, if you really listen to her, her daddy is not even married to her mother. Her mother is she has a stepmom. So, I mean, even her uncles, now her father, according to her, was successful. I believe that. Put her in the best schools and stuff. I believe that. But she can't be honest about that. She can't be honest. But anyway, I just
Mm-mm.
want to say that.
Well, speaking of spirituality, that's the next subject I'm going to cover on this panel. I would love for everybody that's here to come back for that. We're going to have Legina Gold come and discuss tarot,
Oh,
spirituality,
nice.
candle making, things like that. Like just discuss spirituality as a whole. That's going to be on the 24th of January, and then on the 27th, like Sunday. Of July. I'm sorry, of January. Wait, the 24th, we're gonna do a conversation with Legina Gold at 6 p.m. And then on Sunday, the 27th. Wait, let me make sure I got the time right. Wait, you know what? Hold on. Let me make sure I got the dates right. Hold on. I might have it wrong. Hold on. Let me look real quick. Give me a second, y'all, because I want y'all to be there for this.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely subscribe to your channel. I own the House of Consciousness in Norfolk, Virginia, and we do magic and ritual workshops there. So a lot of these conversations, I'm down for. I'm glad that I found you. So I'm definitely gonna subscribe and be involved.
Yeah,
I already subscribed to you, DJ. I did it already.
Thank you so much for your subscription. Everybody else, please subscribe. Please like the video. On the 23rd, we're going to have a conversation with the Iyawo. Now, anybody that knows me knows that I am a Santero, and I just got done doing my year in White. I'm my Iyawo Waje.
Hey, all right now.
Yes, Ashe. So I'm a priest of Oya, my fairy phone Oya. I went to Cuba to get my initiation. We're going to be discussing the ups and downs of initiation, things like that. We can't get into the details of initiation.
Right.
Yeah, well, how does it feel going through that year in white for people that ever might be interested in possibly getting into African spirituality? That's going to be on Sunday. And then on Monday, we're going to have a conversation with Legina Gold, and she's going to be discussing her spirituality and things like that. Now, if anybody knows that, there's like some information that she might be able to give as far as she's actually been helping me, believe it or not, with understanding like, my altar, understanding like things that I have, So we're going to be discussing that. And then on the 27th, I'm going to actually bring a real Babalao onto the panel, and he's going to discuss like Ifa, and you can ask him questions and things like that. So anybody that is interested in African spirituality, we're going to have that on September 20th. Okay, we are going to be doing a live, and it's going to be, we're going to have Napat and Princella. So all these people are going to be there at in Dallas. We're going to do a live broadcast with Anton Daniels, Princella Clark, and we're going to be doing a live broadcast exactly about this male and female relationships. I want to keep this dialogue going. You guys, any ideas? Hit me up on at DJ Genesis Detroit. You know what I'm saying? I want to keep this conversation going. I want to keep it up. Any ideas? Drea, we could bring you up. We could come on a regular basis and have this conversation. Talk about things like when Priscilla does a live, we can come over here and talk a bit further about it. Come up, I'm interested in keeping this conversation going with women and having like an open dialogue. So I want to have like some final words from the young ladies that have stayed to the end. I want to hear like from each person. I'm going to make whoever wants to go first and last. I'm going to make you guys make your thing be the main thing that shows. And then we're going to wrap this whole live up. This has been a great live. Thank you guys in the comments. Sheila Williams, Desmond Fax, Mysterious Virgo, Scorpio Rising, Amethyst, Sophia Grace, Mama Isis. It's 200 people. I could name so many people, but thank you guys for sticking around to the end. The ones that have stuck around, and some final words. Who wants to go first?
I just want to say thanks for having me. This was an awesome conversation. I was so happy about the dialogue, and you will hear from me again.
Ashe, thank you, sister. I appreciate your input. Oh, did you leave? Oh, she left. I was trying to get you. Okay, I was going to try to get you to say some last words, but I will say the last words. Please continue to check out this channel. I've got more content coming for you guys. I'm going to keep bringing this good content. I'm going to be bringing even more look out for us for in the city near you. We're looking for partners in each city to be able to bring this conversation in a live format. Anybody that has access to theaters in their area, I would love to be able to do a tour where we come around to each area. Hit me up on Instagram. I'm gonna put my IG and stuff up here. Hit me on Instagram if you want to bring this in a live format. When I show you guys a live format, it's going to be awesome. We're going to do it in Dallas at the Dallas Theater. Anybody that's in the DFW area or wants to fly out, just hit me up and I'll give you the information of where it's going to be at with time, date, stamp, everything. Much love to everybody that has stuck around to this point, and I appreciate your guys' support, and peace.
So I was in the jungle, and they were taking care of me because I really got really weak. I couldn't get up for days. You know, they brought me food, they took care of me, and so you know, it's just like when you're in just such a gratitude because you're just like, damn, like, you know, y'all don't have to do this, but you're doing it anyway, and it makes you just feel like, wow, you know, when I get better, I'm gonna make sure I do something for you. So when I got better, I started like, yeah, like sweeping their house, cleaning their house, doing their laundry. Sometimes I would make dinner for them, make food for them. But it was just that like selfless service, just being, knowing that you're going to show up for whoever it is or that person, those people, because you've received something from them. But not only that, it's from your heart because you understand it's important to care. So like I would say those are some of the foundations of this work for me, because you know, beyond all the medicine and all the spiritual things that we could talk about, you know, you're really caring for people and you're taking care of them, and care and love and compassion, those things, what I received, are some of the foundational things on top of the medicine and how to make it and all those things like that. So I started that way, you know. Of course, all of the other things happened, but that was like my process. It wasn't like, you know, it's not like the rule book or the guide of how you become a medicine man. Like my journey is not that at all. It's very organic and very family like, very relationship like, you know, very sweet. And it was like, you know, questions and an answer. And if you said yes, then yes was like a yes that echoed for months, you know, and they were just watching to see if you actually have devotion to the thing you say you're devoted to. Not necessarily because you're devoted to it, because you actually enjoy doing it. So whatever you enjoy doing it, you won't mind doing it over and over again. So it's kind of like that simple. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so you went there just to heal yourself and ended
Mm-hmm.
up just having to stay. You're like, listen, you know, you know, something's going on deeper than that. And isn't that interesting? So a lot of times people are like just doing it for the mental aspect and like the mental health aspect. But this plant medicine also has physical attributes of healing as well, as along with the community behind it. Can you go further into like the community aspect?
It's well, the community aspect comes from healing. The medicine, you know, when it brings that to the community gets stronger from the healing, not from the knowledge and the wisdom, or not from the ceremony or the ritual. So before that, there's a relationship with the medicine that, you know, like when you have a relationship with a teacher and you realize the teacher is there to help you and you're there to help you too, then something happens and then the community gets stronger. Um, and, you know, something that we'll probably talk about later is then there's the other side of that when there's a bunch of power things having to do with the medicine, and the medicine gets all the power, and the community, the energy of the community weakens because of that. Because it, like, you know, it's a bunch of people in charge and all these different things, and the care kind of like falls aside sometimes. And so there's a very important balance when it comes to medicine and community. Community is one thing. Without medicine, you add medicine to the community, it's a very powerful thing to pay attention to, because it can unhinge the whole thing if the community, if itself, without the medicine, it's not strong enough. The community doesn't have a very strong grasp, or, you know, like a community. Do you feel me? Like, there are different types of community, but the main thing in it is their strength, their unity together.
Well, it's interesting, you know, how popular ayahuasca has gotten, you know, around the world, you know, with a lot of like celebrities doing it and this, that, the other, and there's all these like things popping up. What's the difference between your ceremony and like all these other things that are kind of like these healing ceremonies that have popped up? What's the difference?
Well, I could say just from where I was to now. Now, where I was before, I used to do ceremonies, like big ceremonies with, you know, 25, 30 people, and they're beautiful, and they're also, you know, they could be exciting, and, you know, to a certain degree, they will be healing. But I wouldn't say that there's a difference between my ceremony. The ceremony I choose to, the ceremony that I choose to conduct right now at this stage of my journey with the medicine, and because of my elders and teachers in my life right now, is, you know, I don't need 25 people. It's almost impossible to actually give real healing one person with all those people. And you need to have, like, you know, multiple medicine men and women there, but like trained people for that kind of healing with that many people. And so just having ceremonies with smaller groups, and also coming back to real language, meaning, you know, just like English, and just real things, saying real things, or just not saying anything at all, meaning that trying not to add too much of Eastern, like different philosophies that may, you know, that are beautiful nonetheless, but like sometimes you can end up not really saying nothing at all, or just not being as clear as you can by using these like esoteric words and language, you know, like how you're doing, and, you know, I'm grounded in my third chakra, and my first chakra is this and that. And it's like, you know, these are words that we're using to learn how to communicate about these things. But at the same time, I come from a lot of old school teachers, and you know, they're like, hey, these words are all nice and they're fancy, and they're, you know, they've got their awesomeness, but at the same time, there's some real simple words that can be used, and that it's important for us to come back to just doing our best to be super clear. And sometimes the clearest thing you can say is, I don't know, instead of like using filler words to like say something. And, you know, it's a balance. So the ceremonies I'm conducting now are just really, they're smaller, and there's much more of a preciseness in what is done, and what is said, and when, and why. And have concentrations, which, because I'm a member of the Santo Daime Church, that we have these things called concentrations, where we might sing a few songs, and then we stay quiet in the silence for about a half hour, 45 minutes, to drop into you, to not use music and things like this as a distraction, to what may come up that really needs your attention. And if it's something challenging that you don't really want to face, then the objective is to know that you can't face that in the silence and not need something to distract you from what's uncomfortable. And, so it's part of the study of being comfortable in uncomfortable, to be able to see the reason, learn the lesson, and to be able to find grace. And, other than that, then it's, a ceremony full of feathers and beads and, the ritual and the pomps and circumstance, which means, the show of it, where everyone's happy to see each other. And it's so, and all the clothes and the ceremony clothes and the ceremony jewelry and all the accessories and all these different things, they're all beautiful. But, to remember, it's a sacred hospital where you come to like take care of your shit and then go back to life, feeling lighter, to be able to shift and kind of step into your purpose and step into what is important for you, your life, your family, your friends, they need that. They need you to, so that's important, like we can learn about the stars, we can learn, I'm a star seed, I'm a this and all those things. And to a certain degree, they're important. But prior to you drinking this medicine and learning wisdom and learning about the stars and learning about all these different things, it was you, beautiful, powerful you, still unraveling from what God left in you. And sometimes parts of you can get hijacked in these experiences.
So like, let's explain the ayahuasca experience for those that have never done it before, because the one thing that we always learn is ayahuasca calls you. Aya calls the person that actually does the ceremony. I was called to it, by a friend of mine who she was going to the ceremony, and I just happened to just be bringing her there, and I ended up doing it by proxy. I was told not to do it, based on a reading that I got, but I ended up doing it anyway.
I remember.
Yeah, so it's interesting because what happened after that is that I ended up getting crowned, but it was because I was near death as well. So it's interesting how, well, I'm not sure if you were near death, but I know I was near death in my experience in my crowning ceremony. And it took the whole community to kind of bring me out of that. And that ceremony, I believe, saved my life. What are the healing aspects of ayahuasca? What is ayahuasca for those that don't know what the ayahuasca is? And all these plant medicines, not just only ayahuasca. Let's go into it.
It's a plant that is made into a tea. It's a vine and a leaf. And the vine and the leaf are cooked together to make this tea, which would be under the category of either entheogen or hallucinogenic. And because it activates dimethyltryptamine or DMT in your system. Anything that activates dimethyltryptamine would be labeled as a hallucinogenic, no matter what it is. And so, of course, DMT or dimethyltryptamine we're all born with it in our pineal gland. And at the end of the day, it is a part of our entry and our exit portal as far as awareness. Not necessarily you may be more aware of the leaving, depending on the journey you've had before at this stage. But the entering is not necessarily something that you remember. But some people do, unless entering this world. And the vine itself, there's about 5 different types of vines. Actually more than that, but there's a red one, there's a black one, there's a brown one, there's a kind of like grayish colored vine. And then the leaves itself, that contains the dimethyltryptamine, chacruna or chiliapanga are the names of the leaves. There are 2 of the leaves that can be used or is traditionally used in making this medicine. The vine, the name is Banistoriopus capi, or the capi vine. And that vine itself, and the different types of vines, like I said, in the colors, each vine has their different strengths and different reasons and purposes. And so that's a huge world, the vines itself, because there's another vine called the Jurema vine, which is in Brazil. And it's a skinnier vine, but they use that to make ayahuasca in Brazil. And it's a whole different spirit. It's still the spirit of ayahuasca, but it's different. It's you kind of have, I'm not even going to go into why, but it's just different because it's almost like it's for a specific type of work. This is what it feels like. And so then there's a big difference between ayahuasca in Brazil and ayahuasca in Peru, and different ayahuasca in different parts of Brazil and what it's called. Like with the Yawanawa people and the Huniquin, they call it different things. They call it uni, UNI. That's what they call ayahuasca, for like universe. And so the journey, I mean, the best way to shorten up what ayahuasca is, this is tea, but it is connected to a very powerful and old spirit, an old conversation that we all have within us. For lack of a better phrase or a long explanation, it would be contained within the dimethyltryptamine within our system and different parts of our system. The journey itself is a very powerful mirror that gives you an opportunity to see yourself, to really like be present with what and who you're becoming, and then do your best to move with that, to, I don't know, to like really not agree, but like, you know, it's like if an elder sits down and gives you some information to help you move forward in life, then you will do your best to heed the information and move with grace to the place where you can then use it to better your life. And so ayahuasca is like that, where you receive insights, you receive sometimes visions that will remind you of something. Sometimes the nature of ayahuasca will unlock different parts, things that have been suppressed during your journey of life. Ayahuasca, like a bunch of other medicines, some of their main jobs is to unlock your system, almost like the Campbell frog medicine, back to a kind of energetics factory reset. What that would be, really, in simple words, would be harmony. To say that we are to be in harmony, meaning all the way around 360 in your journey is important for you to have harmony. It's not a bunch of stories all over the place and things like this that, you know, that just causes issues or problems in your life, but you're desiring to bring your journey to harmony. So the medicine is a harmonizer. So there's a lot of things you can learn, a lot of things you can see, a lot of things that are dependent on what you're focusing on, what your intentions are. Then you'll either pay attention to what that is, or you can easily get caught in different things with ayahuasca. They call it the grandmother medicine because it's feminine energy, and also it feels like that, like when you're in the journey, you sometimes you feel held, and like you feel held and secure, like when you're with an old energy or like a grandmother. And yeah, part of the objective, so there's different, like they say, for everything there's levels of things, you know. So the beginning part, you know, with good intentions, you might receive some information that tells you about you, and then afterwards you go out and you start doing something about that right away. Depends on how fast you move with whatever you receive. energetically. For some people who go to ceremony, they may receive really powerful information, but may not know exactly how to implement it or use it in a way to help them, even if it's really simple, and but it's at times, that's part of the work. Like, wow, it just told me I need to be kinder in like 5 different ways. So let me tomorrow, let me start doing my best to be kinder. Let me see where I'm not kind. Let me have that kind of focus because, I did this ceremony so I can receive something, not just what I want. That's the most important thing. You're not going to get what you want. Then you're able to receive more important things than what you want. Or what you just desire, because it's a sacred hospital. The objective is not to go there to find your gifts or find, I don't know what star you're connected to or anything like that. That's a thing. Those are things of the mind in a way that, again, it's not necessarily is the point of going to a ceremony. The point is for you to go and clean yourself. And so in a lot of other traditions that use the medicine, the whole point for them is just cleaning, energetic cleaning of yourself, of your mind, of your stories, of your energy, of things, of your past energies that prevent you from blossoming and growing in a beautiful, powerful way. That's why you would go to an ayahuasca ceremony, if you understand that there are parts of you that you would like to clean, and energies, your gifts and things like this, they show up. The more you clean yourself, the more the things that God left in you will show up. And so, again, depending on your intention and how powerful that is, it's almost the intelligence of this entity called ayahuasca can feel and recognize that you are actually really truly here for that thing that you say you're here for. Even if it's simple, I'm just here so you can show me me. Show me me. That's my intention. That's it. Nothing else. Not with any kind of desire to show me, the magical me, the me I've never seen, the me I know that's there. All of that. Please just show me me. So then whatever I see, now I get to really, this whatever I see is going to show me something. And then
to
at the
work
same
to work on that, to work on whatever that issue is, right?
Yes, because it's not going to show you. If it shows you and you're like, oh, it showed me that I'm the one and I'm here to lead the medicine. None of that shit happens really. It's a hospital. You don't go to a hospital to get a degree to be a doctor. You go to school. So
Right.
at the end of the day, you're going there to mirror the parts of you that are not to mirror, to see the parts of you that's not in harmony. And then to have the part of you that's honest enough to agree, to go, to acknowledge, to go wow, that's true. This is true, whatever it is. Because if you're in resistance of hearing the truth, then it takes a little longer for you to step into your journey of healing, and the medicine is for healing. It's not for advancement. Advancement happens when you're healed, when you heal things, when you harmonize things. And it's not like the healing is not some snap your finger and it's done. It's a beautiful process that it's almost like people say, you got to get rid of these things. It's not necessarily getting rid of anything. It's just bringing harmony to it. Do you know what I mean? As your shadow self, you don't get rid of your shadow. You you harmonize with it.
Yeah, and it was interesting because even in my journey when I actually did it with you, the first thing that you said was, listen, if you see something scary, greet it. You know what I'm saying? Don't be afraid of it. Show it love. Because I did see some what is that? And if I probably would have fed into that fear, it probably would have made my whole experience even worse. Because whatever that aspect of you, it's showing you yourself. It's saying, okay, these are the aspects. Okay, so and before the whole thing happens, you're just going through the journey of just getting there. And then when you finally, whatever your intentions are, right? It might not. You'll think that your intention is for one thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll be like, well, that's not your problem. And you'll hear it. Like, that's not what your problem. This is what your problem is.
Mm-hmm.
It's this over here. It'll be something deeper. And I even explained, like, with me, I actually did a review on my ayahuasca experience on this channel. And I said, I went in there thinking that, I had to cure alcoholism, right? And what Mama Ayahuasca, the plant, told me was, well, your problem is not that. You haven't forgiven your mother. You haven't forgiven yourself for these certain things. This is what all these things really amount to in your body. And then now, okay, it probably needs to be even more, done to heal certain stuff. But bottom line is that you think you're going in, that you're going to get one thing, and you come out with something completely different that you never even thought it was.
Mm-hmm. And it's the blessing, because if you can, not just if, but when you accept the levels and the truth of whatever you think the story is, and sometimes there's an opportunity to be still enough to know that whatever you think and feel the story is may not be the truth of it, because there's layers to things. And, wherever it came from, there's a foundation. So the foundation is the story, not necessarily the thing that's happening. That's just a part of it. And so the medicine is just reading you and running through you, scanning you to check to see where you are and what's going on and what parts of you that needs to be harmonized. And again, it's like, it's just like the old, I've learned that it's like that old saying, you make one move and then God or the universe will make 10. You take one step, God take 50. And so it's kind of like that. What I've learned is that, like, there are a bunch of things you'll receive that, like, seem like just instructions. But by the grace of God go I. So then God is so good all the time, is per step and per moment you choose to follow those instructions is when something else will happen that you can't imagine coming until you make those steps. And so in the communication with the spirit of ayahuasca, it's like saying that, like, hey, you're thinking that, we always think the problem is what's happening, but it's usually not that. That's the outcome. That's the echo of the problem, in a sense, is the result. And so it's always reminding to, like, stay still enough so you can actually really pay attention to what it is that's brought things to pass instead of just what is brought to pass. And it's telling you to look at yourself in that way, to say, hey, because then now I know why I'm drinking so much, because there's this old story that's never been touched. It hasn't been touched in a while, having to do with something that's connected to my heart, connected to my mind, connected to my emotions, connected to my future, my steps. Of course, it's my parents, it's my mother, it's something as powerful as forgiveness. But we might use a whole bunch of spiritual words and do a bunch of things to, like, try to, like, heal it or whatever it is. The alcoholism, it's the spirits of something. Someone will come and say the spirit of alcohol has got you. Someone will say a bunch of things like that. And the truth is like something as simple of not forgiving the thing that brought you onto the planet. How could that could mess up your journey? Or this is the ramifications of not forgiving. Period.
I had to forgive myself because I had abortions, and it showed me. It showed me. It showed me the children. It said, okay, well, this is this. It was wild to see it in that realm. It was crazy. It showed me a lump of flesh and different situations. And I'm just sharing this with my audience because I'd had a few abortions too, and it showed me. Said you haven't forgiven yourself for this. You haven't forgiven yourself for your mother, and that's like the root. And slowly after that ceremony, I forgave my mother. I feel I got closer to her. I was able to heal myself from the guilt of what I had done. The plant it did a lot for me, but and that's why I really feel it's important to take it in context. So people just like might just do do it on their own. It's like, well, you're missing out on the aspect of the healing aspect of the ceremonial aspect of it, not just like tapping into DMT, because DMT, you know, without the guidance of the ceremony could lead you to Lord knows where, you know, because I even know, yeah.
It will lead.
You know, you have people like Elon Musk that took DMT. You have all these different like actors that take it. They'll take the pure DMT. I'm not sure where they get it from. Probably the ayahuasca plant, and then they like break it down just the DMT, and then take that and without any kind of ceremony to it. So why is it important? Why is ceremony important in this whole practice of medicine, of plant medicine?
I will answer that. Just give me 1 second. I'm just going to run to the loo. Hold on 1 second.
Also, understand listen, I know he looks like he's tired. He does a lot. Okay. These ceremonies are very taxing and stuff like that on the body. And when it I'll say, come on now. Can I finish my interview, child? Ain't nothing in there for you. I said all we got. She just want to just be on the camera. That's all it was. Okay. Everybody say hello to Offset. Say hi to Offset. So bottom line is that, you know, when it really comes down to this type of medicine, it's not just a psychedelic you just take, you know, just to get high off of. This is a spiritual journey. This is the medical. This is the thing that gets released when you're here, when you're born, and when you pass on. And when right, hello Offset. Hey Offset. She trying to pretend like she just here trying to ask a question, but really she just want to be on the camera. You know she just camera's ready, prepare to flash. But anyways, so the plant itself is a beautiful thing. You know what I'm saying? It's not just, and there's different plants, and all the different plants have different things that they heal, and they all have their own way of healing. You know, you have the also like not just plant medicine, but you have frog medicine, there's snake venom medicine, there's even what's the other one? Chocolate, cocoa. You could like take a certain amount of like the cocoa, the chocolate.
Oh, cacao.
Yeah, so there's all types of different medicine that comes from these regions that people are using to heal themselves, but you can't just do it in a superficial way. You have to understand that you're there to heal yourself, a certain aspect, going there with intention, not just to go to Mars and see the aliens or whatever people are talking about. Because when I did my experience, I did not go there with a specific understanding of watching all these different videos until afterwards. And then I'm like, okay, you know, I mean, if you just do it in like this superficial way and you don't have the ceremony behind, I believe that you're missing out, because there's so much care done in that ceremony. So I just once again wanted to ask you, okay, about the ceremony versus like just the plant alone. If you just take it alone, what are you missing?
I think oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, well, this is a conversation that I had a while ago with someone, and one of my teachers, and like years ago, there's a lot more caution because, you know, younger people, or just people who are just not educated at all, or people who just really want to get high or experience it for the sake of it, were getting their hands on it. And, you know, it's very dangerous because depending on where you are in your health and whether you know about the different types of contradictions with medications that could, like, you know, cause death. You know, there was lots of concerns, but then eventually there are people who have, you know, got proper guidance to be able to do it on their own, but they've also first went to go do it several times with other people to be able to have the proper experience and reverence for the journey and for what you're doing. So I say that first because there are people who do that, but they also do it responsibly, and they have lots of reverence for the plant and the journey because they understand what they're doing. And I say that too because we are stepping into the age where people are being able to, or dropping into receiving the energy and frequency for self-guidance in a way, which is a powerful time we're moving into. Again, depending on where they are in their journey and their ego and things like this, if you have an opportunity to have a very powerful ally in your life that can help you in some way, then it's a very powerful gift to have. So you can drink medicine for yourself and then, you know, put it away and get back to your life. And when you need some more guidance, you can drink some medicine, journey for yourself, and then put it away and get back to your life. The other version is the egoic version at times, where as soon as you get some medicine, now you feel the next thing to do is go and lead and be the person, the medicine man, and the things like this. One, I'm from Guyana, South America. I'm South American. So Peru, Colombia, Brazil, none of them use the word shaman. Why? Because the word is from a different country, Siberia, not from Peru, Colombia, Mexico, Brazil, none of these countries, Ecuador. Some of them have adopted the name because America has taken the word and, you know, and boom, you know, because, and it's not just America, but it's like, perfect
So
example, Carlos.
I must apologize for even using that word.
No, because you don't have to apologize, because it's something that's like, it's in the consciousness, like Western's idea of spirituality, shamanistic spirituality. These types of things are based on a bunch of things that have happened that you can't blame anyone for anything, because a long time ago, these words were like ingrained into the Western mind. So what people say and they use, it's not, they've heard this for forever. So it's not, you know, it's not like, I'm not like
So would
judging
you
anyone.
consider like a medicine man, or is that like another like weird thing?
Yeah, that would be like the softest, easiest kind of version. Why? Because the other words, they're like power words that people use for a reason. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Like in South America, like in parts of Mexico, there is the curandero, there's the curandera. Curandero, the male, curandera, the female. Curandera, the one that cures. Really simple. Really simple. And it's not, it doesn't sound like shaman, because that's what America did to that word. America like sensationalizes every fucking thing. But this is kind of one of the parts of that. So in other countries, depending on the type of medicine it is, the word, so it's ero would be the word that says this is a person that thing that they study is their field. Tobaquero, a person that studies just tobacco and they work with just tobacco. So it's kind of like that, really simple. The other word has nothing to do with the medicines and da. The word shamanistic is like referring to the works of these things, but it's not, again, Siberia. It's where the word shaman came from. Medicine man, really simple, because it's a man that works with medicines. Really simple.
So you have in your name right here, Shurio Shanipa Sinkalit. What does that mean? Yawaso Shurio Shanika. Shurio Shanipa.
It's my full spiritual name, Yuwasoe Shuryu Shanipa Sinkalit. And but I was saying, so in Peru, the Shipibo Indians, which are my teachers, the tribe is called the Shanibo Kanibo people. Shanibo Kanibo. And they don't use the word shaman. They use the word, so they actually put a post that you can go look it up online, like maybe 2 years ago, basically saying, hey, we don't refer ourselves as shamans, so if you can like stop referring us as that. And the people who lead ceremonies are called onanyas.
Onanya.
Onanya. So you would be referred to as an onanya, a person who works with these sacred medicines. But they did that only because it was just like, you know, people are coming to like study shamanism and the shaman and who's a shaman, and they're looking for the shaman, and they were like, there's no shamans here. Like they were just saying, hey, please, like, let's just respect our or lineage and the stuff like that, because you're using wrong words. You're not using incorrect words for the thing, for where you are. And they're just like saying, hey, yeah, we understand where that word comes from, but you're not there. You're not in Siberia, so why would you use the word? Are you
Right.
able to drop down to that level of awareness? And so Shuryu Shanipa is one of the oldest names for ayahuasca. Like, old. You like only a few medicine men and women like in the jungles would know that name. So it's one of my teachers gave me that name in the jungle.
Oh, wow.
And Sinkalip is the folkloric name for the coyote in the Native American traditions and Native American folkloric stories about the creation stories of when animals got their names. And the story of Sinkalip, on how he tried to trick all the animals because he didn't like his name, but then Creator helped him to realize how powerful his journey really is, and the moral of the story is that like everything that was placed in you, including your name, everything's like for reasons that you can't know until it expands, until you get there, until you own it, until till no part of you is broken, till you love your shadow, till all of it. Once all of those things happen, then the other parts of you that Creator left in you will manifest, will open up. But as long as you don't like this part of you and that part of you and this part of you and that part of you, then it's harder for you to fully, truly awaken all of you.
So the whole thing about the ayahuasca ceremony is to be self-aware and to understand that, it's really fixing that part of you where that helps you to move on, to like helps you to grow in a certain way. Now in certain parts of Peru, you have the high mountain people that actually are on the Andes mountains that they don't use ayahuasca in their ceremony. They utilize the mountains, like that hypoxic aspect of going really high up into the mountains, and that could be something that triggers that DMT. So what's the difference between the ones that use the plant medicine versus the ones that are in the top of the mountain that use those other modalities, and why are they not using the same medicine?
For many reasons, but I think more importantly than the differences is really the golden thread that goes between them all, which is transformation, change, compassion, love, awareness, the foundation of these things. And, sometimes the medicine is stillness. Sometimes the medicine is a level above things, why they are so high in the ground. I mean, above the ground, why do they go to such altitudes, is to also mimic that being above your mind. Because that's also something that the medicine teaches you, to not be ruled by your mind.
So a lot of times, like people, when they think about ayahuasca, they think it's a negative thing. They think that it's like, I mean, when you're, dealing with these entities, right? Whatever you're seeing, well, those are demons and that the other. And like, what would you say to that?
Do you know that saying, face your demons? There's a saying,
Good, that's good.
you gotta face your demons. If you slow it down to the last two words, it's your demons. So what is a demon? A demon is an inner construct that is created out of fear, out of lack, out of a bunch of things. A combination of chemicals, if you would say, that is created out of lack of information to be able to bring light to the illusion of darkness. What happened to you? Oh my God, the thing came from me. What? Your projection. But that's to understand you as a vessel, understand what we do, is to be honest with how you project, what you and when you project. What is happening? I don't know, but I might project a story based on my fear. If I project it enough times, it becomes something. It becomes something tangible. It becomes something real. It becomes something, what they would call in Kabbalah or like in Jewish mysticism, an egregore, a third party. There's me, my conversation, and what my conversation creates, this third party. It becomes like a being, a form. It becomes like matter. It becomes this energy that the more I say the same thing, it's fed. You keep feeding this third party energy. You feed it to the point it gets so strong that it starts to affect your whole journey. I'll give you a perfect example of what a demon would be. A demon, a symbol could be I can't. The demon called I can't. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. And you just keep saying it. I can't do that. I can't do that. Boom, there's a seed. I can't, I can't, I can't, I can't, I can't. It starts growing. I can't. It's a being. I can't, I can't, I can't, I can't. Now it's this throbbing energy. Boom, 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 boom. And it gets to this point where when it hits you, you won't. Hits you, it'll never happen. Some will go, man, like it looks like you're possessed, like this simple thing, like crossing the street. Like you can't cross the street, or you can't go through that door, or you won't go up those stairs, or you won't do this. Like you're possessed. It's like something is stopping you. Someone might say, man, someone put a spell on you. Some demon is preventing you from doing this thing. It's you putting a spell on you. And that's the reality too about what it is. Like we're that powerful. We'll say we're powerful, but not understand what that really means in the mirror of who you think you're speaking to when you're speaking at any moment. And what do you think you're affecting at any moment as you speak, as you think, as you breathe. And there's layers and levels to that the intelligent can't really, our intelligence can't really conceptualize. Why? Because of all of the fear that we have in so many different levels. We create our own opposition, we create our own, and here's the craziest part. There's a bunch of things we're fully aware of, but we're totally blind to it as it's happening.
Wow, yeah, exactly. So do you think that the plan actually breaks down that barrier of it takes away that ego to what they call it, the ego death, right? It takes away that ego to where you could actually look into like a mirror of what's really going on.
Yeah, and I say the ego would be all the layers from the top of the ocean to the bottom of the ocean. That would be the ego. So it doesn't actually die. And then there's no reason to kill the ego. It doesn't make any sense. There's nothing that God placed in you that needs to die. Nothing. So that's just real. So all the conversations about killing anything is not really necessary. At the end of the day, what happens are layers, like a snake shedding its skin, where, you don't hear the snake complaining while it's like crawling on the ground and pushing the skin off with the ground and the rocks and everything like that. It's ripping the skin off, but it knows that it's time to transform. Something has to happen. And when it's done, it'll be new again, being able to move into what's next new. That would be called an ego death, the shedding of your skin, the shedding of the old, the shedding of what is not needed anymore. But that's also fucking called growth. It's called growth. It's called rites of passage. It's called what's really next. It's called inevitability. It's called change. It's called what has to happen. It's called either let go or be dragged. It's life. It's an organism. It's something that we're bound to. So then you can take that reality and turn it into, add a bunch of magical words and a bunch of things to it and blah, blah, blah. But we're all bound to that. And the more, this is what ayahuasca teaches you, reminds you, hey, you're an organism. Hey, you're a life force. Hey, you're bound to a bunch of things that all organisms are bound to. Get to know yourself from that level, not only from your intellectual conversation about who you are. I'm a queen, I'm a god, I'm a whatever. Like, that's not as important as what else that's going on inside of you. You know, what you're becoming in the face of all those words is more important than all those words.
You know what was crazy is that during the ceremony that she was having, there was another person in the ceremony that was laughing. And at one point, I found myself, I don't know why, getting irritated with the laughter. And
Mhm.
then something came over me and said, "Well, you ain't no, you guys are one with each other. It's not even him laughing; it's you laughing." I'm like, "What? uh, what? So why are you mad at him? It's not even. It's not even. You're not separate from him. That
Yeah.
part of feeling one with everything was the most interesting aspect of feeling at one like that. That this person is not separate from me. Why get mad at him because he's laughing?
Yeah.
Then I understood that whatever he might be laughing at might be part of what he's going through, what he's seeing. Why are you gonna get mad at that? So I had to. So whatever came was coming upon me is not to be worried about what everybody else is doing. Be focused on yourself and whatever you're going through. So that was interesting. I had to like.
That's a life fact, and that's a life lesson, and that's like, you know, again, there's a lot of really beautiful, simple, important things you can learn from the medicine. And if you can take it, wash, rinse, and repeat. Wash, rinse, and repeat. Wash, rinse, and repeat. Meaning it's got to be that important to you that you're going to take that wash, rinse, and repeat till you don't have to wash, rinse, and repeat anymore about that thing where it's actually sitting in you. It's important to you. It's like, you know, you own that now, that feeling for you. And so, you know, again, because it's such a powerful thing, like, my goodness, you know, when we have experiences, it's a conditioned thing upon a lot of us. But, you know, and this is why a lot of these platforms and things like that are so powerful. Like, we want to share everything, everything, everything. And not everything is to be shared. At times, especially in the medicine, you receive some things that are just for you, really powerful lessons. And sometimes what we do, we go out and we start, hey, the medicine says blah, and we start like trying to teach people things and like, because now you're aware. Now you don't know shit yet. You're aware of something. It feels real and it feels powerful. And now we're just wanting to share. I just want people to know all these powerful things that I just became aware of, but we haven't washed, rinsed, and repeated yet.
Yeah. Shay.
We haven't taken it to the gym. We haven't actually did some push-ups with that thing and had some work with it, not just fucking becoming a freaking verbal masturbator. It's just constant verbal masturbation. It's like not a lot of things grow when you're just freaking spouting out facts. Who cares? What did you do with it?
Right.
That's what the medicine is asking, because the second, third, fourth time, here you are, just like now it's like you're just stealing information. You're just looking for more information so you can go back and act like a workshop. And the greatest thing is like, that was just for you. So here, I've seen this happen over the last like 15, 20 years. Bunch of people who have like opened their mouth and shared a bunch of things. The people that received that went on and turned their lives into most amazing things. And those people are in the same place.
Wow.
Why? Because it wasn't for you to freaking walk around and start acting like you're like Gandhi with like information to change the world. Change yourself. Change your world. That's why you got it. That's why it came to you. You drank it, it came to you. You took it, it came to you. It came to you and only for you. And that's that big thing that many people in stepping into this journey, because the desire to share, not only to share for sharing's sake, but to share to be seen, to share to be accepted, to share to look away, to share to be relevant, to share for all these things. And it's a personal relationship you're having with this medicine. It ain't got nothing to do with nobody else, so it's nobody else's business. The greatest thing you can do is honor you and the medicine that much to start the relationship, because you'll miss the whole point the more you keep sharing about what it is you just got when you haven't even taken it to the gym. Half of it will be forgotten because it hasn't been given the proper something. Someone give you, a grandma gives you some advice. Hey, why don't you just do this? When you get up in the morning, drink the water, go stand in front of the sun, tap your head 3 times, and then turn around left, then turn around right. Boom. Thanks, Grandma. Boom. You leave. Hey man, you wanna know the secret to abundance? You gotta drink some water. Bam, 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 bam. And it's $45. That's my course. But the reality too is like, once you start that personal relationship with the medicine, it's a powerful thing, and it doesn't mean that now you're like golden and infallible of like making errors and changing. Like, you signed up to be a patient in the hospital.
Right.
So when the moment that you're a patient, and then you be a humble patient, and then you go back to being, a student
Right.
of life in a really powerful way. No, nothing and no one is infallible of like, not going through the shifting and shedding of your skin. If the animals are all bound to it, why wouldn't we? It's called the rites of passage. So the medicine really helps us. All of the medicines in many different ways will just keep giving us different levels of a rites of passage. And all that is a change in it. It's a maturity. It's a growth. Where I was before.
So can you explain the connection to music in the medicine?
Frequency, harmony, vibration. That's what rules the energy of the medicines, or just, we are ruled by it. So when you take this, when you're outside of your normal awareness, your normal hearing, your normal sight, your normal receptivity, then music, vibration, all those things affect you on multiple layers. Your access is in different levels and dimensional levels of awarenesses with music. And so music becomes the keys within the journeys with the medicines. A song could turn a whole journey into something about you and your ex-boyfriend or girlfriend for like an hour, if that song went on for an hour. All the medicine has to do, or again, all the song has to do is unlock, like, for lack of a better phrase, like the Akashic records of your stories, of moments of, and usually you're not just you. Most of the times it goes straight first to things where there's disharmony. So sometimes there's a song that will like trigger that, and bam. If not, you might be just looking at rainbows and butterflies for like 10 minutes. But the point is, there's going to be a song or a frequency or a sound or a vibration. You might be sitting there, someone hits a gong or a singing bowl, and bam, you go off into this trip, and it's about you and your grandma and your dad or something like this. And so the universal conversation is unfathomable, meaning that, like, the grains of sands have grains of sands that have grains of sands that have grains of sands. And that means that, like, no matter how much you think that how close you think you're getting to understanding something, you're still on level like 2, and even if it feels like you've been on level 2 for 2 million times, that's still level 2. And that's good, because then eventually you stop trying to like get to a point where now you know something, but try to figure out what you can do powerfully with what you know now. Like, I know that, if you find out that you're the descendant of something, 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 what is that going to do to your Tuesday and Wednesday? If something says you are a royal bloodline, is that going to change your food tomorrow? Will that make you speak differently? Will you act more kingly or queenly? What does that look like? What does that mean? What does it matter?
Wow.
Then you might find a bunch of wounds that have you wanting to be more than what God left you as. A whole bunch of wounds that have us like, trying to, keep putting on avatars for the sake of like being seen, but you can't. That means you're not good with being naked. That means you haven't fully accepted yourself, all of you. And that's part of our journey, That's what the medicine helps us to, just accept it. Whatever it is that happened, accept. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Just stop fighting.
And you know what, this happens in a lot of the modalities when it really comes down to it, because I introduced you to. I was trying to introduce you to my godmother who practices the Peruvian, and it's all based on sound. And what I found out was, oh, okay, because I have went to many of her sessions, and I didn't even understand what was going on. One day, it came upon me. Oh, the sounds are triggering the chemicals in my brain to, because she's using the mountain Andes with the sound,
Mhm.
right? Those sounds are triggering, different dopamine and serotonin within the brain, and then you're taking an inward journey. All right. So
Mhm.
within that journey, you work things out, and you might even travel. You might even go deeper. The sound itself is a vibration, and we are all vibrating. That's
That
how.
part.
Yeah, so what it really comes down to, we're all vibrating on a different level. And the main thing, which is why I really wanted to bring you here, is because you know what? It all is the same thing. That's the biggest thing I've like really figuring out. All these practices that really coming from tribal religions, whether it be Ifa, whether it be plant medicine, whether it be the shamans up in the Andes Mountains using different modalities, they're all like kind of like doing similar practices, and they're all and the destination is the same, right?
Yeah, and that's why I say to people, like, they have you tried this medicine, or you tried this medicine? Have you tried that medicine? Have you tried this medicine? Well, hey, the last medicine you tried, what did you get? Did it bring you back to love, and did it bring you back to harmony? Did it show you where you can better yourself? Did it show you where you need to take care of yourself? Because if not, then boom, I'm not sure what happened. I'm not sure why you took it. I'm not sure, Are you just looking for extras? You're looking for accessories for your life, or are you looking to take care of yourself? Have you gotten to this? And this is why it's just like, the question to who would you say should come to medicines? A person who's ready to be honest with themselves about what's really going on with them. And even if they're not fully clear, at least have enough to start the conversation. And then have the parts of them that's willing to accept them. Or if not, if you know that your journey is full of resistance, then start the journey of understanding why you have so much resistance. Then you'll have a great ceremony, because you're then none of that have to do with some fantasy story about some, being really mindful of what you adopt is also super important. You're there to take care of your being and cleanse your being, so your being can evolve, and more of you can be accessed, and things like this. Stories about our ancestors and all these different things, and all worries, and the magical ones ain't got nothing to do with you. And to balance it, so because the medicine's picking up your vibration, you're in ceremony and you're waiting for something to come and show you the way. There ain't nothing, like, just want to see you're real, see your. And so I say that, like, again, in that answer to the question about who, how do you know you're ready? It's when you're, sometimes it's when you're sick of yourself, when you're done, when you when you hit the wall, and you're like, man, I'm done, like, fucking thinking I know what's going on, or whatever the fuck is happening in your journey, to be able to just go, wow, I don't know enough. I need some help. I don't know
Right.
enough. Like,
Knowing that you need to know.
that's
I'm
it.
gonna show
That's
you a picture,
all.
and I want you to tell me what you say about what you think about. I mean, what? Because this is actually taken from your page. Tell me what this picture represents.
Oh, this is like the purging of several things. The purging of the electronic empire, meaning all of the things around you that have conditioned you, us, like our outer parents, television, news, all these different things that you can say that you know who you are, but you are also a collection of all these different things. So it's like the purging of that. Part of that is the purging of cultural appropriation. So respect and love and value can be given to things, people, and places, and medicines and traditions and things like that, without this ownership and this like constant like value, taking it to like create more value, and everyone is trying to make a dollar out of every freaking thing that has a Native American like smell, feather to it, or whatever the heck. It's just part of this thing. So it's the purging of that, like, because they don't send this money to the Native American people. They just use their things, use their ideas, use all their things, and so it's something, as an indigenous person, that's an important thing to me, proper reciprocity. It's people whose lives, we're making money off of on so many different levels and just not giving a fuck, and just doing whatever we want. And that's an important thing. So it represents that. It also represents part of the feminine energy coming back to its power, that it's not so emasculated, that the power of a woman is not that energy, the feminine energy that's within butterflies and things like this can't, that's totally erased or eradicated. And it also represents like the current. It represents music. It represents symmetry. It represents the current and the electromagnetic conversation that is our vessel. We're like one of the most magical freaking systems ever made, still untapped. The human being still untapped. It's a divine orchestration. And the more that we are looking at our vessel, looking at our brain, looking at our system, and looking at the stars and seeing the mirror and all these different things, the more fascinating it gets. So it represents that story as well.
So what were you feeling when you were doing this picture? What was that picture? What does that picture represent?
Family represents me and my daughter stepping into a trust, a very powerful trust.
What about this
That's
one? How were you feeling here?
my girl. What's that?
How were you feeling here? What was this one?
That was
y'all
just
was having a good time right there.
Well, that was after
You
like
take some of the most awesome pictures, by the way. Like your pictures on your Facebook are so entertaining. I love to go through them.
that was after several weeks of like just good work. Like she has been my mentor and just a really important person in my journey, especially in the last 2 years. Just really, the conversations and things like that have been just gems and very powerful in where I am right now, and the things that I'm doing right now, things I'm creating. A lot of these things have her like stamp on it, and her like her help and her energy in it. So
And I see you
I
here
was
and
just super
over here
grateful.
playing music right here, like
Mm-hmm.
so. Explain the emotions here, because it looked like y'all was just having a good old time right here. All your pictures, like you just are having a great time.
No, we just smoked.
Oh, okay.
We just had smoke. We were playing music inside, and we came outside to smoke, and you were talking a whole bunch of crap, and that was just her, like our inner childs have conversations a lot. Her and I.
What about this one?
Sacred Sons, beautiful organization. That was a very powerful moment where I was just really having sweet support from my brothers, having to do with conversations, like, just really beautiful healing conversations as men. And so it's just a moment where we're all taking turns of being supported and supporting each other. That was an awesome time.
I just really wanted to show like what the imagery looks like in the ceremonial aspect. It's one thing
Well,
to
those are just different moments in my life. That's not necessarily the ceremonial thing. Those are just like pictures of different moments in my life. Like ceremonial photos, I mean, it's just like usually that's like the altars and things like that, because that's what's really connected to at least the ritual thing, ayahuasca and different
well,
medicine.
I believe that also the medicine has brought you into like these images. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
yes,
Like, the
100%,
connection
yes.
between the ceremony and the imagery has brought you to be in contact with beautiful people.
Mm-hmm.
But to
Yes.
like see life from this perspective, right? You see this? Look at this.
Yes.
Like
And it
who
continues.
would take a picture like this? No one would think about. You know what I'm saying? So it's almost like, your the imagery that you even portray in these images, like are showing a certain beauty within your life, and I just wanted to show those things, you know.
Yes, this is true. I mean, at the end of the day, beyond what you know and where you go and who you know, the real gifts that you receive in life are what ends up happening to you without you trying, without you just, you know, working hard is really great. And I love working hard, but I love, you know, some people go, you know, do you know your worth? And I'm like, um, beyond knowing my worth or trying, instead of trying to explain that, I would just say I look at what comes into my life when I'm not trying, when I'm not going after it. If I'm thinking about something and then suddenly it's here, that's when I would see that my worth is in this moment, saying that I am worthy enough to get it right now. And even if it doesn't come right away, the point is that like your worth is also shown by what is received effortlessly, you know, from creation, from creator. And I see someone said, I don't believe in magic. And my answer to that, you don't need to believe in magic. You just have to do your best to be magical. Now, it depends on what magic you're talking about. Magic on the stage or magic of life. Magic of being alive, the magic in breathing. Being able to use your hands is magic. Your feet is magic. Your eyes and ears, it's magic. Your voice, magic. Why? Because as you speak, things are created. As you think, things are created. More magic. So it all depends on what you mean about believing in magic. You know, you might be saying you don't believe in you, but then also that's also a good way to start your healing by being honest about what that means.
Right. So, you know, Scam Chan's atheist. So a lot of times, like, you know, a lot of atheists will like look at a certain thing like this and say, oh, I don't believe it. You know, what would
Oh
you say
yeah,
to,
oh yeah.
what would you
Well, I
say to,
mean, again, it's to say that how does your arm work and how does your eyesight work? Is that something you need to believe in? You need to believe in how you see, or do you need to believe in how you hear? There's a part of that that is part of biology, part of a system, part of a bunch of things. And at the end of the day, too, chemicals are released to allow the body to receive information for action to happen, happening at speeds that you can't imagine. But chemicals, all of life is a chemical release, all of it. All of life is a chemical release. Your journey is a chemical release. It's why these medicines and the chemical release from these medicines are so healing at times, because it's just joining your chemical release, which is your life. Your pain, your sorrow, your stories, all of those things are chemical releases. Your story that you're still holding from 10 years ago, the reason why is because there's some chemicals that are still lodged in your system that are still feeding you the information and the pain and the from 10 years ago. They weren't cleaned. And um, it's stages and levels of things about awareness. You know, if you don't know, you don't know. So until you know a little more, certain things won't move, certain things won't grow, including yourself. And the worst thing you can do is get trapped in words, because that's what I mean about the spiritual, esoteric language and things like this, because people will just go in circles using words and just stay in circles because that's the trap. Um, so that's what I mean, like, you know.
right? I don't call the unknown magic. Okay. So what
That's what
difference
I
does it
mean. Yeah, it's that's where
Who
the trap
cares?
begins.
Who
That's where
cares
the
whether it's called magic or not? Whatever it's called, it's unknown.
well, well, the point is that, you know, if you say something's the unknown after you say that word, then boom, you have to stay quiet, like totally silent for a while. The unknown. Anything else is now what you know. And I say it that way because you get caught up in semantics and like, you know, for many people, there's an inner fight happening inside of themselves that's, you know, that they're still working on, that have to do with, you know, even knowing something or being aware or the desire to, you know. And anyone who says they don't care actually cares more than the person that says they care in the bigger reality about any of it. And at the same time, you know, the conversation between science and all these things, like there's a point where you're going down a rabbit hole that, you know, you're not even a rabbit anymore. In
Do you believe that?
real talk,
Do you believe in that? Really, this plant medicine is an ancient technology, an ancient science. Do you believe that?
I believe that we don't know enough, but we should be grateful for what we have and use it in a way that helps us. And at times, the Western mind is just constantly trying to find out more. So, if the thing is coming here to heal your heart, here's something to heal your heart. How, when can we make more? Can we make mass amount of it? Can we make it go faster? Can we more, 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 more? No, 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 no. Like, just heal your heart and get on with it. And that mind, that desire, that want, that hold, that grasp, that ownership, all of that is a saboteur. It's like destroys at times your journey because you don't take the pill and go on with your life. You need to own the pill, you need to know the pill, you need to know the ingredients, you need to know to the point where some simple things don't get their power that they deserve, because before you can actually just use it, you question the fuck out of it, bring it to court and have a jury, to that point. That's the mind. And I've learned that certain things are so much simpler than that. And at the end of the day, inward to outward, like Jackie said. And sometimes the most powerful advancement is a knowledge of self, not knowledge of information outside of you. You might know all about the universe and still have issues with simplicity. Hey, why are you so angry? Yeah, no, because blah 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 blah. But you know all about the universe. So what? Do you understand? It's like it's
Hey, you know
information. Just
what?
like it's dumb.
That is the biggest thing that you kind of figure out in this journey with this medicine. Is like, so what? You know what I'm saying? Who cares? You know what I'm saying? And that's and everybody probably don't get that out of it, but I know I got it out of it. Like, and so what? And you know what I'm saying? And so one thing I wanted to also get into, okay, there's a purging aspect that when it comes down to this medicine. Is that purging aspect a part of the healing? I mean, if you does it? Because I know even with the combo, they talk about that you purge because you also administer combo. You administer combo. You administer different types of medicine, not just only like ayahuasca. So with those medicines, let's even get into the other medicines that you also have worked with. Combo and ayahuasca. They both have a purging aspect to where you throw up and all this other stuff. What is that part of the medicine?
The purgative part is to clean the body of the chemicals that are released from your trauma. For every time you have any kind of traumatic moments, chemicals are released. They're not released out of your poo, out of your pee, out of your vomit. They get lodged in your physicality. Years of trauma can get stuck in you. They're chemicals. Let's not call it trauma. Let's just call it chemicals. Come out of the intellectual conversation that has a long story. Come out of the intellectual conversation that has a long paragraph. What happened? Come out of the intellectual conversation that has a long history of blame. He, she, this, all that. Then now all you have left is the chemicals. The initial blow of the trauma and what was the emotional chemical cocktail that's created gets lodged in you and creates diseases, creates a bunch of issues in your body over time, especially if you don't do anything about it. A broken heart not resolved creates a person that breaks hearts and also dies of a broken heart. Period.
Wow. Heart
But
attacks.
at the end of the day, that goes along for everything else. Anything not resolved will create something else. And that will create something else. And that will create something else. So let's say 10 years worth of chemicals inside of you that hasn't been resolved, they just keep creating a bunch of other things. This is law. This is nature and this is law. So we're not talking about the story. We're not talking about what happened to you because it happened to everybody. We're not talking about any of that. We're talking about just the part that the medicine really cares about. Then at least the purgative side, it's like, wow, look at this. Wow, look at that. Wow, look at this. Let's get it out. Sometimes when it's coming out, you start to feel, see, hear, and experience or re-experience the energy is connected to those stories, to that issue, to that problem, to that moment. Boom, you might see it, you might feel it, whatever. And the most important thing you could do is let it happen and not have resistance. Resistance is what created it in the first place. But this is some of the things that the medicine kind of like says to you clearly. You don't take that and create extra words around it. You don't try to make it bigger than it is. Allow those words to be so simple that it stays that way. You don't ever change it, because that's all it's saying. Hey, there's this stuff in you that wasn't resolved. Let's take care of that. Don't worry, it's from the past. You don't need to be traumatized of seeing it again, which is most of our problems. We don't want to relive things because we don't want to feel it again. We don't want to go through it, but then we prevent it from truly being healed. So that part is really important as far as like working with the medicine, because, you know, depending on your story about who's against you, what's whatever, it's going to be the medicine. If your life is full of blame, it's going to be a journey to be able to get past that first, to be able to then receive and not feel like someone is always against you. Those are all these things that start to open up in the medicine, that allows you to understand the different layers of releasing. Oh, I'm just going to take the medicine, it's all going to happen. That's not how it goes. You got to meet you. You got to meet the you that you're honest with. You got to meet the you that you're not honest with. The you that you know, but you're just like, whatever. Like, I'm good. No, you're not good. There's this shit you got to work on. Like, and start now. This is what the medicine says. If not, then, you know, or it'll say, like, you just like in your journey, you'll go, I know that you came because you think this is the problem. But let me show you that this shit started like 6 years ago when this happened. And when that happened, and when you didn't do this, this happened. And when you didn't do that, this happened. So now it's like these 8 things that has created this new thing that you feel is the problem. But that's not the
And then
problem.
you'll suddenly feel a feeling like you gotta throw up, all that stuff.
But that's the beauty of it,
And
because
it's
there
a
it is.
spiral that happens. It's a spiral. Like it's like, and let me tell you,
Mhm.
also, have you ever heard of the duck that Dr. Sabi had people doing? Have you ever heard of that? The duck?
No.
It's called doing the duck. That's another purgatory. I think there's something connected to all these purgatory plants that connect that purge you out of like your illnesses, right? So they'll say, okay, the duck is about detoxing, right? And they'll just do it to physically detox. But in that purging, they end up like having like a purgatory experience that it's also a mental detox as well. Um, so the mind is so do you know so the first brain is in the gut, right? So is there a connection to like how your bowels are connected to the brain, and so therefore that's causing like that purgatory aspect too as well?
It's the intelligence of the medicine that goes into your system, and it just pulls out what's not there. I mean, yes, there's the whole entire system is connected, but as far as what comes out in the purging part, the medicine's intelligence is what, you know, because again, like if you were to look, you look at the bean and you can see what disharmony looks like, then that energy is what the medicine pulls out. Like, let's say the bean fully clear is pink, and then, like, you know, in different parts of the body you see brown spots. Those brown spots represent stories. You know, the abortion you had, the first one, the second one, there's this other spot, the third one is in this spot. But the point is, it's all that energy of not actually really coming to completion, harmony with that. It's just there. And that eventually starts to run your life. But the point is that you've got to, like, when you clear that, you know, there's a moment where once that comes out, like a bunch of space is open for you to actually get back into life. And that's the point. You know, one of the things is to be able to like return back.
I have to admit, listen, when that came out, I have never since then had to deal with it again. You know, it. I must say that it works. It worked. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Now, in some instances, it might not for certain people because they're probably not trying to let go of that. You know, but I was willing to let go of it. You know what I'm saying? So it actually healed me in that aspect of that thought, and also my mother. Also, it helped me so much. Like, and I think that's where it really why I am who I am right now, like that experience, and I want to thank you, for that experience because it did help me a lot. Now, I know I probably got to do some more work, you know what I'm saying? But what is the difference between combo and the spirit of combo and the spirit of ayahuasca? Because
that would have to be another talk, because at this moment I have to go make some dinner for my daughter, and we're on the road right now. We're not home. We're in Florida. We had our music festival this past weekend, and we've been dropping in to integrate with spiritual family out here in Florida. And I've got to go and make her some food, and maybe we can reset and come back at another time. But this would be the moment for me to go and take care of her at this moment. Oh, I can't hear you anymore.
No, I said I thank you for your
I think
time.
that
This was a great build. I hope that people got from it.
Mhm. And we can have a part 2 for sure. I think you should definitely have a
Definitely a
part 2
part
where we
two.
continue.
Yeah,
But right
because
now,
like
I
I said,
think
right now we covered ayahuasca. The next one is going to be the combo, and I want to just get into the different medicines and what their focuses are. Because even with the ayahuasca, you said there were different types of plants, different colors, different plants focus on different things. So the bottom line is this: is that where is this medicine that does all this? It's called ayahuasca. That's okay. The medicine is in Peru. He is what's the name again? It's
What's that?
what would be the name
Oh,
of
I
you?
would be called like Onanya, or just a
He's an Onanya.
medicine man. Yeah.
Yeah. He's an Onanya medicine man who administers ayahuasca and various other plant medicines that heal in different ways. And even with me, when we did the ayahuasca ceremony afterwards, he was like saying, well, you probably should take this too. I just was afraid to take it. You know what I'm saying? Because I was like, oh, I'm scared. However, probably my next time I'm not gonna be so afraid. But I just want to thank you for being here. We have also his name is he's a Haitian Bakur. This is Bokur Elmera, and after we leave this at 9, we're going to be doing an actual live with him going
Oh,
into Haitian
beautiful.
food. But he
Haitian
also
what?
he's a Bokur.
Oh, nice.
Hey, how's it going? How are you? This is Bokur Elmera. He is actually a voodoo practitioner, voodoo priest.
Oh, beautiful.
Yes.
Beautiful. I've been learning a lot about Haitian music every now and then.
So because you were here, I was like, I wanted to also discuss some of the plant medicines in Haitian tradition and how like they are healing and this, that, the other. So I was wanting to bring him up and maybe had y'all dialogue, but I know you have to go. But I'm gonna with him and
but I would
maybe
love to. Oh, go ahead. No, I was gonna say I would love to join with him again. Maybe we can intentionally do that together, because that would be really beautiful. His energy looks really super dope.
Yeah,
really,
sure.
Yeah, it looks really beautiful. But yeah, my daughter, it's important. She has a lot of patience for me, and it's important
Hey,
for me to
listen, my
honor that.
daughter, she's been over here like, hey, mom. So I understand. So,
Girl, so yes, that's important.
Right, very important. Much love, but I wanted to introduce you guys to it, and I'm gonna have a conversation with him right quick, and then we're gonna take a break and then come back and really go into Haitian voodoo and that. But I wanted to discuss like the plant medicine as it deals with in Haiti. So thank you.
That's gonna be a beautiful conversation. I'm looking forward to it.
Okay.
Yes. How do you say have a good night in the language of Haiti?
Well, it's you can use the patois version Creole, or you can use French Français, which is bonne nuit.
Bon nuit.
Bonne nuit, yes.
Bon nuit. Okay. And what's the patois version?
You can pretty much say the same thing, because it's like, I would say bonsoir, but it's like the same thing, because you can use like it's like Jamaican. It's like Jamaican patois in English. It's the same. It's pretty much the same thing. Sometimes you have
I got
different
you. Yeah, I got you.
Yes,
Right, that's awesome.
Yes, actually, Wasi, he's from Guyana, so you guys have something in common, like when it comes down to being from like that Caribbean, South American, land. So I really wanted to like get into that, but I know he has to.
Mhm.
So we're gonna have to like
Some of the
come again.
the most important parts of that is that we both like sauces.
Right.
You already know. You better have a good sauce. You better leave the kitchen, man.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Right.
really nice to meet you, sir. And I really, like I said, you got a beautiful smile and your energy. So I'm looking forward to that moment where we do get to connect and share together.
Right. Thank
For
you.
sure, for sure. And listen, I want to thank you for being a part of Alchemizing Energy. This was a great interview. I hope that my audience got to like get a lot out of what you said. I mean, you dropped a lot of
Mhm.
gems. Quotable. So we're gonna bring you back. We're gonna bring Bokora back too, and we're gonna put that thing together where you guys both share ideas. So
Yes.
that's gonna be awesome.
All right, blessings. Have a beautiful night, then.
Much love, much love.
All right, yes, peace.
Peace. All righty, all righty. How are you? How have you been?
I've been doing great. Fabulous.
So we've been talking about the plant minute. I'm not sure how much you've seen. Did you see any of it?
I've watched it. I watched a bit of it. I was in and out. Yeah.
Okay, so what's your thoughts on like the idea of the plant medicine and how is it similar?
Are we starting it now, or are we going to
No,
start
no,
at 10?
no, 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 no. This is just about the plant medicine. We're not going to get into because your thing don't start till 9. So I'm just going to ask about the plant medicine aspect, and then we're going to take a break.
You're 9 then. Because right now it's 9
8.
o'clock for me.
It's gonna be 8 o'clock. You know what? We could just continue, but I want it to be.
I mean, everybody's expecting 10 p.m. to come in. That's what.
Yeah. So I wanted to get like a quick like thing about Haitian when it comes down to the plant medicine. The conversation with us is gonna be completely different at 9 p.m. Central, 10 p.m. Eastern time.
Right.
But I brought you here to give some insight on when it comes down to voodoo and their plant medicines, and like the similarities and how they
I would say medicine fait. What is medicine fait? Medicine fait is what they say, medicine of the leaves, right? There is various types of plants that people use for healing. I would say when it comes to that, I would say that is the job of a Wugan, right? A Wugan is a voodoo priest. This is the opposite side of a Boko, right? Now the Wugan has his healing plants for different types of illness, where the Boko, let's just say, he does the exact opposite, right? So, what do you want me to speak of in regards to healing? I mean,
you know what? I wanted to at least give people a precursor to what we're going to be talking about in an hour from now, and get people ready to come back. It's Saturday night, y'all. I know if you ain't got nothing to do, I really want this. Is going to be a very powerful interview with the Bokor. And I really want to get people like hyped up for this next interview that's about to come up in like an hour from now. So how do we like precursor people to say, okay, I'm gonna come back? Let's get into it real quick.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'll say this: as far as medicine, there's medicines for natural illness, then there's medicine for supernatural illness or things that are caused by, let's just say, mystical means. See, I would definitely say the terrain here in America, this would kind of be something that people look at as being superstitious. But when we talk about illnesses, there's illnesses that are human, that just are natural, that just are natural circumstance of life. Some people, we can attribute that to eating improperly, eating the wrong things. And then again, there's illnesses that can be caused by people doing certain things that cause those things. And that can fall under witchcraft, but again, this can also fall into science as well, you know, because some of these things that they're utilizing, some of these plants that are utilizing or whatever things that are utilizing, they are considered actual poisons in science, right? So you have one person that's doing the healing and another person that's doing the opposite, you know? So yeah, in regards to voodoo, that's pretty much what it's there for. Médecine faite is usually a healer, right? The healer helps people get better. And then you got the other side, which helps people to get worse. So eventually it balances out.
So when it really comes down to it, so you have like the spiritualities that come out of like Peru. That's what the shaman he's from.
I mean, you know, I mean, listen. Yeah, I mean, there is. I mean, what they call a shaman, you know, what they call a shaman in voodoo would be a Wugan, a voodoo priest, because the voodoo priest or the Mombo, right? That's one thing I want to do. I don't want to just talk about Wugan all the time. There is the Mombo, which is the voodoo priestess, and she plays a very significant role in the religion of voodoo. There is no, well, the man is higher than the woman, and he has to know it's a balanced, equal level. You know, the Mombo and the Wuga, most of the time, they are responsible for healing and, you know, things of that nature, right?
So that's what we're going to be talking about, you guys. So it's 8 o'clock, you guys, and at 9 o'clock, I want you to come back here to get ready to hear this young man speak. We're going to be talking about medicine. And we're going to be talking about just voodoo and whether it is a religious practice or is it witchcraft? So the difference between witchcraft and spirituality and religion. So, but I definitely wanted to bring you in toward the tail end of this interview because all of these tribe-based religions, all these original, what I would say, religions from antiquity, have some aspect of healing when it comes down to plant medicine. Now, certain tribes might focus more on mental health, and they might use the plant to, okay, well, if you heal the mental, you'll heal the body, right? Versus where voodoo would say, if you heal the ether, you heal the person. I'm not sure. Is it the same thing, or is it more like you heal the body, you can heal the mind, you can heal? Or, you know, there might be a difference.
It's different. It's like there's treatment for their body and there's treatment for the spirit. You know, of course, we know that everything originates in the spirit and can come into the flesh. Indeed, you know, that all depends on what the situation is, because you have natural illnesses and you have supernatural illnesses. The supernatural, now, if you take care of that, you can eliminate the problem that will become physical. Because yes, when someone is suffering spiritually from whatever source it comes from, it's going to eventually manifest physically.
So that's what we're going to get into. It's going to be a very, very good conversation. You know, have you been restless at night? You know what I'm saying? Some of these things might just not only be a thing, a manifestation of the inside, but so with the he said what the name is, what they call themselves in his practice. I forget what it was. I'm sorry. But he was saying that, you know, even when you think that someone's doing work on you, it's really you doing the work because of your mind saying that.
The shaman, right?
Yes. Well, yeah.
I would definitely defer with, I would say, when it comes to some of the things he say, I would definitely say that we defer in our beliefs in numerous points of things that he said. You know, yeah, I would definitely say we definitely defer. It's not a thing of you just thinking. That is true. There's maldition or madichon, which is basically speaking things into existence and they occur. But that is outside of sorcery. You know, yes, you can speak things into existence. True. I mean, it can fall into there slightly as a tool of one of the things in the world of sorcery. But to say that is completely, let's just say,
all on you,
it works like that all the way. No, it doesn't always work
like
that.
For instance, if I feel that someone, so let me just say this: if someone maybe uses a herb or even speaks a certain thing against me, and I don't believe it, does that mean it doesn't work?
I mean, to be honest with you, let me just put it like this. Someone in my field, in my profession, would actually think that's better for you. I mean, better for them. Because the thing is, if you don't believe it, you're going to think that everything that's happening to you is a natural part of life.
Oh,
and
wow.
You'll think that everything going on, oh, this is supposed to happen. That's what's supposed to happen. Okay, that's just normal. That's life. Okay, that's what it is. Okay, yeah, there's no such thing as witchcraft. And behind the scenes, people are just laughing at you. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean,
so here we go. So listen, this interview is about to start in an hour. So y'all like take an hour, take a break, and that is going to be the beginning of our interview where we start to discuss these things.
Okay.
Thank you guys, and shouts out to our brother Yawoso and Yawaso. Thank you for being on the panel, and also we look forward to hearing from you. Sorry, Bukur. All right, so talk to you soon.
Okay.
Alchemize your energy, darling. Let your spirit be free. Don't give up. Keep on pushing through. Now is the time. It's all up to you. Alchemize your energy, my friend. Let your spirit be free. Don't give up. Keep on pushing through. Now is the time. It's all up to you. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, we will always take flight. Keep on pushing through the darkness of night. There's no limit, let's reach for the sky. Shine so bright, from darkness to light. Alchemize your energy, darling. Let your spirit be free. Don't give up. Keep on pushing through. Now is the time. It's all up to you. Alchemize your energy, my friend. Let your spirit be free. Don't give up. Keep on pushing through. Now is the time. It's all up to you. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, we will always take flight. Keep on pushing through the darkness of night. There's no limit, let's reach for the sky. Shine so bright, from darkness to light.
Welcome to Alchemizing Energy. Today we are glad to bring on a special guest. She's an engineer, educator, researcher, and activist. I met her when she was a part of the Amun Ra. Well, I've known her from being a part of the Amun Ra squad as a debater. She has a great STEM program for children that she works with young girls and young boys in STEM. And without further ado, I'd like to bring to the panel Dr. Oya Ma'at.
Hello. Peace, beloved. How are you?
Peace. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I can't complain. Thank you so much for the invitation. I love how you like, come on, very assertive. You're like, let's get it. And I love your persistence. And I really appreciate, the invitation of being on your platform. I had the opportunity to look at some of your guests, some of your previous interviews, and it's an honor to be on your platform.
Well, thank you so much. You have a first name of Oya. My head Orisha is Oya. So if you know who Oya is,
Absolutely. And look, and check this out. I named myself Dr. Oya Edwa Ma'at. And then I went to a Babalao, went to two of them, one based in Florida and then one in Philly. Shout out to Baba Sekou out of Philadelphia. And both of them said, you're actually Omo Obatala. But we could have two. So I
right.
had who claimed my head was Obatala. But I'm
Okay.
also a child of Oya as well. So
Right.
I was on the right path, but they said, no, Obatala claims your head.
Well, Obatala is a very honorable. That's like he actually is the owner of all heads, the Obatala Orisha, and that's the father of the white cloth.
That's right.
So that's a beautiful thing. Do you practice Yoruba tradition? I saw that you had went to Ghana.
Yes.
And things like that. So let's get a little bit of research, like not research. Let's get background on who you are, things like that.
So to answer your question, I did get initiated. I have my lake, but I'm still studying. So I'm a baby. I'm a baby in it. You seem like you're more ahead in your journey than I am. Still a baby and still learning about that tradition, but I gravitated towards it. And the funny thing about it is I went to African ancestry and I had I traced my maternal and paternal DNA. So I traced my mother's X and my father's Y. And I found out that my father's Y went back to the Yoruba people of Nigeria. That's where his Y could. So I said, wow, maybe that is why I was so connected to Ifa. I was connected to it. But I will say this, my goal is to learn all of the African spiritual systems, study Ma'at, study Ifa. I want to study voodoo. I want to study the Akan. Like I want to study all of our spiritual systems because what I've come just in my basic, understanding of it, they're all connected. They're all connected. And I remember, and shout out to, it was a brother by the name of Benjamin Njai. I believe that he's actually a priest, an Ifa priest. And I remember years ago, he said to me, whenever you study any of these African spiritual systems, he said, you notice three things, right? He said, it's always, veneration of the creator, veneration of what he called the lesser spirits, veneration of, or reverence, we can say veneration, but reverence of the creator. He called them lesser spirits or other spirits, right? The ancestors. And then he also said character. It's a big emphasis on good character, or what Baba Baruti calls EY Peli, ideal character, or EY Ray Ray. So if you look at all of these spiritual systems, it's an emphasis on that, and also respect for nature, right? Living amongst nature in harmony, right? So not trying to subdue nature, but understanding that nature is you're in partnership with nature, and that you are one and the same, and that everything is interconnected. And so whatever African spiritual system you practice, you see these elements, right? These similar elements in all of them. And so again, even though, yes, if you notice, even with my name, Oya, right? That's Ifa. Then you say Edwa, right? That's a Ghanaian name. I said I was born on Monday. And then I have my aunt. So I always say this my Pan-African name, right? So it's a Pan-African name.
Right. You pull something from every different thing. You're gonna add more names.
Come on.
As you go around Africa.
Look, as I can. Look, I went to Cameroon. I had the honor of traveling to Cameroon. And let me move over so I can get in the shot. I went to Cameroon back in 2021. And they gave me a name when I was there. The Bamileke people gave me a name. They named me Mervo Zingatingo. So Queen Mother who travels the country to elevate her people. Mervo Zingatingo.
Well, so you're going to add that on to there.
Come on, got to add it on.
It's going to be like Tiki Tiki Timbo after a while. Remember that story? Tiki Tiki Timbo, no saw Rimbo, Cherry Berry. You're going to have, it's going to be like Tiki Tiki. Just keep adding.
Just keep on adding names on. So,
right.
So
Facebook
yeah.
ain't even gonna have a long enough. The table's gonna be like, no, the table cannot even put that many words in it. So The limit is
Absolutely.
the limit has this decreed. It's not, you reach the limit. But
Absolutely. But more about myself. I was born and raised in Baltimore, Baltimore County, not Baltimore City. I was raised as when people hear Baltimore, they think, oh, they're thinking about the Wire in Baltimore City.
Well,
But
Christian Rock is not Baltimore.
exactly. So they thinking about Baltimore City, but I grew up in Baltimore County. My parents had purchased a house out there in the 70s. And but the majority of my family lived in the city. So I spent a lot of time in Baltimore City, specifically East Baltimore City. Went to Baltimore County schools, with the exception of 1 year I went to a city school, Polytechnic, but I didn't know how to act. I was in there cutting up and they kicked my butt right on out. And I went to my zone school in Baltimore City. And I remember senior year, my mother approached me with a magazine. And she said, what are you going to major in when you get in college? And there wasn't a question in my household when I was brought up whether I was going. It was, okay, you're going, but what are you going to major in? And I said, I want to be a history major. That's what I told her. And my mother, who is an educator, she's an educator. She was an educator in Baltimore City for 35 years. And she was a teacher initially, and then she went from a teacher to a vice principal to principal, and then from principal to assistant to the area executive of Baltimore City Public Schools. And so anyway, she said, you're not going to be a history major because the end road is a history teacher. And she said, baby, teachers don't make any money, and I don't want that for you. And so she came in the house with a magazine that listed the top 10 paying majors. And at that particular time, computer engineering was the top major. And so I said, well, I said, Mom, I'm good with math and science. I think I can do this. And she was like, well, Morgan State University has a great, engineering program. So we went over to Morgan. We went to their open house. And she fell in love with the school. She fell in love with the facility, the leadership, the program. She was impressed by the students. And she was like, you're coming here. But the issue was Morgan did not have a computer engineering degree or curriculum. They had a electrical engineering curriculum or degree. And so I end up pursuing my electrical engineering degree at Morgan State. And shout out to the Morgan State. I always call them the dream team that was at Morgan that really nurtured myself and so many of us that came through there. People like Dr. Wheatland, Dr. Grace, Miss Grace Mack, Dr. Pamela Lee Mack. I had Dr. Carl White, Dr. Craig Scott. I'm trying to think who else. Of course, Dean DeLoach, who was he's the founding dean of the School of Engineering. We just actually dedicated a lecture hall to him. He's in his 80s. He's actually 88, I think, but dedicated lecture hall to him. I'm trying to think of Mr. Hall, people like that, and so salute to those people who nurtured me and nurtured a lot of us when we came through, because you got to remember, engineering is a white male dominated field. And if you go back and you do your research, Morgan State University had to fight for that program at Morgan State University. They had to fight the state to get the program, to get the electrical program there, the electrical engineering, and also industrial and civil engineering, those three that they offer. But they had to fight to get that there. And they got it there in 1984, but it was a fight because the state wanted to split the program up between UMBC and Towson. Well, UMBC and Towson are both predominantly white institutions. So what message are you saying? You're saying that basically, I don't think that Black kids either can learn STEM and or, interested in, not STEM, but engineering, or interested in engineering. And so they fought the state. They got the program there. And the first class graduated, I believe, in 1988. They graduated the first class of engineers. Wow. And so that was my journey there. I'm also a child of a community activist. My father, he's a Morganite. He graduated with his degree in economics. And he is, I won't say was, but is a community activist. Did a lot of community work in Baltimore City. Used to work for the Department of Juvenile Services. And so definitely an activist. And he got that from his mother, whom I look very much like her. Like it was crazy. I looked at a picture the other day and I was like, wow, I spit an image of my father's mother, and also have her attitude. So I am a child of an educator and an activist. And so that's the sum total of me. And that's what you see today. I am an educator and I am also a community activist. So I'm the sum total of my mother and my father and then their parents. And so my mother and I always joke that it's in the blood.
So that's interesting. Your mom said, don't get into teaching, you ain't gonna make no money, but that you end up getting into teaching anyway.
Exactly. 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 I mean, I did. I end up, I'm a professor there now. So like you said, I end up getting into teaching anyway. I went in the industry. I worked at Hewlett Packard. I did some work at, the Department of Defense, but it just didn't satisfy my soul. It just wasn't fulfilling. And it didn't matter the amount of money. It didn't matter. Oh, you're an engineer, you can make this, or you did make this. The money didn't matter to me. What matters to me is my passion and being filled, my soul being satisfied, and my soul wasn't satisfied until I actually became a professor. That's what I teach. That's what I do full time. I teach and I love it. And I was able to, however, merge both of my passions, which is history and STEM. And so I teach my students, even though I teach them in electrical engineering concepts, I teach you from an African-centered perspective. So they are introduced to our contributions and they understand our contributions to engineering. They understand that we are the pioneers of engineering, that STEM was born in Africa. So I walk them back through that, and so I was able to merge my passion, of history and also engineering, but when I teach history, I teach it in the context of engineering. So it was crazy how later on I was able to merge both of my passions, history and STEM.
So people don't realize how important electrical engineers are in the world. When it even just comes down to how much of everything is there's a system to everything, right? And 99% of the time, those systems don't fail. When you flick on a light, you expect it to turn on.
That's right.
99, and it will. 99%, unless there's something seriously wrong or something's going on. 99.9%, if done correctly, those systems do not fail. And electrical engineers are the reason why you have lights. I mean, have your inventions. I'm an inventor, so I tried to create a phone case that actually had two sides with the screen on it and stuff like that. And guess what? I had to go to an electrical engineer that understood how the actual port of the iPhone is used to be able to create something like that. You know what I'm saying? And
absolutely.
Patenting. A lot of like your patent ideas, you have to kind of push it through electrical engineer to vet that aspect of your project. So electrical engineers are very, very important. So I just want to go into that.
No, I'm glad that you did it. And first of all, I do want to address this. Some people don't even know what electrical engineering is. They when they hear electrical, they think that you deal solely with electricity. And they think of a technician, and this is no disrespect to technicians. Actually, one of my backbone, Mr. Andre Lewis, over at Morgan, he's like, he's phenomenal. He is a technician, and I would argue that he has more knowledge of how devices work together and how to apply all of these devices to a real world application faster than some of the professors, including myself. And so it's no diss to any technicians out there, but typically when people think of electrical engineering, like you said, they think about your BG&E person, that comes in to check your breaker and to make sure that that your switches are working. But that's not electrical engineering. Electrical engineering is the application of math and science, right? To definitely solve problems that deal with, yes, we deal with electricity, but we deal with a whole number, of things. For example, you wouldn't have a Google search engine without an electrical engineering. It would be no Google. You wouldn't have the internet without an electrical engineer. You wouldn't have a computer without an electrical engineer. You wouldn't have a a cell phone. When you open up your cell phone, what's inside of your cell phone? It's a circuit. And then what else do you use? Not only do you build the cell phone with electrical parts, but then I got to transmit and receive, right? So I have to transmit, meaning process signals to be sent somewhere. And then I have to receive those signals, process them, and then put them in a way that the user can hear it. So now we're talking about signal processing applications. So you wouldn't have a cell phone. No one be riding around here with cell phones or wearables, or you know how we have smart watches that tells us, you know, what your heart rate is or how many steps you had today or your sleep patterns. You would not have that without an electrical engineer. I just want to keep cooking for a sec.
I was gonna say, people don't even understand how intricate this little thing is right here.
Come on, talk about it.
It's not just this thing. This thing has so much going on with it, because it receives signals and it receives information. It transports information and a whole bunch of other different things. Also, it can power things. So, and then to be able to transfer that over into something and make it be something else, that's where you get, that's how intricate it can be. So yeah.
No, absolutely. You wouldn't have autonomous driving cars without engineers. Think about it. Your Tesla has sensors all around it, constantly collecting and processing data to tell your car if it's an object, is that a tree, is that a human, right? So that you wouldn't have a Tesla, you wouldn't have autonomous driving cars, you wouldn't have drones. People love to fly drones now. You wouldn't have drones. What about airplanes? What about cars? They have you have a computer in your car, right? Bluetooth, and even cybersecurity. That's a field, that's a subfield in electrical engineering. Artificial intelligence and machine learning. They are subfields within electrical engineering. Material science, a subfield in electrical engineering. Coding, programming in various languages, Python, C++, C, Java. All of those things are what electrical engineers do. We even do we're even project managers. I would even argue that electrical engineering is one of, if not the broadest engineering field. We can do a lot of things, but so that means as an electrical engineer, I can go into these other fields and do what they do. A lot of those other engineering fields can't come over to electrical engineering and do what we do. It's a difference. So I'm glad, Queen, that you mentioned that, that people don't understand the importance of electrical engineering. And I want people to understand that there's a difference between an electrical engineer and technician, and like you said, the subfields or the uses or applications of electrical, even wearables, Queen, even wearables, the iPods, all of that stuff. You wouldn't have any of those things without an electrical engineer.
Yes, and people don't understand that even from an invention standpoint. A lot of time you have to go to the engineer to be able to suss out exactly how is this going to work. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you're making something electronic. Because like I said, I was trying to make a case that had a camera on both sides, so that not a camera, like a how you have a screen.
Mm-hmm.
So you have your iPhone. I was trying to make a case that you could put, and then using this like kind of flat thing that they have in Japan. It was like an LED screen where you could create a case out of that. But because of the fact that the actual port on the iPhone and the Samsung was different at the time, you had a specific iPhone port that was patented only to iPhone. So it would be it was so intricate. It was like, wow, I did not realize that just trying to plug something into something was that deep.
Absolutely. And people look at those tiny devices and be like, oh, I didn't know that all of that. Even, Queen, let me say this. Even when I remember having a conversation with my students, and I said, do you all know what happens when you make a telephone call? So much processing is happening when you make a telephone call. Like literally, when you're making a telephone call, first of all, your information, right? So your speech is analog. Your speech is being converted to digital. And then once it's being converted to a digital signal, that digital signal is being processed. It's a lot of stuff that's happening. You know, you got modulation, and I don't even want to get into all the technical terms. I'll just say that a lot of processing happens before that signal is transmitted. That signal is then transmitted to a base station that your cell phone is connected to, and that base station is then connecting with other base stations to get to the daggone, to route your signal to the base station of the person that you're actually calling. Then when the person receives that digital signal on the processing end, at some point it is converted back to an analog system, a signal, so that the person can understand what you're saying. Otherwise, it was still a digital signal. You be hearing that. So it's a lot of things that are happening. Even when you're just in your car and you're riding around, your cell phone is connected to a base station, and your base station has to literally hand off. So they're calculated. Your cell phone is always being monitored. Like its position is always being monitored, right? And things are being calculated. Your signal strength, which they use as a threshold to determine when to hand it off. But they're constantly, you have different base stations constantly monitoring your cell phone. And then when your cell phone gets within a certain distance from the base station that it's on, your other base station says, now, I said a lot of calculations are happening, but then your phone or these base stations had to communicate, say, oh, she's really closer to this base station. Let me hand the call off over to her. And sometimes that mechanism fails. I mean, that's a call off to her. Hand her call off to the base station, the one that you're closest to. So your position relative to base stations is always being computed. And so, you know, a lot of things are happening even when you're just riding down, even if let's say that you're not even on your cell phone, it's still being monitored. Calculations are still being had, and things are happening, I want to say in microseconds, but I would say even faster than that. And going back to what I said earlier, when that mechanism fails, that handoff, that's when your call dropped. You know, you say, oh, my call just dropped. That mechanism failed. When it was trying to figure out a base station you were getting close to, it didn't hand it off fast enough and get you connected to that base station. So your call drops. So again, like you said, Queen, and I love how you picked up that device and you said it's so much happening. Even right now, even on your cell phone, a lot of things are happening that we're just, oblivious to, so.
Yeah. You know, what's even deeper is that you're getting the satellite. I'm confused. You listen, let me tell you something. I'm confused as to whether or not all this stuff is happening on Earth or a satellite, because GPSing, is that coming from the Earth? Because it seems like it's coming from the Earth. I don't think it's satellite.
I thought GPS was satellite.
I don't think it's satellite. I don't.
From my understanding, and we could do a quick Google search in real time.
I think it's like from towers or something, because for some reason
is based on satellite. Is GPS based on satellite? Yep.
It is.
So yeah, GPS is called global positioning system. And just a quick Google search, it says it is a space-based radio navigation system consisting of a constellation of satellites. And it says broadcasting navigation signals in a network of ground stations. So you're right, Queen. There are some ground stations, right? So it says, so I want to read that again, and then I'll start talking. The GPS, or global positioning system, it says is a space-based radio navigation system consisting of a constellation of satellites broadcasting navigation signals in a network of ground stations and satellite control stations used for monitoring and control. So let's just look a little bit more. So you have satellites, and then you also have ground stations and satellite control stations. So those satellite stations, it says right here, these stations monitor and control GPS satellites. And then you have receivers, GPS receivers in devices like our phones and cars, which use radio signals to calculate where we are. And while we, and Queen, while we talking about GPS, let's give a shout out to Gladys Mays. Let's give a shout out to Gladys
Gladys.
Mays. Gladys Mays. This is the sister. I want to pull her up.
Yeah, let's bring her.
Yeah, this sister right here. Let me pull her up. She's actually in a paper. Shout out to brother Uncle Cat and I. We wrote a paper, Best Journal. We mentioned her in the Best Journal. So there's a paper that we published in the National Society for Black Engineers. It was actually their first. It was their first journal called Black Excellence in Science and Technology, and so we published a paper. The paper almost has almost 1,000 views and a lot of downloads. But anyway, I want to quickly read something to her, to read something about her in the paper, because a lot of people make this mistake and they say she was the Black woman is the mother of GPS. It wouldn't be no GPS without her. Like she's the mother of it, or she created GPS. And that is not necessarily true. It says right here.
Are you sharing it in the share screen? Or you?
Yeah, I'll share it.
Okay,
I'll share it. Yeah, let me share it.
So I'm glad that you brought her up. This is exactly the direction I wanted to go. Is talking about the women in technology.
Beautiful.
And the fact that they are overlooked. You know,
beautiful.
A lot of females contributing to technology. We get. I don't know why we get so. I don't know why we're not doing it more.
Yes.
You know, so that's what I really wanted to get to. So I'm glad you brought up. You're in the right direction.
Wonderful. And so I do want to uplift right now. Gladys, Gladys May West, she's still alive. And in fact, Morgan just gave her honorary doctorate degree. She got an honorary doctoral degree. She was awarded an honorary doctoral degree from Morgan State University in this past May, this past commencement. And when they called her, she said that she wanted to cry, because Morgan is her alma mater. She graduated. She's a Morganite. She's a Bear. Right. And she said that when Morgan called her to invite her to the commencement so they could present her with an honorary doctorate, she said she lost it. And so this sister is still with us. She's 84 years old, and she's a mathematician. And, and I want to talk about this because we talk about the divine feminine. And I do want to talk about the role that the divine feminine has played in the production of technology, which is based on what? The application of math and science. And I would even argue that Black women, African women, are first mathematicians, but we'll get there. We'll get there. So Gladys May West, she is a mathematician. She worked on numerous projects. And for those of you who are looking at my screen, I'm reading this right here. Okay, so Gladys May West, she's a mathematician who worked on numerous projects at the U.S. Naval Proving Ground. She worked on the award-winning Naval Ordnance Research Calculator that determined the movements of Pluto in relation to Neptune, a U.S. ocean surveillance satellite called CSET. Initially, I thought of Set and Kemet, but we'll go there another time. CSET. It says that provided data on oceanographic conditions and features in a satellite program called GeoSat that created computer models of the Earth's surface. It says her latter work led to the creation of a model of the Earth's shape called Geode. This model was one of the foundations of the GPS system. So a lot of people will say, oh, she created the GPS. I would not say that she created GPS. I would say that the work that she and her team did, at the U.S. Naval Proving Ground, at the Naval Ordnance Research Calculator, that, the research and the models, the technology that they produce led to or assisted with, the creation of the GPS system. But we can't talk about GPS without uplifting this mathematician, this African queen, Gladys May West. And while we're talking about women in these spaces, I also want to uplift, and she's an ancestor now. She became an ancestor in 2020. Peace be upon the soul of Katherine Johnson. Katherine Johnson was a sister that was born and raised in Virginia. And this sister was, a mathematician. And I always said that when I do, I'm not going to say if, but when I open up my tech center, I said my auditorium will be named the Katherine Johnson Auditorium. So anyway, this sister was a mathematician who provided NASA with calculations that supported several space missions. Says she determined the paths for NASA spacecrafts to orbit the Earth and travel to the moon. And let me stop sharing my screen. Let me say this. And so that's why when I hear these conspiracy theories on the internet, man never went to the moon, man never orbited the Earth, you are literally discrediting the work of Black women. You know, I don't know if anyone has seen the movie Hidden Figures.
I've seen, yes, definitely.
Those sisters were bad.
Yeah, they were.
We didn't have computers back then. That was before IBM produced their computer. Prior to that, Black women were literally human computers for the government. And they supported space missions by the government. And so, you know, when people say stuff, they never made it to the moon, they never orbited the Earth, you're literally discrediting the work and the brilliance and the accomplishments of Black women. Go ahead, Queen. I'm gonna land my plane. Go ahead, Queen.
Yeah, no, that was good. That what you did. Yeah, definitely. And you know, I was gonna get into the Hidden Figures and how they were handling those things, and then what they had to work under, the circumstance they had to work under with NASA. You know, not being able to go to the bathroom, except for they still had the colored rules and stuff like that, and they still worked hard and still and got people to the moon. So yeah, I definitely believe we made it to the moon.
Absolutely. And you got a lot of people that you got a lot of naysayers now. Oh, they never did that. They never made it to the moon. They never orbited the Earth. And here it is, you're discrediting the work of Black women, you know. And so I take issue with that. But go ahead, Queen. I know it was something else you said.
So I was talking about the towers, you know, because I was like, you know, because you know, GPS is one thing looking down, but then the towers, it will show you that kind of how the car would drive, but then you have Google and its footage. So, you know, it's just interesting how intricate they've gotten with this technology and where it's headed with AI. What do you think that, you know, people should consider just how intricate? Because, you know, Google's whole objective is to store all human data. That's their mission, is to store all human data. That means every conversation, it means everything about you. So DNA, everything, you know.
Absolutely.
And then now you're going to have this huge database of human information. Why? Because then AI comes.
Bingo. AI can take that information, and AI can process it faster than 100 human brains, right? So AI can take that, and I keep telling people that, you know, we really have to be careful with AI. We really have to be careful. You know, I'm not trying to spread any conspiracy theories, but I had a conversation with my students, and we had this conversation probably about a month ago, and I asked them, do they believe that man has gone too far? And what prompted me to ask them that question was when Elon Musk revealed that he unveiled, I'm sorry, not revealed, but unveiled his robot. Do you remember that? And they were, you know, pumping it up. You know, oh yeah, the robot was serving drinks at the bar, and then you know, you had celebrities. You know how they always use celebrities to make things seem cool. So yeah, 2 Chainz. The robot served 2 Chainz a drink. And then, you know, some people said, oh, and then you had Little Bootsy commenting, man, these robots by Elon Musk are cool. So they always use, you know, celebrities, especially when you're trying to talk to Black people, Black celebrities, to make things seem cool and acceptable. What I told my students is this, and we had a really good conversation. I said, let me tell you something. I said, before you know it, AI will be the bartender, and that bartender will be out of a job. I said, do you all understand where the world is heading right now? You know, in years to come, the need for human labor it's already starting to decrease. You know, I'm looking at, I remember my aunt sent me a video. It was either a video or a picture. She was in Philadelphia for a conference, and a guy was. She said she saw that. I hear some feedback too, Queen. But there was a gentleman who was flying in a drone, and he was using a drone to power wash. He was using a drone to power wash. Exactly, scam Shan. But they were using a drone to power wash a building. And I said to myself, can you imagine how many jobs that device took away from some men that used to power wash big buildings? And so it's in California, they just opened up a restaurant that's run by AI. They said there's maybe a couple of registers in there with 2 human beings, but AI is making the burgers. AI is being used. They use facial recognition. They're using facial recognition in order to remember your order, and you do have the option of modifying it. But they have facial recognition to remember, you and when you came in and what you last ordered. You can reorder it, and AI is back there on the grill. Think of how many jobs are taken away from them. Think about, since Elon Musk have unveiled robots, they have robots now it's placed in certain places at the ports. They have them at warehouses, Amazon warehouses. You have robots stocking shelves now. You got, I told my students in the next 5 years, and they already have it in certain places, California, China, you'll be ordering an Uber and it'll be autonomous driving car pulling up and taking you where you need to go. So I keep telling them, while people think AI is cool and it's a great tool, I say you do need to understand the implications of AI, right? The economic implications, even the social and the cultural implications of AI. And so I'm a little heavy, Queen, when I think about where the world is heading.
The world is headed towards singularity, where we merge with the AI. That's why they're trying to put the Neuralink within our brains.
I heard about that Neuralink.
They're trying to make us basically one with the machine. And so
go ahead.
And I think that's what they consider to be evolution, especially when they're able to take our consciousness and put it inside the machine. And then that means we can go to the moon and we can go to Mars and we don't have to worry about breathing. So they're trying to play God. So it's never.
Yeah, they really are.
And maybe that's what we did. Maybe that's what we did before.
Elaborate on that. Put yourself back on the screen. Let's expound on that. You said, baby, that's what we did before.
I said, maybe that's what we did before. Who knows? Maybe that's who brought us here.
Look, I'm at a point I've learned to never I'm not discounting anything.
Well, they found the UFOs, right? They finally admitted to the UFOs.
Yeah, they were saying that was a conspiracy theory for years, and remember that book, Behold a Pale Horse by William Cooper.
Yeah.
And so remember, they were like, oh, he's a quack and it's no such thing as this and it's no such thing. They kind of dismissed him. And then now in 2024, things are being admitted. Oh, yeah, we really did find it. Oh, we really did find a UFO. So they are admitting things slowly but surely. But I'm at a point where I don't dismiss anything. There's a wise saying that it said a wise man knows they knows nothing at all. And, that what we think we know is like a pebble in a sea of knowledge. It's like a pebble in a sea of knowledge. So I don't sit there and be like, oh, no, that's not. Nope.
Let me tell you how like creepy I've been thinking lately. I'm like, is Hollywood a whole thing of the CIA, a whole CIA operation? Because why is the movies coming out with stuff before it actually really happens? Number one, because that movie, what was it with the what was it? Not us. What's the one?
iRobots.
No, it was a Jordan Peele movie, and it was about the UFO. What was it about? It was like Hell No, or what was it? It was like, oh no, or dang, it was the most recent one. It had Kiki Palmer in it.
Let me Google it. It was a Jordan Peele movie?
Yes, and it was about a UFO. But they found out that the UFO itself was an actual.
Oh, nope. You talk about nope.
Nope. I would say hell no. Nope.
nope,
Hell
nope.
no. You know
Yep,
what?
yep,
Nope.
yep.
Right. Something, 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 something. Right. So nope had like a name, synonym for it or whatever, acronym. Why are they saying that these UFOs could be creatures like organisms, same way as nope? So now I'm like, okay, come on now.
Mm-hmm.
And
And
what was Jordan Peele talking about? Transferring the consciousness, right? So there's two movies that they allowed to be produced by this director that was talking about one, transference of consciousness.
Transferring
And
consciousness.
before that, you had Vanilla Sky talking about cryogenics back in 1995, transferring of consciousness. So this whole it sounds to me that they're trying to be able to, I think that what they're fooling around with is how can we take the mind and put it into another a creature that can't die.
Yeah. Yeah, like you said, man is trying to play God. That's what but let me say this, and while we're on movies, there's two movies I thought about. I thought about Back to the Future.
Mhm.
And do you remember like a lot of that technology? And I'm specifically talking about Back to the Future Part 2. That movie came out. Let me type it in real quick. Back to the Future 2. That movie came out in 1989. A lot of the technology that they talked about or that they showed in that movie, we use it today. Face recognition, finger recognition, face recognition, voice recognition. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Remember that. Remember when Marty, when the woman, so Marty had went back to his home in the future. Remember, the girlfriend was knocked out. I think she fell out. She passed out. He went in there, but she was able to get out of the house with her thumb because your thumb never changes. So he was able to use a thumb and get out of the house. Thumb recognition. He came in the house, went like this, and then the lights came on.
Mm-hmm.
Facial recognition. They also in that movie, when they were talking, and we were like, "Oh, that's cool." They were doing they were FaceTiming each other. One guy was on a screen. They were literally FaceTiming each other. This was things that they were talking about in 1989. I'm sorry, and we have to remember that the government is 60 years ahead of us.
Right.
So the government already knows what reality is going to be like for human beings in 2084. They already know.
I believe they're using Hollywood as a vehicle to slowly put out movies to get us ready for the next step in society.
Absolutely.
I think that's all Hollywood is to like kind of keep us dumbed down. Because even the television, what did they say? It was a thing that was used in the concentration camps for mind control.
Yes.
So why would we think they would put all this stuff in American households and not have an agenda behind it, right? So now you have this information being put out here, these movies that clearly are telling us what's going to happen. Even that thing, it was called a 3-part problem or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That you see that one on Netflix, a 3-story problem.
No,
man, you need to watch that one because it's like y'all are just telling us what's going. Y'all are just telling, and you know what it is it talks about the aliens coming, but the aliens seem like AI. The way that it communicates is that the aliens is AI. And let me say another thing. What did Minority Report? What was the alien? The alien was controlling the machine because what happened is that they could tell whether or not you were going to commit a crime in the future.
Mm.
They had the facial scanners that would scan your face, and it would knew beforehand that you had the capacity to commit a crime. So the robots would come and get you and arrest you so that it wouldn't happen because it was in a crimeless society, right? But
what was the name of this called?
It was Minority Report with Tom
I'm gonna watch
Cruise.
that tonight. I'm watching that tonight. But I want to say this too, Queen. I remember years ago when I was a teenager, my uncle, he took me to the movies to see this movie called Time Machine, and it showed, and I haven't seen the movie Scam.
What were they? Wait, hold on. They weren't in a minority. What were they? What they weren't aliens?
Scam Shan, tell us what it was. But let me finish this thought real quick, Queen. So there was a movie called The Time Machine, and I want to watch that with my son, Jalen. But in that movie, it showed how man just went too far. And it showed that man actually destroyed itself. Like man actually self-destructed and then the world, like everything started over again. I remember that at the end of the movie, you know how they say, as it was in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. And at the end, it was just the earth was grassy, and it was just like people kind of like living in nature, because man went too far. And it showed how man went from like the 1800s all the way through like the 2000s, and eventually man just went too far. And I think that is what is going to eventually happen. I think man is just going to go too far and self-destruct.
I don't think so. I think that there really are sentient beings on this planet that are hidden in another world. And before we destroy this earth, they're going to reveal themselves, and they might get rid of us, but they might keep a few. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm like, they coming up out the oceans, man. They coming up out the ocean.
Hey, look, I'm not knocking anybody.
You ain't heard about the
UFO? I'm not.
Committee?
I heard about it because Dr. Wesley Muhammad, shout out to Dr. Muhammad, he put it out there. He was like, yeah, you all thought we were crazy when we talked about UFOs, but now the government is saying that it is a such thing as UFOs. So I'm at a point.
Olakun. Who do you think? Oh, yeah, Olakun.
Oh yeah, I'm with you.
Was the first begin, you know what I'm saying? The depths of the ocean, right? So we knew about it. We knew about it, but I don't know why I think we forgot.
Could be.
That's the first creator. That was the creation itself, the darkness. And what happens is, even in darkness there's light. If you actually go down into the depths of the ocean, what do you see? Like creatures that light up.
Ashe.
So yeah, in the darkness. So
like you said, maybe we just forgot. You know what I mean? Given everything.
Well, the people that practice the religion, they know.
I like that.
You know what I'm saying? People that practice the tradition, that understand that, because all Ifa is binary code in a search engine. That's all Babylao is doing is that's your first computer right there. Okay, what's going on? Open up the portal. Okay, open up the search engine. Let's see what's happening. Throw your Opele down. Okay, this is what's about to happen. This is what Ifa is saying. That was the first database.
I love how you said it's a binary code, and what did you say? A computer?
Yeah, it's a database.
I love it. I love that. I love that. And like that's what it is.
Yeah.
Because like you said, you like you said, it's either this or that, right? So like you said, it's binary, zeros, ones.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
So
and then based on that code, this is what
the Odu is 256.
Ashe.
256 major and minor Odu. 16 major, 256 minor Odu. So those are the combination of how it weighs that things come into creation. So that's how they were able to tell you what could happen in this situation or that situation, and say, okay, well, and even the Ebo, what I thought about the Ebo is really a way to jar things, because you might be heading down a certain way to do something to like kind of throw things off a little bit and send you another path.
Let me ask you this, Queen. Let me ask you this, and this is something that I often thought about, especially when I think of diviners. Shaka Zulu killed all of the diviners because he didn't feel like they were giving him proper information, and so he just discarded all of the diviners. But then I think about like the diviners in traditional African societies, and let me ask you this, and I'm just I just want to pick your brain about something. So why didn't our ancestors see the Ma'afa coming? Or are there documents that they did? I'm talking about your diviners. Why didn't they see? Why didn't they understand what was going to happen with the Arabs? I'm talking about the trans-Saharan slave trade. I don't even want to call it a slave trade, but the trans-Saharan kidnapping trade and the transatlantic. Why didn't they all see that?
Who said that they didn't?
That's what I'm asking you. Is there any documentation that they did?
Well,
or somebody sensed that something was coming. Maybe not have known exactly what it was, but
there's a reading done every year for the country, or because even in America, in Florida, it's called the letter of the year. They do it.
Yeah, they say my Babylao says it every January. You come see me,
right? And then is the diviner for the king gets one, I think, done once a month, sometime every 16 days. So I'm sure they was told something, but if they don't have the right gunpowder to fight it off, what they gonna do?
Yeah. So you think
You can like be told everything, but if you ain't got the tools, these people came in with machine guns. How you gonna? You got bows and arrows, whatever you fight.
They ain't coming with machine guns.
They did have machine guns.
They had the one shot shotguns. You said they had.
Wait, no, I'm talking about when Leopold, what's his name?
Oh, you talking about them? No. I'm going to the Portuguese. I'm going to the Portuguese.
Yeah.
And
So
they
if
had one. Yeah,
right. They didn't have machine guns.
Well, you said machine guns. I was like, no, they didn't have.
They did. I think they eventually got a hold of some gunpowder eventually, but I think that the society was not. If you're not expecting people to come in with guns, but but here's the thing: is that you never know exactly what the story. I never really got deep into the story of why. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just curious. Like,
I would
just
have to ask some people that are connected to that time from and say, so why didn't we know? You know what I'm saying? Because
we had, like you said, the diviners were there. Like, so I'm just thinking, or did they know? And like you said, just could not do anything. You know,
possibly.
so
I'm
just
thinking
wondering.
the people that I mean, the half of them got put into the slave trade and shipped here and there. So that story, who knows what the story is, right? They got shipped to different places. They were, and separated, so they were very strategic in how they came across, and at one time, slavery was not necessarily even done in like a harmful way. They had like slavery, but it was like indentured servitude. So, and then they even had people that even had their own slaves. Even in America, there was Black people that was over here indentured. But then there was a situation that happened where the government actually switched up on them too. You know what I'm saying? So there were actually, I think, in Jamestown, there were like Black slave owners along with white slave owners and people that were indentured, that were freed and stuff like that, and also were slaves, but they were not. What do you call this? I have a whole. I'll show you the video that runs it down, but it's interesting. So, but yeah, I mean, I would have to do some more research to tell you the answer to that.
No, absolutely. Yeah, I'm just curious, like just wanting to know, and prayerfully I'll be able to take a trip to Nigeria and meet with the the Yoruba folks and connect with the spiritual folks, over there, because those are the kind of questions that I do have. But yeah, Queen, do you have any closing questions? I know that we're like 5 minutes because I got to get ready to go at 8:00 on the nose here.
Well,
but
definitely we're gonna have to bring you back because we didn't really get to really delve deep. We did get to get like a good introduction of a conversation because I really want to get into the STEM, the children. I really want to get into your curriculum as as a founder and teacher.
Absolutely.
And go into the children and how can we be more effective in getting our children in the STEM and the importance of that.
Oh yeah, that's hot. That's a whole, like you said, that's a whole nother discussion. So let me know your availability and bring me back, because I would love to have that discussion, because right now, only 5% of engineers and scientists are Black. Just 5%. And so it's kind of scary when you think about where the world is heading, and you say, well, 5% of us, I'm sorry, are in this space. And so my goal has been to inspire more African, more Black, however people identify, more of us in the fields of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And mainly, what I've been doing is doing this through two avenues. The first one was creating youth empowerment STEM camps and STEM camps and programs for our children specifically. And so creating that, so putting them in a space where we are, because it's not just me, we are exposing the students to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, but exposing them to that, and this is part two, because I said two ways, in a way that piques their interest, in a way that feels normal to them, in a way where they can see themselves in the curriculum, in a way where they take ownership of science, technology, engineering, and math. And so I created, and anybody can Google this, the African-centered STEM educational model. And when I say I created it, I formalized it, and I'm collecting the data to legitimize it. But this model stands on the shoulder of so many African-centered educators. I want to lift up Kwame Nkrumah. This Baba wrote the book Nation Building African-centered education theory and practice. And he's now an ancestor. And so I want to lift him up. I also want to lift up Dr. Amos Wilson. Dr. Amos Wilson, from studying his work, I actually got put on to Baba Kwame Nkrumah's work. So I do want to uplift Baba Kwame Nkrumah, Dr. Amos Wilson. I want to uplift Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. I want to also uplift the work of Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu. I want to uplift the work of Dr. Malefe Asante. I want to uplift the work of all African-centered educators. Shout out to Baba Amin, Ojuok. Shout out to Baba Imhotep. And so this model stands on their shoulders. So I say, yes, I created the African-centered STEM model, but the model stands on their shoulders. And so I do see that you have the UACI STEM camp on the screen. You know, shout out to Baba Amin and Mama Nkoyo of the Uhuru Academy. The UACI STEM camp is a joint, it's a partnership, it's a collaboration between the Uhuru Academy Conscious Ingenuity, which is my program, Uhuru Academy, that's the school of Baba Amin and Mama Nkoyo, and also Morgan State University CAP Center. Shout out to Dr. Kevin Cornegay. And so this is an African-centered camp that exposes children, Black children, to STEM. You're also looking at the Agoji camp and the team. Shout out to those warriors. That is an African-centered STEM camp that focuses on critical thinking, character enrichment, you know, self-defense and other life skills. We also have the the Asafo training camp for young boys. You can go to the asafocamp.com. So the Asafo, of course, that's a com word for, there we go, the Asafo training camp. And so that is our camp that focuses on manhood development in young boys between the ages of 12 and 14. This is a collaboration between Ed Enemy Productions and PLM. Shout out to PLM. That's Baba Imhotep and his beautiful queen, Mama Ife. And so that is the Agoji camp. And then last but not least, we have Meltrek365.com. Meltrek365.com. Meltrek is an animated film series and book series that teaches children Black history from a Black perspective. Right now, we offer 3 films. Meltrek Episode 1, Exploring Ancient Africa. Meltrek Episode 2, Exploring the Pre-Columbian Americas. And Meltrek Episode 3, Exploring the Ma'afa. Part 1, The Arrival of the Portuguese. So if you scroll down to the bottom of the website, you'll see the 3 films there. And if you click on any one of the films, it will take you to a screen where you can download the films instantly. And right there, so click on one of those films. You can click on any of those films. When you download it, when you click on it, you can download the film from one of those. You can download them right there. And so, oh, you buying it right now, Queen? Hold on. She said, I'm buying it. Oh, you looking at the trailer? She said, I'm looking at the trailer. But
this summer,
yeah.
So Anime Productions presents.
Oh, you want to play the trailer?
Meltrek, Episode 1, Exploring Ancient Africa. Witness the most accurate historical account of African American people. A story that has never been told like this before. Join Bunchy, Chen, Percy, Michelle.
Yeah, so every one of these films, you can see a trailer attached to it, so you can get an idea for what it's about. And so I just would ask everyone to grab these films. Right now, we're living in a climate where they are eliminating Black history from the curriculum, and not even just from the curriculum. They're not even offering Black history courses. So you have politicians threatening to snatch funding away from schools that actually teach Black history. So I would say that it's imperative that everyone buy tools like Meltrek, and of course Meltrek isn't the only tool, but buy tools such as Meltrek, where you now have the power to teach your children Black history. Now, I will say this: as long as our tax dollars are paying for educational institutions, they should be teaching Black history in the public food system, especially because our tax dollars pay for it. However, I also believe that the onus should not rely solely on the school system to teach our children our history. We should be teaching our children our history right in our home. My son Jalen, he'll tell you since he was 4, we used to play Meltrack in his room over and over and over again until he went to sleep as a young boy. And so he reads the books. Even now, he's reading the autobiography of Malcolm X. He has a whole bunch of books on history, and he's 14. And so it's not the school system's responsibility to teach our children our history. It is our responsibility as well. And so thank you so much, Queen, for having me and, and allowing me to share my thoughts and also to promote, my programs on your podcast. And so I do look forward to dialoguing with you soon.
Definitely. And Dr. Claude Anderson said that we are on the information highway. If we're not in control of what we're transporting, what are we doing?
That's right.
What are we transporting?
That's right.
AI is going to be coming up pretty soon. We should not just only be consuming AI. We need to get behind AI. We need to be having our own corporations, companies that are behind the veil. A lot of times we have a hard time raising money for our own, having our own Y Combinators, so to speak, or our own think camps or hackathons and things like that. We need to start doing more of those for these AI products and start coming out with our own products, because what will happen is that, like she said, is that we will just only be slaves to it. We will not be in control of it.
That's right. That's right. And we want to be in control. We want to be in control. And that, that is, in the words of my father, that is the name of the game. We want ownership and we want to be in control, and so that should be the goal. That should be the end goal. So with that, Queen, thank you so much. Let's coordinate something, via inbox again for me to come on and talk about, the curriculum and talk about the African-centered STEM education model. I would love to talk about that and the theoretical frameworks that it's based on and the model features and what the model feeds and how the model is being currently implemented. So let's really, really get into that. The next talk.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
We should relabel this part 1.
Right. I'm going to label part 1. Okay. We're going to go into it. All right. Ashe, thank you.
Alchemize your energy. Darling, let your spirit be free. Don't give up. Keep on pushing through. Now it's all up to you. Alchemize your energy. My friend, let your spirit be free. Don't give up. Keep on pushing through. Now is the time. It's all up to you. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, we will always take flight. Keep on pushing through the darkness of the night. There's no limit, let's reach for the sky. Shine so bright, from darkness to light.
What was that sound?
It was yeah, it's on vibrate. Yeah, it's on vibrate. That's
okay. Then we gotta take that off. That was weird.
Yeah.
Let's go. Keep going.
On vibrate.
It was like burnt.
Yeah.
Hey, listen. Over here, we have senses of humor. Okay, you can't be having fart sounds when you're trying to talk about something.
It's so funny. It's funny you bring that up because, shout out to Brother Rich and Black Magic 363. I was the last time I did a presentation on this. Somebody had made a comment like that, and I'm like, where are they getting that from? Now I get it. It's my phone.
It was like burn. It sounded like you're like you're trying to be real serious. It's like burn.
Crazy.
All right, go ahead. So we identified the problem. Y'all.
Right. My phone vibrating. Anyway, that's hilarious. So anyway, the the analogy I gave about different brands of cars, right? We understand that we're just talking about the same thing. We're just talking about different brands of the same thing, right? But we tend to lose that when we're talking about faith traditions. See, we tend to lose that idea, and it's like, oh well, now we're talking about totally different things as opposed to different approaches on the same thing, right? Now that's further exacerbated by the fact that we live in a Western society under a Western psychology, a Euro-Western psychology. Let me be very specific. What do I mean by that? In the present Euro-Western worldview that we grew up in, that we now consider normal, religion is not something you live, it's something you do, like a hobby. So even religion has been secularized. You get it? So now, of course, with someone like you who's an Ifa practitioner, you know, you still see why people would say in the West, Ifa is witchcraft, or Ifa is magic, or Ifa is blah. You see what I'm saying? Why they would say that is because the narrative on Ifa and its practice still retains its old world narrative. It's not so much as a different thing, a different religion, it's a different perspective on religion. See? The old world narrative, right, when we're talking about spirituality or religion, is what the new world calls magic. Why did they call it magic, or why was it demonized as magic? Is because of the Spanish Inquisition. We could point to an actual period of history. See? We can point to an actual period of history, a time in history where the old world narrative on spiritual matters and other matters was literally terrorized out of our people and other people. And that was the Spanish Inquisition near the end of the 15th century.
Well, you know, it's interesting, you know, because I just got off a Side Nutters panel. We were really going into Adam and Eve and the whole story of the Garden of Eden. We were talking about whether, you know, Jesus was the serpent, whether Adam was the serpent. And I'm like, okay. And actually, the woman that came today, even the pod was like, you know, really, it really breaks down into human anatomy, you know. And that is really what African traditions are really based on. Is like they're talking about stuff in parable. They're talking about stuff in this way. They're not, the stories are not like meant to be interpreted in a way that is exact. Like, yes, Pinocchio had a long nose and this, that, the, Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Little Red Riding Hood went to the house and the wolf. And people are not meant to believe these things in a way where you believe the actual story, right? So you have a story of Adam and Eve going to the garden, right? But this is really a story of human evolution and and character development.
Yeah, but now you know as well as I do that these are things that you have to get, you know, like a ledger, right? So you have to get like a glossary of terms. Pinocchio really means da 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 da. His long nose is really referring to da 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 da. Geppetto is really, you see what I'm saying?
And you get into the Hebrew. Well, based on this language, it's saying that, and this mean that in that language, in Greek, and then the etymology of that is this, and so it gets really crazy and confusing.
So the fact that you need such a glossary of terms ahead of time or a ledger ahead of time so that you can make heads and tails of the story and actually get real use out of it or get the intended use out of it means you have to be what? Initiated. That's what it is. You have to be initiated. You have to be inducted with a particular worldview or mythos that allows you to properly dive into the story and extract out of it what you need for your personal development. See, this is all old world. This is the way it was done by our forefathers and foremothers.
And you know what I was actually saying? I said, you know what? These books were not meant for everybody to read. I don't even think that the Torah was a book that every regular person was able to be able to just pick up and just read it. You know?
Just what you just said, a master Hebrew Kabbalist said those exact same words in a very famous book called The Cipher of Genesis. I highly suggest, man, people need to have that book, right? You need to have that book. It's called The Cipher of Genesis. The author's name is Carlo Suarez. That's his name. He wrote this book back in the 80s. And he says, it's called the cipher, meaning the code, the ledger, the get it? Of Genesis. Meaning that not only is the real secret story unintelligible to English readers, but it was also unintelligible to regular Hebrew readers too. If you were not initiated, you were reading something totally different, even in Hebrew.
Wow. And the story was meant for children to comprehend.
Well,
on
in this case,
level, right? So, like, because it sounds like a children's story.
But
so and so went up the hill to like fetch a pill of work.
Now, watch this. I'm glad you said children, because even the term children is metaphoric in this sense.
Wow. Okay.
So you're reading it in Hebrew as a native Hebrew speaker or Aramaic speaker. You're reading the story. You're reading a story. That's for children, metaphorically. In other words, for uninitiated. That's what a child is. See? The uninitiated. Exactly. Okay. Now, for the initiated, reading Genesis, it's not, follow me, it's not a linear story. This happened, and this happened, and this happened to this person, and that person, and that person. It's not what it is. For the initiated, what you're reading is a manual giving you the mechanics of manifest creation. That's what you're reading. You're literally reading a scientific textbook. It's religion, but it's science.
So you got to break that down. So you said listen, I went to high school, got a degree, got my little diploma. You're using college words. Break that down on like a high school.
So imagine you. Okay, here it is. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
When you get a cell phone, and you get a new cell phone, like something super new, right? What's the first thing you do? You open the box, pull it out, and you read the operation manual. Mm-hmm. That's what Genesis is to the initiated.
To the initiated.
To the initiated. To everybody else, it's a cool story. But to the initiated, it's an operations manual.
Wow. And so when we talk, so actually with the actual thought that this is really about a story about how man developed character. So this is what I said. I said, listen, when a baby comes out the womb, right? Mm-hmm. So it says God put these people into the garden.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he gave them everything they needed to do to thrive. And then at some point they said, you know what? He said, don't touch this, but you know what? Maybe we should touch them hungry. Whatever reason why they did this. He said you can't do it, so blah, blah, blah. Now, what happens when you tell a child not to touch a stove?
Of course, you already know what's going to happen.
You don't touch the stove.
But sis, that's why that story literally terrifies children, and it causes discomfort in adults.
It terrifies children?
That story terrifies children. They may not say it terrifies them, but you're being told that you're going to be punished by God Almighty if you entertain an idea that's gnawing away at you just because they planted the idea. Yeah, it's terrifying.
God said not to do it. Mama said not to do it.
Yeah, but you told me not to do it, so what do I want to do?
I want to touch it. So that's like the indoctrination. That's the initial indoctrination of do as I say.
Not do as I do. Because if it was do as I do, why would God put it there?
Why would God put something in the middle of a thing and say, don't touch it?
Right.
That's crazy, right? When you think about that, why would God put something in the middle of a garden and say, "Don't touch it"?
Right.
That's because he already knew they was going to touch it. So why would he punish
But
them
that's
afterwards
only,
for touching?
but sis, that's only if you take the story on face value as it's been told. Nobody or very few people go, hold on. Who's telling the story? Where did they get it from? Did they interpret it right?
Wow.
See? Nobody wants to ask those questions because during the Inquisition, you'd have got your head chopped off.
Right.
All right. See?
So then we go further. So okay, so then we go, the people get kicked out. What I believe is, like, you know, what that was is basic human development from a child, from adolescence into teenage, into puberty. And then
well, here's what's so crazy, sis. What you just said. So if that's the case, follow me. Just indulge me for a second. Let's go with what you just said. If that's the case, going from adolescent to young adulthood and then getting kicked out of the garden, kicked out of the house, is that punishment or celebration? Is that punishment or graduation?
Graduation.
Straight like that. But why isn't the story told that way?
Because it wants to scare you into continuing to be.
Let's talk about it real quick. And I like what Scam Chan just said. I'm going to address that as well, right? But what I'm about to say may address it already. Let's talk about the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. In the ancient Aramaic, Hebrew, whatever, the word I'm saying it like that, the word mistranslated for good is the word tov, T-O-V. The word mistranslated for Ra, or for evil, is Ra, R-A-A. Tov does not mean good, and Ra does not mean evil. That should tell you something right off top. All right. The word Tov means to keep still, to keep stagnant, to keep unmoving. The word Ra means to stir up, to cause motion, to agitate. Now you tell me which one is good and which one is not.
Both are necessary.
But are you sure? When
It's
it comes
necessary to maintain stillness in certain situations.
Let me contextualize it.
Okay.
When it comes to human development, which one is good?
Ra.
Absolutely, 100%. When we look, those of you that study astrology or psychology, because what I'm about to say applies to both. If I'm looking at an astrology birth chart, now you've got, planets, real quick, planets tell you what, the sign they're in tells you how, the house they're both in tells you where. But then there's aspects, either the angles of interaction of their rays. So you have some aspects that are difficult and some aspects that are easy. Difficult aspects, squares, oppositions for the most part. Easy aspects, trines and sextiles, right? Okay. If I look at a birth chart and it has no hard aspects, no difficult aspects, I don't have to know who the person is to know I'm looking at the chart of a mentally retarded individual. Why? Because it is conflict that sparks the generation of thinking. You have a birth chart where there's no difficult aspects. This individual has had no avenues or opportunities to develop thought. That's called stagnation.
Wow.
So those who translated the Aramaic in Genesis from Aramaic to the Greek to the Latin or whatever, right? And then English, when they mistranslated tov to good, they're saying go to sleep, be ignorant, don't move, be stagnant. And that is literally the mindset of the Western world.
Wow. So the whole objective was to scare
retard people. Thinking.
Mm.
Don't think. You can't learn to read. Don't think for yourself.
So the knowledge, the biting off the thing of good and evil is really a thing of being stagnant versus moving.
The whole story is about that. The whole story now, let's take it a step further. When you look at the names Adam and then later the name Eve, they've been translated, or the narrative is projected for you to think that you're talking about a singular man and a singular woman, and you are not.
Wow. Okay.
The mathematical schema for Adam, we know, I mean, we see, matter of fact, in West Africa, right? Adama, Adamu, Damu, blood.
And if blood is stagnant, it's gonna kill you. You're gonna die.
How about that? But now, hold on. But see, blood in this respect, or in the metaphysical respect, is the medium that connects the non-physical part of yourself to the physical part of yourself.
So is Eve the physical part?
Eve, follow me. So we would say that the spirit of man is found in the blood. So Adam, in this sense, represents man's spirit. Your spirit, my spirit, man's spirit, whether you're male or female, represents your spirit. Your spirit is connected to the Creator.
Right.
Period.
Period. Yeah.
All right. Follow me. Follow me. Eve represents the soul of man. The soul of man is the medium that connects the spirit to the material world.
And you know
now
what?
You know why the serpent went to Eve and not Adam.
Well, no, they say he went to Adam first, based on this thing that we talked to on the thing that God talked to Adam, and that's what they were saying.
No,
Adam is a serpent.
The serpent went to Eve. God didn't speak to Eve. God spoke to who?
Adam.
The serpent spoke to who?
Adam, right?
That's not found in the Bible.
Okay, so I just was on a panel where it said
I don't know where they got that from.
They read it out of Genesis, but I don't know how true it is.
Serpent didn't speak to Adam.
Serpent spoke to Eve.
Right. Now you know why. See what I'm sharing with you all, and I suggest you get Carlos Suarez's book. It'll make more sense, more detail. Right? We're not for the initiates. You're not talking about a singular man or woman. You're talking about processes that happen in every human being. So just follow me. Because when I explain it from this perspective, as strange as it may sound to you, when we start applying this perspective, this narrative to the story, all of a sudden the story is going to make a lot of sense. Here we go. The serpent speaks to Eve. Does the serpent lie to Eve? No. The serpent said, God knows that when you eat this fruit, you'll become like him, knowing good from evil. Didn't lie. Eve, in other words, the soul of man, not a woman, not a physical woman, the soul of man, the soul of you, your soul too.
Right.
Which is attached to physicality. It's the medium between the spirit and matter. See?
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, there's what? A degree of attachment to matter with the soul. That's why the serpent went to Eve. Hold on. She eats the fruit. Now, here's the crazy part, because, you know, the Judeo-Christian world, the Western world, either overtly or low-key want to blame woman for original sin because she ate the fruit. Right?
Right.
All right. Here's the question. What happened when Eve ate the fruit?
Nothing. She gave it to Adam.
What happened when Adam ate the fruit?
Nothing. They
Are you kidding me? That's when all hell broke loose, allegedly.
well, you know, with Adam, they realized they was naked.
Right, but why didn't
So
that
that's the
happen
logical
when Eve ate
side.
it?
That's the logical side of the brain.
Why did that not happen when Eve ate it?
Because
Exactly.
Eve was already closer to God. I'm just saying.
They're not two separate individuals.
Right. Okay. So you think that it was an opening up? The eyes were open because one side. This is how I looked at it. Okay, right. So imagine you have a brain, right? And one side of the brain is already connected in a certain way, creative, whatever. And then the logical side is like, oh, okay. So then you eat something and it opens up that logical side of the brain to where it is connected now to the creative aspect of the brain. So that's how I saw it. I said,
Well,
that
here's something that's not covered in your idea. Why didn't they have knowledge of good and evil prior?
I don't know.
Why did they not have, follow me, why did they not have knowledge of Tov and Ra?
Well, because they were children, right?
Were they?
I imagine they were. Like that's what makes sense to me.
Who's the they? See how quickly we went back to the European Judeo-Christian narrative?
Yeah. Right. Well, I'm just thinking about the child's mind.
Yeah, but again, we
I still went into they. I still went into he and she. Right.
See?
Yep. Go ahead.
All right.
I'm gonna be quiet. Go ahead.
So what exactly is it that we're really talking about here? Follow me close. We're talking about the descent, the full descent of human consciousness into flesh. Prior to the eating of the fruit, this was not the case. Upon the eating of the fruit, listen close, the human or the ego was fully and completely inserted into human physicality.
So
in other words, they became self-aware. They were able to say what? I am. Prior to that, humanity wasn't able to say that. We're talking about the descent of man into physicality and then getting locked in it.
So you know what? That's what it sounds like in E5, right?
Of course.
Because it says that you know that you're up here, and then you come down, and then you forget everything, and then you.
Ta-da! That's the process. You got it. How did I begin talking about a car from Bangladesh and a car from Japan and a car from Korea? It's still a car, ain't it?
Yep. Makes sense.
You see? It's still a car. Get it? We have to make sure we're talking about the right things. See, even Scam Chan says the real question is why was either tree placed in the garden since they were not needed? Again, guy, you got to go back to you have to be initiated in the proper narrative to begin, because even tree is a mathematical energetic schema, just like Adam, just like Eve, okay. Okay, the letter numbers, the alphanumeric, the names are alphanumeric formulas. That is the initiated perspective.
Right, and it's easy to like.
When we say Adam is a man and Eve is a woman and the serpent is a snake, or Samael is a snake. And there's a tree of Tovin Ra. That's for children. That's for uninitiated.
Right. Okay. And that's why he probably says that we're all children of God, right? We're all.
The first thing, well, in some respects, we're children of God. What are we when we grow up? There we go. In the Arabic, the word is called Khalifa. Khalifa means successor. Successor to who?
So is the creation story similar in Islam?
The short answer is absolutely. The long answer is only if you have the proper narrative when you read the story.
Okay.
You understand? If you don't have the proper narrative, then you'll think that they're totally separate, different things, and now we go to war. Now we have no understanding. See?
And that, yeah.
Now let's take it a step further. Adam, just follow, whether you believe me or not is irrelevant. Just follow the logic, and then you tell me if it makes more sense than the understanding most people previously had. Adam is man's spirit, always connected to the eternal. Eve is man's soul. It is what connects man's spirit to the physical.
So the soul is what's connected to, say it again?
The soul is what connects spirit to flesh.
Okay. And spirit is?
Connected to the eternal.
Okay. So you have spirit and soul. Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right. Now, Adam eats the fruit. All of a sudden, self-awareness. Self-awareness comes when Adam eats the fruit. Why? Because Adam is your spirit. That's why. It's not in flesh to think or bones to reason. See? And while thinking is a soul function, consciousness is a spirit function. And consciousness is higher than thinking. I can prove it real easy. One, you can observe your own thoughts. Well, who's doing the observing? Here's another proof. Sperm cells don't think, but they have intelligence. Figure that out. See?
Yep.
All right. So, man, or Adam is man's spirit. Eve is man's soul. The fruit is eaten. The fruit gets to the spirit by way of the soul. In other words, now it's conscious of itself 100%. See that? That was the awakening where they're like, oh my God, we're naked.
And the spirit and the soul is not even a physical, tangible thing. It's just
spirit isn't either. And the spirit isn't either.
But the actual body is.
There you go. Now, later on in the story, God, or the Lord God, King James Version, there's difference between God and Lord God. God is the Elohim, the 7 creative spirits. That's why it says, let us make man in our image and after our likeness. All right. That's, we can go into that more later. But it says Lord God. Who's Lord God? That's the 4-lettered word. The tetragrammaton, Yod He Vav He, which is pronounced or mispronounced Jehovah or Yahweh. So, right, we don't say to the uninitiated or to the public that Yahweh is, or the tetragrammaton is a lunar deity. The lunar deity is responsible for what? The formation and the maintenance of physical bodies. What is the lunar cycle? 28 days. What is the cycle of fecundity? In other words, like what farmers utilize, their calendar. The lunar calendar of 13 months and 28-day months. When a woman is giving birth and they say 9 months, is it 9 solar months or 9 lunar months? See how this comes together?
Yeah.
All right. So, Samael, the angel Samael, as the serpent, tells Eve, the soul, God knows that when you eat this fruit, you'll be self-aware. In other words, the ego will be fully built into the body via what? Adam, Adamu, the blood. Samael is an angel or deity of the Martian sphere, Mars. Mars, metaphysically, right, is connected to what? What metal alchemically? Iron. Iron is present in the blood as what? Hemoglobin. And according to most metaphysicians, that is what solidifies the ego, which is why in the Old Testament it's forbidden to drink blood.
Wow. Makes a lot of sense.
That now you know why Tetragrammaton asked them, how you know you was naked? In other words, who's been working on you?
So okay. Now you're kicked out, right? And now you have to like.
Are you? Let's go back to that. You gave listen, your motherly instinct cut right to the end of the story earlier. Are you kicked out or are you graduated? Because before they got kicked out, what did Elohim say to themselves in Genesis? You could read it yourself. Behold, the man has become like one of us. That's what it says. The serpent didn't lie, did he?
So it really means that there's no point in you being up in here no more. I can't take care of you. You got it. You got what you need. So there you go.
You got it.
You got everything you need to like live, and that's what happens with children, though. Ain't that what I? So what I said was that. So I didn't get that.
I told you. You cut straight to it. You cut straight to the.
I said that's exactly what happens to a child, into adolescence, into teenagehood, and then you just say, "Okay, I've taught you everything that you need to know. Go on."
And now the story makes sense. But can you control masses of people with that understanding? All right.
Right. See. So again, we talked about the fact that Ifa and like other African religions have the same concepts when it really boils down to the Ori, right?
Yes.
So when I talked about the same story, my thing goes all the way to the mind first, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your head, your mind, and actually all those things are held within your mind.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to really get into your understanding of even African tradition and how we have been misled into believing.
What we're talking about, sis, the whole time has literally been that. And like I said in the beginning, it's not, we're so accustomed to looking at the clothing of a thing. Ifa looks a particular way. Hoodoo looks a particular way that's different. Voodoo looks a particular way that's different. Santeria looks a different way. You get it? Yep. Instead of peeling the clothes and going, wait a minute. They both have 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head. You see? In other words, we have to look at the narrative. What was robbed from us was our way to think about what it is we're doing. What we just discussed up until this point with the story of Adam and Eve in the book of Genesis is we discussed the story from our forefathers' narrative. Now it makes sense. Now you're like, oh, well, we say that in Ifa. Yes.
Exactly.
What if we can apply this old world narrative to Islam? That's what the Moorish Science Temple of America does. And that's how I'm able to speak on these things and be a Muslim.
Ashe. So when you get into that, you go a little bit further deeper into things. You talk about so life goes on. People start procreating, creating civilizations. And then at some point, you know, you have people in Africa, you have people all over the continent, the globe, whatever. And then somehow we get brought over to here. And then so there's like this separation between us and Africa. And so then you have people that are doing hoodoo magic, and then we have some people doing voodoo and magic, and then Ifa, and then we have people Hebrew Israelite and people Muslim.
Or we have people, right? And what's the difference? We just explained it.
Nothing, basically.
Well, there is one difference. Narrative is different. You practice Ifa. Do you call it magic or do you call it religion or spirituality? Which one?
Spirituality, yeah.
They're like that. Some people would call it religion. Am I right?
Yeah, exactly.
Would you object to that?
No.
Exactly.
And there's certain aspects of it that is magic.
Okay. Yes. But
and what's wrong with magic?
But hold on. But by whose definition? We only say that because the Western world will say that that's magic. And we'll be like, okay, fine.
But what is magic?
Right. You know what it is? I'll use Aleister Crowley's definition because I love his definition. He said the scientific definition of magic is to cause change in conformity with one's will. But don't you do that when you pray?
Yeah.
All right.
Or fast.
All right. See?
And one of the biggest things in both of those things, in all these things, is fasting and praying, right? And everything, even Buddhism, everything is meditating on something and probably like withholding something from ourselves to eke out a certain result within ourselves or in the outside world. So therefore, it's all the same.
It's all the same. You see? So, but it's narrative. See, the narrative that we're speaking to now was terrorized out of the world, the Western world. It was this narrative's erasure out of our minds collectively that gave the room, and I'm just going to say it, it gave the room and space for European world imperialist dominance.
So Europeans have magic too. What's the difference?
Of course they do. They flipped and bounced yours. Go to a Catholic mass. First time I went to a Catholic mass, I said, oh my God. You know why? Because there was way too much similarity. The similarity was uncomfortable.
What are the similarities, you'd say?
Watch this. Okay, there's at a particular point, all are standing up and the priest is giving them a blessing. He's putting his hands out, giving them a blessing, and he's saying certain things. He has gold discs on the gloves of his hands. And then when he gets done, they all go to the left and to the right. They say, peace be unto you. Peace be. Yo.
So Scam Chen is an atheist, by the way.
That's fine. That's cool.
He said
Everybody's
magic and prayer are not proven
until the knife is in their gut.
So he says magic and prayer are not proven and effective in changing reality.
By who?
According to what? Right, exactly.
Because right now, we can point to at least half a dozen award-winning quantum physicists that now openly say that quantum mechanics explains what we previously called magical occurrences.
String theory, right?
That's one of them. Quantum entanglement is a big one. See, all this stuff is scientifically proven. So when he said that, I said, yeah, by who?
So
you can't say by the scientifically informed in 2024. When you have people like award-winning quantum physicists like Maywan Ho, who's a quantum physicist biologist, when you have David Bohm, when you have Rupert Sheldrake, when you have John Rayhart, see, you got to read. You got to stay up with things.
So explain the
Yeah, that is my phone making the noise, by the way. I got it on ring.
That one didn't sound like a part. That one didn't sound like a part.
Yeah,
listen, explain the connection between science.
Say it again.
Explain the connection between science and religion.
What do you mean?
How is it connected?
Well, let's look at it properly. Does anyone or anything have a monopoly on truth? Anyone?
Well, some people, no.
No one has a monopoly on truth. If it's true, it's true, whether it's religious, whether it's science. Am I right?
Right.
So if it's true religiously, it should also be true what? Scientifically, right?
Mm-hmm.
The war or struggle between religion and science was created by the very same people that initiated the Spanish Inquisition. See, our forefathers saw no difference between religion and science. Like it or not, the pyramids were built with religious knowledge, and it is what it is. Nobody can argue with that. You can call it what you want. You can flip and bounce words and be like, "Oh, well, the Egyptians didn't practice religion." That's a lie. Why would they have a priesthood?
Speaking of priesthoods,
Go ahead. Good.
So speaking of priesthoods, we were also getting into the fact that the women were the first priesthood.
I'm not going to argue with that.
And that at some point, those things kind of got like, because, I was reading a book called The Sibyls, right? And it was talking about how, the patriarchal societies that were taking over, like, took all of your sages and all of your, diviners and put them into the catacombs. And so I'm like, okay, well, what happened to what they knew? Did they take that information?
Mm-hmm.
And then I found out that there was the Knights Templar, and there was a whole thing going on. And so let's talk about the woman, her knowledge, and how it was suppressed. And so now
let's go back before that. How did she get it?
I don't know. I'm still studying.
See, that would help. How did she get it? How was it that that women were venerated in the way they were? And who truly is the culprit in creating this male-female dichotomy?
Who is it?
Good question. Yeah, please. That's my phone. Sorry. Anyway.
That's okay. Don't be done. No, listen, we're getting into it now. Let's don't even.
Right. So anyway,
that's just gonna be like an extra,
is what it is, right? Yeah. So, like, for instance, people will talk in a particular quick departure, but not really. Like in Islam, in the West, first thing you hear Islam, first thing people start thinking, oh, y'all suppress women, right? Turkey is an Islamic country. Turkey has had more than one female prime minister, so can't count that. You cannot attribute that to Islam. That is somebody else's culture masquerading as a religious tenet. See? All right. So this whole dichotomy, matriarchal versus patriarchal, that was never an issue with us prior to the point in time that I'm talking about, and that's the Holy Roman Empire, which, by the way, is the time period of the Templars as well. You see? So this is, again, we're trying to look at a picture, or we're trying to form a picture. Many of us are trying to form a picture, but we don't have all the puzzles for the picture, and we don't have the cover of what the end product picture looks like for the puzzle.
Right.
That's a big problem. You see what I'm saying? So we realize today that we have these issues, male and female, and this and the third, but we don't really have all the full information or essential information on how they began. So we really can't. We have to admit that many of us really cannot put our finger squarely on the pulse of the problem. And if you can't do that, you can't solve it fully.
So we have a whole a divide going on in America. Well, at least like what I'm seeing online, of male and female. It's mainly being seen in the Black community. I'm not sure how much it's starting to bleed over into other communities, and that's why you got like Elon Musk talking about their birth rates being low and this, that, the other.
But you got to ask yourself why it seems such a big deal with us when we're not controlling media. See? What does that tell you right off top? That means
they're looking at what we're doing. They're looking at us.
No, it means it's being projected at you. Come on, do you think love and basketball happens every day, all day in the Asiatic in our community?
No,
not even close. But now you got millions of our sisters trying to live like that or wishing they could.
So they're like giving unrealistic views of how
all day long, man. The whole thing about us eating watermelon and fried chicken, that was just that literally that was negative propaganda from the 20s.
Prince Charming is gonna come along and like save you. And
all of that, man. You know what that's called? You know what that's called when government agencies do that in foreign nations? It's called spycraft. It's called statecraft. It's called propagandizing a people. That's what it's called.
Because you'd ask, like, well, why don't no other countries have this issue? I'm not seeing people in Arabian countries and even in Africa like being like getting online and talking mess about each other and da da da. I'm only seeing it in European and like American countries, like the woman need to submit. And what do you think that's about? Why do you think that because I know that now you ever heard like this whole thing, the age of Aquarius, the age of Pisces, and now it's the age of Aquarius and women are becoming more dominant and things like that. And then I'm not sure if you saw the whole thing with Fundi Fi. She talked about yin versus yang and how
there is no such thing as yin versus yang ever. See, again, it goes right back to narrative. It's not what to think about. That's the issue. It's the fact that we've been given an artificial way to think about things. It's how we think. That's the problem.
Did you see that live I did?
No, I didn't see that.
She talked about yin yielding to yang.
Nah, there's no such thing. That's impossible. That's absolutely impossible. There's no such thing. There can never be such a thing. Can I prove it to you real easy?
Sure.
Do you have a penny next to you or a coin next to you?
I can pretend I got one.
Okay, let's imagine you do.
Okay.
Can you separate the heads from the tails?
No.
One definite.
Right.
Is it two things or one coin?
One coin.
All right. Yin and yang is polarity, not duality. Let me repeat that. Yin and yang is polarity, not duality. See?
Wow.
Our thinking is wrong. We've adopted somebody else's issues.
Wow. Okay.
That's somebody else's issues. Those aren't our issues. We've made them our issues and we don't even understand them.
Well, she's a Taoist, so, in her mind.
She's not a Taoist if she believes that. That means what, and no disrespect. Let me say that properly. There's no way in the world that our good sister could be a Taoist and think that yin and yang are two different things. No way. Because what I just said about yin and yang comes from the Tao Te Ching, written by Lao Tzu. There's no way in the world she could think that way. That means she's read some books, but it hasn't gotten instruction. And there's not a university on the planet that will allow you to go to the bookstore and get books on a particular curriculum and then say you have a degree.
All right. So you know what I'm going to do? I want to play it so you could actually see it for yourself. So you can see what she said. Okay. Master Fundi Fee, and she was discussing yin versus yang. Hold on.
We have no idea. The only thing we can do is chart it. But if this is a yin cycle, Yang's destruction will not be tolerated.
Wait a minute. Wait. Exactly. Well, wait a minute. You got to expound on that. Hold on now.
When yin comes to the forefront, yang will either be knocked back or it will subside back. Neither one of them can be standing forward at the same time. That is the even flow of the universe, which is why this red pill thing is coming to a halt, which is why those that were fighting it had to come to a halt, because fight is yang. And there's no fight.
What?
There's just what is. And what is doesn't need any of us to fight for it.
Wow. Huh.
Sisters, don't worry. Don't worry. For those of you who have decided that it's not in your place to self-preserve, leave your daughters alone, because your daughters have been born in the age of yin preservation, which is why we're seeing the shift from red pill, or what they call traditional women. Those weren't traditional women. Not at all. Those were social constructs that were put in place to limit yin while yang decided to express itself.
I hope you guys are writing this down.
Now it's time for yin to express itself. Now, the thing that yang didn't want to happen, and all of those controls were put in place for yang or men to express self.
Oh no.
All of that is going to come to a complete halt, because here is where yang's narcissism, or yang getting mesmerized by its own brilliance, yang cannot birth itself. Yang can only be birthed out of yin. And when yin changes, so does yang.
Can you pause for a second?
Entire. So
sis, let's go back to what we described, or what we explained about Adam and Eve.
Okay.
Remember, every time you said, well, yeah, well, he, and then she, and then he, and then she, and I was like, nope. That is the interpretation for children.
Right.
You have a spirit, don't you, sis?
Yes.
You have a soul, don't you, sis?
Yes.
That's Adam and Eve. What happens when your spirit and soul separate?
You die?
Straight like that. So, in terms of life eternal, do they separate? Answer?
No, they don't. No.
Thank you. Now, if we were to look, and I have to say the word if we were, and I'm following some of her logic, so to speak, because she's saying yang is man and yin is woman, and that is totally incorrect. Respectfully, but that's totally incorrect. Because to say man, yang is man and yin is woman, is to say that man is male and woman is female. Is that true?
Not really, because women can be male and female because we have both aspects of ourselves.
Women can?
Women have both aspects of male and female aspects of themselves.
So men just have just male.
And men have both feminine and male.
Thank you. And that's my point. Because what are we talking about here when we say male and female? We're talking about positive and negative, yin and yang, which are what? Relationships of a thing. Relationships within a thing. A penny has heads and tails. Am I right?
Yes.
Would it be a penny if it had just heads? No.
No.
Would it be okay? You understand?
Right.
Mm-hmm. All right. So when you look at it properly, you see the rest of the sister's logic fall apart. Because it falls apart. She's speaking as if yin can exist without yang, and or vice versa. See?
Well, she just said, well, one will yield to the other. One will allow that one to express itself.
I was listening, but that's it. But hold on. She spoke as if they both independent thinking, and they're not.
Okay.
She spoke as if they're two things that are independent of each other, and they're not.
Okay.
They're not. She spoke as if man is yang and woman is yin, and that's not true. In Chinese medicine, in Chinese bioenergetics, where the terms come from, do you know what makes, oversimplified, what makes man male and woman female? Do you know? First, let's describe the true nature of yin and yang. Yang is what is obvious. Yin is what is hidden. See?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yang expands. Yin contracts.
That's what happens in Ifa.
Yang is outside. Yin is inside. Do you know why bioenergetically men are considered male and women are considered female? Or men are considered yang and women are considered yin? Is because man's genitalia is yang.
Is out. And
woman's okay.
Is in. Yeah. Makes sense.
See? That's it. But you know and I know that I have both polarities, or else I wouldn't be alive, and same for you. So if there's such a conflict between yin and yang, as the sister was speaking about, is it taking place socially between men and women, or is it taking place inside of every man and woman?
Inside of everyone.
Absolutely right. That means the yang or male, and I don't mean gender, so we're not talking about sexuality or gender. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about polarity. A plug is male and a socket is female. A plug is yang and a socket is yin. See?
And they both connected create electricity.
See? So, looking at it from that perspective and taking the wrong and the erroneous social narratives out of it, the conflict is happening. If there's a conflict with yin and yang, it's happening inside of every individual. It's happening inside of every individual.
Yeah, Brian, everybody has a positive and negative.
Everybody does, or else they're listen. This is the so what we call primordial duality. That is the foundation of everything manifest. If it didn't, that's the foundation of 3D, people. 3 dimensions. If it didn't have positive and negative, you wouldn't be able to sense it. It would be invisible to you. It would not exist to your senses.
So that's where when we get into magic, right? So we have like the positive aspects, we have the negative aspects. So I really want to get into your presentation.
I know, right? I know.
We can wait, honey. The whole live could be about. We went an hour and didn't even know. And didn't even know it. Like, right?
I know,
So
right?
let's get into.
Let's do it. So how this relates again? Hoodoo is an expression of African spirituality. Some people would violently disagree with me and say, no, it's African American spirituality. That's fine. I am not a traditional practitioner of hoodoo. I'm not. I know some things about it. How can you say you know some things about it and you're not a traditional practitioner? The same way I can say I know some things about all-wheel drive because I've driven a four-wheel drive, or I own a front-wheel drive, and I've driven a rear-wheel drive. They're all vehicles anyway. You get my point?
Definitely.
So there you go. And I'm okay. Here we go. If I'm familiar with the mechanics of its operation, I could speak to it.
Exactly.
Right? All right. Next slide. Hoodoo, an African American spiritual practice that focuses on contact with and traffic with the spirits or intelligences of the natural environment. Herbs, roots, etc. are embodiments of actual intelligences that we can communicate with and that can educate us. This is where Eastern thinking, in other words, old world thinking and new world thinking, have a major clash. A major clash. Right? So, hold on, there's something going on with my give me just a second. Give me just a second. Give me just a second.
Thank you guys for being here. Make sure you guys hit the subscribe button.
Got it. So that last point that I just made, where I mentioned herbs, roots, etc., are embodiments of actual intelligences that we can communicate with and that can educate us, right? Western world says that's nonsense. That's hogwash. Sticks and stones don't have spirits, don't have that. Okay. Sis, can you do me a favor? Look up a word called psychometry. P-S-Y-C-H-O-M-E-R. I'm sorry, O-M-E-T-R-Y. Psychometry. Are you familiar with the term? There you go. You see the definition?
I'm sorry, I was reading this. Psychometry is a term with multiple meanings, including parapsychological ability in a field of study in educational psychology. Psychometry is the supposed ability to gain knowledge about an object or person by making physical contact with an object associated with that person or thing. It's also known as a token object reading or psychosophy. In Star Wars, psychometry is a force ability to create called sense echo, force echo, or retrocognition. That's right. Hilarious to bring up Star Wars, but okay.
Yeah, but you get why too, don't you? Right.
Yeah.
All right. There you go. So there's an actual term for this in Western psychology. How about that? How about that? There's an actual term in Western psychology for the very same thing that Western society says cannot exist.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Let's continue. Provides pathways to the greater spirits or intelligences. And an African representation of what's called, the Western world calls animism, from the people of Benin and Togo. Now this, for me, there's certain things for me that carry great, great, great significance, and to others it may not be so significant. But this right here, this slide, especially the diagram on the right of the slide, is worth the price of admission. It really is. Animism defined as a category of spiritual work that recognizes and works with the intelligences within the natural environment. What do you mean intelligences in the natural environment? We're about to explain it. Takes into account, recognizes, and honors the spirits, entities, and intelligences that inhabit the natural environment of wherever one may be, and comprises a key component of what we call occult or esoteric genetic engineering. This is remnant of the old world spiritual technology of our forefathers and foremothers that takes into account the human psyche and the higher bodies of human experience. So let's take a look on the right here. The triad of spiritual reality. If energy is present, what is also present? Information. This is not hard for us to understand. You walk into a room with strange people and you read the energy of the room. Well, how can you read the energy of the room? There's information in the energy. We all know that. We all understand that. Am I correct, sis?
Absolutely, yes.
Here's the part that's going to take a little bit of a leap for some of us. The presence of information indicates the presence of an intelligence. Like it or not. Do you see the implications of that, sis?
Absolutely.
All right. Yeah. All right.
All right, next slide.
Old world technology and cosmology, the 7 planes of manifestation and the implicate order of quantum mechanics. Remember our good brother earlier was saying, yeah, well, this stuff can't be proven. There hasn't been proven.
He says magic and prayer are not proven and effective in changing reality. Let's see.
Yeah, but quantum physics is, though, isn't it? Here we go. So what you're looking at was that 7 planes, worlds, or realms. This is how we teach it in our Islamic expression in the Moorish Science Symbol of America. We give names to those 7 planes, or those seven realms. All right. In the Arabic prayer, the Al-Fatiha, the opening, right? Where it says, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Rabbil Alameen means Lord of the worlds, plural. How many? 7. All right. So this term at the bottom where it says implicate order. Woo! Verifies old world instruction, and it maintains that a pattern of constructive order for all 3-dimensional manifestation exists in higher space or higher dimensions that determines the order of physical manifestation. I'm going to explain that in more simpler terms. In your body, you have stem cells. A stem cell is what's called an undifferentiated cell. It could be anything. It could be a brain cell. It could be a nerve cell. It could be a blood cell. When it's been assigned to a task, it is now differentiated, right? That, let's say, a liver cell. Well, it's a liver cell. It makes up your liver. Well, what tells it to stay a liver cell? What tells the blood cell to stay a blood cell? What tells your pancreas to just be a pancreas? This is called the implicate order in quantum physics. Quantum physics. And it's maintained that is this order that is beamed down into 3 dimensions from a higher dimension. The scientist that came up with the term implicate order's name is David Bohm, B-O-H-M. Later, it was expanded upon by another famous physicist by the name of Rupert Sheldrake. And then even further, for biological systems, it's called the biogenic field by our Chinese sister, Sister Mei Wan Ho. See, this is science, people. So what we're talking about is an order of how creation manifests. And if anything goes outside of that order, what do we call it in energetic systems? Cancer. When you got a liver cell that thinks it's the liver itself, and now you got a tumor. It went outside the implicate order. See?
Wow. So that's what it's going. So in those cancer cells, they're thinking that they're the actual cell.
They're going outside of the order they were given. Yes. Yes.
Implicate order.
Implicate order. Look him up. David Bohm, B-O-H-M. Again, this is, I think you all know me well enough to know that, you know, I'm not just going to say something and say it. I'm going to give you references. See? All things have a measure of intelligence. All things. Yes, that includes rocks. That includes crystals. Do they think like us? No, but they think. We tend to, again, European psychology, very arrogant. Ignorance is arrogance. We think because it doesn't think like us, then it doesn't think. How about that? Next slide. Smithsonian Magazine published in 2018 an article, Do Trees Talk to Each Other? A controversial German forester says yes, and his ideas are shaking up the scientific world. Yeah, there's actual evidence that trees can recognize the clothes you wear. Trees communicate with each other and can recognize each other. How about that? Silicone-based life may be more than just science fiction. Whoa. Because life as we know it is carbon-based. Well, silicon, whoa, isn't silicon like mineral? Yeah, minerals, like crystals. What in the world is informing the quartz to form in six-sided shapes? You should ask yourself. Why in ancient times, in our forefathers and foremothers' times, were crystals used like computer storage facilities? And why they're still used this way now with quantum computers? Next slide. Next slide, sis.
I want to show something real quick before.
Oh, sure.
All right, because this was like very interesting, right? So hold on.
Yes.
All right, so I'm gonna show an example of what you're talking about. Hold on.
Beautiful.
Coming down and touching shoulders and all that stuff. It's just a little creepy, but we're gonna see if this is gonna work. All right, so hello, tree. If you can hear me, touch my shoulder right here. You know. Oh, hello, man. Here, I'll move a little bit. Touch my shoulder, tree. Can you do it again? Can you touch my shoulder again, tree? Hi, can you touch my shoulder again?
Interesting.
She likes my hair.
Yeah. I mean, there's a number of art. There's lots of stuff on that alone. So, you know, about what we would call other thinking things. We just think that thinking has to happen a particular way.
I just want to show that it kind of be creepy. He said, "Come on, I'm not buying it." Okay, well,
That's
go
okay.
on TikTok. Okay, fine. All right,
that's fine. Quantum physicists buy it.
All right, let's go.
All right. So I have personal experience with this particular school of thought, the Voodoo Gnostic perspective. So they have a hoodoo perspective. Who spirits? Spirits of the deep, of the water, governed by the master of the worlds on the islands under the sea. The spirits of the old Atlantean priesthood related to Yemaya or Olokun, often manifest as frogs, turtles, fish, and snakes. The direction it comes from is the west, and its element is water. The dew spirits are spirits of the realm of souls unmanifest, governed by King Papa Nebo, and of the spirits of the family Gede, the Gede spirits. Manifest as cadavers or dead people, oriented in the north, and the element is earth. Hoodoo is considered in the general sense amongst metaphysicians as what they call low magic or sympathetic magic. Why? Because the elements of earth and water are the elements most closest to our physicality.
And you know what? When you really think about it, they're talking about the water and how even like sound can manipulate water and things like that. So, right?
Of course. Yes. What's really interesting now is something we've known for a long time already. Those that practice or that are familiar with the Yemaya, right, or Yemoja or Olokun, talk about initiations that take place under the water and how there are many portals under the water to different realms.
And you know, recently they're saying that the UFOs are coming from underneath the water.
Yeah,
recently.
we've known that for the longest.
Right. We knew it.
Yes, right. We've known it. Exactly. See? Next slide. So this is this is interesting. Old world Islamic correlation to hoodoo cosmology. Uh-oh. So in the red, you see something that we say in the Moorish Science Temple of America. What was the nationality of Ruth? Answer, Ruth was a Moabitess. What is the modern name for Moabites? Answer, Moroccans. Where is the Moroccan Empire? Answer, northwest of Mexam. What is the modern name for Mexam? Answer, Africa. Hold on. Look at the bottom of the slide. The Freemasons, this is very real, appropriated the phrase sons of the widow. Let me stop right there. All those that are in the fraternity called Freemasonry refer to each other as sons of the widow or Hiram, right? Sons of the widow. But Hiram in the Bible in 2 Kings, he wasn't killed. That's a part of the Masonic legend that he was killed, right? So he's referred to as son of the widow because of the Masonic legend. But the question now becomes, from Masonic researchers, where do we get that phrase from if Hiram actually was not killed in the book of 2 Kings in the Old Testament? Well, here's the answer. All Masonic researchers worth their salt agree that they borrowed or appropriated the phrase sons of a widow from Ruth in the Old Testament. Ruth the Moabitess. Thus, now here's where it gets deep. Well, if Ruth is the widow, that means all of her children are the sons of the widow. Hold on. Why do we say Ruth was the widow? Ruth was a Moabitess who married, she married? King Boaz of the Israelites. But she refused to give up her national character. That's why she's called Ruth the Moabitess. Because she didn't become an Israelite. Hold on. Boaz was an old man. He died during the consummation of the marriage. So all of her children were what?
Sons of a widow.
It gets better. In the Masonic legend, Hiram is caught during lunchtime, and there's nobody else around, by 3 bad guys, 3 ruffians. and they try to take from him the secret word. They try to torture him to get so he would give up the secret word that all the three grandmasters had. He refused. He was faithful to death. They killed him. And the temple was unfinished. So you know how like when you're building a house, you have like a place where you put all the trash, you know, the stuff that you're not using, a rubbish heap. They hastily buried his body in a rubbish heap. Guess where they buried it? In the northwest corner of the temple.
And that's the first degree, right?
Third degree. That's what we call it.
The
Third degree. Third degree.
The apprentice, right?
No, master. That's why we get. That's why they call it you hear people in Western vernacular. Oh, he got the third degree. That's where that comes from. All right. He was buried in the northwest corner of the temple under a trash heap. Well, who was that? The present day so-called African American who's called the dead man, Negro. See?
Man, this sounds okay.
The Freemasons appropriated the phrase sons of a widow from Ruth the Moabitess, thus the true and prophetic Hiram Abiff, who in the legend was killed and buried in the northwest corner of the temple under a trash heap, is the so-called African American in North America, robbed of his true old world history and identity and buried under the harmful labels, Black, Negro, etc., and the trash of the antisocial principles and stigmas attached to those labels. North America is in the true Northwest. Thus, North America is exactly where we find the dead people that the old Atlantean priesthood is now being reborn into. Remember I said I got a different perspective on hoodoo? It's called the voodoo Gnostic perspective. There's a passage out of a book called the, keep it on that same slide. Okay. There's a passage out of a very famous book called the Voodoo Gnostic Workbook written by Michael Berdio. And in that, look at what he says. Many magicians are coming into African bodies or bodies of an African and European mixture in order to carry on the work of our order and to help the race to move towards greater enlightenment. I assume that many of our brothers, when he says brothers, he's talking about the old Atlantean priesthood, are coming or reincarnating into African bodies, since the African race has been chosen by the Mahatmas as the Vahan of the booty. In other words, as the new manifestation of the Buddha current. We may summarize our teachings, therefore, in this matter, as that the students probably will be brought into the world within the African racial context or some mixture, and that they will be born nearby the areas where temple work had and has been done systematically.
So are you saying that these are Masonic practices that are done in like these voodoo and Ifa, no, or the other way around?
What I'm saying is that organizations and institutions like Freemasonry are like time capsules that carry remnants of the old world worldview.
Okay.
And give indication, because when you know a pattern, you can predict the future. Am I right?
Right.
You know the pattern. They knew the pattern, which is why they can look forward and go, oh yeah, we're going to see these people pop back up again in America looking like you and me, sis.
So, okay, I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to let you teach because I'm like, what?
Next slide. This is in further support of what I've been saying and what I just said just a few seconds ago. This excerpt comes from a book called Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids by Peter Tompkins. He's from England. It says, designed for the detection and the punishment of heretics. Remember what I said, the point in history where that formed our way of thinking today? Here we go. The Inquisition was used as a giant pork barrel for the enrichment of the crown, church, and inquisitors. while cheerfully eliminating dangerous radicals. In other words, those who had been taught medicine, geography, rhetoric, chemistry, physics, mathematics, and astronomy by Moorish philosophers in universities such as Cordova, whose libraries had since been destroyed. As a result, no Spaniard could write, speak, or even think without taking into consideration the fires of the Holy Office. As a deterrent to possible opposition in New Spain, 34 Negroes, including 4 women, were hanged and decapitated in Mexico City. Here's the question you should be asking yourself. Pardon me. What in the world? What in the world does the Spanish Inquisition and happening in Europe have to do with Negroes in Mexico
City?
Well, here's the 2 things that we can deduce. 1, Africans were in the Americas in significant numbers to warn concerns about opposition to the Inquisition. Whoa, how did he get there? 2, these Africans were intimately connected to the social upheaval in Old World Spain. Wow. How they know?
Based on what I found out, I heard that they had mosques in Mexico back then.
They had what the conquistadors called mosques. I'm not going to say they weren't, because the conquistadors had just spent hundreds of years fighting Moorish Muslims in Europe and in the Middle East. So it's not like we can say they didn't know what they were looking at, right?
Right.
All right. Last slide. Hoodoo is an African survivalist spiritual practice to preserve and continue resistance to colonization, slavery, and oppression, integrated into the Judeo-Christian practice so that Africans, be they enslaved or free, could practice the principles of their ancestors covertly while operating within the confines of slavery and Euro-colonialism. Just like what our brothers did with Santeria, ancestors did with Santeria. You see?
Mm-hmm.
So what are we saying? Well, we use the hoodoo thing as an example of a tradition that survived to the modern day, but still retained its old world narrative and its old world thinking and its old world operation. The reason you get so much pushback, sis, by practicing Ifa and trying to, explain it to others, is that they're using a different narrative to think about religion or spirituality.
Right.
That's it. And so you have to speak to that. It's like having children and they ask mom or dad for something, but you're wise enough to know why they want what they want or what they really want. So your answer responds to what they're thinking and not what they said. See?
Right. So they're like, but that's not what I said.
Right. But I know what you really want.
Right. And
I can see the flaw in your thinking.
Yes. 100%. Yes.
See?
And so, you know what? I'm going to show you, because I have been like interviewed, because like my whole thing on my channel has been really about like trying to explain that a lot of the things that we're doing are like not different.
They're not.
And I want to show, let me just find, I'm going to show a little bit of this interview with the Babalawo, where that I interviewed him. I mean, I've interviewed several Babalawos, but this is the most recent one, women's role in Ifa. So
go ahead.
All right, hold on. Let me bring it up. Now, the reason why I wanted to show this is because I want to show, like, okay, the priest and Ifa are very knowledgeable when it comes to pretty much. I mean, they can talk across religions. They can talk. You know what? I want to probably even show an even better one. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Because this one's cool, but I want to show you even a better one. Hold on, because I spoke to the chief of Oyotunji, right? And he's very aware of Hebrew Israelites. He's very aware of all those different things. Well, you know what? I'm gonna go here first. Hold on, let me see, because I got so many different interviews. I don't even know when to go to. So just to have people hear what a Babalao sounds like when he talks, because when people they be disrespectful, like they call him the Babaloo or the Boogaloo and the Bibbidi Boo Bob Boo, Bop Babaloo Baba Wop Bamboo, and I'm like, no, these people are to be respected as priests.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? And so to call them by any other name other than the father of the mystery, Babalawo. So let me see. Trying to figure out where I'm gonna start. Let's get into. Here we go.
Inspiring dreams, and when he arrived in this land, which was ultimately Yoruba land and what would become Ife, he fit the description of what the divination method or the Dafa said with the Odu of Ejiobe, their next king would look like, meaning that Odudua had a very different appearance compared to the Yoruba people. Right.
Let me go back a little because of context. Okay.
Really, our viewers.
Let me just go here.
God, meaning that spirituality was here before anything else. But from a spiritual standpoint, Ife is seen as our epicenter. Even till this day in Ife, there's an obelisk that really represents the point where possibly Odudua or Obatala, depending on the faction that you're from, believes, where the first person or energy descended upon earth, either one of those gentlemen. So that's what our theology teaches us. Now, when we look historically, you're going to hear a lot of different ideas based principally on the concept of Odudua. Being that Odudua was from Benin or Bini, depending how you want to pronounce it, whether you actually consider it to be the country that is present day or the other region that is also very antiquitous, that he came from the East. And because of it, it has caused a lot of people to try to find connotations or connections to Arabia, saying that Odudua came from, wherever in the Middle East and made his way into Ife. Based on the literature that I have and that I'm going to express on this medium, we're going to understand why that's been misinterpreted, being that based chronologically, Ifa has been around before anything. I have a goddaughter who actually is a degree recipient and doctoral recipient from the University of Harvard in theology. And she did her dissertation on Ifa. And initially, she thought she may have possibly been denied because she didn't really see the fervor and response that she expected from the panel. But she was immediately qualified. And afterwards, when they had a moment of a reunion, all of the people on the panel, all of the doctorates that awarded her, pulled her to the side and say, hey, we agree. It's simply that, it's not popularly accepted or a liked opinion. So it's not overly stated. But some of the most prepared academic minds concur with the same concept that Ifa is the root spirituality. I have a colleague that I was speaking with, and we were exchanging ideas and information, being that he is more based in Isheshe practice. He told me that Ifa is as old as vegetation. And the reason he stated that, or his elders stated that to him, was because when, vegetation and amphibious life started exiting the ocean onto land, it literally represented our ancestors. I even saw a documentary recently where a gentleman said we all.
Okay. And I want to be very clear for the viewers. First of all, I would not disagree with anything that the gentleman just said. I wouldn't disagree. But let's be clear. Well, like when he said Ifa originated with the vegetation, that's a dope statement. But did the people, two things I'll ask, and they're rhetorical questions because we know the answer. Did the people at that time, if there were people at that time, call it Ifa? 2, were the mechanisms and the traditions used at that time the same ones that are used today? Was there people drawing Odu? Was that happening? We know the answer to that question, right?
Correct.
But we're not. But that's not a challenging question to challenge the veracity of what he said or the challenge veracity of Ifa. We just want to make sure we're not talking about the practical trappings of how it's practiced today. Because guess what? We say the exact same thing about Islam.
Right. And so that's why I wanted to bring that. Exactly. Everyone is the beginning and the end. You know what I'm saying?
Everyone
have this.
So let me go into. Let me just go into this right here.
Mm-hmm.
So how do I bring it up? Okay. All right, this is Chief. Listen, I've been interviewing so many different babalaos and priests. It's crazy, but you know I'm glad that we're doing this.
So this organization, that organization, and who's right and who's wrong. What's the goal? The goal is to be able to come together in a unified body and to have progress. Like I said, we can study the roots or we can start picking the fruits. We need to have organizations, we need to have companies, we need to have businesses, and we have to produce something, because that's what people are going to be able to do in this going forward. We need something creative, like what you see behind me. That's something which is being produced creatively. And one of the reasons why I put it out, I do artwork and I put those things together, is because we realize that these are cultural things that we can then gravitate. One thing is something of beauty everyone can enjoy.
So, so you think? I think there should probably be a meeting. I'm going to try to connect you with the. Are you already connected with Tariq Nasheed?
No. Who are we waiting for? Because we are the ancestors' return. We are the ones that we have to come together culturally. We have to become sound and understand the purpose of our life is not to be here and not to be counted. We have to stand up. This idea of waiting for something to happen. When in African traditions, voodoo, we are making it happen. We invoke, we call upon the ancestors, we call upon those who are the forces of nature, the air, water, and the fire. We begin to call upon the spirits and call into depth the dark vortexes of the world. That's what voodoo is. Voodoo is the active principles of living in life. And so when we're talking about our African sciences, Professor Smalls talk about our African sciences. This is our African sciences. And when we talk about voodoo, we're talking about studying ourselves. How do we differentiate ourselves from our own magic? And so what people have done is, in trying to become a part of different religions, is to separate you from your power and your magic, because you have been enslaved to think that voodoo is a negative, when in fact it means nothing other than spirit or power of God. And so that is what we then term as Ashe. We have different terms for that. The Chinese call it Qi Qi. They got all that, but it means energy, an invisible force. And then what we do is build our minds to be able to focus and send those invisible forces in a place, in a way in which we can bring about effect. And so until we become really committed to those things that is a part of our African past, we can never move forward. Like the Sankofa bird, look back, so that we can move forward.
Mm-hmm. So, what do you think about those space?
I agree with it 100%. But now, like I mentioned to you in a previous show, right? Are we going to argue about that thing that has a knob on it that allows you to go into one room from another? Are we going to argue whether it's called a door or la puerta? We're not. We're just speaking two different languages, saying the same.
And that's pretty much what I've been really trying to get to. When I have been bringing everybody together on my channel, bringing the Hebrews, bringing you as a Moor, bringing the Ifa priest. I really want to bring people together to understand that we're talking the same thing in different languages. We're all saying the same exact thing, you know?
That last Babalawo that you just had, he hit it right. He hit it square on the nose. He said, this is not to separate or divide. It's to join and unify. But we can't join and unify. We don't move. If we're looking at the outer trappings that look different, but can't see the inner guts that are pretty much exactly the same.
Exactly.
See?
And that's what it really boils down to. And that's all I've wanted to bring. So here is one other thing is now This is another bubble out. I just want to like give you some of the work that I've been doing on this channel, so you can like just comment on it. So
yeah,
which one are we at? We're at 1, 2, 3.
Okay, let's go to number 4. And,
Okay.
and number four is we believe in the multiplicity of creation, i.e., the angelic forces of nature or the Orisha. And I'm seeing things in social media. I'm seeing things in communicative circles.
Can we stop right there?
The way it is in the web.
We have in the Royal Science Symbol of America, in our expression of Islam and Islamism, we have a whole chapter dedicated to exactly what he just said.
That's what I've been trying to.
Let me quote it. No, that's okay. It says, "Behold, from Allah's own record book we read, behold, the triune Allah breathed, and behold, 7 spirits stood before his face. The Hebrews called these spirits Elohim, and it was they that in their boundless power created everything that is or was." See? The multiplicity of creation, the angelic multiplicity. We believe the exact same thing.
Thank you. That's all I've been trying to prove this whole time. Is like everybody up there, like, no, he was a man, and no, it came in her first. Then he came around and he ate something, and blah. I'm like, well, what are we arguing here? It's the same thing. It's like, and maybe I'm frustrated because I'm like, and I don't even have to be in my religion like for 20 years to know this.
I'm fortunate in this respect that I can speak from a narrative perspective. I can speak multiple languages. See, I know different narratives, or I know where people are in that particular narrative. So I have the ability in many cases to speak to them where they are.
So when it really comes down to it, we're all like doing the same thing in different ways.
Our problem has always been organization. We're not outnumbered, we're out organized.
So what would you think that as right now? So we have like we have UFOs coming out of nowhere. So and we have we're on the brink of World War III, and
World War III already started.
It did.
But go ahead. Keep on.
It started. I'm sorry. Okay.
Well, okay. Let me give you an example. But don't forget your original point that you're going to make. I don't want you to forget that. Let me give an example of what I mean by that. Back in the 50s and the 60s, what did gang fights look like? See? In the 60s and the 70s, what did gang fights look like? Your gang met up on one side of the street. My gang met up on one side of the street. We had bricks and bats and whatever, chains, and we just went at it. Do you see that happening these days with gangs? No. What do you see? I'm gonna wait for you. I'm gonna lay on you and I'm gonna ambush you.
Right.
In other words, the theater of war, of conflict changes. In World War I, people were still trench fighting in trenches, infantry coming out. Nobody does that anymore. People, we, through popular media and then just being soft in America, have not paid attention to how the theater of war has changed. See, the rest of the world gets it because they've been the recipients.
Right.
So the rest of the world wasn't fooled when they said, oh, NATO is helping Ukraine fight Russia. They weren't fooled. They were like, no, the way the wars are fought nowadays is proxy wars. We get somebody else to do it. They knew full well that's the U.S. And despite what you're looking at in the news regarding the Ukrainian-Russian conflict, Russia won, past tense.
Past tense.
Past tense.
So why is the America? Okay, that's nothing. Wow.
Understand? So yeah, World War III started already.
So okay, World War III already started. We have like now they're like finally admitting that UFOs exist, and I've heard people say that if you say the 100 names of Allah, that you'll see aliens come out the sky. Have you heard about that?
There's all kinds of ways of contacting higher intelligences. You practice it with Odus.
Mm.
You just don't call them aliens, do you?
No.
Why would you call them aliens?
And you know what? I was watching a CIA agent when he actually described higher intelligence. You know what I'm saying? And he was like, well, aliens, right? And he was like, so what are they like? And he was like, well, he basically broke down what we believe in E5. And I said, what? He broke it down to the macrocosm to the microcosm.
Yeah.
He says, you have things up there, then you have like things on a deeper level about microbiology, like when you have a virus or whatever, all those things are alien. And I'm like, okay, so he really didn't say nothing, but he said everything.
Well, also too, alien, we call foreigners that come from another country aliens, don't we?
Exactly.
All right. So it's a relative term. See, one of the bigger secrets as it relates to the so-called UFO and alien question, one of the bigger secrets in the intelligence communities is this. The vast majority of the so-called aliens that the intelligence community and military and other high-level government agencies and other private agencies have been in contact with for the past 60 some odd years, they're homegrown. Yeah, they're amongst the stars, but they call Earth their home.
I knew that. Exactly.
That's why listen close. That's why when a particular man in the 30s was teaching on this in Detroit, Michigan, on a chalkboard, who had a 4th grade education, the feds ran down on him and they didn't erase the chalkboard. They took the whole darn chalkboard.
Wow.
Shout out to Elijah Muhammad and the Nation of Islam. That's why they take it so serious.
What we're doing. And you know what? Another thing is that now you have Elon Musk that for some reason Donald Trump made into a person to be a part of his thing.
Can I share something with you? Can I share something with you about Elon Musk? And what I'm sharing is pretty much firsthand, because I don't know if you know, I work in the film. I've done work and still do work in the film industry.
Okay.
Myself and my brother worked on 2 of his sister's films. Her name is Tosca Musk. She owns a company called Passion Flicks, right? Where she makes movies out of these romance novels.
Right.
She told us herself. She was like, my brother didn't create Tesla, the company. His space program, he didn't initiate that. We just financed it. Just like her company, Passion Flicks, they're shrewd business people. This is what she did. The novels already existed, and the worldwide following for those novels already existed. What did she do? Created a film company to take advantage of all. That's what Elon did, people.
And let me tell you something. I'm not sure of how true this is, but the CIA agent that was on this one panel said that he was the one who gave us AI.
Very possible.
Not him. Okay. What was I watching? It was saying that the aliens came and gave the AI, right? Gave us the knowledge of the AI.
AI, okay. All right. Listen, again, narrative is so important. You said this before, and I've got books. I can pull a book off this back shelf right behind me right now that you, sis, should have in your library. Matter of fact, I'm like, see the title?
No, I can't read it. What does it say?
Terrestrial Astrology, Divination by Geomancy, by a man named here.
Okay.
All right. Hold on. I want you to read the contents.
The roots of geomancy, Ramo and Islamic religions, Fa, Ifa, and voodoo, the Sikh and Madagascar, European geomancy in the Middle Ages, the Renaissance.
Yeah. how Europe got it. You yourself know for a fact, and there's papers written on this, many papers written on this, that the origin of trigonometry, geometry, algebra, and computing came from mathematical studies from the old world West. In other words, out of Cordova and Seville in Spain, when Spain was ruled by African people. Guess what Stephen Skinner says in this book?
What did he say?
That Ifa is the origin. We say mathematics. You say Ifa. We say yes. Come on, man.
So
in other words,
rather than like let's say that we did it, they're gonna say aliens did it.
That's right. This alien tech is ancient technology. It's ancient. Who would have thought that, you know, what we call ilm al-ramal, in other words, the science of the sand, because that's what West African Muslims called it.
Right.
All right. You already know what I'm talking about.
And yeah, and all Ifa is a computational system with a database that like you pull into the
It is computing.
Right. So, you know, yeah, like why would you say that come from an alien when it really came from us? Because you don't want to
give credit to where credit's due. Look.
That's the Odu.
Mm-hmm. See it?
And that's some other form of Odu. That's another way of Odu. Yeah. So pretty much like, okay, so what's happening is like a stealing underneath our noses of the knowledge and then trying to
somebody ruling the world with the narrative, your forefathers and foremothers narrative that they hijacked and then flipped and bounced it and told you something different.
And telling everybody, oh no, Elon Musk is the one that did it. Oh, he's going to Jupiter or wherever. He's on his way to Jupiter and Mars and this, that, the other.
The doggone tribe beat him there by thousands of years.
He was there.
How in the world you think they know that Sirius B even exists? And then he can tell you details about Sirius B long before the Western world invented the radio telescope and saw it themselves.
And you know what's even more crazier is that I've heard that when based on this one interview, it was like he goes into catatonic states.
Lucid states. Yes.
Musk does. Yeah, he goes into like states of like laying on the ground and being there for like hours, you know. And then he has like these bipolar like shifts of energy and back and forth.
Yeah, well, he's been exposed to some things. Okay, fine. But now think about what I read from Michael Berdio's book, Voodoo Gnostic Workbook. See, there's being exposed to some things and that changing you. Then there's being reincarnated in America into this world, bringing with you your previous work from previous incarnations with you.
Right.
See?
Man, you know what? This has been like an awesome live. We got to do it again. We ain't even even started because this is
we haven't, right?
We're just like hitting the tip of the iceberg on this. You know what I'm saying? Because I can really go in. You know what I'm saying? But you know me, I can't say too much because you know this is them people internet. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But yeah, listen. We have a combined. I ate with the devil and drank with the Reverend. We talked numbers, and I told him I was 7. Cool. I like that. But yeah, we, listen, we they said the same thing about Tesla.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing, right? And I'm not a member of the Nation of Islam. I know the teachings very well. I give high respect and honor to those teachings. That's it, right? Elijah Muhammad in his teaching for his followers says that the European has, when it comes to mathematics, he uses the term mathematics, has one book to every 10,000 that we wrote. He only got a tiny piece of the science. Well, now when you look at shows like, or books like Forbidden Archaeology, and you look like shows at Ancient Alien, oh, now you're forced to admit, yes, in 2024, this world is now barely even coming to parity from where we were tens of thousands of years ago.
Exactly.
This is not a slow linear
growing up from zero. Right.
It is
a
cycle. We've
right.
been here many times before.
And here's another thing is that, like, okay, so like then get into the Sibyls, right?
Mm-hmm.
This, you know what I mean by the Sibyls?
I know what sigils are. Mm-hmm.
No, not sigils. The Sibyls.
No, explain.
The female prophets.
Okay.
Of olden time.
If you go to Turkey, no, go ahead. Go on. Continue.
That were actually taken and thrown underneath the catacombs of Spain. You aware about that?
Yeah, that's the Inquisitions. Of course, I know about that.
Right. So those were not like white people. There was a black. Black.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's get into that.
That slide.
Like, what happened to their knowledge? What happened to what they knew?
We're talking about it.
Did they steal it?
Of course, but we're talking. How do you think the old quote unquote magical grimoires? A grimoire is like a manual, a magical manual, right? The very people, I'm not even going to ask the question, I'm just going to state it. The very people that wrote those and transcribed them is what they really did. They weren't the authors, although they may claim authorship. They transcribed them from earlier stuff and kept them. Those are the very same people that were enacting the Inquisition on the people who wrote it and practiced it.
So the whole thing of it was not just about the Eurowitch, and no, it was about like, no, we need.
It's exactly what I just said. We got to erase your way of thinking. We got to erase your power so that we can rise to world power for the first time in history.
And so that's how they got their power, is they were able to find out who the one that had the knowledge is and throw them under.
Well, it wasn't even a matter of finding it out. Just remember, you got to remember, there's a lot of, like the history you just mentioned about the Sibyls. You know what it's missing? The broader context. You know what the broader context is? These things weren't secret amongst us. They were being taught in the universities. We just didn't call it Ifa, or modern history doesn't call it Ifa. It says it's mathematics. It says it's chemistry. But okay, you see? This was taught in the open.
But it was the women that were the ones that were the main scholars of this.
Maybe.
And then,
maybe.
Well, based on what I'm seeing historically,
maybe.
What I'm seeing is that then they took them and then threw the women
No,
under.
they murdered them. They murdered them. They murdered them. They murdered them.
And what
the witch hunts in Salem? The witch hunts in Salem, Massachusetts, was the same thing. Spanish Inquisition, same thing.
And then what happened to their knowledge? It went to.
Here's the thing. Listen. We're speaking. The fact you practice Ifa means that knowledge wasn't lost. The only difference is that it's not socially accepted as you can't go to a college and study, Ifa as a curriculum.
But let me tell you. But now what happens is that you do have a ruling thing of men that says, okay, well, you just can't go you can't go too far.
Sis, remember what we said about the whole men-women thing, yin and yang thing?
Mm-hmm.
You think it ain't women saying the same thing? Loudly?
That you can't.
Yeah. Loudly. How you think Trump won? Come on, people. Yes. This whole I'm beefing with Sister DJ Genesis, and Sister DJ Genesis is beefing with me, is thrown on us by somebody who threw the rock and hid their hand. And now we think we got beef.
Right.
It's got to stop, man. A big part of it stopping is us knowing that fact, first of all, and then acting like it.
Ashe.
We took somebody else's issue. The whole feminism issue was a European American issue.
And people and us saying, hey, like, even asserting ourselves is not always feminism. It's just us saying like, hey,
right. Look up the history of Gloria Steinem.
It's a big difference between our feminism and their feminism. You know?
That's if you even want to call it feminism. How about we just call it relationship between men and women?
Right. Big difference between our relationship between men and women and theirs, right?
But we don't know ours. And that's the problem.
Only a fool taps the depth of the river with both feet, I share.
Mm-hmm.
This has been an awesome live.
This is dope.
And I appreciate you so much. You know what? I think this was great. I mean, but lives like not mine don't get like 200 people watching. It don't matter because it's meant for the people that stayed. Because I've seen people that like looking at the numbers. I've seen people that stayed and watched all the way through. Thank you for being here. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. Yeah. Where can we find you at?
All over. You could find me on TikTok. Find me under Sifu Sharif on TikTok. You can find me on Instagram, Sharif Anail Bay. You can find me on Instagram under Sharif Bay. Easy.
All right, Sifu.
Sifu Sharif. Yep, on TikTok.
And then, what's the other one?
Instagram is Sharif Bay. No, Sifu is S-I-F-U, not E.
Oh, S-I-F-U.
S-I, yeah. Sifu Sharif. Yep.
TikTok and then Sharif Bay.
Mm-hmm. On Instagram, yeah. Yeah.
This was a great conversation. I really appreciate your time.
This is dope. Likewise, I thank you for inviting me and giving me the opportunity.
One day people gonna like see what I'm trying to do here, and they're gonna be like, "Man, she was on to something," But
it doesn't matter. We're in love. It's the law of inertia, sis. An object at rest tends to stay at rest until acted upon by a superior force. Now we're right back to the whole Tov and Ra, good and evil thing. Tov means to sit still. And see, an object at rest tends to stay that way. See what I'm saying?
Right.
And so Ra represents stirring things up, causing motion, causing thought. See? That's the superior force we need to get things to move. Nubian Messiah, if there's no enemy within, the enemy outside could do you no harm. Let me tell you, or brother or sister, whoever you are, let me tell you how we say it in the Moorish Science Temple of America, what you just said. Is the devil made in the image and likeness of Allah? The answer is no. He is the shadow of our lower selves and will pass away. So we don't chase shadows. We eliminate the thing that's creating the shadow. See?
And with that, I'll say thank you so much for being here today. Thank you.
Alchemize your energy. Darling, let your spirit be free. Don't give up. Keep on pushing through. Now is the time. It's all up to you. Alchemize your energy. My friend, let your spirit be free. Don't give up, keep on pushing through. Now is the time, it's all up to you. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, we will always take flight. Keep on pushing through the darkness of night. There's no limit, let's reach for the sky. Shine so bright, from darkness to light.
Get into current events, all those type of things, and what it is, what are her thoughts on that. So without further ado, I want to welcome Fundi Fee. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Right. So, we kind of left off like kind of discussing a lot of different things. The main thing I wanted to just kind of like get an idea of is, you know, current events. Trump is now in office. What do you think about that?
The chickens will come home to roost.
So, go further. Go into it.
What's different? What's different? What's going to be different for the bottom of the barrel? Nothing. But I hope that we as a people now understand what we're up against. That who I mean, America voted for its own inflation because the average American doesn't even understand what a tariff is or how it's paid. Who do we blame for that? The American school system, who should have taught that very well in civics class, but then again, you can't make somebody learn, or the people who voted for it that woke up and realized, oh my goodness, I don't get my Christmas bonus because now my company has to stockpile products before the beginning of the year so we don't get hit with a what? A tariff. Because who pays the tariff? The people who pay for the product, the country it's being shipped to, the people who buy it in that country. So, since American manufacturing went to crap in a handbasket between the 80s and the 90s, maybe there'll be more American jobs. Maybe there'll be more made in America. Because I remember that as a kid. Made in America. We were proud of that. Now
That
it's
was the
made.
whole thing. I remember that. I remember that Made in America stamp. Made in America. So, what do you think when it comes down to, you have, Ukraine going on, you have like the war in Israel, and you being a Muslim woman, what do you think is really happening in this situation, and what do you think America's position is going to be, and how it's going to affect with this new president?
We'll see. Well, the one thing that we don't have as a people is a plan. These people have been planning for hundreds. They stopped us from planning so they could plan. So what? I got an exit strategy. Do you have an exit strategy? When things get thick, can you get out of here and still be able to live? I'm not going to get stuck behind. No, I'm not going to get stuck behind enemy lines. Passport.
So there was the first time that we had a female uh, person of color running for president. So what did you think about her run and the whole thing that you see a lot of like black people like kind of coming after her ethnic identity? What do you think about that?
All skin folk ain't kinfolk. That's what my mama would say.
So do
All
you
skin
agree
folk.
with the people that were coming after her?
Not necessarily. I agree with what her record has shown me. I mean, this is a woman that helped make the laws that we are now under the rule of. She helped prosecute and make these laws. And now she's in a position, she's a vice president. She's over now the people who make these laws. She runs that particular house. And everything that she could have run on, she could have done while she was in office. All kinfolk ain't, all skinfolk ain't kinfolk. She don't work for us. When?
What about from a female perspective? Do you think that it's wrong to like go against another woman when it comes down to like stuff like that? Should we all be just all teaming together no matter what?
Again, my decision making is not so low that the denominator on whether you get my vote has to do with your genitalia. It would have to do with your ability. And I don't pick between two evils.
Mm.
She doesn't
So
have the ability. If she had the ability, she would have done it. Or at least persuaded her president to do it. But what have we gotten? We still don't have a hate crime bill.
what do you think about reparations? Do you think that we deserve reparations at this point?
We deserve what we demand.
What about the FBA movement? Do you agree with that movement?
I don't even know what that movement is.
The foundational Black American, that's the movement that Tariq Nasheed started up. There was the ADOS movement, then the FBA movement. So, but
Does
you
it
never
get,
heard of?
did it get any results?
Nah.
No. Okay.
I mean, he was able to get people to vote for Trump. I'm not. Well, that's one thing he was able to do is get everybody to not vote for Kamala. So that's one thing I'll say. He was able to like be very vigilant and have people not vote for her.
That's
So,
great.
yeah, go ahead.
That's great for his agency. Wonderful.
All right. So again, so we have a going on in Israel. Did you want to expound on that before I like continue?
War is war. All around the world, the same song. I mean, on one hand, on one hand, we are giving away we're giving one side the ability to make big booms, and on the other side, we're giving money for humanitarianism.
Yeah, they right. So it's
So
like they're like, what is that about? Right.
doing what the Rockefellers have always done. You play both sides of the game. It's the only way to win. It's the only way to truly win a game of chess. Any true game of war, you want to guarantee a win, you play both sides.
So what do you think about the new laws that are happening in Saudi Arabia that are like really kind of pushing women and the Sharia law, that are saying that, women have to be subdued. They have to wear this, hijab that's like black, like you look through like a filter. What do you think about that law?
I don't live there, so I don't even know what that protects them from. If it, at thinking about it from a defensive point of view, we don't even know what that protects those women from, because we know here in America that the eye of when the eye of a man drops on you, innocence is lost.
Mm. So say if Sharia law were to be like in America, would you be cool with that? Would you agree with that?
No, I'm not going for that. Absolutely not. I would not go along just not to go along. I would burn my raps on purpose.
Right, but you know that they were actually throwing battery acid on women that were showing them their faces.
Okay. Again, when we make decisions, there are rewards and there are consequences. If you want to live the way you want to live, you reap the rewards and the consequences of that. if I want my choice, I have to reap the social reward and or the social benefit of that. And if it all comes down to violence, right? Battery acid would be considered violent, right? Then I would have to learn how to protect myself in that violence. And since I have, I'm not saying I'm faster than battery acid, but I do know that I'm aware enough of my surroundings that, you know, I might be able to catch that before it happens. But again, that's situational awareness.
Right. So where do you find the Muslim woman in American culture?
She's everywhere. She's cased and uncased, doing her thing. I mean, whatever her thing is, we're all over the place.
Do most of them are they mostly covered, or like is that like a reason? Is there like, okay, you could be covered in America but not in other places?
Again, I believe that the covering is voluntary to the woman. And after that little thing that happened in New York when two, you remember that? It became very dangerous in America to be a cased, and when I say cased, I mean a covered Islamic woman. I was in Michigan when there was that backlash, and this sister, they wouldn't allow Muslim sisters on public transportation without taking off their face coverings.
Mm. So did you experience a lot of stuff like when that happened? That whole
No, I didn't. And I didn't because I can read the social atmosphere. And Allah knows my heart. Again, cased or uncased, I'm always covered. Always covered. Cased or uncased. And for the code, when I say cased or uncased, I mean covered or uncovered.
So
I mean,
do you have to wear an actual like hijab to be covered, or can you just wear a hat, or what are the different aspects of being considered covered?
it depends on if you're talking, are you talking physically or has it gone to metaphysically?
Physically, like coming out in the public, what's considered
Physically,
public?
anything covering your head, anything covering your chakra, whatever. It could be a handkerchief. I remember when the old sisters in the church with safety pin handkerchiefs on top of their head. Anything covering, any covering. It doesn't have to be this elaborate. Here we go. Covered.
So it's not like a matter of you having to like be able to be covered a certain way. It's just more like just cover that part of the head. Why is that part of the head important?
Again, that is where you connect to the other ether. That's that 13th chakra. It's that connection. And that what do y'all call it? The ori.
Yeah.
The reading of the head, right? There is a covenant a covering that takes place when one protects their energy, their chi, their shin, their spirit. It's mine. It's a covenant between me and mine. Now, do I have to cover it? No, but there are benefits, metaphysical and physical, to covering the hair or the ori or the 13th chakra.
What are the benefits? What are the benefits?
I found in particular that in covering my head, even in social settings, people interact with me very much differently than if my hair is showing. And there's a certain amount of respect across the board when there is and I can only come from a female standpoint because I've always only been a woman. There's an amount of sexual tension that is taken out of the social relationship when heads are covered. I'll say it that way. Not just for females, but for males as well. There's an amount of humbling that goes with that. You know, take your shoes off in my house, but you can leave your hat on. Where did she go?
So, do you feel like you're respected even more, like though, like if you go into like a store where people open the door more for you and things like that?
Yes.
Well, I noticed that too. As a person that practices Ifa, I always have to have my head covered. And also, is there like a certain color that you should wear? Because from an Ifa standpoint, you're not ever supposed to wear black on your head. Now, I notice a lot of like people in Islam with these black clothes and black like outfits on, black head coverings, and to me, like from an Ifa standpoint, like you're not ever supposed to like really like use black because it's an absorption. Black absorbs energy and white repels it. So why do you think that they're allowing their women to wear a black sheet or cover hijab or what's it called, a niqab, whatever it is, over their head?
Well, that has to do with identification of the different tribes. Different tribes show up in different colors. It's we can tie it right back to Ifa, right? If somebody wearing red and black showed up, where do they fit in Ifa?
Red and black, that's a issue.
Somebody show up in all white.
Obatala.
Somebody show up in light blues to whites. Well, blues to whites.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
So is that there is like a tribe that's black in Islam? Can you explain what that is?
It's not necessarily a tribe that's black, but it's a cultural difference. Because remember, you had a picture of some women that were in the pastels. That's a whole nother tribe versus the ones that are in the all black. Very regional. Yeah, very regional. And if you went to Africa, they're very colorful. Very regional. No difference. Just regional. That's all.
So why do you think that that region was safe to work? Okay, because they're in hot. It's Saudi Arabia. It's hot. Okay, desert.
Yeah.
So that black is absorbing through that material, and like the sun is just beating down on it. I mean, why would they want their women to be just sitting underneath something like this with all black on, where the sun is just like beating down into that? Is there like a purpose for that, or do you think they know any metaphysical aspect of that, or do you think it's just about like, no, we just don't want the women to be like?
No, there is a purpose for it, and you'd be amazed how cool it is under there. I've worn hijab. Y'all would think that it is hot under there, but once you put it on, you have the heat of the sun beating down on you. you get that first sweat going. Now that you have this difference in temperature, about 10-15 degrees between the shade that's under you and this sweat that's between the clothes, the light clothes that you have under that, it becomes rather cool under that garment. And
So
they're
they're,
in the
not-
desert.
so they're not like burning up hot underneath that thing. Like, oh Lord, oh.
Not only aren't they burning up hot, but their skin is being protected from that radiant sun, and not just protected coming down, but also protected bouncing back up off the ground. That's a whole nother kind of heat.
So do you think that's like more for the Caucasian Arab, or because you have like African Arabs? I don't really see them with that black thing, or maybe they are. I don't know. So do you think it's only for the ones that are like kind of like Turkish, or like kind of like that Saudi with
Regional.
light skin?
It's regional, because when you go to Africa, they're very, the outfit is very colorful. Some
Right.
of them do have the basic black outfits, yes, but that comes from travel. That comes from travel.
So here's a question. So female genital mutilation, is that a part of Islam?
In still some places, yes, especially in Africa.
So explain
Unfortunately,
why was that even like brought into the society?
it was brought into the society to control female sexual urge, because if a man has more than 3 wives, the sexual gratification that he is going to have to go through is going to be exhausting. So, as a remnant of sexual control of the female, especially when it comes to the African female and her so-called prototype of being hypersexual, let them tell it, it became a ritual to mutilate her genitals, to take
The sensation.
Yes, yes, to take the sensation. I mean, if she doesn't have the sensation, if she doesn't understand what, okay, let's be honest. There are, I believe, 24, I could be wrong, but I believe it's 24 nerve endings, all in less than 1 inch of 1 inch in that part of the human anatomy, especially on a female. Yeah, that's gotta go.
Do you agree with that?
No, I'm good. I didn't mutilate my sons, because what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
So do you think that circumcision is actually male mutilation?
Yes. I
Why would
think
you say?
it goes hand
Why would
in
you
hand.
say? Why would you say that male? Because they know, like in Hebrew, they're like saying that this is like a law, like it's a part of like the law to do this. So why do you think that? Why would you say that is?
It's their law. That's how their tribe marks themselves. I don't have to agree with it.
Why do you think that? So do you think it's a matter? So what do you think that they're missing out on when they do that circumcision? Like, do you think it's an issue of
I think
pleasure?
I think they're missing out on pleasure, and not just pleasure, length, girth. Some men still remember that procedure. Some men are still traumatized by that procedure, even if it happened. Can you imagine it happening at 13?
Wow.
Good.
And
No,
when you actually go into some Jewish tribes, they like actually have to suck the penis of the baby to remove the blood and everything. This is weird. So yeah.
if I'm not for female genital mutilation, I wouldn't be for male genitalia, mutilation. And I didn't put my sons through it like I wouldn't put my daughters through it.
So when it comes down to like how Islam reveres like women like virgins and certain age groups and things like that, what do you believe about that? Like, because I've heard that you would pass on and like get a certain amount of virgins if you did a certain thing, all types of different like misinterpretations of what that religion is speaking of. Let's talk about that.
Again, the okay, let me be honest. I don't do good for the sake of 72 virgins. I do good for the sake of doing good. I wouldn't know what to do with 72 virgins. I'm good. I mean, can I be me right quick? Can I be me? Y'all want me to?
I've been waiting on you to be me. Come on, I've been waiting on. Come on now.
If for my good, and this is completely hypothetical, if for my good, Allah offered me 72 virgins, I would turn them in for one experienced man. Thank you. I ain't got time for all this teaching. I ain't got absolutely.
So is the 72 virgins thing for women and men, or is it just only for men?
I don't know. That's just how how absolutely ludicrous I thought the whole thing was to begin with. Like when they told me that to go to Jannah, your husband has to consult with Allah. And if your husband says you can't get into Jannah, you don't get into Jannah. That's when I was like, you know what? It's time for me to go. It's time for me to find something else because this ain't it. This can't be it. This ain't it. I didn't read that in the Quran. This, what? Another human gets to say if I'm going to go? No, y'all can have this part. I'm good.
So have you ever went to Mecca and taken your no?
No, ma'am. And the reason I have not gone to Mecca, and that's just a whole nother thing with me, even having a husband and two sons that would actually write me the letter to go, I refuse to go to Mecca if me as a woman has to get my husband and one of my sons written permission to go. Absolutely not. No. Mm-mm. I should be just as welcomed in Mecca as any man taking his Hajj, since Hajj is incumbent upon every Muslim who can afford it. That's what I was taught. Not afford it and get your husband's permission and son's written permission, and then you got to get our permission. That's not what Allah wrote. So no, they can have Mecca too.
All right. So explain what Hajj is.
Hajj is the Islamic spiritual journey to Mecca, where you follow the Prophet Muhammad in his footsteps. You do some rotations around the Kaaba. If you can get close enough, you kiss the Kaaba, and you go home. But in order to do Hajj, you do have to have paid all of your bills up, do not have any debt, cannot think on the things that Hajj will bring you if you are not square in your life to do that. Let me put that there.
So what is the Kaaba and why would they kiss the Kaaba?
The Kaaba is, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. What is it?
The Kaaba is a building that is erected over in the Middle East, to put it bluntly. It is a holy place for the Muslim. There is a meteorite that they have placed in the black square. And again, if you can get close enough, you're supposed to kiss it. Some people would say that it is shaped like a vagina, and some people do equate it as such. So when the Muslim says there's no such thing as the divine feminine, that's where I have to ask you, sir, on that cube, what's that?
So yeah, so they have to like kiss this Kaaba, and then they walk around it in circles during a certain time. Um, Meteorite, right? So I've heard stories about, even in Islam, that if you say the 100 names of Allah, that some people have seen what they would call UFOs. Have you heard this?
Yes.
So explain that. What is going on there?
What do you mean explain that? We're floating we're the third rock from a sun that has multiple planets on one side of an asteroid belt, and the other side of another. We are traveling through a soup that we can't even calculate, but we're conscious enough to calculate it, or at least attempt to. And we want to believe that we're the only living species in this soup. That's non-productive. Our ancestors told us that there were people from inner and outer space. The Indian with the both the feather and the dot have legends of star people and fish people. I mean, even Ifa has a fish person. Mer people. I mean, they're just finally telling the truth. This is what it is. I mean, all the species that we have here that have different types of life, why wouldn't there be other types? And the sad part is we way behind the 8 ball. Because if they can get here and we can't get there,
So,
we might not be the dominant species anymore.
well, why do you think it is that when you say all the names of Allah, because we're going to get into Angela Reddick's comment after I say this, why do you think it's that particular thing that is causing that celestial phenomena?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
So why do you think that calling all the names of Allah is causing that kind of UFO-ish celestial phenomena? Why do you think that is?
Resonance. You can call anything if you know what sound and frequency it resonates on.
So do you think that people that are doing that know that they're calling like kind of UFOs, or do you think they're just like doing it and then they're showing up?
Those that know. And when you do it, you'll find out too. It's not that everybody that calls the 100 names of Allah is going to get UFO activity. It just doesn't happen like that. But if you practice, you could. I mean, when you look into the abyss starts looking back at you.
So, Angela Reddick says, I think universally most men want to have total control over women. This is one reason why I never married. What is your thoughts on that?
Uh-oh. um, I'm not gonna tell her she's wrong, because in our society that believes in domination, she is very correct. And the more women and children that you are dominated or domineering over, the more masculine you appear. Um, but again, I have to say it, that is an emotional development problem. Once you come in to master yourself, you realize that anything beyond advice is manipulation.
Wow. Okay. Expound on that. Anything beyond advice is manipulation. Let's get into that.
Anything beyond advice is manipulation. Woman, this is what you should do. That's manipulation. One should always be given a choice. This is why we always talk about this conundrum between God and the devil. It's a choice. And everybody makes the choice, whether you want to do bad, good, or neutral. That is your choice. And again, you get the consequences and the rewards thereof. If there weren't women who didn't want to be dominated over, there would be more men who would literally have time enough to themselves to develop emotionally, so that, again, control of self is all. Once you have control of self, you realize that you control no thing. I don't control anything. And anything beyond advice is manipulation.
So nowadays, speaking of manipulation, so you have this red pill and blue pill thing, that's being very prevalent on the internet. As a Muslim woman, a lot of men are saying that women need to submit. You need to submit yourself to your man. And then you have a lot of people that are like now becoming Hebrew Israelites and Islam and this, that, the other, and a woman needs to submit. When it comes down to Islam, what are the rules of submission?
That man and woman are supposed to submit one unto the other is exactly what it says. It's pretty self-explanatory to me.
So why do you feel like that right now in this culture that it's being forced for women to submit? Is it because male wants to like overcome? Now we also know you as a Taoist, right? And you talked about yin and yang. Why do you feel that the men are trying to dominate over the women and trying to say this, like, okay, women need to like submit. We don't want to hear nothing you gotta say. You know what I'm saying? I don't care how much money you got. I don't care how much you ain't got. I don't care if you got $100,000, whatever. That ain't working, but bull. So it's almost like they're like trying to discourage women from being powerful. You know, men don't care about how much money you got. So it's like, oh, if you want to get a man, then you shouldn't make money because he don't care about that. What do you think about that?
I think all men care about money. Because according to their scale, the more you have, the more desirable you are. Let them tell it. That's one of those. It isn't how much he makes supposed to make him a high value man. So again, that logic gets thrown out of the window, completely out of the window. it's every time I hear this high value man, high value woman thing, what the values that they put on it are so freaking shallow. It's ridiculous. I have yet to hear the development of character put on these values. And let's be quite honest. If we can be honest, the only reason men can actually impose these types of conditions on women, it comes down to violence. If I don't do this, he gonna whoop my, he's gonna yell. I'm gonna get sexually violated. Something's gonna happen to me if I don't. You know, the reason that just does not happen in my clan is because the women are just as capable of violence as the men. So there has to be a mutual respect that takes place between the two, because violence is not the answer either way, because no predator wants to get hurt. That's the bottom line. Predators feed on easy prey. If you are easy prey, you are going to get preyed on. That's what prey is for. The only way not to be prey is to train to be a predator, male or female. Oh, this goes against the laws of nature. Does it? Does it? Because the lioness hunts. Oh, this dude.
So I was on his show recently, and it was crazy because, like, what he did was he cut it up to make it seem like I agreed with him. But I wanted to like get to the point where he said something, and you just mentioned it in a certain way, and I said, you know what that reminded me of what he said. You know, so let me play this thing.
Because the conversation that I was having with the young lady was she thought that women are better leaders. And on the grand scheme of things, men have a natural proclivity to create. This is why the majority of inventions and creations have been created by men. 99% of them, women created, let's say 1% or even probably less than 1% of all of the things that we're seeing and touching, right?
So when you talk in absolutes, when you say women don't create anything, well, we create life. Here's another thing. I would say this is that
women don't create life.
Well,
let me make you bigger. My bad. I didn't know you were small.
I would say this is that, you know, between the men and the women, we are the holders of life and we are the givers of life. And then we are the nurturers of life. So to say that we just don't create anything altogether, or we don't do anything, I believe it's because of like how society had the structure set up. I understand that if society wasn't set up the way it was, then it would put the woman in a situation to where the woman would have to then create. It's just that because society is set up the way it is, it makes a woman, based on how the role of the woman was back in those times, they didn't have the reason to create anything. But if you put, now that education and things like that are more open, you have more women creating, you know. So.
I think your presupposition is incorrect on this as far as create, right? You said that women are the creators of life. Women aren't the creators of life. Men hold the seed of life. Women just bring about life. Does that make sense to you or no?
So you're saying that men are the creators of life, women just bring about life?
Yes.
You know what? I have a different aspect of like religion and things like that. But I do have like that list.
But I don't got to speak about religion. I can speak about it just biologically, right? So let's think about it biologically.
Well, the only thing that a sperm does is create a spark that activates the egg. You know, so.
Okay, well, let's just think about it biologically, right? Let's just take religion and everything. Let's strip it all the way down to its pure level. Men, we are physically stronger than women. With that being said, this means that we have the ability of force. We wield the enforcement mechanism, meaning what we can force, then it will be. I repeat, what we can force, it will be. Now, men.
That does not mean it will end up in a pregnancy, though.
Let me finish.
Okay, sorry.
What?
I ain't gotta let you finish because that was crazy. Anyways, so here we go. So,
but he's right. But unfortunately, he's right. And he's telling y'all a truth that if women do not hurry up and heed, you will be at the mercy of men like him who know that, use that, wield that over your head. And not saying that him in particular, but yeah, that's Mr. That's Mr. from The Color Purple. That's Mr. and that's Harpo.
Harpo told you to beat me. That is Mr. That is Mr. Right.
That's Mr. We know Mr. We know him. And you know what? There were women that Mr. didn't mess with.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. didn't mess with Suge.
Didn't mess with the sister. Mr. didn't mess with the sister. But
who did he mess with?
The weaker one.
The weakest ones.
Mm.
But there came a time when she finally snapped. She snapped she snapped when she found them letters.
Right. About her children, like her kids, right?
About her what?
About her children.
When she got serious when she
about
got serious
kids.
about her relatives, what came her legacy. See, this is where some stuff about to get really messed up. Because when a man says, what, your body, my choice? Oh, really?
Oh, then they'll say, "Oh, you shouldn't date a woman with kids, right?" Oh, you know that's what Anton Daniels will think.
The dude that was you just showed has a whole woman who has kids, and she was a single mom, and he took her, and now they have 2 kids. So y'all better watch who you take. See, and this is why I chose my teacher. It's a man whose word matches what he does.
Right. So he's on this thing, like getting everybody like to believe in what he's saying. Oh no, don't single mothers, screw them, and blah blah blah. But then he's dating a white woman and impregnating her and having more children. Like and they're on like their like 5th.
Yeah.
I think they had like 3 children. Like they had one, and they had another one. Like damn, you're on like about 7 kids. Like coming up.
So what'd he say? Right. Okay. Yeah.
Exactly. So y'all, you know, like shouts out to Cooley, but no, not shouts out. So at the same time, you know. Right. So what do you think about a person like an Anton Daniels who's been married for a certain amount of time, and he's saying the same thing? Well, you shouldn't be dating a married woman. You know, this, that, the other. Don't date like not a married, a woman, a single mother.
Good. Okay. No problem. See, people think of it as a negative. Let me tell you how I look at this. One of the number one markers for child abuse is a step parent.
Oh wow.
Some man you bring into your children's lives because they're telling us that we're getting an echo that they don't want other people, they don't want to raise other men's children. So they ain't got no love. They have no love for your outside children. As a mother, I take that into real consideration. If I'm going to protect my children's psyche, maybe as a single mom, and this is gonna sound real harsh, and I know, ladies, I know it's gonna sound real harsh, but when the wolves tell you exactly what their tactics are, it is up to you now to protect your pups. I'm sorry, sisters. Maybe as single mothers, we should take ourselves off of the market and strictly raise our children so they're not in a position of not being loved by somebody who's supposed to love them. I'm sorry.
Do you think that speaks very much about the male psyche and how they see other children that are
Sure
not theirs?
does.
Like look at them like in a weird way, like something to be abused, or like in a sexual way, like because I'm like
Sure does.
why else would they even say that? Because yeah, they're that's a warning. That's not like a it's not necessarily like a leg up for men. It's really a warning to women to say, you know what, watch out. And you know what, good point. Watch out. You got
Watch
like
out.
some young kids. You don't want to have that around anybody. And you know how many times you see these murders happening of this man got brought into the house with their and then she ends up leaving home to go work because I don't know why this guy's watching the child while she's working. That's crazy to me.
Because he set her up from the beginning. And we as women are so awestruck with love and wanting affection and wanting somebody to tell us and validate us that we're okay, that we become prey through the honeypot. Because of course we want to be wanted. Yeah, we do. That is a basic human function. But when I understand that I live in a world where there are men who say, as soon as she gets her menses, it is okay to bed this child. I got my menses at 10. If you believe in your heart that it is okay to bed a 10-year-old, you are not the type of man that I need to be around at all. That baby's body isn't even finished growing. That's what puberty is for. Puberty does not signal what they think it signals. It signals that there is a change that is about to take place. And that change takes up to 10 years. The human brain does not finish growing until 25. But you okay with a child that has only been around the sun 10 times to take on a woman's responsibility that you won't take on at 35? I got a problem with that. But I also have a problem with women who cannot protect their own lives, who are not productive in their own lives enough to live their own life, that they would rather stay under the tyranny of violence than to learn to protect themselves and live on their own if needed. That's not a him problem. That's an us problem.
So recently we had a lady named Maura Lex on my channel, and she actually she got overwhelmed, with everything, with life, and she decided, listen, it's too much for me, and she decided to take her child to CPS, because it was just too much on her. What do you think about a situation like that?
Better than that, better. It's an alternative. It's a shame that she didn't have a family member that she could take that child to. But again, Black women are overwhelmed. I can't be mad. I can't be. I don't know that baby's situation. I don't know that sister's situation. But I know there are women who are fit. There was a time that I was watching my mama's hair come out because she was so overwhelmed. Two kids, two jobs, car problems. The money she put in the car, she can't put on rent, but she gotta pay rent. I don't know how my mama paid rent. I don't care, but I know this. Every time I came into the house, my key worked. Every time I hit the light, it worked. And as a woman who also raised two children, now mind you, I didn't do it by myself. But I know some mamas that have done some strange things for some change because she gotta make it happen. She gotta make it happen. Her babies are dependent on her. And like Malcolm said, I know some sisters that get it out by any means necessary.
So I want to show you a video, and I want to get your opinion on what you think about this, how this came about. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh.
You see what I'm saying? When I hear a mom say, I'm struggling, I'm going through this, I don't have a house, I got bad transportation, I'm going through all of this. The one thing I'm not expecting is a manicure like that. Manicure like that, because you know why? She's stacking every dollar that she has to do. And that's not your focus. You're talking about going to a strip club tonight.
Multiple streams of income, no matter how it
This
comes.
isn't about multiple streams of income. This is a dangerous fucking time in the world.
Yeah.
Sis, hey, listen to me. I know people. I know the niggas that work the parking lot. I know what go on there. Oh, what go on there. You ain't getting back to your working there, I can tell you that. And them niggas love robbing girls.
I hope they like dying too. Hope they like dying too. Not saying it can't happen.
Once again, if that goes bad for you, this is Dallas County, and Dallas County is hella hard on bitches. Matter of fact, they're harder on bitches than they are on fucking dudes. Real story. When I was over there, Lou Sterry locked up on my child case. Oh yeah, I was charged with child abduction, even though I had legal custody of my son. My ex-husband wanted to trap me up in the system.
It sounds like Jaguar, right?
It is.
And there was a wife in there. She had a beautiful son. He was 9 years old.
Who is this?
She was with the babysitter.
That's the woman that gave her son's
Started
kids up to
schooling when she was
CPS.
14. They carried on for 2.5, almost 3 years. She caught a text message in the middle of the night, saw the girl sexted and talking about meet me in the garage. I'm in the back seat of your car. She, what the
That's not gonna help nothing.
No, wait a minute. She went to the parents and said, this is what your daughter was doing. These are the text messages. Keep that girl away from my husband. As she went home, well, the daughter was getting slut shamed by the family. So then she says that not only was the husband raping her, that the wife was in on it the whole time. Not true.
I mean, call the cops right then and there.
They both got charged. Wait a minute. They both got charged. They was both in there, right? Dallas was pressuring her to divorce him. They would give her a deal and give her probation. If she divorced him, she said she didn't want the state deciding the fate of her marriage. She thought that was between her and her husband and her son, and they were going to deal with it when she got out. She was really still trying to hold strong. Up until that day, I was sitting there with her, and she got the paperwork that her husband took the deal, and Dallas was going full ride on her. That pussy got 4 years, and he already had a year and a half of good time. She had to do the 15. Because her husband cheated on her with an underage girl who was the babysitter of her only child. Like I said, she gets fucked up all the time. You know how many girls I know thought that they was going pop pop because it was supposed to be in this, that, and this, that, and they don't like this, that, so they're going to make sure you're a good number this year.
Yeah, I am.
Not everyone is.
I'm very much a mother.
Not everyone is, and there's nothing.
I can't speak for everybody else, but I know I'm very much a mother.
Listen to me. There's nothing wrong with that.
Hold on, I'm gonna take a break. 1 second. I'm gonna just take a small break. I'm gonna hear you out, but I'm gonna smoke too.
All right, well, I smoke too, but I need you to understand. This isn't me judging you.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm hearing everything. Because some shit you are telling me I need to hear.
I was raised by a mother who I loved, and she grew up in hell.
Yeah.
She was molested more times, sexually assaulted more times than anybody could possibly imagine by her mother's man, and her mother never left. That very same man took my grandmother's life. I never even met her. Okay? So I understand. And guess what? I got raised by what got left behind from that shit. My mother was absent. She couldn't be a mom. She was a victim, a lifelong victim. Never got proper counseling. Who's constantly going through depression after depression, shopping spree after shopping spree, lying spree after lying spree, $400 phone bill, $500 phone bill, lots of ice cream. Never. My mother was a school teacher. She never did homework with me.
So there's more to that whole thing, but I want to get your opinion on that whole situation. You know, for some reason she was brought in to give some advice to Amora. Now, by that time, she had gotten her kids back. That's what they didn't know. And she has her children back now.
Good.
What are your thoughts on that?
What would we have rather her do? Become a family annihilator? Do what Aya did. Leave the kids and go to Nature Boy somewhere. Come. At least she put them somewhere where, and I can't even say safe, and be okay with saying that. She put them into care, and she redeemed herself by getting them back. That's what I can say. Bravo, mommy. Bravo. She needed a breath. Okay.
But what do you think about us as older women when we like talk to these people and how we can kind of like make it about ourselves? You know what I'm saying? It's one thing to, you know, say, hey, you know, because then it became like, you're not a mother. You're not, you know. And then she had the other mothers raise their hand. I'm a mother. It just got really like crazy. I was like, well, why are you doing that? She's a 23-year-old woman, or 20. I think she's like 26 now, with like 6 kids. You know what I'm saying? And of course she got overwhelmed. That's not abnormal. Why, as older? So I want to really address the older woman versus younger woman dynamic that happens in our community, and why do we do that? Like, I wouldn't do that. Like, I was trying to help her. Like, come on now, that's no. But what is it that makes women do that? Why do we forget? Why do we forget that we were once mothers? You know.
I don't think we forget. I don't think people forget. I think they idealize the results. They idealize the results because, again, what's the result of Jaguar's mothering? And nobody has to say it out loud. It's a matter of record. So what?
Yeah, and let me tell you something. A lot of people go. Let me give you an example. Okay, a lot of times, like the older woman, might have a young girl that gets pregnant, and then they begin to battle their child to take over and become the guardian for their children because they don't feel like the younger mother is doing the best for the child. So they begin to fight their own child to kind of take control over the situation, and then it becomes a situation where what I'm saying. What do you think about that? Are you aware about that, like that type of thing happening where it's like a battle that happens with the older women versus younger women, and we begin to look down on how they're doing it, like we had it all together?
Okay, I'm gonna put it this way. Let me center myself in this answer, and I want you to know I'm centering myself. My eldest son and my mom had gone out somewhere, and my eldest son had acted up a little bit, and my mama, she put her hands on him. And when they got home, my son told me what happened, and I looked at my mama and I was like, Mama, you can't be hitting him in public like that. And she like, why? I did it to you. I did it to you. That's how I raised you. And you came out all right. I was like, see, no, that's not why I said that. I said that because you let the right person see you putting your hands on this child, they gonna call the police on you. That is more likely to happen, and you gonna go to jail. You just need the right bleeding heart to see you do it and think that you have gone overboard by putting your hands on him. Now, was what he did hands on a bull? I don't know. I left that to my mama's discretion. I was trying to keep my mama out of jail. Sometimes it's on that level. Sometimes it's about what you can get away with now versus what they could get away with then, because societal norms change. You know, I remember when you could breastfeed discreetly in public and nobody looky-loos you. Now I see these mothers trying to breastfeed in public and they're being harassed. Times have changed. And sometimes more mature mothers don't know that versus new mothers that do. But there's always supposed to be this exchange between the two generations. There should always be an exchange.
And I'm glad Angela Reddick said what she said, out mothering each other. I'm a better mother than you, and I'm gonna make you feel lesser than, and so therefore you aren't a good mother. I'm a good mother, and it's like that is to me like that's something that happens so much in our society. And when we talk about the divine feminine, right? I'm really trying to like show like the holes in the divine feminine. You know what I'm saying? There's certain aspects of the divine feminine that need to be fixed. Okay. So you might have like the divine feminine mother that you would think that okay, she should be just backing her daughter up, but instead they don't back her up. They try to take over. They try to outdo, or they try to squash down and take control over and whatever. So let's talk about that.
Again, personal development. Personal development. Let me tell you something. When my sons left my house, the only thing I do, if they ask a question, that's when I give advice. Because again, anything beyond advice is manipulation. See how that fits in there again?
Yep, exactly.
That's
So
how it fits in.
one of your sons, the baby mama is not doing everything the way you should, but you're babysitting the granddaughter, and then you start seeing that she ain't doing, would you like step in and try to take in and take over and become moving in and try to like to get custody of the child or work with your son? Would you do that, or would you say, you know what, that's between me and my you and my son?
Well, I would talk to her. I would talk to her. Maybe she has a reason. Maybe she doesn't. Maybe she doesn't. Maybe she's it with only within her scope of knowledge. I'm one to give a book. I'll throw a book somebody's way in a minute. Here, read this. If books aren't your thing, movies, okay, watch this. Let's watch it. What happened to dialogue? We can dialogue.
So do you believe that women can be unforgiving when it really comes down to other women? Do you think that we're harder on other women than men, so to speak? We are very
And
hard
we should be. And we should be. We're the first teacher. Teachers should be hard on one another. That's the only way to excel the species. If the mothers aren't talking, then what are we doing here? Because if we're not talking, how are we passing survival information on to the next generation that we learn? In a minute, canning is going to become very, very important. Very important. And if you don't know how to can, you're going to be paying an exorbitant amount for produce and vegetation in a minute. And canning is an old art. It ain't a new one, it's an old one. But we're so used to having access to a grocery store that we've forgotten how to survive long periods of time without access to convenience. Let me add it that way.
So you have people like Princella that feels like the women should come together and create like a unity in this, that, the other. So where do you feel that movement is lacking? Because at one point it was actually going good, right? So what do you think that happened in that situation that made it like get weak? Because now it's not as strong.
You want an honest answer, or do you want a politically correct answer? No.
No, this is not the politically correct channel. So go ahead.
Emotion. We're under the impression that we have to like each other to work together. We don't have to like each other to work together. But until we as women can get over that emotional hurdle, we will be much better off in being able to communicate more easily with one another without hyperbole or pretense. I mean, I'll be honest. If I've had to work with a whole bunch of people I don't personally.
Hell, you didn't like me for a second.
See?
Honey, you done said all type of wild stuff about my ass, like
DJ such and such.
But you know what? I'm able to get past that. That might be my testosterone coursing through my body. I don't care about that type of shit. I'm like, okay, so what do you have to say though? Out of everything that you got to say, all that shit don't matter. What do you really have to say about life in general, and what's going to help other people? I don't care about me and what you have to say about me, because I'm just a small cog in the wheel. I'm just another brick in the wall. You know what I'm saying? However, if you have a message or something you can give to other people that's going to help them, I don't care about what you have to say about it. That's my thing.
But I was honest. Was I not honest? I didn't back down behind what I said. I told you.
Now, I'm kind of mad that you said that I deserve to be robbed and stuff, but that was okay.
Excuse me, ma'am. You let them in your house. You let them in your house. You saw it going south. You heard it going south. You could have stopped that before it started, but you wanted to be nice. You wanted to be accommodating. And in your ability to be accommodating, you got. You could have stopped that at any point. You deserved it.
You know what? I have to admit I'm not, but I didn't deserve it. But I'm gonna say that you know what, you're right about that. I could have like stopped it and whatever. You know what? I deserved it to the point where I need to learn a lesson of not doing that again. So I deserved it to that point. But you're right. Okay.
Did you learn a lesson?
I did. Yeah.
Amen.
So I have to like be honest about that. Okay, that was right. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you know what I'm saying?
What do I constantly talk about? Women being able to protect what is theirs. You left that door open and the predator took your shit. Oh shit. Simply.
Yeah.
You should have closed the trap. You should have for the sake of everything that is you should have protected you and your children's stuff.
Right.
If nothing else, you protect your legacy.
Well, so what do you think is the issue with us when it comes to being too nice with women? What do you think?
Say again?
Being too nice. What do you think is the issue with that? And let me say this is that we are not going to be going too deep into the Mike Tyson fight. We don't discuss that, but we're not going to go past the Mike Tyson the 720. So before we get too close to 8, when that happens, I want to see what's going to happen. But I just want to let people know it's watching. We're not going to go past that. So. But yeah, so being too nice. Why do you think that women are too nice? Why do you think that we have that aspect of us trying to be too nice?
Because that's the self-defense mechanism given to females to accommodate. If you accommodate, you can survive. If you smile and do not appear to be a threat, you can survive. When someone is threatening you, when yang goes up, yin goes down. That is how yin survives yang. It is a survival mechanism.
So what happens when yang begins to start bitching and complaining, and then everybody's like, she just complaining all the time, and she just doing this, da 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 da, and you woo. So then is that even better? Like when yin gets to like bitching and complaining, is that the better thing to do, or what do you think?
You'd have to know your yang. All yang does not respond in the same way. I mean, do you have a yang that's okay within the realm of yang? Do you have a yang, or do you have a yin yang? A yin yang is a man that is balanced on both sides of his male and female nature. A yang is a man that is a man that will burn down his own house for the sake of his own ego.
So how do you know if you have a yang or a yin yang?
Response. How they respond. Again, a man that is balanced within himself will show a balanced nature outside of himself. Who are these men? These are the men that are the the fathers to the fatherless children. These are the men that show up to Sister Dorothy's house to mow her lawn and he didn't ask her. These are the men that see to the village without being asked to do so because he already perceives the need.
So, do you think that most men are yan yan, or that most men raised by women are yan yan?
It has absolutely nothing to do with who raised them. Yang yangs are the thing. Yang yang is the thing now. It is fashionable to be an out of control male, to be an overly aggressive male, to be a domineering male. That's the fashion now. And they call these men who have balanced their male and female aspects simps because they want to take care of the village. Since when was the simp the one that wanted to take care of the village? I thought that was the true king.
What about the alpha male? Is the alpha male similar to a yan yan, or what is the alpha male in your eyes?
That's psychological babble that makes people feel good because even the man that came up with the scale spent the rest of his life telling y'all he messed that up. Oops.
Oh, so the guy that made the whole thing about the alpha male messed up that whole. So when guys say I'm an alpha male, they're really going on some like pseudoscience. Really.
It's not even pseudoscience. Again, the man that came up with it denounced it. So it's not even pseudoscience. It gets thrown in the trash. It is a talking point. It is rhetoric. It is rhetoric. And for all the people on my page, we know that rhetoric is the second noble